Chapter 241 The Consequences of Offending Me. Yi Feng has already asked people from the gang to come and take over the tasks in the guild channel. Because Yi Feng can release many tasks. As the battlefield between humans and demons, the largest boss of the human race, Yi Feng has the greatest rights. Of course, he must also be careful of the demons and Qinglong guards. After all, they all want to take Yi Feng's life. There were not enough Qinglong guards around Yi Feng's wooden house. But fortunately, there was a Xuanwu guard standing beside every Qinglong guard, so there was no chance for them to take action. On the other side, Yi Feng's clone, Chu Tianai and others went to the demon camp to explore information. Of course, there were many demons hidden in the middle of the road. This Yi Feng is a clone and doesn't have much attack power at all. Even if Yi Feng puts on the Destiny Glory suit. Chu Tianai said to Yi Feng beside him, "President, are we really going to spy on the enemy?" Yi Feng said, "Of course not. Just kill a few demons and go back. What should you do after that? Do you think we have the ability to go to the demon camp?" Chu Tianai nodded. And the others also heard it, and thought it made sense. They killed a few demons at random, and then returned to the human camp. The members of the Glory Guild have now entered the battlefield between humans and demons, and they have come to the marshal's side. Yi Feng is the marshal. Of course, members of his own guild will definitely give missions with higher experience and higher glory value to the members. Wow! Didn't you say that the mission only has 10 glory points? Mine has 20 glory points. Yes, I am also at 20. Is it wrong? However, a sand cultivator said, "That's not right. Why do I only have 10 points of glory, and you all have 20 points? It's strange. I am also at 10 points. Is it only your glory guild that is at 20 points?" Zissou asked in the guild. And sure enough, everyone was at 20 points. It seemed that the Glory Guild was really born for glory. Zissou said, "You see? Join our Glory Guild. One mission is 2 missions. Why are you hesitating? Hurry up and join us." Xiaohei said, "That's 20 points of glory. Do you have it?" "No. Humph. I haven't joined the Glory Guild yet. Of course we still have our bottom line. Anyone without 3 pieces of blue or above equipment will not be accepted." "Hey, your Glory Guild is just raising the price. Didn't you agree that you need 1 piece of blue equipment? How come it's 3 pieces?" Xiaohei said with a look of embarrassment, "You think I'm stupid? My guild has such good benefits. Why don't I raise the income standard? Love will come." Yi Feng stood next to Xiaohei and looked at Xiaohei's sullen expression. He really wanted to beat him. This kid really deserves a beating. However, Yi Feng could not destroy his image as a marshal, but issued the mission in obscurity. Soon word spread that the Glory Guild's mission rewards in the Human Devil battlefield were doubled. Many people couldn't wait to enter the Human Devil battlefield, wanting to see if their own guild's rewards would also be doubled. The first one to come was the Mythical Guild. When Aotian came to Yi Feng to take the task, Yi Feng was ecstatic in his heart. "Isn't this Aotian? You are here to let me whip you." "Marshal, I am Aotian, the president of the Mythical Guild. Here to take over the mission." Yi Feng said seriously, "Well, I have a mission here. As long as you kill a demon, you can get a sizable reward. Do you need to take it?" Aotian was overjoyed. It seemed that I had a good status, and could still receive such treatment. Aotian nodded and said, "I'll take it. I'll take it." Ding! System prompt. "Do you want to release the SSS level mission to kill the demon marshal?" Yi Feng clicked OK. Aotian immediately reminded, successfully accepted the mission to kill the demon marshal. The time limit is 1 day. This mission is a 5S level mission. If the mission is successful, 10,000 glory points will be obtained. If the mission fails, the level will be reduced by 5 levels. Please go to the demon camp immediately. Countdown to 23 hours, 59 minutes and 59 seconds. After Aotian saw the prompt, he yelled, "Hack! You are fooling me! What the HL is this?" Aotian suddenly yelled at the marshal. The glory value was indeed very high. 10,000 points. But this was the big boss on the opposite side. It would be better to die by yourself. What a cheat. Yi Feng didn't even look at Aotian. A Qinglong guard and a Xuanwu guard stepped forward, lifted Aotian up and threw him out. "Don't be rude in front of the marshal. If there is a next time, I will kill you without mercy." Aotian lost his wife and troops this time, gained nothing, and lost 5 levels. You must know that it is too difficult to upgrade after reaching level 40. Aotian finally reached level 42. And he lost 5 levels. It's just terrible. No. What happened to Aotian? Did he offend the marshal? Then he deserves it. I don't know. I just accepted a mission with the marshal. And suddenly, he scolded the marshal. And then he was thrown out. I don't know what happened between them. No matter what happened. He is the marshal. If I had the ability, I would throw him out. I really think that I am the president of Shinhwa Guild. Time passed slowly. And players came to the human model battlefield one after another. Because the mission experience in it was high. And there were a lot of glory points. Looking at the glory suit, it was simply more awesome than a purple suit. Who doesn't want to change? Ding! System prompt. Player XXX completes the task and triggers the sit back and reap the reward skill. And you gain 100 experience points. The skill of sitting back and reaping the rewards finally works again. And Yifeng can gain experience without having to sit through missions. In the afternoon, more players came to the human devil battlefield. Yifeng's experience was increasing rapidly in the human demon battlefield. But for all players in the server, Yifeng's experience increased so fast. Yifeng will be able to reach level 42 tomorrow without doing any tasks. When more and more people come to the human demon battlefield in the future, Yifeng will gain more experience. Holy crap. Why do I only have 5 points of glory in one mission? What the hell? Damn. So is mine. Only 5 o'clock. The people who spoke were all people from the Shinhwa Guild. But not only the people from the Shinhwa Guild, but also people from other guilds, such as the people from the Shuntian Guild, also had 5 points of glory, which was completely disproportionate. Yifeng said condescendingly, "Do you want to do the mission or not? If not, please get out of the battlefield between humans and demons." Moreover, for some players who were quite abusive, Yifeng directly forced them to add that the mission failed, and their level was reduced by 1 level after they accepted the mission. For a moment, people in the human model battlefield were panicked when this marshal suddenly called for the start of the server. He was still in number 88, the novice village, and the days when he was dominated by the novice village chief were exactly the same. Soon the forum became popular. The cases of novice village chief number 88 and the human devil field marshal were indeed very similar. Xiaohei looked at the marshal in front of him in disbelief. So, this guy is his boss. Damn it. Why did he secretly become the marshal of the city? He still likes to trick people so much. Chapter 242. The cheating NPC appears again. Xiaohei privately said to Yifeng, "Boss, when did you become a marshal? Give me an official position, and I will trick people too." Yifeng rolled his eyes at Xiaohei calmly and said, "Go away. You are not an NPC. Even if you become an official, you can't trick anyone. But as an official, how about giving you the youngest core leader?" Xiaohei nodded desperately and said, "OJ8K. Long live the boss. The boss is awesome." At this time, a group of stragglers came over and said cautiously, "Have you heard? This marshal has the same virtue as the village chief of our previous novice village. I guess he is the same person." "Shh. Keep your voice down. We will be in trouble if we are heard. He is the only one who can receive the missions in the human demon battlefield wirelessly. And no one else has them at all. Well, let's go take the mission." Yifeng was speechless. My reputation spread really fast. Everyone knew about it so quickly. It was really amazing. Anyone who knows Yifeng's identity knows that the marshal is Yifeng. And Yifeng also confesses. "Little Yizi, I think that Juifeng is particularly upset. You can figure it out," Zisu said with an unhappy look on his face. "You don't need to tell me this. I know it." And not long after, Juifeng finally entered the battlefield between humans and demons. He already knew about Alkian. In order to develop quickly, he even retreated from the gang. So he acted as a marshal, and did not admit defeat to him. When Yifeng saw Juifeng walking by, his heart was trembling with joy. Juifeng didn't say much. "Take the mission." "Just a normal mission." Yifeng said, "Okay. I'll leave this task to you. Go and complete it." Ding! System prompt. You have accepted the task of collecting the saliva of 100 demon soldiers. The time limit is 1 hour. The task reward is 100 glory points. If you fail, your level will be reduced by 2 levels. Juifeng immediately vomited blood. Saliva? What the hell is this? And what kind of limited time mission is this? The glory value is 100 points. And the level is reduced by 2 levels. Without saying a word, Juifeng attacked Yifeng. Yifeng didn't even draw his sword. Juifeng was killed in front of him. The person who killed him was a level 60 Xuanwu guard archer, killing him with 1 blow. At the resurrection point of the human demonic battlefield, Juifeng looked at the martial-looking Yifeng with a dark face. This human demonic battlefield was no longer suitable for him. Without it, there would be many scary things, and he could only spend money to buy them, such as gems and punching stones. After Altian learned about Zhu Weifeng's experience, Altian could no longer sit still and flew directly to the Huaxia Fantasy World headquarters. As soon as he entered the gate, Altian said angrily, "If you, Wancher, plan to close the door, please tell us early, and don't target our Xinhua people all day long." A manager from Wancher ran out and said, "Ao Tian, president of Xinhua, please calm down. We can sit down and talk about anything. There is no need to make such a fuss." Altian said angrily, "What am I making a fuss about? I didn't do anything. I received a mission in the human demonic battlefield that just opened, and they asked me to kill the demon marshal. Didn't this require me to die? Moreover, it was limited to 1 day and was not completed. Downgraded to 5 levels. I have never seen you play like this." The manager said, "President Altian, we Wancher do not require you to play our game, nor do we charge you any fees in the process. You just bought the login tool for our game. Customers are God. Don't you understand? Believe it or not, I took the people of our guild to withdraw from Illusion World, and your reputation will be damaged." When the manager heard this, he felt confident and said, "If President Altian insists on quitting, we Wancher will not make any compensation and someone will come and see the guests off." Altian suddenly became stupid. What is going on? Apart from the tried and tested explanation, there is nothing that can be done today, and people don't care about the Guild of Xinhua at all. You go. I, Wancher, belong to hundreds of millions of people. So what if the game is missing tens of thousands of you? Here, even if we surrender, you still have to give me an explanation." The manager turned back and said, "The game is running normally. We said when we promoted the game that anything could happen in the game. This is not what we need to deal with. President Altian, please come back." Altian, who was confused, was kicked out of the head office of the Huaxia region and Fantasy World, which was completely unexpected. When the Altian came online again, Xu Jian asked, "What do the people in Huanshe say?" Altian sighed and shook his head and said, "He said that all actions of NPCs can happen, and everything in the game is normal, whether we like to play or not." Damn! This fantasy world is too arrogant. You dare to say these things. If it were other games, they would hold us back and not let us go. Altian shook his head and said, "At first, I thought so too. Just now I checked the recent game list. Except for some small casual games, there are no large online games. In other words, we want to play the game must be Fantasy World." What? No more games? No more. All gone. Xu Jian and Altian fell into silence. It seems that Wancher has monopolized the Chinese game circle in some way, so that there are no new games in China. Xu Weifeng said, "It doesn't matter. At worst, we won't go to the human model battlefield. We will grind dungeons and fight the world boss. An orange suit and a glory suit have the same attributes." Altian said, "You also said it's a set. If you want to get an orange set, it's even harder than getting a glory set." The three of them fell into silence again. They could no longer go to the battlefield between humans and demons, and the forged sword would not go there at all. It would be useless to go there. As a person from Xinhua, the mission reward is only half. Players have begun to quit the guild one after another. There is no fool who is willing to spend double the time in exchange for other people's normal time, let alone the Glory Guild, which is normal times equipment is 4 times that of the members behind him. This gap is truly huge. Dingtian Guild, as one of the top 10 guilds, has several members who have experienced Novice Village number 88. The 3 of them simply do not dare to go to the human demon battlefield. This is obviously one person, and the others in Dingtian people also perform tasks carefully. But soon, the sounds of fighting came from Yifeng's Glory Guild. "A few people are here to support me. I have already sent out the coordinates. On the battlefield between humans and demons, I am besieged by Xinhua's people. Damn it. I'm here. I was blocked by these bastards when I was doing my mission yesterday. I'm going to fight back today." Before the demon clan started fighting, the Glory Guild and the Myth Guild started fighting on the battlefield between humans and demons. At this moment, Yifeng had already changed his position. The minute he was in the position of marshal, Yifeng could finally rest. Fortunately, the clone is in the position of marshal, and Yifeng also has experience, so Yifeng is relieved. Chapter 243: The Scene of Dreaming Back to Novice Village. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations on successfully upgrading your skills to level 3 and gaining 10% of mission experience. After not upgrading for a long time, I finally got the chance to upgrade. And it's 10% experience. Yifeng can now get 150 experience points. I'm afraid Yifeng can reach level 42 tonight. At this moment, Yifeng has joined Yanyu and others. For safety reasons, they all talk in the team channel. After all, Yifeng's identity is really terrifying. Boss, how did you get out? Who is the marshal standing there? Are you not the marshal? Yifeng said, of course it's still me. But that's my clone. It has no offensive power, and can only scare people. This is why when we were fighting in a team battle with Jue Feng and the others. Why did you know their location? That's it. As long as you are outside, you have to know what's going on outside at all times. Right. Yifeng said, yes. That's exactly it. Wow. Boss, you are playing a cheat. Yifeng nodded and said, that's right. By the way, I will recruit a few people into the team. Don't talk about my identity. Do you understand? The others nodded. After all, the fewer people knew about Yifeng's identity, the better. Yifeng pulled Hou, Chu Tianai and others in and prepared to talk about establishing a studio. When the team was full, Yifeng said, okay, if everyone is here, I want to announce something to you. Yifeng looked at the people around him. First was Xiao He, then Zisu, then Xiao Yi, then Yin Yu appeared. Arrogant brother made a strong appearance. Then Hou, Chu Tianai, Xiao Sheng, Yu Misty, Cold Snow. There are 11 people in total. And among these 11 people, Hou, Chu Tianai, Xiao Sheng, Yu Mingming, and Ling Shui all joined later. Although they are familiar with each other, and their feelings are not very deep, they already have a basic condition. That is, everyone believes in each other. Yanyu and Zisu withdrew from the team, leaving Yifeng with 9 people. Boss, why did my sister-in-law quit the team? Yifeng said, they have already agreed to what I want to say. It depends on your situation. President, tell me, no matter what happens, we will support you. Chu Tianai said, yes, I also support brother Yifeng. Yin Yu Mingming responded. Yifeng said with a smile, thank you for your support. It's like this. Our guild has been established, but we don't have a base. So I plan to create an online game studio in S City. What do you think? Xiao He was the first to say without thinking, boss. As long as you don't sell me to Africa, I will support you. You tell me the time and place. My brother and I will go there immediately. It is also my dream to build a studio. I will join. Xia nodded and said, yes, I'll join. Brother Arrogant said, I have to discuss it with my father. But the problem shouldn't be big. The people with the deepest feelings all agreed. Yifeng looked at the remaining people, wondering what their answers would be. What was unexpected was that Yu Mingming said, brother Yifeng, I'm going too. Yifeng said, are you sure? Will your parents say that I kidnapped girls? Humph. They won't care about me. I can go wherever I like. I must tell my disciples. As if to see the true appearance of Sister Yanyu. To be honest, Yu Mingming is not very old. So Yifeng is really worried about coming out. Chu Tianai said, it's not a big problem. I live alone anyway. It's just a change of location. There are just more people. It's better to be more lively. Hou nodded and said, yes. Yifeng's face was full of black lines. And people said a lot. When it comes to Hou, it would be a bit rash for you to save someone. Yifeng asked confirmingly, come or not? Hou nodded again and said, come. Yifeng nodded helplessly. This Hou always spoke with such simple words. I really don't know how lonely he is usually. Finally, it's Ling Shui and Xiao Sheng. Xiao Sheng is a student and can't come. But Ling Shui said that he should think about it. But overall, I basically agree. Yifeng said, in this case, I will go find a house tomorrow. Our studio has been established. It will be convenient for everything in the future. After all, I have people around me to do things. Yes. Yes. Last time when you fainted. Boss, I was so anxious. Now it's better. Not only can I see the true appearance of sister-in-law Yanyu, but I can also see the face of my boss. It's a worthwhile trip. Just when the serious things were said, Xiao He started to be unserious again. When talking about the battlefield of humans and demons, Yifeng switches to the identity perspective from time to time. As long as they are members of Xinhua, Yifeng cannot help but torture them. especially their elite team, which must be downgraded so that they cannot compete in the battlefield of humans and demons at all. Survive. Curses soon spread, asking why people in the Glory Guild doubled their mission rewards. While some guilds had their rewards doubled, people began to analyze their opinions one after another. The first is that many officials in the human-demon battlefield are members of the Glory Union. It is inevitable that they will gain an advantage. It is a fact recognized by the entire server that the Glory Union and the Black Myth Guild have a grudge. They were playing in front of the Marshal. It was really possible for this situation to happen. Suddenly, more ordinary members quit the gang. It would be better for me to be an independent than to join your Shinhua. So why should I suffer myself? At night, the human-demon battlefield finally ushered in the first battle, which was the attack of the demon army. As a general, Yi Feng led thousands of soldiers in front of the battlefield to prepare for the battle. Where Yi Feng's clone is located, battlefield missions are also released. Marshal Yi, come and collect the battlefield mission. Go to the battlefield and kill the demon soldiers. You will be rewarded with 2 points of glory. The more you kill, the greater the reward. It was the time of the war, and Yi Feng was no longer petty. No matter who he was, he could accept the mission. After Yi Feng released the mission, he let the system automatically release battlefield missions. Other missions had been blocked and would not be released. On the battlefield, Yi Feng, many players and NPC soldiers were already in full formation, waiting for the invasion of the demons. Opposite Yi Feng and others, there was a dark group of demon soldiers. Some walking on the ground, flying in the sky, some riding mounts, all types. Seeing this, Yi Feng shouted in the guild channel, "Everyone, call out your pets, and mount those who have mounts." Of course, killing the demons on the opposite side will drop gems and punching stones. Remember to pick them up. Do you understand? Clear. The Yi Feng guild has already assembled, and other guilds have followed suit. The demon army rushed forward, and Yi Feng led the NPC soldiers to attack. The players followed closely and started a battle with the demon soldiers. Facing the demon soldiers, generals like Yi Feng didn't care at all. Their target was the generals on the opposite side. And the demon generals were also looking for generals like Yi Feng. Soldiers versus soldiers. Generals versus generals. No problem. Chapter 244 Assassination of the Human Marshal. As the battle between the two sides broke out, Yi Feng went straight to the demon general opposite, not caring at all about the demon soldiers around him. Maybe it's because of the current levels. All demon soldiers are level 45, and even the demon generals are level 45. This makes it not very strenuous for players to fight. Nowadays, Yi Feng has only been equipped with the Destiny Glory suit and has to use the appearance of fashion. He is dressed in bright red and looks unusually conspicuous in the dark demon army. If you don't use fashion, then Yi Feng's equipment will be known to others. Now it is the Destiny Glory suit. This is obviously impossible, which means that Yi Feng must have used some plugin. After all, it is impossible for the system to give away such good equipment. Give it away. Now Yi Feng's blood volume has reached 12,000. His defense ability is also extremely terrifying, and his attack power is already terrifying. But now it is even more explosive. A demon soldier ran past Yi Feng, and Yi Feng took away thousands of health points with just a normal attack. Demon General Huska saw Yi Feng rushing forward, pulled out a black machete, and jumped to meet him. Another human general. I want to see how long you humans are going to resist. Go to H.L. Yi Feng looked at Huska coldly. This guy was no less than a silver boss. After all, he was a general-level demon. It was impossible for Yi Feng to kill him easily. The most he could do was force him back. Yi Feng shouted, "Pig's feet. Turn into a dragon." The pig's foot dragon roared, turned into a giant dragon, and waved its wings beside Yi Feng. Go and kill the demons. Roar. The flames from the pig's feet spurted out, and a group of demon soldiers were burned. Seeing this, Husker wanted to attack the pig's feet, but was blocked by Yi Feng. But at this moment, something happened to Yi Feng's clone standing in the human camp. The Xuanwu guards beside Yi Feng shouted, "Qinglong guards. What do you want to do?" All the Xuanwu guards drew their swords and looked at the Qinglong guards. The Qinglong guards also drew their swords and said calmly, "The demons are attacking. Of course we are here to protect the Marshal. We must be close to the Marshal. Otherwise, something will happen to you Xuanwu guards. Take responsibility?" The Xuanwu guard said without giving in, "I have been ordered by the Lord of Xuanwu City to guard you, not the Marshal. We Xuanwu guards know the strength of the Marshal very well. Don't think that we don't know what you want to do." You have the most power. Don't move. This is the Marshal's territory. Humph. Don't slander anyone. We have been ordered by the Lord of Qinglong City to protect the Marshal. How can we hurt him? The two sides were in a stalemate like this. It seemed that they wanted to take advantage of the war to kill Yifeng. They said that the demons were attacking and killed Yifeng. This was indeed a good plan. Unfortunately, the Lord of Qinglong City had no choice but to kill Yifeng. He is not an NPC. He is not dead. Even if he dies, he can still be resurrected. Yifeng's clone shouted, Qinglong Guard. I'm not weak enough to need your close protection. Let alone the Xuanwu Guard, who is beside me. I can rest assured. Xuanwu Guard. Put your sword away. Yes. Marshal. The Qinglong Guard also silently put away his sword. Since he was discovered, he would find other methods. At the same time, not far from Yifeng's clone, Aotian and others looked at Yifeng's clone with squinted eyes. The level of Yifeng's clone is the same as Yifeng. Only level 41. After calculation, Zhuifeng and the others decided to kill this hateful Marshal Yi. Yifeng himself was fighting on the battlefield. Fighting with the demon general. Unexpectedly, someone behind him was assassinating him. Now everyone is running because of the demon attack. But a group of them only wants to kill Yifeng's clone. Aotian, a group of more than 10 people, pretended to come to take over the mission. And Yifeng, let alone Gu Xia, is safe with Xuanwu guarding him here. A group of more than 10 people suddenly surrounded Marshal Yi. Under normal circumstances, they were here to receive tasks. And Marshal Yi was also handing out tasks normally. However, in front of all the players, Aotian and others unexpectedly slashed at Marshal Yi. Ding! System prompts, if you attack your NPC, you will be severely punished. Please stop immediately. The clone was attacked. And Yifeng immediately sensed who was going to kill him. Yifeng just switched the perspective and then switched back. Because the demon general opposite was not a decoration. If Yifeng didn't pay attention, he might be beaten to a low level. Yifeng had already seen it. It was Zhuifeng and the others. And they were so bold as to kill the NPC. The bold traitor dares to attack the Marshal. Kill him! Upon seeing this, the Xuanwu guards rushed forward unceremoniously, killing several Xinhua members instantly. After all, the level difference was too far. And Yifeng's identity, Marshal Yi, was seriously injured at this moment. Even if he was protected by the Xuanwu guards, Marshal Yi would not be able to sustain much blood. And Zhuifeng stared at Yifeng's clone. And the dark technique appeared on Yifeng's clone in an instant. Body. Puff. Yifeng's clone fell to the ground and died. And the Xuanwu guard said angrily, kill the damn demon spy. Ding. System prompt, if you kill the human Marshal, do you want to change camps and go to the demon camp? Otherwise, you will be punished by the humans. Zhuifeng clicked without hesitation. Changed camp. And directly became a demon. Ding. System prompt, player Zhuifeng turns on the camp mode. Players above level 30 can have one chance to choose the human or demon camp. The camp is activated and humans and demons are hostile. No increase in PK value. A series of system prompts. This is the human-demon battlefield. And then the camp mode is turned on. This is crazy. The human race and the demon race are hostile. And the rules in the safe zone are the same as before. However, in the wild, the two races can kill at will. On the human-demonic battlefield, the demon race must be assigned to the demon camp. Aotian had been killed by the Xuanwu guards and shouted in the Xinhua gang, we, all the Xinhua gang members, choose the demon clan, target the human clan, and kill the members of the Glory Guild. For a time, the members of Xinhua became members of the demon camp. And soon they appeared in the demon camp. On the front line, the demon army was retreating steadily. Suddenly a group of demon players appeared. They were members of the mythical guild. The two sides started a fierce battle. The news of Marshal Yi's death spread all of a sudden. On the first day of the human-demonic battlefield, Marshal Yi was killed by players. This was probably not a good sign for the human race. The Qinglong guards watched everything silently. And the Xuanwu guards glared, Qinglong guards, where is your responsibility? Haha. As a marshal, he has no ability to protect himself. If he dies, he will die. Just wait until a capable person is sent. You? In the land of the human race, the Lord of Qinglong City quickly received the news that Yifeng had been killed. And his whole mood was extremely good. The Lord of Xuanwu City also received the news. But he didn't panic at all, because he knew that Yifeng would be resurrected. So don't worry at all. Chapter 245 Human Demon Camp. Uh-huh. You're finally dead. Aren't you cool? Aren't you cool? You're not dead yet. I really want to thank those warriors. Unfortunately, they have already surrendered to the demons. Otherwise, I would have to thank you very much. On the battlefield between humans and demons, once Marshall Yi died, no one sent out tasks. And no one could hand in tasks. What should I do? All the NPCs were dead. Yi Feng himself looked at the clone's resurrection time. It would take another hour. Which was troublesome. Yi Feng found Chu Tianai and said, "Help me. I have something to do." "What's going on? Something about the human demon camp?" "Almost. Call Arrogant to help you." "No problem. Arrogant. Come quickly." Yi Feng pushed away the demon general with a sword and walked quickly towards the human camp. Feng Xingyun. Yi Feng completed the transformation at extreme speed and finally turned into a marshal. Yi Feng walked toward his cabin step by step with murderous intent. When the Xuanwu guard saw Yi Feng appear, he said excitedly, "Marshal, you are back." Yi Feng nodded and said, "Well, thank you for your hard work." Yi Feng took one look and was stunned by the Qinglong guard. Yi Feng snorted coldly, "Qinglong guard? Are you very disappointed? I don't know what the marshal is talking about." The Qinglong guard said in fear. "Humph. Go get lost here. Go back and tell the Lord of Qinglong City that I will settle the accounts with him later." "Yes. Don't bring me here." Yi Feng flicked his cloak, sat on the marshal's chair, and shouted, "I am now issuing a special mission. The whole server will hunt down Jue Feng, Aotian, and Swordmaker. If you don't kill once, you will be rewarded with 3,000 glory points. This will be permanent. The three of them are currently on the human demon battlefield." Ding! System prompt. The human marshal has released a server-wide mission to hunt down Jue Feng, Aotian, and Zhijian. The reward is 3,000 glory points, which can be repeated infinitely. Let me go! What's going on? The people of Xinhua have provoked the marshal of the human race. They are looking for death. No wonder they all moved their camps. No wonder. Jue Feng and the others in the demon camp were almost dumbfounded after hearing this mission. Didn't they kill the NPC? Didn't they say that? When the NPC dies, it dies and is gone. Could it be that another marshal has arrived? This is too fast. Su Daonian and the others received news that the person they killed before was not the real marshal, but a substitute, and the real marshal had appeared. Damn. This NPC is so cunning. We're in big trouble now. Jue Feng shook his head and said, "Thanks. It won't happen. Not this time. We can kill him one time. Anyway, we are already in different racial camps." "Yes. My cousin is right. President. We, Xinhua, have the final say on the territory of the demon clan." Aotian's eyes lit up. But it was definitely not their guild that could have such an idea. Once the camp was opened, there would definitely be other things opened in the future. The mythical guild has no place to stay in the human race. When Yi Feng issued a pursuit mission, it could be killed even in the safe zone. On the battlefield, gems and equipment punching stones began to explode one after another. But the explosion rate was relatively low. Ordinary magic soldiers hardly exploded. Only those with some official positions did. The battle lasted for nearly an hour and finally stopped. After all, soldiers on both sides would lose soldiers. When the losses reached a certain level, the system would cut off the attack horns of both sides. When the players all returned to the camp and started handing in tasks, Yi Feng's experience was comparable to that of flying. He reached level 42 in less than a minute, and it was still rising. In the land of humans, the Lord of Qinglong City was originally in a very good mood. But someone told him that Yi Feng was not dead, but his substitute. Not only that, but his own people were also driven out of the human demon battlefield. It would be difficult to kill Yi Feng now, unless you send experts there. The Lord of Qinglong City shouted coldly, "It seems that it is time for you to appear." "Yes, my master." "Go. Marshal Tai's head comes to see me." "Yes." On the battlefield between humans and demons, more and more players are coming. Because I heard that gems and equipment punching stones are really exploding here. And more players are coming. Let's not talk about using these things for ourselves. They are definitely selling them for money. After the clone was resurrected, Yi Feng exchanged bodies with the clone again. And Yi Feng finally came to Yan Yu and others. "You. That's really troublesome. Here you go. Is it solved?" Yi Feng said, "Well, have you accepted the mission to kill the 3 people chasing the wind?" Xiao He said, "Boss, I picked it up first. Did you see Yi Feng and the others on the battlefield just now? Yi Feng asked. Chu Tianai shook his head and said, no. They are being chased. They don't seem to dare to show up at will. Well, if you see him entangled, just ask the master to kill him directly. If you want to enter the battlefield between humans and demons, only the Imperial City has a teleportation point, which is where Yi Feng and the others must come. Yi Feng led everyone out of the battlefield between humans and demons. Today's events are over. However, at the request of Xiao He and others, they waited for more than 10 minutes at the transfer point of the human-demon battlefield. They did not see Yi Feng and the others coming out, so they had no choice but to let it go. It was not that easy to catch them. As soon as Yi Feng returned to Yi Mansion, he was told by the housekeeper that the Lord of Xuanwu City was looking for him. Yi Feng hurried to the Xuanwu City Lord's mansion. When he arrived at the City Lord's mansion, the old housekeeper said, I was scared to death. Something unexpected happened to you because of you. Are you okay? Old housekeeper. Don't worry. I won't die. Well, go ahead. The City Lord is waiting for you. In the main hall of the City Lord, the City Lord Xuanwu was drinking. When he saw Yi Feng coming, he motioned for Yi Feng to sit down. The maid came and offered a glass of wine, and Yi Feng drank it all in one gulp. How is the battlefield between humans and demons? Yi Feng said, it's okay. But I was assassinated once. I'm very unhappy. Haha. It's a good thing you are immortal. Otherwise you could sit here and drink with me. The Lord of Xuanwu City smiled. Yi Feng knew that the Lord of Xuanwu City could not really laugh at him, and was also laughing at those who killed him. I have issued a pursuit order. Let's see how long they can hide. The Lord of Xuanwu City suddenly said seriously, it's not them you should pay attention to, but the Lord of Qinglong City. Lord of Qinglong City? I have driven away his people. Yi Feng said in confusion. Naive. As city lords, don't we have our own mysterious power? It's impossible. Otherwise anyone can be a city lord. What I want you to be careful about is the mysterious power of the Qinglong City Lord. Is Qinglong assassin? Qinglong assassin? Killer? Yi Feng asked. Yes. They have Qinglong assassins in Qinglong City. And we have Xuanwu hunters in Xuanwu City. They are also of the same level. I can only tell you that their abilities are very strong. You have to be careful. Even if you are immortal, you often wouldn't it be annoying to be killed? Yi Feng said in a low voice. Then kill the Lord of Qinglong City. The Lord of Xuanwu City was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, you boy, you are bloody and tough enough. Unfortunately, the Lord of Qinglong City is not someone you can kill if you want to. And even I may not be able to kill him. Yi Feng said, wait until I grow up. I won't die anyway. The Lord of Xuanwu City said, come, drink and drink. As for what you just said, we will talk about it later. Originally, Yi Feng didn't know why the Lord of Xuanwu City suddenly changed his mind. But the Lord of Xuanwu City suddenly winked at him. Yi Feng knew why. Someone was eavesdropping. Chapter 246, Looking for a House. Call out! A chopstick flew up to the roof and a scream was heard. Boom! A figure fell from the roof, vomiting blood, and finally stopped moving. Green Dragon Assassin. This is what Yi Feng saw from the name of the NPC. It turned out that this was the Green Dragon Assassin. Yi Feng didn't feel it at all. If it weren't for the Lord of Xuanwu City, Yi Feng would not have known about the existence of this guy. Humph. The little Qinglong assassin dares to come to my Xuanwu City. He is really looking for death. Someone will carry him out. It's bad luck. A chopstick can instantly kill a Qinglong assassin of this level, which shows that the Lord of Xuanwu City is very powerful. Yi Feng said, thank you very much. Brother, you're welcome. How is your strength? Yi Feng said, very strong. That's right. Be careful. As for what you said, I have to plan carefully. When the time comes, I will tell you. Yi Feng was overjoyed and said, thank you, brother. Haha. Thank you. No need. We brothers haven't had a drink in a long time. Let's not leave today and keep drinking. Okay. Come on. Brother. I'm going to let you go today. Brother. You say that every time. And it's you who pours it every time. Just do it. Done. The next morning, Yi Feng looked drunk, but his face was still red from drunkenness. Yi Feng plans to look for a house today, and it is impossible for him to live here in Zisu. After all, there are quite a few of them. How's it going? Are you okay? Yi Feng shook his hand and said, It's okay. I drank too much, and I'm almost used to it. You are the first to complete a game like this, Yin-Yu said angrily. Zissou put his hands on his hips and said, Next time, take me to see that Xuanwu City Lord. Why he keeps getting you drunk? Really? Okay. I'll take you to visit me next time. I'll pay you a visit, and maybe I can give you something. Humph. If you don't give me anything, I'll rob their house. Yifeng shook his head and said, Let's go out and have a look. Didn't I ask some of them when we were having dinner yesterday? Let's go take a look today. Well, I've already contacted you. Let's go to this place first. The landlord happens to be here at this time. Let's go! Yin-Yu pointed to the notes recorded in the notebook yesterday. The first one was not too far away from Yifeng and the others. The taxi only lasted 10 minutes. And soon they arrived in front of a community. It's a community. It's better to say it's a villa community. But this villa community is relatively old. The houses should be more than 10 years old. After meeting the landlord, Yifeng realized that they were still living here. But they would go abroad in a few days and live with their children. So they might not have enough time to come back. But when Yifeng and the others looked at the house, they shook their heads inwardly. Although it was a villa and spacious, there were too few rooms. Only 6. And they were not allowed to renovate. It was useless. So they gave up and headed to their next home. The second house is in the same 10-year-old community. But the house is a bit different from what the landlord said. It is too small. So I gave up. It wasn't until the 5th house that Yifeng and the others came to a separate courtyard. They saw that it was a place that was often cleaned. The strange thing is that the landlord is an 18-year-old girl who has just graduated from high school. When Yifeng saw her, the girl was very shy. So Yin-Yu and Zissou had to talk to her. Yifeng, led by the nanny, visited the entire house. The house is divided into 3 floors. The girls live on the 2nd floor, and the nanny lives downstairs. They are usually the 2 at home. After asking about the situation, I found out that the girls' parents were doing business abroad and rarely came back. Even if they came back, they would take the girl to live with them for a few months and then send them back to the country. They were children left behind in the countryside. And she was a left-behind child. For children in cities, it's really a bit awkward to say that. Are you planning to build a studio here? Yin-Yu said, Well, your house has more rooms. With a total of 3 floors. It is also very convenient. It does meet our requirements. I'm bored at home alone. And the house is empty. It's a rental fee to leave it alone. So I might as well rent it out. Yin-Yu said, I'll go and ask. Speaking of smoke, he came to Yifeng and talked about the situation of his house, which was the most suitable at the moment. Yifeng said, Well, that's good. Does the landlord want to live here together? Yin-Yu nodded and said, Well, she won't move away. But she is shy. So the people in our guild won't be noisy. Yifeng thought for a while. And he probably would. After all, most of them were boys. So they were definitely noisy. Well, I'll try my best to make an appointment with them. If I can, I'll sign a contract. We have everything here. We don't even need to prepare a conference room. The attack was left by her parents. So we can use it. Well, that's settled then. Although the house is nice, the landlord is a little shy. But the landlord has a request. She is also playing Fantasy World. And she also wants to join the studio. It's easy to say, as long as you are willing. We are just a newly established studio. There are no requirements. As long as everyone has fun together. The landlord said, Well, hello everyone. My name is Yunwan Chia in the game. You can call me Sioya. Although she was introducing herself, Sioya still lowered her head and was still shy. Yifeng said, Hello. My name is Yifeng. You should have heard of me. Sioya covered her mouth in surprise, looked at the 3 Yifeng people in disbelief, and said, It's impossible. Are you really Yifeng? Yifeng nodded and said, Well, that's Yifeng. Sioya pointed at Yin-Yu and Zissou and said, Aren't you Yin-Yu and Purple Rabbit? Yin-Yu and Zissou nodded with a smile and said, Well, that's us. Wow. I actually met a real person. Everyone said that Yin-Yu is the most beautiful goddess in the online game industry. I just said that you are so beautiful with the mask on. And you will definitely be more beautiful with the mask off. Although she is shy. She is now. The excitement level is much stronger than the shyness level. And I am no longer nervous when I speak. Yin-Yu took Xiaoya's hand and said, That's right. There's no need to be shy. This is good. Xiao Yu immediately blushed and said, Sister Yin-Yu, I was born with this. Watching the three girls chatting, Yifeng looked at the house again, and had already assigned a residence in his mind. After making an agreement with Xiaoya, the three of them finally returned to Zisu's house, and would move there early tomorrow morning. Zisu looked at her house and said, "Hey, after living here for a long time, I really feel reluctant to leave it." Yifeng said, "This is your home. Come back if you want. Of course you can choose to stay at home." Zisu glared at Yifeng and said, "Is it okay for you to flirt with me?" Yifeng rubbed Zisu and said, "How about flirting with you?" Zisu immediately blushed and whispered, "Okay." Looking at Zisu's expression of joy, Yifeng knew that this little girl didn't know what she was thinking. "Okay. It's time for lunch. Come and help me. I'll be the chef." Chapter 247 being followed. In the afternoon, Yifeng finally played a game. After coming up, Xiao He immediately asked Yifeng if he had found the house, and where it was. It couldn't be a big factory. Yifeng rolled his eyes at Xiao He and said, "By bar with a garden. The space is quite large and suitable for our development. But the landlord requires us to join our studio." Xiao He said with a look of disgust, "No way. Aunt or uncle, do you like this 18-year-old girl?" Yifeng teased. Xiao He's eyes were shining brightly and he said, "Boss, give me the address and I'll get on the bus tonight. Bye Fume. I'm safe for the rest of my life." The arrogant brother on the side said, You have height but not height. You have physique but not physique. You can catch your eye and eat shit on live broadcast. Do you believe it or not?" Xiao He pointed at brother Arrogant and said, "Arrogant, I treat you as a brother. But you actually hurt me like this. Just wait for your shit. TCH. Boss, give me your address and I'll go to your place right away." Brother Arrogant said nervously. Xiao He jumped up and struggled with arrogance, saying, "Damn it. Don't steal the woman from me. It's mine. Get out of here. It belongs to me. It belongs to me." Yifeng and others were speechless. These two people really had enough. They began to pinch each other without anyone seeing it. Yifeng asked, "Did something happen this morning? Tell me." Chu Ti and I responded, "After Shenhua joined the demon camp yesterday. Today several major guilds have joined the demon camp one after another. And many small guilds have also joined the demon camp. There are more individual players." Yifeng nodded. This situation must exist. After all, even if you join the demon camp, you can still live in the 8 major cities, and do tasks, and so on without being affected. It's just that the battlefield between humans and demons is different. Also, PK between different camps does not increase the PK value, which can be said to be very good. Nowadays, on the human side, Helan Shigu is the strongest representative of the guild. In the demon camp, Shenhua, Shuntian, and Dingtian have become the most powerful guilds in the demon camp. After all, on the battlefield between humans and demons, their guild received unfair treatment. And it was all caused by Yifeng. At present, the remaining 5 major guilds are hesitating whether to continue to stay in the human race or go to the demon clan. It depends on the future direction of the human-demonic battlefield. Let's go. Upgrade the battlefield between humans and demons, and get glory points. Arriving at the battlefield between humans and demons, Yifeng looked at his experience and almost shocked himself. He was already almost level 43. Because Yifeng's clone remains in the human-demon battlefield, all Yifeng offline can still gain experience. Yifeng switched to the clone's perspective to see if there were any difficult tasks for which he could get considerable glory points. After all, glory points could only be obtained by completing tasks and killing demons. Yifeng saw that most of the tasks were 10 to 20. What Yifeng could do was double the rewards or reduce the rewards. This was his right on the surface. Yifeng looked through a mission, which was quite a lot. The reward was 1,000 glory points for killing a demon general. The difficulty cannot be said to be very difficult, but it is not very easy either. It is equivalent to killing 1,000 demons. However, I don't know what it will be like to kill demon players in the human-demon battlefield. When Yifeng clicks on the 1,000 points of glory, a doubling and reduction prompt will appear. Yifeng clicks on doubling. Yifeng returned to his own perspective and said to the people around him, "Gather a team and let's go take on the mission." It's a pity that Yifeng can only form a team of 10 people at most. And the number of Yifeng and others is constantly increasing. And there will be more in the future. What should we do? The number of people is exceeded. What should I do? Yifeng said helplessly. Boss, you can form a guild team mode. People who can only form a guild can form a maximum of 100 people. Xiao He said. Yifeng said with an embarrassed look. Does it still have this function? Xiao Hei said cautiously. Boss, I won't say anything about you. Just give you a look and you will understand for yourself. Yifeng's face was dark. In the guild channel, he saw the guild team formation. Yifeng disbanded the team and started the guild team formation. And then, he assembled the people. When Yifeng came to his clone, he directly took over the tasks he had arranged. When Xiao Hei saw the glory value, he couldn't help but scream. Damn it. 2,000 points of glory. This mission is so awesome. If I do it a few more times, I can change a component of the glory suit. Boss, why did your blood volume suddenly increase so much? When Xiao Hei said this, everyone else looked at Yifeng's blood volume. Sure enough, the total blood volume was 12,000, which was terrifying to death. Let me go! Boss, what's going on? I have 12,000 health points, but I only have less than 5,000. By the way, don't you like wearing fashionable clothes? Why are you wearing them again? Yifeng had not told them about the Destiny Glory suit at all. It was not the time to tell them yet. Yifeng said, It's nothing. I just got a piece of equipment that increases health. My health has increased. What's more, I suddenly fell in love with red fashion. It's that simple. From Yifeng's explanation, anyone with a discerning eye would know that Yifeng was lying. But since he didn't tell anyone, he couldn't insist on discussing it. If he asked about something bad, it would be over. When Yifeng accepted the mission, the entire team had already accepted the mission. Yifeng said, We are getting ready to go to the battlefield. This demon general is located close to the demon camp. We still have to be careful. Clear. Yifeng's group of people leaving will definitely attract a lot of attention. After all, Yifeng's reputation is there. And the experts in their team will inevitably make others think that they have taken on some incredible mission. After Yifeng and the others left, an individual player followed. Xue Feng, who was hiding in the demon camp at the moment, looked at the sudden message and finally had a smile on his face. He was finally willing to give up. President Altian, take the people with you. Let's go meet Yifeng. Aren't they going to kill us? Come on then. The entire map of the human demonic battlefield has a huge open space in the middle, which is used for fighting. The tops of the upper and lower sides are human and demon camps. However, outside the open space is a dense forest, where there are often demon soldiers and human soldiers. Yifeng and the others were going to destroy a sentry tower, which was guarded by a demon general. Yifeng led people through the forest. In the dense forest, even in broad daylight, the sunlight was blocked by the thick leaves, and the forest was still dark. Shoo! Yifeng stopped, because Yifeng heard other sounds, and everyone squatted down, trying not to make any sound. Swish, swish, swish. There was the sound of someone stepping on dead leaves on the ground. But the sound soon stopped. Yifeng said in the team channel, Follow me. When I reach out, don't move. The others nodded and stopped making noises. Yifeng started walking. Before walking 10 meters, Yifeng suddenly stopped. There was another rustling sound of footsteps, and they stopped quickly. Chapter 248 Fighting Chai Feng. Someone is following them. This is the feeling for everyone. They don't know if the demon soldiers are following them, or if there are players following them. Yifeng said in the team, You go forward. I will go behind and take a look. Remember not to look back. Well, let's go! Chu Tianai said. Yifeng did not leave, but turned sideways and hid behind a big tree, quietly waiting for the person behind him. After Chu Tianai and the others left, Yifeng obviously heard someone following them, and it was obvious that they were really following them. Yifeng didn't make a sound, but waited quietly to see who was following them. The rustling footsteps got closer and closer, until the man appeared in front of Yifeng. He did not look at Yifeng at all, but continued to walk forward cautiously, following Chu Tianai and the others from a distance. Sure enough, it was the players who were following them, not the demon soldiers. Yifeng patted the player's shoulder lightly, and the guy said, Don't bother me. I'm stalking someone. As a result, Yifeng patted the player's shoulder again, which was considered a reaction. When he looked back and saw Yifeng, he was almost scared to death. Yifeng, what do you want to do? Yifeng crossed his arms and said, Why are you following us? Following? What am I following? I'm on a mission. If there's nothing else, I'll leave. Yifeng's sword fell directly on the man's shoulder and said, Are you sure? Yifeng, don't think that if you are the second best player in the server, I will be afraid of you. I won't be able to kill you once, and I will only lose some experience. Yifeng asked curiously. Second in the whole server? Who is first? Humph. Of course it's our guild's Chai Feng. Chasing the wind? So Aotian and the others want him to supervise themselves. Depending on the situation. Aotian and the others are coming? Yifeng said with a smile. Okay. Your mission is over. Go back. That guy was confused for a moment, and then just let him go. This Yifeng is too easy to deceive. Ah! A corpse was lying at Yifeng's feet. Yifeng shouted coldly, I want you to die. Are you a pig? Think I'm stupid? After Yifeng dealt with this person, he said on the team channel, Aotian and Jue Feng will probably attack us. We must be careful. A spy from Shenhua? That's right. At this moment, Jue Feng received the news that his people had been discovered and killed by Yifeng. Jue Feng sneered, The person who killed me? Staying here will destroy your group. Yifeng and his group have arrived at the destination of this mission. There is an outpost not far in front of them. There are 2 sentry towers with a demon archer on each of them. Below the sentry tower there is a team of demons. Tribe soldiers. 10 demon tribe soldiers. Plus a demon tribe major general. This is the mission target of Yifeng and the others. Yifeng and the others were hiding behind some big trees. Fortunately, they could talk through the team channel. Otherwise, they would be discovered by the demons if they spoke loudly. How to fight? Chu Tianai asked. Yifeng said, The archers on the sentry tower will focus their fire and kill them first. Then I will pester the demon major general. How about you kill those demon soldiers? Okay. Everyone responded. But Yifeng still frowned and said, I'm afraid Jue Feng and the others are also nearby. If we start fighting, I'm afraid they will come out and attack us. Yu Mingming held up his staff and said, Don't be afraid. I will assist you from behind and let them see how powerful I am. Chu Tianai said, Yu Mingming's support ability is very strong. Trust her. Looking at Chu Tianai and Yu Mingming, Yifeng nodded and said, Okay. I'll attract the target first. And you guys will be on top. Clear. Yifeng rushed forward with a vigorous step. Yifeng was a human race. Yifeng's appearance immediately attracted attacks from the demon race. Especially the sentry tower, which kept attacking Yifeng. Now! Yifeng shouted. It was rare for the demons to see a human intruding into their territory. With an order, they rushed towards Yifeng. In less than 5 seconds, 2 demon corpses fell from the sentry tower. It was the 2 archers. Yifeng shouted, Ice Grit. In an instant, all the demon soldiers were controlled. Yifeng turned around and pushed back the demon major general. At this time, Chu Tianai and others rushed up and pressed the demon soldiers to the ground and rubbed them. The demon major general was restrained by Yifeng and could not save his subordinates at all. He saw him being killed by the humans, which became the experience of Chu Tianai and others. In less than a minute, all 10 demon soldiers had been killed. Fortunately, a low-grade gemstone was also exploded. Xiao He said with a relaxed look, This task is really easy. Come on. Go help the boss and finish the fight early. Lest Jue Feng and the others show up. Arrogant brother said. Arrogant and the others were just about to go to help Yifeng when a large number of skills attacked them. Get out of the way. Chu Tianai shouted. There were bows and arrows and magic. But Chu Tianai and the others hit quickly, and no one was hit. But the distance from Yifeng was even further. Haha. You came to my demon clan's territory, and you want to take away the mission so easily? Have you asked our mythical guild? Aotian said with an evil smile. Xiao He patted the dust on his body and said, What bullshit mythical guild? I've never heard of it. If you want to fight, just fight. Stop talking nonsense. Aotian shouted coldly, Since you want to die so much, my mythical guild will give you a free ride. Come on. Kill them all and get the glory points. Players from both camps will receive 1 point of glory if they are killed by the same player within 10 minutes. This is just in case a player takes advantage of this feature to gain glory points. Chu Tianai shouted, If you want to kill us to gain glory points, it depends on whether you are qualified or not. Kill! Nian Daiyuming Minjio shouted, Flowing clouds and flowing water. Purple and gold imperial shield. Yu Mingming's auxiliary skills are absolutely powerful. As soon as her auxiliary skills are used, Chu Tianai and others clearly feel that their defense power has been strengthened a lot. On the other side, Yifeng was entangled with the demon major general, while Jue Feng was holding him down coldly. Dang! Yifeng bounced the demon major general away, jumped and landed in the distance, looking at the people fighting in a group not far away. Yifeng said, Jue Feng, I will gain a lot of glory from killing you. Haha. That means my head is valuable. Haha. I don't think it's your head. But I think a guy with a shrunken head, who only dares to hide in the battlefield between humans and demons is only worth so much money. Xue Feng shouted angrily. Yi Feng. If you dare. Say it again. Boom. The demon major general attacked Yi Feng again. But Yi Feng easily dodged it and said, It's just a coward. I really think I'm some big shot. You're rubbish. You're dead. Xue Feng said word for word. Yi Feng said with a smile, Oh? Really? It seems you were the loser last time. Haha. Last time I suffered a loss in skill time. This time, I won't give you a chance. Dark technique. Come on. Chapter 249, Strong Crush. Chai Feng once again transformed into the appearance of Storm Canyon. A tall shushing demon statue standing at the Demon Sentry Tower. The demon major generals stopped what they were doing and saluted Xue Feng. However, the biggest difference between today's Yi Feng and the previous Yi Feng is that Yi Feng's equipment has improved by more than just a little bit. The original Yi Feng could kill Xue Feng. And now Yi Feng can do the same. And it's even easier. However, Yi Feng's demonization can only be possessed when the blood volume is lower than 5%. So Yi Feng did not use demonization from the beginning as Xue Feng thought. Xue Feng smiled sinisterly and said, Jia Jia. Yi Feng, where are your transformation skills? If you don't use them, I won't let you use them. Yi Feng said with a smile on his face, If I hit you, there is no need to transform. This sentence completely angered Xue Feng. Xue Feng's attacks were extremely terrifying. Chu Tianai, who saw Xue Feng's attack methods head-on for the first time, took a breath of air. It was really terrifying. No wonder people on the forum said that Xue Feng was, Fantasy World, the #1 master. Feng Xingyun. Yi Feng's speed increased to the limit. Xue Feng couldn't beat Yi Feng at all. He could be dodged by Yi Feng every time. The most important thing was that the contented expression on Yi Feng's face made Xue Feng's mentality begin to collapse. Yi Feng. One of the people I hate the most in my whole life. Xue Feng. You will regret it. The art of darkness. The art of magic thunder. Above Yi Feng's head, a terrifying black magic cloud suddenly appeared. And black lightning made Yi Feng's scalp numb. If he was hit, Yi Feng might not be able to withstand this level of health for long. Boom! A black lightning the size of a bowl fell down. And Yi Feng dodged it without any hesitation. The ground where he was just standing was actually blasted out by the black lightning into a huge pit. Moreover, the surrounding soil was still filled with black electricity. Yi Feng was thankful that he was not hit, and just breathed a sigh of relief. Another bolt of lightning fell, hitting Yi Feng's head. Yi Feng had no time to dodge. The attack was continuous, which was a bit abnormal. Minus 3,000. Knocking out 3,000 of Yi Feng's health in one go was simply terrifying. If it were an ordinary player, he would probably be killed instantly. Black electricity kept flowing on Yi Feng's body, making a squeaking sound. Seeing that Yi Feng was defeated by Xue Feng, Yu Mingming raised the staff in his hand and said, Fate. Super Divine Technique. Ding. System prompt. Obtain the assist state. And the super god's life will be restored at a rate of 1,000 points per second, lasting for 1 minute. What a terrifying aid. The sword in Yi Feng's hand has been replaced by a staff. The earth's flames explode. Yi Feng's damage hit Xue Feng, but it had no effect. Completely immune. Hey. Low-level dark magic. How can it hurt me? If you don't transform, just wait until the group is destroyed. Yi Feng was also frightened in his heart. Xue Feng's form was actually immune to ordinary dark magic, which was indeed a bit abnormal. The staff turned into a golden sword again. And this time Yi Feng rushed forward directly. Because of the rainy condition, Yi Feng was not afraid of chasing the wind at all. The sword of the enforcer. Holy light slash. Damn it. Law enforcement profession. Yi Feng discovered that his law enforcer profession was the nemesis of Xue Feng. And a single skill could deal forward damage. But Yi Feng is a small player after all. And Xue Feng has become the size of a giant. Yi Feng was slapped by Xue Feng and flew away. Destiny Glory Set Skill. Battlefield Sword Chi. Boom. A terrifying sword energy struck Xue Feng directly. The sword energy collided with the Boo Shadow. And the Boo Shadow shook and swallowed up the sword energy. Seeing that it was effective, Yi Feng immediately used the second skill of the Glory Set, Sweep Annihilation. There are 3 skills in the Destiny Glory Set, and Yi Feng has them all. The first is Battlefield Sword Energy. The second is Sweeping Thousands of Armies. And the third is Thundering Fury. As soon as Yi Feng's second skill came out, Jue Feng and his shadow were knocked away, and they hit the sentry tower hard, directly smashing the sentry tower. Upon seeing this, the demon major general rushed forward immediately, trying to protect Jue Feng. Yi Feng shouted, "The Wrath of Thunder." The golden sword in Yi Feng's hand seemed to be filled with millions of thunder and lightning, roaring unwillingly. Puff! Directly piercing the chest of the demonic major general. The thunderbolt instantly penetrated into the demonic major general's body like a spider. Crack! The sound came from the body of the demon major general. And -1,000 damage continued to float out of the demon major general's head. This is a continuous damage. Although it cannot kill the demon general, it can keep him under control. Zhu Tianai and others appeared in the distance, and had killed many people in the myth. Altian and Zhu Jian were struggling to support them. They were no match for Zhu Tianai and Ho, let alone Yanyu and Brother Arrogant. Attack from the side and lose in just a moment. Shui Feng had already seen the decline on his side, and stared at Yi Feng. This time Yi Feng did not transform, and he could not do anything about him. Yi Feng grew up too fast, and it seemed that he could only go to the Demon King again. Shui Feng shouted, "Retreat! Retreat!" Altian and Zhu Jian looked at each other unwillingly, gritted their teeth and said, "Back off." Shinawa's people began to retreat, and Zhu Tianai and others began to chase. Yi Feng said, "Don't chase after the bandits. Not to mention, there is a demon camp inside. If we go there, we will die." Without Zhui Feng, the demon major general in front of Yi Feng became Yi Feng's meal. He was killed directly in less than 5 minutes. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations on successfully killing the first major general of the demon clan. You will be rewarded with 500 glory points. Holy shit. I got 500 glory points without even handing in the mission. It's so cool. Boss, do you have any missions like this? Xiao Hei said. Yi Feng switched directly, searched and said, "Yes, I handed in the task. And I'm coming." "Great. I think I can change parts of the glory suit today. An ordinary glory set component requires 3,000 glory points. Now Xiao Hei and the others have already obtained 2,500 glory points, including yesterday's. It is almost 3,000. Yi Feng said, "Don't exchange it for normal glory status. If you want to exchange it, it's best to exchange it." Xiao Hei said in disbelief, "Boss, a set of glory destiny set costs 80,000 glory points. That's an astronomical figure." Yi Feng blinked and said, "Believe me." Xiao Hei and others said, "Of course I believe you. But this may take a long time." Yi Feng showed a mysterious smile. As the highest commander and marshal in the battlefield between humans and demons, Yi Feng does whatever he says on the battlefield between humans and demons. For example, an ordinary player can accept unlimited ordinary tasks in Yi Feng in one day. Tasks with 100 glory points can only be accepted 10 times a day, and tasks with 1,000 glory points can only be accepted once a day. However, Yi Feng can change the task to 1,000 glory points as long as Yi Feng agrees. Can be connected wirelessly. So when they took the mission for the 3rd time, they found something different. They all remained silent. It seemed that only Yi Feng could get this kind of benefit. In one day, Yi Feng and his team actually gained nearly 10,000 glory points. This is simply terrifying. If those demon sentry towers were not killed by them, and took 7 days to refresh, I am afraid that they could really refresh tens of thousands of glory points in one day. Chapter 250 Establishing a Studio. The next morning, with Zisu's reluctant expression, Yi Feng arrived at Xiaoya's house non-stop, carrying large and small bags of things and 2 beauties, Yanyu and Zisu. The difference from yesterday was that when Yi Feng and the others came here today, the house had become clean, with many things missing from before. Yi Feng waved and said, "Hello, Xiaoya. We have officially moved in today. Members of the studio will be arriving one after another today and tomorrow. I hope you don't mind." Xiaoya said, "Well, am I also a member of the studio from today on?" Yi Feng nodded and said, "From the moment I step in." "You are the one. Have you assigned a room?" "Okay. The rooms of my 2 sisters are on the same floor as mine. They are on the 2nd floor. There are 3 rooms on the 2nd floor. I use one of them. You can choose the other 2 as you wish. The 3rd floor is your boy's residence. There are guest rooms there. And the grocery room. I asked the nanny to clean it up yesterday. I can just go buy some furniture today, and that's it." Yi Feng nodded. And the 2 girls followed Xiaoya to the 2nd floor, while Yi Feng went to the 3rd floor alone. The 3rd floor was empty, and there were many rooms. But there was a conference room on the 3rd floor with 9 rooms. Several people will do. Yifeng chose a room adjacent to the conference room. It had a simple bed and wardrobe. It was very simple. Maybe it was used by guests, so it was not decorated much. Yifeng looked at the other rooms. Some had beds and some didn't even have beds. It seemed like he was going to be busy again today. Fortunately, they already knew the address yesterday and were on their way here today. They were not playing games anymore, so Yifeng could feel free to buy furniture and other things. As the leader of the studio, Yifeng must consider his employees. So after Yanyu and Zisu set up the room, the three of them went to the furniture market, because they were all living alone. The bed Yifeng wanted was not big. It was a small bed, plus a small wardrobe, which was enough. Buying them some daily necessities is worthy of them. The next thing is to wait for their call. Yifeng and Zisu go to pick them up, and Yanyu welcomes them here. At noon, the first call finally came. Instead of the most positive Xiaohei, it was the little girl Yu Mingming. On the way to the airport, Zisu also asked, "Isn't this little guy running away secretly?" Yifeng said helplessly, "Then keep an eye on him. Otherwise, we won't be able to take responsibility if he runs away. She is only 15 years old and is making airplanes by herself." Needless to say, Yu Mingming's family background is definitely good. As for what will happen, only she knows. In the pickup hall, Yifeng said to Yu Mingming on the other end of the phone, "Where are you? Why didn't I see you? I'm a little scared. Are you a bad person?" Yifeng almost fell down. "You are already here, but you only considered that I am a bad person at this time. Isn't it a little too late?" Zisu grabbed the phone and said, "He is definitely not a good person. But I am a good person. Where are you?" Yu Mingming said, "Well, I'm hiding in the girls' toilet now. It's my first time to go out and I'm scared." "You didn't really sneak out, did you?" Speaking of sneaking away, Yu Mingming stood up straight and said, "I didn't sneak out. Then which bathroom are you in?" "I've walked out, and I'm the one carrying the blue backpack." Yifeng looked around and saw a smiling girl carrying a blue backpack and holding a mobile phone not far away. Yifeng said, "Let's go." "I saw her." When Yifeng walked up to Yu Mingming was startled. He was not very young and had been staying at home before joining him. Therefore, when a stranger approached, Yu Mingming subconsciously backed away. Zisu glared at Yifeng and said, "Look, you scared other girls. Are you Yu Mingming?" Yu Mingming looked at Yifeng and Zisu, nodded nervously and said, "Well, it's me. Will you sell me?" Yifeng fainted immediately, and Zisu rolled her eyes. She was indeed a minor, and her heart was pure. Zisu said, "Don't worry. You will see Sister Yanyu later. Do you believe her? Well, after all, Sister Yanyu is a respectable person, so she shouldn't lie to me." Yifeng held his tongue and said, "Am I such a failure as the president? The members actually thought that I would sell her out." Zisu laughed and said, "Ha ha. Who told you to have the face of a bad guy?" Yifeng said innocently, "Why do I have such a bad face?" "Humph. Stealing my heart. Isn't that bad enough?" Yu Mingming said, "You two have such a good relationship." Yifeng could only giggle, but Zisu silently held Yifeng's hand. Perhaps this is happiness. When Yu Mingming saw Yanyu, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yanyu held Yu Mingming's hand and took the things to the second floor. Yifeng had already received a message from the second person. It was the Xiaohei brothers. They came by high-speed rail and had to go to the train station this time. Fortunately, Xiaohei and Xiaoyi are both adults. When he saw Yifeng, Xiaohei was so happy that he jumped directly on Yifeng's body. Zisu pulled Xiaohei's clothes aside and said, "Hey, is it okay for you two grown men to hug each other?" Xiaohei said with a questioning look on his face, "Isn't it appropriate?" Zisu waited for Xiaohei to say, "What do you think?" Xiaohei said with an unhappy face, "Boss, are you often abused? This is more domineering than in the game." "Xiaohei, what are you talking about? Are you looking for a fight?" Zisu said, glaring at Xiaohei. Xiaohei immediately hid behind Yifeng and said, "Boss, let's go. Let's go. I can't afford to offend you, so I can't afford to hide." After Xiaohei came to the studio, the first thing he did was not look at his room, but stretched out his hand to say hello to Xiaoyu. As a result, Xiaoyu did not dare to shake Xiaohei's hand at all. "Xiaohei, this is our landlord. You scared her. You go sleep on the balcony," Zisu yelled. Xiaohei said awkwardly, "They are all from our studio. We know each other. Right? If it doesn't work now, let's do it later. Ha ha. After seeing Xiaohei off, Yifeng rushed to another train station to pick up brother Ao Zhang and Ho Yi. Unexpectedly, they were in the same province, so they came on the same train. When he saw Ho Yi, Yifeng felt that he was a taciturn person. Anyway, standing there would make others ignore him. But brother Arrogant was different. This guy was so muscular that he didn't expect that he was a man a few words before. He was a fitness instructor. But he quit his job long ago. Afterwards, I went to the airport to pick up Chu Tianai and Ling Shui. Although this guy said he might not come, he finally came. Everyone was finally gathered. And it was already past 3 p.m. After cleaning up the room, a group of people walked out of Xiaoya's courtyard, preparing to have a big meal to celebrate the establishment of the studio. Chapter 251 Celebration. A group of people walked out of the community. Xiaoya made an exception, and walked out with so many people for the first time. Fortunately, Yu Mingming's personality was similar to hers, so the two of them just got together. And finally they were no longer bored. Xiaohei said, Xiaoya, do you know if there are any good restaurants nearby? I'm treating you today, so you can eat whatever you want. Zhisu said jokingly, Xiaohei, are you sure? Let's find a seafood restaurant. Hearing the word seafood restaurant, Xiaohei's eyelids twitched unconsciously. A lobster of that thing costs several hundred yuan. With so many people, it costs thousands of yuan. Drink more good wine. Wouldn't it? Thousands? Sister-in-law, can we be more serious? We can't get enough of the seafood? Xiaohei said with a dark face. Zisa touched her belly and said, we girls have small bellies and are full every little bit. Is there a seafood restaurant here in Xiaoya? Xiaoya thought about it. In the past, her parents took her out, and the food she ate was in high-end hotels. The consumption there must be extraordinary. Xiaoya could only shake her head. No. I'll check on my phone. Seeing Zhisu really want to search, Xiaohei ran to Zhisu, snatched the phone away, and said, Sister-in-law, you are not being honest. After all, we are all here on your territory, so you have to treat us. Do you guys think so? As a result, a group of people walked in silence and did not respond to Xiaohei at all. Xiaohei said awkwardly, Sister-in-law, return your phone to you. Look, there is a noodle shop in front of you. A group of people looked at Xiaohei with disdain. But finally they came to a restaurant and booked a packing room for 15 people. There was also a KTV inside, where they could sing karaoke over and over while eating, so that they would not have to run around. A group of 11 people. Most of them had come to such a high-end place to eat for the first time. Especially Xiaohei. This guy usually only spends dozens of yuan. When he spends less, he may only spend a few yuan on instant noodles, which is not much at all. Been to this kind of place. The first time I came in, I excited this guy. Xiaohei was not polite at all to Yifeng and said, Boss, I don't have enough money. It's up to you. Yifeng shook his head with a smile and said, It's okay. Come to my place. Of course I'll treat you. Waiter, take your order. Soon the waiter handed over 3 menus and distributed them to the 3 people. Several girls sat together and read a menu. When he opened the menu, Yifeng's eyelids twitched. This thing is indeed not cheap. The special dishes on the home page cost at least 100. And the most were nearly 1,000. If it were 1,000 Yifeng, he would probably turn around and leave. Yifeng said, Whatever you like. Order it yourself. Xiaohei whispered in Yifeng's ear, Boss, are you serious? I'm not polite. Come on. I can still pay. Now that Yifeng said it, everyone started ordering food. But none of the food they ordered was expensive. Yifeng said, Waiter, have a plate of prawns, a portion of this salmon, and a portion of this, and this. That's it. If it's not enough, I'll call you. Okay. Please wait. After the waiter left, Xiaohei said, Boss, what are you doing? Why are you ordering so many expensive dishes? Yifeng said, Is it expensive or not? We can't be too stingy when we eat for the first time. Right? The food came soon. And it was delicious and delicious. It was also the best meal Yifeng had ever eaten. Although he felt a little worried about the money. Looking at the smiles on everyone's faces, Yifeng felt it was worth it. Boss, I, Xiaohei, am here to respect you. Without you, I might still be eating instant noodles and living in a small house in my life. It was you who made us 2 brothers live a good life. I, Xiaohei, did it first. Yi Feng stood up and said, Xiao Hei. If you still treat me as a brother, don't say this again. Just do it. Okay. Done. As soon as Xiao Hei sat down, Brother Arrogant stood up again. Boss, although I was a little arrogant at first, I am completely convinced by you now. If anyone wants to target you, I will be the first to refuse, and I will do it first. Yi Feng said, this is what brothers should do. Isn't it? Just do it. One after another people stood up. Yi Feng covered his head and said, you are getting me drunk right now, so that you can play with yourself. Right? Come on. Come on. If I don't put you down today, Yi Feng, will sleep upside down today. Haha. Boss, just wait and sleep while standing on your head. The men were drinking. And the women were drinking. Taking pictures and posting on WeChat moments. Chatting about daily life and some things in the game. Of course, they preferred to listen to Zissou and Yan Yu talking about Yi Feng. After a meal, they, who were still a little unfamiliar at first, finally narrowed the distance between each other. Soon Xiao Hei, an arrogant brother, ran to the side and opened the big screen and started singing K, while Hou Yi still sat there, slowly tasting red wine on the side. Yi Feng came to Hou Yi's side, picked up the wine glass, and clinked it with Hou Yi's wine glass. Hou Yi said, yes. Yi Feng said, you are still as quiet as in the game. What's wrong with you? Hou Yi said slowly, it's okay. I just don't like to talk much. Okay. Let's go sing together. Hou Yi smiled bitterly and said, I can't. Let's go. Let's go. Yi Feng led Hou Yi to the singing place and said, come on. Come on. This guy said he is not singing. We are all brothers. We can sing anything. You are right. Boss Hou Yi, you are the idol of many people. Let's sing. If you don't know how to sing, I will teach you. Xiao Hei, as an activist, will certainly not let the scene become cold. Everyone was crying and howling, which was almost life-threatening. Zissou pulled Yu Mingming out of the private room. These men were really fed up. They were singing like they were shouting, and they could only hear the smoke. The two of them had to run out for some air. Being a big hotel like this, all the people who come here are some business personnel or young men from wealthy families, pretending to be here and inviting them to dinner. As a girl from a rich family, Yu Mingming already has an outstanding temperament. Not to mention she is only 15 years old. She has a girl next door look. And by the time she turns 18, she will probably be able to charm many people. Zissou acted like a big sister, holding Yu Mingming's hand and walking in the corridor of the hotel, wanting to go to the door to get some air. Oops. A man walked out of a private room and happened to bump into Zissou. A young man smelling of alcohol. Seeing that he had knocked someone down, not only did he not apologize, but he said confidently, why are you walking like a woman? Hurry up. Help me. Lift me up. Zissou stood up from the ground and said angrily, why are you like this? You bumped into me, and you asked me to help you up. You're crazy. Let's go. Zissou knew that drunk people were unreasonable and didn't want to be around such people. So she pulled Yu Mingming and prepared to leave. At this time, the box door was opened again, and a woman walked out. She saw the man falling to the ground, pointing at Zissou and yelling curses. Chapter 252. It's too late. Hey, little bitch. You knocked our young wolf down. Why don't you help us up quickly? Zissou is not that kind of cowardly woman. When someone calls her a bitch, she can't resist it. You must be sick. He knocked me down. Why should I help him? And you? Please keep your mouth clean. Humph. Looking at your attire, I don't know where you came from. A poor guy can come to a place like this. I advise you to help young Master Lang quickly. Otherwise young Master Wolf's brother will come, and he won't be as easy to talk to as me. Looking at the drunk young man lying on the ground like a puddle of mud. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't help him up. Zissou didn't want to get entangled with him, so she pulled Yu Mingming to go back to her box. She wanted to come out for some air, but she didn't expect to encounter such a damn thing. Wherever you go, you bump into someone and want to leave, but there is no door. The woman grabbed Zissou's hand and refused to let Zissou go. Zissou said, Mingming, go back first. Hurry up. Yu Mingming, who was already scared, ran to his box in a panic, while Zissou started to compete with the woman. Let go. Let go quickly. Humph. Go and call for help. Right, Brother Long. Brother Long. Young Master Lang was beaten. When Zissou saw the woman calling someone, she began to panic, and started fighting with the woman. Within a few dozen seconds, The box door opened again, and several tattooed men walked out. Young Master Lang was lying on the ground, watching. He pulled Zissou along with his friend, and without saying a word, slapped Zissou on the face. Snapped. With a loud slap, Zissou's face suddenly turned red, and there were 5 fingerprints. Tears began to roll in Zissou's eyes, and she covered her face with her hands. The man said with a fierce look on his face, "You guys, help young Master Wolf up. Hurry up." Several boys helped the limp wolf young master on the ground, and the wolf young master said in a daze, "Send this girl to my room." Young Master Wolf, you have the final say. Little bitch. Hurry up and go to young Master Wolf to apologize. Zissou said, "He hit me. Why do you guys hit me so indiscriminately?" The man named Brother Long grabbed Zissou's hair and said, "Just do it if I tell you to do it. Don't talk nonsense." In Yifeng's box, Yu Mingming ran back in a hurry and said, "It's not good. It's not good. Sister Zissou is fighting with someone." The private room, that was still wailing and howling, suddenly became quiet. Yifeng hurriedly ran out and said, "Where is it?" "In the hallway." Others also ran out one after another. Yifeng took the lead and ran over, just in time to see Zissou being held up by her hair by a man, screaming in pain. Yifeng shouted, "Let go." When Yifeng shouted, Brother Long looked at Yifeng and said with a playful look on his face, "Hey, a hero saves a beauty. Or should I say this is your girlfriend?" Yifeng slowly walked towards Brother Long, with a twist of the ring in his hand. Yifeng had transformed. Now he is Yifeng with the Glory Destiny suit. Seeing Yifeng approaching, Brother Long let go of the hair at his hands and said, "Boy, you are quite capable. But we, young Master Wolf, have booked this woman. Take her away." As the 2 younger brothers were holding Zissou and were about to leave, Zissou struggled desperately and said, "Yifeng, save me." At this time, Chu Tianai and others dared to come up behind Yifeng. Seeing so many people coming behind Yifeng, Brother Long frowned and said, "There are more people than me." Brother Long snapped his fingers, and one of the boys let go of Zissou, opened the box door, and shouted. Suddenly, more than 10 people came out, both men and women. "Boss, the person opposite seems to be the Haizui. What should I do?" Xiaohe said. Yifeng said coldly, "Stand still and leave it to me." Yifeng walked towards Brother Long step by step, and walked directly in front of Brother Long. The 2 were almost the same height, both over 1 meter. But Brother Long was very strong. Yifeng said, "I count to 3. If you don't let him go, I won't be polite." Brother Long said with a contented look on his face, "Haha. Brother Long is mixed with so many people. And this is the first time I heard someone talk to me so arrogantly. Haha. Boy, you are dead," said a younger brother. "One," Yifeng said unmoved. Yin Yu felt like pulling Xiaoya and Yu Mingming to hide behind the crowd and said, "You boys are blocking it. We girls won't watch." Brother Long signaled Yifeng to continue counting. And Yifeng said with a smile, "2. Haha. You are so brave. Keep counting. I feel like I know what will happen after 3. Yifeng looked at Brother Long. Suddenly an evil smile appeared on his face and said, 3. Boom. As soon as the 3-character voice was finished, Yifeng had already taken action. With just one punch, he hit Brother Long against the wall and started vomiting blood from his mouth. Yifeng said coldly, "I told you. I won't be polite." Brother Long held his stomach and said, "What are you looking at? Hit me." Yifeng sneered and shouted, "Feng Xingyun." After using this skill in reality, Yifeng's speed was unbelievable. He had already arrived in front of Zissou, and those people behind him had all fallen to the ground, lying on the ground and screaming. The man who caught Zissou looked at Yifeng tremblingly, dropped Zissou in fear and ran away. Humph! Run! Brush! Yifeng had already appeared in front of the man, grabbed the man's collar with his hand, and shouted, "Go back!" He threw him back, and was knocked unconscious. Zissou got up from the ground, hugged Yifeng tightly and cried, "You." Yifeng comforted Zissou and said, "It's okay. I'm here, and I won't let anything happen to you." Yifeng walked to Brother Long step by step, squatted in front of Brother Long and said, "Are you arrogant?" Brother Long quickly shook his head and said, "Brother, you are the eldest brother." Yifeng said, "You hit my girlfriend." "Right. Which hand?" Brother Long was so frightened that he wanted to cut off his hand. So he quickly said, "Brother, I was wrong. I was really wrong. You beat me. So it's even. Yi Feng sneered and said, Is it even? Since you won't say it. Just use 2 hands. Yi Feng grabbed Brother Long's hands. Brother Long wanted to resist, but found that he couldn't use his strength at all. The opponent was too strong. Brother. It's the left hand. It's the left hand. Yi Feng shouted, It's too late. Yi Feng directly grabbed Brother Long's hands, stepped on Brother Long's back, and pulled him out. Everyone. Turn your head away. Tear. There was a sound of flesh being separated, accompanied by Brother Long's heart-rending scream. Yi Feng grabbed 2 arms in his hands. At the end of the arms were the shreds of flesh and skin torn off, which was extremely terrifying. Brother Long's internal organs can even be seen at the wound. Yi Feng threw his arm in front of Brother Long and said, Are you arrogant? Brother Long, who had lost his arms, was bleeding profusely, and his eyes began to become dull. He opened his mouth to say what he wanted to say, but he could no longer say it. Young Master Lang, who was sitting paralyzed next to him, had sobered up from alcohol and was already wet with urine. Yi Feng glanced at young Master Lang and asked, What's wrong with him? Zisu didn't dare to look at it because the scene was extremely bloody. So she said, It's okay. Let's go. Ugh. A sound of vomiting sounded outside the crowd. Xiao He couldn't help but take a curious look and vomited out what he had just eaten. Xiao He said while vomiting, Don't look at it. Don't look at it. Chapter 253 Yi Feng's ability. Hearing Zisu say that it was none of his business, young Master Lang breathed a sigh of relief. But Yi Feng did not let him go so easily. He slapped him over and smashed young Master Wolf's face. Puff. Young Master Lang fainted. And Yi Feng said, Okay. Let's go. Yi Feng pulled Zisu towards the restaurant hall. The others quickly passed the place where Brother Long fell to the ground. Especially the 3. Under the cover of Brother Arrogant, they finally returned to the hall. Yi Feng said to the waiter, Check out. The waiters didn't dare to approach Yi Feng because Yi Feng still had Brother Long's blood on his body. Total. The waiter didn't dare to speak at all. At this time, the restaurant owner came out and said, Forget it. You should leave quickly. There will be no good in for offending young Master Lang. Yi Feng nodded and said, Thank you. Yi Feng and others turned around and left. As soon as they left the hotel, they saw the sound of 120 and police sirens. Apparently someone called the police. Yi Feng acted as if he didn't see it and walked away with the people in a swaggering manner. On the way back to the studio, Xiao He asked tentatively, Boss, are you okay? Yi Feng said, If anything happens, don't worry. Just pretend you didn't see it. They never expected that Yi Feng could be so terrifying, beating him whenever he asked. And he was not an ordinary person at all. He was completely beyond ordinary people. For a while, no one dared to talk to Yi Feng, and it was extremely quiet along the way. President, you just used Feng Xingyun, right? Ho Yi, who had been silent, asked. Yi Feng was stunned. Ho Yi actually understood his skills. Could this guy always pay attention to him? Yi Feng turned around and said, How did you know? Ho Yi said, Because I want to defeat you. I have done some research on you. It should be the skill Feng Xingyun in Fantasy World, just now. Yi Feng nodded and said, Yes, it's Feng Xingyun. After receiving Yi Feng's affirmation, everyone except Yin Yu and Zisu were shocked. How could the skills in Fantasy World appear in reality? It's so scary. Looking at everyone's expressions, Yi Feng said with a smile, Don't worry. If it wasn't Zisu who was beaten just now, but it was any of you, I would have taken action. Since he is mine, then I will protect him. Boss, can you really use the skills in Fantasy World? Xiao He said with a somewhat dry mouth. Everyone else pricked up their ears, afraid that they had heard wrongly. Yi Feng shook his head and said, I don't know why. I'll tell you when I get back. In the studio, everyone was sitting around the sofa in the living room. Yin Yu was applying medicine to Zisu's face because they knew Yi Feng's ability. Yi Feng said, I was not born with this ability. This started when Zisu and I were beaten. At that time, Yi Feng described the process of how he and Zisu were beaten. Others still didn't understand why. Even Yi Feng himself didn't know very well. Yi Feng said, That's it. I found that I have different abilities from others. I can use the skills, equipment, and potions in Fantasy World. Ing said, The medicine that saved my brother is the blood-restoring potion in Fantasy World? Yes. If you don't believe me, just take a look. As he spoke, Yi Feng took out his backpack, took out a few bottles of potions, and placed them on the coffee table in front of him. Retrieving objects from the air, Yifeng actually took out several bottles of red potions in the air. And they were exactly the same as the blood-restoring potions in Fantasy World. Boss, this is too weird. Xiaohei looked at the blood-restoring potion in his hand, which was simply abnormal. Boss, are you not human? As soon as these words came out, everyone else hid away and looked at Yifeng in fear. Yifeng said speechlessly, you are not a human being. I may be one of those people with superpowers on TV now. Xiaohei continued to ask, will there be any problems? Or will it knock me off one day? Yifeng rolled his eyes and said, maybe you betrayed me that day. Maybe. Xiaohei breathed a sigh of relief and patted his chest and said, I'm scared to death. Scared to death. So what should I do today? Will someone come to my door? Yifeng said, don't worry. Someone will take care of it. Our only purpose is to play games. They were still worried that Yifeng would definitely cause trouble if he did this. Judging from Yifeng's tone, it seemed that they were no longer worried. Yifeng looked at the purple color on his red and swollen face and said, try drinking this? Zissou looked at the red potion in Yifeng's hand and said, is everything going to be okay? Ying said, no. My brother just drinks this. Zissou opened the medicine and smelled it. It smelled like medicine. And then she took a sip with confidence. I was surprised to find that this was the same flavor as in the game. Gurgling, I drank a bottle in one go. Yifeng saw that the green blood regeneration effect appeared on Zissou. It seemed that it really worked. In just a few seconds, Zissou's originally red and swollen face disappeared and was no longer red or swollen. Damn! It's so amazing! A group of people exclaimed. This thing is indeed a good thing. Yifeng said, okay. Everyone, let's go back to sleep. We have to go online for leveling tomorrow. Let's go and have a rest. Everyone is tired today. Xiaohei and others were indeed a little tired and went back to their rooms to rest one by one. Yifeng came to the roof after everyone left because someone just told him to go up to the roof. When Yifeng came to the roof, Yifeng saw the strange Taoist again. I've made good gains in the game recently, the man said. Yifeng leaned on the railing and said, it's not bad. I'm afraid it will take a lot of time to reach the top of Fantasy World. Yifeng, we are not in a hurry. Just take your time. What we need is the benefits you get from the game. It is still the same as before. It doesn't matter whether you are first or not. The most important thing is that you can get benefits from the game. Yifeng shrugged his shoulders and said, why did you come to me? In addition to wiping your butt, I also want to tell you that we are looking for you to do endorsement work. Please think about it. I have already told you whether to do it or not. I think the customer service will call you tomorrow. You say? Yifeng said speechlessly, can't you be more sincere? TCH. Whether love comes or not, I'm not short of money. But it's you who can set up a studio or a guild. There are many places where you need money. Okay. I'm leaving. So soon. You really just left as soon as you said you wanted to. Really? The Taoist didn't know where he had gone for a long time. Yifeng was about to leave here when he saw a person walking out of the darkness. Who is he? How strange. Yifeng patted his chest and said, do you really think this is a game? You are addicted to playing assassins. And suddenly a strange servant appears. The person who came was none other than a silent shadow. Chapter 254 Shadow's Question. Ying said, I'm very curious as to why a man like him, who is flying in the sky and escaping from the earth, would come to you. After adding what you said today, I finally know why. Why? He must be from Fantasy World. Otherwise it would be impossible to tell you this. I'm very surprised. Is he doing experiments on you? Yifeng nodded and said, well, I am indeed his test subject. But I haven't failed yet. Failure? What do you mean? Yifeng shook his head and said, it's nothing. My abilities are just what he gave me. If he wants to take them back, it should be a matter of one sentence. I need to protect the people I want to protect. So I need the abilities he gave me. So whatever you ask me to do, I will do it. Is it worth it? Yifeng nodded and said, it doesn't matter whether it's worth it or not. Only whether I care or not. What if? I mean if the experiment fails, what will happen to you? Answer me. Yifeng shook his head and said, I don't know. Maybe I will die. Or maybe I will become an ordinary person. Becoming an ordinary person does not exist even in Ying's eyes. Failure equals the end. At that time, there will be no Yifeng. Yifeng is risking his own life to protect what he wants to protect. Tell him. I also want to be a test subject. Yifeng said sternly. No. Absolutely not. Seeing Yifeng's tone suddenly changed, Ying asked, Why not? Do you know the consequences of failure? I won't let my friends fall into unknown dangers. So don't think about it. Go back. Just pretend you haven't seen all this. I want to help you. Yifeng shouted, I don't need it. Go back quickly. How could the danger be touched by the people around you? Just being yourself is enough. Isn't it? Under Yifeng's angry shouting, Ying had to go back downstairs and happened to meet Yin Yu coming up. Yin Yu asked, What's wrong? Are you quarreling? Shadow shook his head and said, No. Yin Yu came to the top of the building in confusion and saw Yifeng sitting there, smoking silently. Yin Yu slowly came to Yifeng and said, What's wrong? Did you have a quarrel with Ying? Don't you have a good relationship? Yifeng said, It's okay. There was a dispute over some things about the game. It's not a big deal. Yin Yu walked behind Yifeng, raised her hands and put them on Yifeng's shoulders, and slowly massaged Yifeng. You are all so tired today. Go to bed early. They have all started to rest. But soon there was a quarrel downstairs, which seemed to be the voices of Ying and Zissou. Yifeng shook his head and said, Let's go down and take a look. After saying that, he stamped out his cigarette butts and led Yin Yu back to the second floor, where he saw what Ying and Zissou were talking about. Ying, I know you are Yifeng's friend, but I am Yifeng's girlfriend. I don't need you to control me no matter what I do. Ying said, I'm not here to care about you. Yifeng saved my brother and is my savior. I don't want him to get hurt. I hope you won't cause trouble. Humph. I have never caused any trouble. What trouble can I cause? Besides, Yifeng is so powerful. Who can do anything to Yifeng? Zissou, do you know why Yifeng has such ability? Why? How could I know? Let me tell you. He is someone else's experiment. If he fails, Yifeng will die. It's going to die. It's going to die. It's going to die. The three words echoed in Zissou and Yen Yu's minds and could not disappear for a long time. Yifeng shouted, Ying, that's enough. Stop talking. I want to say, you use that kind of ability that does not belong to you for them. But Zissou is still so willful. I can't stand it. I want to harm you because of her willfulness. Enough. There was a quarrel on the second floor, and everyone on the third floor ran out. Only then did they realize that it was risky and costly, and maybe you wouldn't want to own it. Yifeng, is what Ying said true? Yin Yu asked while holding Yifeng. Zissou also ran to Yifeng, leaned against Yifeng and asked, Is this true? Yifeng smiled and said, It's not as serious as she said. Really? Really? The two looked at Yifeng with red eyes. Real? Boss, are you really okay? Others also asked with concern. Yifeng responded, It's okay. Let's go to bed. I'm fine. Although he didn't want to. Yifeng said it was okay, and others were not too afraid to ask too many questions. However, Ying felt that his goal had been achieved, and took Yu Mingming back to the room, because the two of them lived in the same room, while Yen Yu and Zissou still lived in the same room. When everyone returned to their rooms, Yifeng rubbed the two girls and said, Don't worry. Nothing will happen to me. I'm sorry. I was too willful. I really don't know. I will change it. It's okay. It's okay. Ying said it was too serious. Ah. Then I want a hug. Okay. Isn't this a hug? The next morning, everything returned to normal. The nanny made breakfast for everyone. The nanny's salary was directly paid by Yifeng. Because Yifeng had a large number of people, the nanny's original salary was 4,000 a month. Yifeng directly increased it to 8,000 to cook for them. Do laundry. After all, they don't have that much time to play games. When Xiaohei saw the breakfast for the first time, his mouth watered and he said, Wow, it's so rich. I'm so hungry. Yifeng said with a smile, Let's start. After breakfast, everyone went online together. The first time after going online, Xiaoshan approached Yifeng. Boss, you are online now. You have disappeared all day long. Yifeng said, They came to my place yesterday, and they must have a lot of things to do. So they were not online yesterday. What's wrong? Something is bad. Yesterday, the people from Xinhua discovered that you were not here. They launched a hunt for our glory guild, especially that Jue Feng, who all killed Hong Ming. Yifeng's face suddenly darkened. It seemed that his fatwa was not enough. He dared to come out of the human-demon battlefield. Soon, other people, as hall leaders, received messages from their own halls, saying that they were killed yesterday. Many of those who were killed yesterday have withdrawn from the association, because Yifeng and the others were not here. There was no one to direct them. They were like a piece of scattered sand. Even if Xiaosheng was there, no one would listen to Xiaosheng. After all, Xiaosheng was just 10 ordinary priests. Damn it. Xinhua people are seeking death, arrogant brother said angrily. President, since our studio is established for the first time, it's time to do something, Chu Tianai said. Yes, just use the myth as a sacrifice, Xiao He replied. Yifeng said, okay. First determine the location of Zhui Feng. Report to the president. Zhui Feng is still at the battlefield between humans and demons. I heard that he has changed into an ordinary demon clan glory suit. So fast? He didn't have the double rewards and unlimited tasks like Yifeng and others. But he was able to collect 3,000 glory points so quickly, which shows that he killed many people from the human camp. Could it be that he killed many people from the Glory Union yesterday? Chapter 255 The Ultimate Hunting Order. The battlefield between humans and demons? Okay. Everyone, pay attention. Go to the battlefield between humans and demons. This is my territory. Do you really think I can't kill you? Then Yifeng said to his team, attention. The marshal is going to start a war. Yifeng directly switched to his clone's perspective, opened the mission interface, and launched a war directly. Woo! The horn sounded, which was the prelude to war, indicating that the human army was about to declare war. System prompt. The human race marshal issued the ultimate pursuit order. Kill Zhui Feng, Aotian, and Zhu Jian. You can get 10,000 glory points. Those killed will lose 10 levels every time they die. System prompt. The human race marshal issued the ultimate pursuit order. Kill Zhui Feng, Aotian, and Zhu Jian. You can get 10,000 glory points. Those killed will lose 10 levels every time they die. The terrifying glory value and the terrifying killing penalty are: firstly, because I am afraid that someone will brush up the glory value. And secondly, this is the ability that NPCs should have. Zhuifeng and Aotian's expressions changed drastically. 10,000 glory points was not a handful. It was a lot. And the most important thing was to kill them once. They would lose 10 levels. This was simply no fun. Losing 10 levels at a time, and still gaining 10,000 glory points. The human camp is going crazy. Zhuifeng is not convinced. Of course he is not convinced. Why can Yifeng let the marshal issue the mission? But he can't. Zhuifeng looked at the location of the demon marshal. He believed that if Yifeng could do it, he could do it too. In the position of the demon clan marshal, Zhuifeng stands alone in front of the marshal. Because on the demon clan side, the player receives the mission not from the marshal, but from the marshal strategist. Because Yifeng did not have the assistance of a military advisor, Yifeng could only do it by himself. Zhuifeng said, Marshal, I have a request. The demon clan marshal looked at Zhuifeng and said, Tell me, what is your request? After all, you are the first human being that our demon king has met. But you are very smart, and you are now a member of our demon clan. Zhuifeng said, I want you to issue a kill order. Now the human race marshal has issued the ultimate kill order, which has restricted me to death. The demon marshal said, Well, I already know that you'd better not leave the demon camp. Otherwise, if something happens, I won't copy it. But what kind of fatwa do you need me to issue? The ultimate pursuit is to kill only one person. Yifeng. Yifeng? This person seems to be a master from the human race. The demon marshal said, Of course. But I need you to give me something. Zhuifeng said, What? Sincerely? You have entrusted me to the demon king. I don't need to worry about your betrayal. So I need your affection. As a demon, you don't need affection. You only need to obey orders. Are you willing? Zhuifeng gritted his teeth and said, I am willing. Please issue the ultimate killing order. Okay. Ding. System prompt. The demon marshal issues the ultimate pursuit order. Kill Yifeng, and you will get 10,000 glory points. The person killed will lose 10 levels every time he dies. Yifeng was stunned for a moment. How could this happen? Could it be that Zhuifeng was also an NPC? He was unexpectedly issued the ultimate pursuit order by the enemy marshal. Soon there was a black arrow on Yifeng's head, showing the person the demon marshal needed to hunt down. I'll go. Boss. You're finished now. You will lose 10 levels at a time. Humph. As long as we are here, no one can touch the president. Don't you think so? Yes. Even though Yifeng was given the ultimate pursuit order by the demons, He was still safe in the human camp. Yi Feng looked at the arrow above his head. Although he was not very happy, Yi Feng didn't care. If he was really being chased in the wild, Yi Feng would be absolutely sure to escape. Yi Feng said, "The war has started. Let's go!" If the human race starts a war, then the demon race will inevitably fight. But this time, Yi Feng does not want to slowly waste away with the demon race. Yi Feng led his NPC soldiers and added members of his glory guild. This time it was like a sharp knife piercing directly into the heart of the demon clan. In the first war, the humans suppressed the demons, and the demons were still retreating. At this time, the mythical guild had successfully assembled, and Zhui Feng rushed forward. Now only Zhui Feng could fight Yi Feng. As soon as he stepped forward, Zhui Feng looked directly at the Art of Darkness, and he withstood the pressure of everyone in the Glory Guild by himself. This is the first time that players have seen Chai Feng's skill. Human players said, "Damn. What is this? Susanoo and Naruto? How can there be such a perverted skill?" Yi Feng shouted, "Back off. Everyone. The ability to chase the wind is very strong, especially after using the dark art. It is even more powerful." Yi Feng rushed forward and entangled Zhui Feng. Yi Feng shouted on the guild channel, "Fight in. Fight in. Because there is the gate of the demon camp in front." The players directly pushed the demon soldiers hard. However, just when everyone thought they could break through the demon camp, the tower at the entrance of the camp showed its power. One sword can instantly kill several human players. In one moment, more than a dozen corpses of human players were dropped at the entrance of the demon camp, while the demon players were hiding under the arrow tower. The battle between Yi Feng and Zhui Feng was not something ordinary people could participate in. At this moment, Yi Feng was slapped by Zhui Feng and was sent flying. Zhui Feng jumped and landed in front of the arrow tower. Yi Feng stood at the front of the crowd, pointed at Zhui Feng and said, "Myth Guild, listen to me. It doesn't matter if you are hiding in the demon camp. Today I can lead people to fight in front of your demon camp. In the future, I will if you can break through your demon camp. You will die. Yi Feng, who can't tell lies. Come in and kill me if you can." Yi Feng looked at the dozens of corpses on the ground. They all had bows and arrows left on them. It was obviously the two arrow towers at the door. This should be the invincible setup of a certain general. If Yi Feng breaks through it now, wouldn't it be accepted in the battlefield between humans and demons? Well, fantasy world cannot end the battlefield between humans and demons so easily. Yi Feng said, "Shut up. Yes, you are so shy. Wasn't it great to kill us yesterday? Why are you so weak today? You're so paralyzed. Mythical dog. Our main force of glory was not here yesterday. You are so arrogant. You have to come out today. Damn. Wasn't it great to kill me yesterday? What nonsense are the top 10 guilds? We, Glory, are the strongest. Yes, Glory is the strongest." The expressions of Altian and others on the opposite side changed dramatically. They didn't gather many people at all. After all, it was so early in the morning. There weren't many people at all, and they had just issued an emergency war. Unlike Yi Feng, who came here just to fight against the myth. Yi Feng looked at Zhui Feng and others coldly and said, "Back off." Woo. The human soldiers and players began to retreat. Today's battle was particularly exciting. The demons had no power to fight back, and many gems and equipment punching stones were exploded. Chapter 256, Looking for Oyezi. In this battle, the reputation of Xinhua was lost. On the other hand, the Glory Guild was finally proud after not hunting for a day yesterday. As for those who quit the guild, I am afraid they will regret it. After all, no matter which guild you are in, fights and PKs will happen. It just depends on the length of time you get beaten. Chu Ti and I said, "Brothers and sisters, activate the world channel. Glory is the strongest." For a time, the world channel was directly blocked by the Glory Guild, and Glory was the strongest. Some players can't bear it anymore. The Glory Guild has already shown its powerful side. If you don't join, it will be impossible to join the Glory Guild when it is full. At one time, there were countless players who wanted to apply to join the Glory Guild, making several hall leaders extremely busy. Yesterday, Yi Feng was not online for the entire day. His level had already reached level 43, and he already had half the experience of level 43. I am afraid he would be able to reach level 44 tomorrow. Yi Feng opened the level ranking list. The highest ranked person was Chao Ci. Since the personal war, Yi Feng had not seen this guy. He was obviously working hard in silence, and his level was already level 44. But soon Yi Feng will surpass him. because Yifeng doesn't need to fight monsters to level up. His experience will automatically increase. Since the high-level mission monsters were not refreshed, Yifeng had no way to refresh his glory points. So he had to quit the glory battlefield. But when Yifeng appeared in Xuanwu City, the pursuit standard above his head became even more obvious. Yifeng clearly saw many demon players who had bad intentions towards Yifeng. Yifeng didn't bring anyone with him, because they were all leveling up and getting glory points in the human-demon battlefield. After all, the temptation of the glory suit was too strong. It was comparable to an orange suit. It was really hard to get an orange suit. It's harder than reaching the sky. But the glory suit is very close at hand. All you need to do is work hard. As for the orange suit, if you work hard, there may be no reward. Yifeng looked at the gems in his backpack, including several low-grade gems, 2 mid-grade gems, and many equipment punching stones. Equipment punching stones are more common in the battlefield between humans and demons. Yifeng came to the blacksmith and said, "Drill holes for my weapon." As he spoke, he wanted to hand the weapon to the blacksmith. But the blacksmith said, "Master Yi, the level of your weapon is too high for me to drill holes." Yifeng took out the glory destiny suit and said, "Where's this?" The blacksmith still shook his head and said, "No, my level is not enough." "Where are you going?" The blacksmith shook his head and said, "The entire human territory is not good." "What? That means you can't punch holes?" The blacksmith said, "That's not true. There is someone who can." "Who?" "The Yezi." Hiss. Yifeng took a breath of air. Isn't this guy a legendary casting genius? Just like Li Bai. Yifeng has never seen Li Bai for a second time. It can be seen that this kind of god is not something that ordinary people can see. "Where can I find it?" The blacksmith sighed and shook his head and said, "I don't know." Yifeng had no choice but to put away his equipment. It seemed that he had to find this Oyezi. Otherwise, when everyone was equipped with equipment in the later stage, he would be left behind if he did not have gems. Just as Yifeng put away his equipment, an arrow flew past Yifeng's face with a hiss. -100. He even knocked out 100 points of damage from Yifeng. It seems that this person is well equipped. No wonder he wants to kill him. Yifeng looked at the demon camp player in front of him, and he turned out to be an uncle. Yifeng said, "Uncle, we have no grudges." "No. Just for those 10,000 glory points?" The uncle nodded and said, "Yes." When Yifeng wanted to take action, he saw many demon players starting to gather here. Yifeng knew that if he stayed here, he might not know how he died. Yifeng wanted to run away. This was their first reaction, and they all wanted to stop Yifeng. It's a pity that there is wind on the soles of Yifeng's feet, and Feng Xingyun's speed is really not comparable to that of ordinary people. Yifeng quickly returned to his mansion and immediately removed his disguise. Yifeng turned back into an NPC. As expected, he became an NPC as Yifeng thought. The fatwa mark on his head was gone. However, Yifeng can choose what kind of NPC he becomes, such as the previous village chief, the previous governor Yi, or the current marshal Yi, because those are the identities Yifeng has used. Yifeng directly became the village chief. If he wanted to find Oyezi, he had to go to some remote villages. So Novice Village was the best place. Yifeng wants to go to Novice Village number 88. But unfortunately that Novice Village has been closed. Currently, he can only go to 20 Novice Villages. So Yifeng will start from Novice Village number 1. The moment he first appeared in the Novice Village, looking at the familiar scenes, and the novices who went to hunt hares at the door after a disagreement, it really seemed like himself at that time. But at that time Yifeng couldn't fight monsters. He could only looking at the other players. Several people grabbed a hare. There are not many players now. And there are enough hare leaves. The key is that it is very quiet here now. Suddenly Yifeng finds that he likes such a quiet place very much. Maybe it was a wrong decision for him to leave Novice Village in the first place. But if it weren't for this wrong decision, Yifeng wouldn't know so many people. Xiao He, Arrogant, Chu Tianai and others. Maybe this is life. Different choices give you different opportunities. Life. Yifeng stood blankly next to the teleporter. A young player ran up to Yifeng and said, "Hey, aren't village chiefs all grandfathers? Why is there a village eldest brother here?" Yifeng knelt down and said, "Little brother, how old are you?" The child said, "I am 6 years old this year." "You started playing games when you were 6 years old. Do your parents know?" The child said, "Of course I know. That is me, Mom." "Mom?" Yifeng was speechless for a while. Children are really funny. Following the child's fingers, Yifeng saw a young woman waving the magic wand in her hand and hunting hares. But the woman is already at level 2. And this little guy is still at level 1. Yifeng said, "Why don't you go help your mother?" "Mama said I'm still young and not strong enough to fight that rabbit." Yifeng said, "You should try to help your mother." The child said, "I am a boxer. I don't have gloves yet. I can't beat him." "Boxer? Do you like Chu Tianai?" The kid waved his fist and said, "Well, I like to watch his PK videos. He is so awesome." Yifeng asked, "Don't you like Yifeng?" As a result, the child said, "Humph. It's not hot-blooded at all. It's soft. That's what I like. And I chose a mage directly. But you guys are so slow to defeat monsters." Yifeng's face is covered with black lines. "And he is soft? Aren't you passionate at all?" Yifeng shook his head. "This little guy can really talk. Mama, there is a strange NPC uncle here. He even chatted with me and asked me if I like Yifeng. I said I like Chu Tianai, and he seemed a little unhappy." Yifeng's forehead was already covered with black lines. When did this kid notice that I was unhappy? I obviously had no expression. "Okay." As a result, the woman said, "Nonsense. The NPC is a robot. How can I chat with you? Don't tell me how powerful Chu Tianai is." "Mom won't listen." The child said, "Really? He is right there. Hey, why is he missing?" Chapter 257 The Serious Old Village Chief. Yifeng was rubbing the shoulder of Village Chief number 1 and said, "Old Village Chief, have you ever seen a guy named Oyezi?" Village Chief number 1 said, "Village Chief number 88. Why did you come to me? Didn't you see that I was busy?" Yifeng said, "Oh, it's just a few bad missions. It won't happen after a while." The novice players on the side looked at the two village chiefs in front of them stupidly. What is going on? And what are these two NPCs doing? Do you want to stop issuing missions? Village Chief number 1 said, "You are free and happy. But we still have to work. And I have never seen or heard of Oyezi. Come on. You go about your business. I'll take a stroll around the village. What kind of place are you visiting? How is it different from your village?" Yifeng looked at the widow Wang at the head of the village and said, "The widow Wang in your village is prettier than the one in my village. Go. Go. The village chief's people are so crooked. The blacksmith's wife is obviously more beautiful. Then I have to go and take a look." The novice player in front of me was completely dumbfounded. What kind of operation is this? The NPCs are openly discussing who is beautiful. And what does this NPC want to do? Visiting from other novice villages? Does this game still have this kind of operation? The old village chief said, "What are you looking at? Have you never seen anyone visiting? Do you still have to complete the task? If not, I will take a rest." Village chief. Let's do it. Let's do it. I'll take over the task," the player said hurriedly. The old village chief looked at the direction Yifeng was walking in, which happened to be to the blacksmith's house, and immediately left a group of confused players behind. As soon as Yifeng walked in front of the blacksmith, the old village chief also ran over. Yifeng asked curiously, "Old village chief, what are you doing?" The old village chief said calmly, "I didn't do anything. I just wanted to see if you came to our village to cause trouble. I'm here to monitor you." Yifeng had already figured out the old village chief's motives and whispered, "Is the blacksmith's wife so pretty?" "No. As for the beauty of our village, the blacksmith always keeps his wife at home without even letting her take a look. I'm here to take advantage of you and take a look." Yifeng's face was dark. This guy actually said that he was a serious person. Damn it. The most serious person is you. This old man. Yifeng pointed at the newcomer behind the old village chief and said, "You don't want to issue a mission? It's important to see the village beauty. Missions can be sent out at any time. But you can't see the village beauty at all times." Yifeng covered his face. This old guy really embarrassed the village chief and even himself. The village leader of Novice Village number 88 suddenly came to Novice Village number 1. He led the leader of Novice Village number 1 astray and stopped issuing tasks. The two of them were actually discussing seeing the blacksmith's wife. A weird NPC. There is no shortage of gossip in the game. The deeds of Yifeng and the old village chief spread all of a sudden, and soon reached the ears of Xiaohei and others. Someone on the guild channel said, "I'll go. The mayor of Novice Village number 88 is so idle. He went to Novice Village number 1 to see the village flowers. I was also drunk. I found that village chief number 88 can be found everywhere. This guy may really be restless." Xiaohei smiled at his heart and said, "Boss, your taste is getting more and more unique. You even go to see NPC. Yin Yu asked Yifeng privately, And Yifeng said, damn. These players have nothing to do after they have eaten. They are not as dirty as they think. I am looking for an NPC. Oh. That's okay. Just keep going. In Novice Village number 1. Yifeng looked at the blacksmith who was forging iron. Yifeng asked, Old Tai, have you ever met Oyezi? When the blacksmith heard the words Oyezi, he was stunned for a moment and looked up at Yifeng and the old village chief. The blacksmith showed an honest smile and said, it turns out that the village elder of number 88 came to visit. Senior Oyezi is our blacksmith's totem level figure. How could a little person like me see him? Yifeng said with some disappointment, I really haven't seen you. Really not. Yifeng was just about to go somewhere else. But the old village chief grabbed Yifeng and said, Old man, why are you talking about the old guests of our village? You also asked your wife to come out to entertain the guests. I heard that your wife makes shortcakes. The craftsmanship is good. The blacksmith smiled honestly and said, Look at my memory. 2 village chiefs. Please come inside the house. Please come inside the house. The successful smile on village chief number 1's face made Yifeng a little funny. It turns out that the NPC world is not so boring. Walking into the blacksmith's home, Yifeng could see a variety of weapons and armors. Some were finished products. Some were materials. But most were scraps. But in the middle of the living room, Yifeng saw a picture of an old man with a fairy-like manner. The blacksmith saw Yifeng looking at the picture and said, This is Senior Oyezi. Every time I build better quality equipment, I will pray for his blessing. It turned out that this was Oyezi. Yifeng silently took a screenshot of the character in the picture so that he would be able to recognize him when he saw him in the future. Then the blacksmith's wife came out. She was indeed a beauty in this village. But her pastry-making skills were truly outstanding. The old village leader ate it with a smile on her face. After leaving the blacksmith's house, the old village chief's unfinished expression left Yifeng speechless. Old village chief, it's time for you to do something, Yifeng reminded. The old village chief replied with an upright face, Are you kidding? You want to find Widow Wang? Let's go. I'll take you there. Yifeng was forcefully dragged to Widow Wang by the old village chief. How did I realize that it was a mistake for me to come to you? Especially you. The old village chief said nonsense in a serious manner. Young man, I am afraid that you will offend others. With me as the village chief, they dare not do anything to you. Yifeng held his tongue and said, Are you sure you're not here to eat and drink and look at beautiful women? The old village elder blushed and said proudly, So what? MMP. How shameless. I'm leaving. Hey, don't go. There is also village head Li Fukue's wife, who is also very beautiful. She is a lady in the city. Is this guy always thinking about other people's wives? Why does everyone's wife want to see it? The players following the old village chief were going crazy. This old pervert was not so perverted in normal times. But today he came to visit. This is a true expression of his feelings. Yifeng went around in circles, and finally got rid of the old village chief. This guy didn't help at all and only caused trouble for himself. Yifeng walked through the entire Shinshu village, but did not see Oyezi. It seemed that he was no longer in this Shinshu village. Yifeng returned to the teleporter again. Hey, brother village chief. Why are you back again? A voice came from Yifeng's feet. A 6-year-old kid grabbed Yifeng's trousers and said. Yifeng squatted on the ground and said, Little guy, why are you still at level 1? Hey, mommy is so useless. I have only killed a few hares so far. Yifeng said with a smile, It's not that your mother is useless. It's that hare is too powerful. Just wait for me here. With that said, Yifeng came to the blacksmith again and bought a large number of things. It didn't matter that they were half price anyway, and they cost less than 1 gold coin. Little guy, these things are for you. Chapter 258 Looking for Oyezi. Wow, that's a lot of equipment. It costs a lot of money. Yifeng said, I am the village chief. These things are free. You don't want money? But mommy said you can't just take things from strangers. I can't ask for it. Yifeng said, I am not a stranger. I am the village chief brother. Well, is the village chief a stranger? Yifeng said, It shouldn't count. The little guy pulled Yifeng towards him and shouted, Mom. Mom, the village chief brother wants to give me something. Can I take it? The village chief brother is not a stranger. Right? The woman looked back at Yifeng and her son, smiled and touched the little guy's head and said, Of course the village chief brother is not a stranger. He is an NPC. The little guy nodded and said, Oh, I want that thing. Hee hee. The little guy's mother looked at Yifeng and said, "When did NPC become so intelligent? You can't be fake. Are you?" Yifeng pointed to the words on his head and said, "It seems that this thing cannot be faked. I am the NPC village leader, who is guaranteed to be fake." The woman looked at Yifeng strangely. "The NPC must be too smart. Mama, these are the gloves and a set of equipment given to me by the village chief brother. There are also a lot of things used by your mage." "Mom." The woman looked down at her son for giving her something. When she wanted to thank Yifeng had already left. Maybe her small gesture could make people happy. The little guy waved the glove and said, "Mom, I can help you hunt hares. Look." The woman looked at her son with a smile. But the strange NPC had gone somewhere, as if she had never seen him before. Yifeng left Novice Village number 1, and then went to Novice Village number 2. Yifeng searched every Novice Village one by one. The blacksmiths in each village had a portrait of Oyezi in their home. But there was no Oyezi until Yifeng finished looking for 20. There is no information about Oyezi in any Novice Village. Could it be that I have found the wrong location? It was already noon, and Zizou called Yifeng to go offline for dinner. At the dinner table, Xiaohei asked, "Boss, what did you do all morning?" Yifeng said, "Looking for someone. But unfortunately I couldn't find him. If you want you to find someone in person and make an announcement, won't that person come out in no time?" Xiaohei said. Yifeng shook his head and said, "I'm looking for the NPC Oyezi. Do you know?" The dozen or so people present shook their heads. They had never heard of this NPC, let alone knew where it was. No wonder Yifeng had to look for it personally. But he might not be able to find it. Yinyu asked, "What kind of mission can I find with this NPC?" Since Yinyu asked, Yifeng simply said it. "If you want to drill holes and advanced equipment, you need to find this Oyezi. Otherwise you won't be able to inlay gems." "Let me go." Is there something wrong with Fantasy World's brain? The player has to find an NPC. If he doesn't find it, then he can't inlay the gem. Then what's the use of this gem? Indeed, you should know that my weapon is a divine weapon. So I must find Oyezi. Then let's continue to grind the glory points. You can continue to find Oyezi. Why don't you ask on the forum or in the game? Yifeng nodded. This is also a good idea. After going online, Yifeng first posted a message asking for Oyezi's location with a lot of money, but then ran to the Imperial City and found the train, where this intelligence expert was. "Brother Yifeng, you dare to walk around despite being ordered to kill by the demons. I really admire your courage." Yifeng shook his head helplessly. When he first came here, he was already being targeted. Fortunately, the restaurant in the game could not engage in PK. Otherwise Yifeng would not even have time to ask questions. "Train, I want to ask you something. Do you know where Yezi is?" Train frowned, thought, and then began to search. While searching, he asked, "Are you talking about the master of weapon refining? Oyezi?" "Yes, it's him." A few minutes passed, and the train finally stopped looking. He said, "No, but I heard that someone has seen it in Novice Village. But I'm not sure. After all, there are too many Novice Villages, and we can't go back to Novice Village. As for what we are doing now in Novice Village, no, I don't even know." "Sorry, I don't have the information you need." Yifeng stood up and said, "It's okay. I guess you don't have it either. So I don't have high hopes. Are you looking for Oyezi to build high-end equipment?" Yifeng smiled and said, "Why? Are you asking for my information?" Train laughed and said, "Haha. I am a businessman. Since it is a secret, of course it is valuable." Yifeng said, "Actually, it's not a secret. Finding Oyezi is the secret. Okay. When President Yifeng finds Oyezi, he must tell me this information so that I can make a fortune. Business has been hard to do recently." Yifeng said, "Okay. Let's talk about it later. I have to leave here first, because outside the door of the restaurant, a large number of players from the demon camp have gathered, and they obviously do not intend to let Yifeng go. After all, 10,000 points of glory is too tempting." Yifeng walked to the door, looked at the demon players with a smile, and said, "Good afternoon, everyone. Bye. Feng Xingyun. Call out." Yifeng had already walked away, and those demon players didn't even catch Yifeng's shadow. In an alley, Yifeng walked out. At this moment, he had become a village chief. Walking on the street, Yifeng couldn't figure out, was Oyezi somewhere in the 8 major cities? This is hard to find. Impossible to find it all. On the forum, Many people responded, and some people's replies were like the train. They had seen it in Novice Village. But who knows now? And that Novice Village is not accessible at all. It is the Novice Village outside number 20. Then Oyezi may come to the 8 major cities. Or he may continue to stay in Novice Village. But Yifeng in Novice Village has already changed. Not at all! Yifeng began to search from the Imperial City. There were 4 blacksmiths in the 4 gates of the Imperial City. Yifeng planned to visit them one by one. However, Yifeng, a village chief, suffered a loss at the first iron sword when he visited. They don't care about you. A country village chief. Go away. Go away. Didn't you see me working? I'm not responsible for getting you burned, shouted the bearded blacksmith. Yifeng walked to the corner and transformed into Governor Yi. When he came to the blacksmith's door again, the blacksmith's mouth immediately changed. Master Yi, why are you here? There are fires everywhere. If you get burned, I can't bear the responsibility. Yifeng said with an unhappy look, have you seen Oyezi? Answer him honestly. Seeing that Yifeng was angry, the blacksmith said with an aggrieved look, Master Yi, I really don't know. I want to know that the person just now was your subordinate. How could I dare to do this? Yifeng said, it's good to know. But you really don't know where Oyezi is? The blacksmith said, I really don't know. I heard that his old man likes life in the countryside. You can go to the countryside to find him. Okay. I understand. Let's go to work. Okay. Thank you. Sir, please walk slowly. Chapter 259 Mother and Son. After that, Yifeng went to find 3 other blacksmiths in the Imperial City and got almost the same answers. Oyezi liked peace and quiet, so the possibility of being in the countryside was very high. But he did not rule out the possibility of being in the city. Yifeng looked for other main cities again, and the whole afternoon passed like this. In time, Yifeng didn't do any tasks for a day, and his experience was still rising. Now, he was only 20% away from level 44. He would definitely upgrade tonight. However, Yifeng still didn't find Oyezi. Could it be that he was looking in the wrong direction, and was he still in Novice Village? Or in the villages around the 8 major cities? This does not exist. But it has not been discovered by the players, indicating that the possibility of its existence is very low. At night, Yifeng found the Lord of Xuanwu City. Oyezi? This old guy is hard to find. He made my father's sword. Wow. Oyezi is so powerful? The Lord of Xuanwu City nodded and said, it is indeed very powerful. Back then, Oyezi discovered the mysterious ore in our village. On a whim, he made this weapon and gave it to my father, the village chief at the time. Yifeng has always heard that the sword of the Lord of Xuanwu City is very powerful. But he doesn't know what grade it is. What grade is this sword? The Lord of Xuanwu City said, compared with the weapon in your hand, mine is better. And its grade is defined as the main artifact. The main artifact? It's even stronger than the artifact. How terrifying is this, Oyezi? When I was making this weapon, the situation changed, and the clear day turned into night, mixed with lightning and thunder. I was still young at the time, and I was so scared that I hid. I heard from my father that because the weapon was so powerful, it was a divine punishment, and Oyezi was injured. In the end, he gave the weapon to my father and never appeared again. Just listening to what the Lord of Xuanwu City said, Yifeng could feel the scene at that time. It must have been very terrifying. Even Oyezi was injured. This shows how powerful this weapon is. And Yifeng's magical weapon is not mediocre. No wonder Li Bai's weapon had not yet been used. Just taking it out of its sheath scared Yifeng. I see. Yifeng had never seen the sword of the Lord of Xuanwu City take it out of its sheath, so it was obviously extremely scary. Yifeng asked about his doubts. Then Oyezi was injured and died. Right? The Lord of Xuanwu City laughed and said, you underestimate Oyezi too much. I am afraid that few people in this continent can compete with him in terms of ability. Not even the Demon Emperor. He is just a low-key man who doesn't like to show up. Just like that drunkard Li Bai. Comparing Li Bai and Oyezi, who is better? The Lord of Xuanwu City shook his head and said, no one can match Oyezi in refining weapons on this road. And Li Bai's poems are also unmatched. There is no comparison. As for combat ability, Li Bai's reputation as Sword Immortal is not just blown away. I am not his opponent. Then when you were in the examination room before, you said you wanted to compete with Li Bai? Isn't that? Uh-huh. I know his character. He won't spar with me. That's why I dare to say this. If I really want to spar, I can still hold on for 100 or 10 rounds. If it's more, I won't be able to hold on anymore. Yifeng said, Li Bai is so powerful. Since he is a human race, why not destroy the Demon King? I believe you can see that Li Bai is carefree. He does everything based on his heart. No one can influence his thoughts. Unless the Demon Emperor panics and goes to Li Bai to trouble him, Li Bai will not take action against the Demon Emperor. Yifeng nodded, finally knowing some things about the NPC world. As for Li Bai and Oyezi, they are all godlike figures anyway. It is best to make friends with them. But they can't be enemies anyway. After bidding farewell to the Lord of Xuanwu City, Yifeng exited the city lord's mansion. The old housekeeper asked curiously, What is Master Yi doing with this outfit? Hey, it's not like you don't know that the Emperor doesn't allow me to come back privately. So I have to dress up like this. That's right. I heard you were looking for someone. Did you find him? Yifeng shook his head and said, No. The Lord of Xuanwu City doesn't know where Oyezi is. When the old housekeeper heard the word Oyezi, he let out a long sigh and said, Master Oyezi should still be in the village. He likes peace and quiet. Maybe he can find it when he returns to your original place. Seeing the old butler's expression, Yifeng patted the old butler's shoulder and said, Miss the old city lord? It's okay. Everything is over. Don't be too sad. Hey, go ahead. I want to be alone. Well, I'll take my leave then. Old housekeeper, take care of yourself. The old housekeeper looked up at the sky and let out a long sigh, which was an expression of endless helplessness. Everything points to Novice Village, indicating that Oyezi can only stay in Novice Village. Yifeng once again embarks on the road to Novice Village. This time he must find Oyezi. In Novice Village number 1, a mother and son are working hard to fight monsters. After a day, they have reached level 5. Little bastard, you are lazy again. Haven't you been mumbling about helping your mother during the day? Why are you lazy now? The little guy held his tongue and said, Humph. These wild monsters are so vicious. I'm scared. The woman said with a smile, Didn't you say that you wanted to protect your mother with your fists like Chu Ti and I? Did you forget about it? The little guy said, I'm still young. And I still need mommy to protect me. The woman said helplessly, Okay. Okay. You stand behind mom and watch how mom teaches these wild dogs a lesson. Fireball. Yifeng stood at the entrance of Novice Village number 1, looking at the mother and son in the distance. They were still playing games. Shouldn't the children go to bed? Yifeng turned back to look at the old village chief. Damn it. This guy was lying on a recliner. Why didn't I get this kind of treatment when I was the village chief? Yifeng came to the old village chief, approached him and said, Old village chief. Hee. We meet again. The old village chief opened his eyes and saw Yifeng's big face in front of him. He was startled and said, My mother? You kid is going to scare me to death. The old village chief patted his chest, took a deep breath and said, Young man, have you found Oyezi? Yifeng didn't say anything. He walked to the village chief's house, took out an identical lounge chair, leaned against the old village chief, and lay down. Yifeng took out a small jar of fine wine and 2 wine bottles, and gave one to the old village chief. Hey, you little guy is pretty good. Well, good wine. Good wine. I haven't had such a good wine in a long time. Ha ha. By the way, what kind of trouble are these 2 NPCs going to do? The players in Novice Village were speechless. Are all NPCs nowadays so messy? If we say strike, we will go on strike. Have you considered the feelings of our players? Yifeng said, Old village chief, I have a mission to hand. The old village chief drank good wine, and said with a look of enjoyment, Let him go. Yifeng was speechless for a while and said, Come to me for handing in tasks and receiving tasks. I can do it too. Yifeng directly turned on the system that automatically releases low-level tasks. Yifeng looked back at the old village chief and said, They say Oyezi likes peace and quiet. I've looked around and found him far away. Old village chief. Are you right? The old village chief tasted the wine and said happily, How do I know that if you drink? Drink. Drink. Such a good wine will be wasted if you don't drink it. Chapter 260 Oyezi. Yifeng looked at the old village chief and said, Where do you think that Oyezi is? The old village chief looked at Yifeng and laughed. How would I know? I'm not Oyezi. I heard that Oyezi likes peace and quiet. Do you like it? The old village chief said, as an old man. Of course I like peace and quiet. Yifeng asked, Since everyone likes peace and quiet, why can't you be Oyezi? The old village chief said, "Young man, if I were Oyezi, would I still be the village chief here?" Yifeng laughed and said, "I have been to all the novice villages, but you are the most special one. Young man, don't think I'm special. I am who I am. How could I be that kind of person?" Yifeng leaned on the recliner, drank the wine in his hand, and looked at the old village chief with a smile. The old village chief looked at Yifeng speechlessly and said, "Your smile is a bit charming. How could I, an old man, be Oyezi? You have found the wrong person." Yifeng stood up and walked to the end of the village, looking at the mother and son in the distance. "Yes," the old village chief said. "What do you think that woman looks like?" The old village chief said with a squinted face, "It's okay. But I have a baby. But the little guy likes it very much." "Then do you think it is the blacksmith's wife who is more beautiful? Or this woman is more beautiful?" The old village chief said, "There is no comparison. We are natives. And you are different." "You?" Yifeng looked at the old village chief strangely. The village chief laughed and said, "Ha ha ha. I still can't hide it. You young man. You are too awesome. My old man has been living in seclusion here for decades. And no one has discovered it until you discovered it. Ha ha. Senior Oyezi. How do you know I'm not one of you?" Oyezi said, "You are different from the people in the village. Although you are also the village chief. You are not one of us." Yifeng looked at himself and seemed to find nothing different. "Aren't he just a village chief?" Oyezi smiled and said, "Don't think that just because you bear our name, you can pretend to be one of us. You are a warrior just like them." Yifeng smiled and said, "Senior Oyezi is still great. I am indeed different from you." As for why Yifeng could guess that the old village chief was Oyezi, it was because the old village chief was too strange. So Yifeng planned to test him. But he didn't expect that the test was true. "Ha ha. Young man. If I guess correctly, this wine of yours should belong to the Lord of Xuanwu City." Yifeng nodded and said, "Yes, it belongs to the Lord of Xuanwu City. If you still want it, you can go to Xuanwu City and have a seat. There are many such fine wines there." Oyezi pointed at Yifeng and said with a smile, "Are you trying to kidnap me? Or do you want me to work as a coolie again?" Yifeng said, "Senior Oyezi, what I mean is that if you want to drink, you can go and live in Xuanwu City. I don't want you to stay there, because I want to ask you something." "What's going on?" Yifeng said, "I want to drill holes and inlay gems into my weapons. I heard that only you can do it." Oyezi said, "Show me your weapons. Forget about ordinary weapons. I am a picky person." Yifeng took out his Feng Zhishang Mingye and gave it to Oyezi. Bao Yi just lay on the recliner, weighing the night wind with one hand. The wind's sorrow and destruction. Oyezi said, "It's okay. It's just an ordinary weapon. But I can take action for you once." Yifeng smiled bitterly and said, "Senior Oyezi, if it is just once, then I will not come to you. I will need to come to you many times in the future. Because I need to come to you for the equipment I carry. If there's anything else, show me." With that said, Yifeng took off his pesticide destiny suit and placed it in front of Senior Oyezi. Oyezi, looking at the glory in front of him, the destiny suit was a little dumbfounded. He originally thought that he would only take one shot, but he didn't expect that he would take so many shots. "Can he still have fun?" Yifeng said awkwardly. "Junior has been looking for you for a long time. It's hard to find you. It's impossible to just ask you to do one thing. And at present, only you can do this kind of thing. I can't find anyone else to do it." Oyezi nodded and said, "That's true. Others don't have that ability. But I have a request." "Any request? See that mother and son in front?" Yifeng smiled and said, "You see, I helped the mother and son today." "Why? Do you like that girl?" Uya blushed and said, "What are you talking about? I asked you to help them." "Help them? Help them with whatever they do. I've helped today." Oyezi nodded and said, "It's precisely because I saw you helping them today that I came to find you." Yifeng asked, "What do you need me to do?" "If they can reach level 10 before tomorrow, I will help you, and I will promise you one condition." "Is this true?" "My old village chief keeps his word. How can I be like you?" "Young man." Yifeng was speechless for a while. "Old village chief, how about we go to the blacksmith's house and sit down?" Oyezi became energetic all of a sudden. He held the wine jar and walked in front and said, "Old man, I haven't had dinner yet. Let's go. Let's go together." A few minutes later, Yifeng Chung, the blacksmith, and Oyezi, who came out of their home for summer, and Yifeng came alone to their mother and son. The player on the side said, "Look what this village chief wants to do. He actually walked out of the novice village." One player said, "Are you stupid? This is number 88. The head of novice village. What does he want to do? How do I know? But I can't go. Right? This guy is so perverted. Wouldn't it be bad luck for the mother and son?" He touched the player's chin and said thoughtfully, "Well, not necessarily. Something good might happen. Maybe give him a hidden mission." Wait a minute. The old village chief is not in this village. So why did he go outside again? Who should I turn to hand over the task? What kind of operation is this? What the H.L. is a game? Yifeng walked to Thumb, squatted down and touched the little guy's head and said, "Little guy, you are lazy again. Didn't you say you want to protect your mother?" The little guy said helplessly, "I want to help. But the wild dog on the other side is so powerful that I can't beat it. I'm too weak." The woman looked at Yifeng and said, "Are all your NPCs so smart? Also, thank you for the equipment today." Yifeng said with a smile, "It's okay. It's okay. I just received a mission and need to help you reach level 10 before tomorrow. Aren't you an NPC? Why do you also have a mission?" Yifeng shrugged his shoulders. "I can't help it. I have no choice but to do the old growth requirements. This game is so weird. The NPCs are so smart. I doubt you are a human being and not a bunch of data." Yifeng pointed to the name on his head again and said, "No doubt. I am an NPC." The woman said, "Then how are you going to help us?" Yifeng said, "I'll fight the monsters. You just watch." Chapter 261 Leading Players to Upgrade. A magical scene happened next. An NPC village chief was fighting monsters in the wild. Moreover, he killed every monster with one strike without any hesitation. The little guy said in surprise, "Wow! Mom! Look! The village chief brother is so powerful. He killed a wild dog in one go." Yifeng turned back and smiled at the little boy and said, "If you want to be like me, you have to work hard, so that you can better protect your mother." The little guy said, "I must protect my mom with my fists like Chu Ti and I did." The woman smiled and touched the little guy's head, and said with a doting look on her face, "Mom doesn't need your protection. I just want you to grow up happily." Looking at the mother and son, Yifeng felt very happy. Once upon a time, he was the same, being brought up by his mother. Yifeng asked, "How many more wild dogs need to be killed?" The woman looked at the task bar and said, "It's done. That's enough. I'm going to hand in the task." Yifeng said, "Come to me and hand in the task." The woman hesitated and said, "Can you do it too? Are you really an NPC?" Yifeng nodded again and said, "You'll know after you try it." The woman didn't believe it a little, but she was still dubious and clicked on Yifeng's dialog box. Sure enough, in Yifeng's dialog box, she found the column where she could submit tasks. Now the woman finally knew that Yifeng was indeed an NPC worthy of the name, and he was also the village chief. When other players saw that the woman could hand in the mission, they ran to Yifeng non-stop and wanted to hand in the mission too. As a result, Yifeng rolled his eyes and said, "Get out of here. You are not welcome here. I am not your village chief." The player said, "Why can he hand in tasks here? Why can't I?" Yifeng said, "He said he knows you. And you are not a woman. Besides, I am on a mission. My mission is to take him to level up. You have a close relationship with us. Is this cheating? The NPC takes players to upgrade. This is too perverted." Yifeng stared at the player and said, "Do you care? Do you want to reset the level to 0? The player has heard of Yifeng's legendary story, which scared him so much that he ran away immediately and returned to the village without looking back. The woman said, "It seems that these people are afraid of you." "Why?" Yifeng said, "Maybe it's because I am the village chief. I have the prestige of the village chief. Why didn't I see it, and instead thought you were cheating on me now?" Yifeng was speechless and didn't know what to say. Wasn't he just cheating? And it's an open and above board post. Ding. System prompts. Whether to release level 5 hidden tasks. Yes. Yifeng said, "Take this hidden mission. Let's go fight the boss." The woman was speechless, and then followed the mission released by Yifeng. "This game seems to be a bit too simple." The woman said, "My name is Taozi. What about you? You NPCs should also have names. It can't be that the village chief should also have his own name." Yifeng said, "Well, it does have this name. My name is Yifeng." Taozi looked at Yifeng in surprise and said, "No way. Your name is Yifeng too?" Yifeng nodded and said, "Yes, my name is Yifeng." But it's not the Yi Feng you mentioned. I know you're talking about the warrior Yi Feng, Taozi said disappointedly. I really thought you were. But considering that you are an NPC, and he is a player, of course it shouldn't be. Yi Feng nodded with a smile and told Taozi, maybe one day you will meet. And you can tell him the story about you and me. Maybe there will be a bigger surprise. Surprise? What surprise? He shrugged and said, let's go do the task and save time. This night, Yi Feng has been taking the mother and son to level up and fight monsters to do tasks. Because Yi Feng is the village chief, the tasks only need to be handed over by his side. And there is no need to run back to the novice village, which saves a lot of time. But as time passed, Taozi's son began to feel sleepy. But currently, their level had only reached level 8, which was still 2 levels short. If they really wanted to continue the fight, it would take more than an hour or two. Taozi said, Village Chief Yi Feng, my son seems to be going to sleep, and he may not be able to complete your mission. Yi Feng squatted in front of the little guy and said, little guy, are you really going to sleep? The little guy nodded. I didn't want to talk anymore. Yi Feng touched the little guy's head and said, let's go fight the biggest boss in Novice Village. After we fight, can you go offline and go to sleep? The little guys muttered, I want to sleep now. Brother Village Chief, can you hold me? Yi Feng picked up the little guy, patted the little guy on the back and said, thank you for your hard work. Little guy, if you have a chance, I will take you to meet Chu Ti and I. Okay? Hearing the words Chu Ti and I, the little guy seemed to stop feeling sleepy and became energetic all of a sudden. He asked, Brother Village Chief, do you know Chu Ti and I? Is he really powerful? Yi Feng said as he walked, of course he is very powerful. Next time we meet, I will definitely take you to see him. He is in Xuanwu City. Of course, that Yi Feng is also in Xuanwu City. Yeah. Great. I can meet Chu Ti and I. Taozi shook his head. How could the NPC know the player? He was obviously coaxing his son. I saw that my son was so happy, so I didn't try to expose him. The little guy said excitedly, let's go kill the boss. The biggest boss in Novice Village and the first silver boss Yi Feng killed. The bandit leader. Fortunately, when Yi Feng and the others came, no one killed the bandit leader. Yi Feng patted the little guy on the head and said, you and your mother wait here. I'll come as soon as I can. Yi Feng walked in the direction of the bandit leader. As he walked, Yi Feng began to disguise himself. Although he was a low-level silver boss, it might not work as an NPC. To be on the safe side, Yi Feng switched to the law enforcer profession. A golden sword appeared in Yi Feng's hand. Looking at the bandit leader in front of him, Yi Feng raised the sword in his hand, shouted, the sword of the law enforcer. The bandit leader was angered by Yi Feng, roared, and slashed at Yi Feng with a machete. Feng Xingyun. With Yi Feng's current speed, the bandit leader can't attack him at all. And the bandit's level is too low. Only level 10. While Yi Feng is already level 43. The two are not at the same level at all. In order to end the battle quickly, Yi Feng directly used the skill of the Glory Destiny suit. Battlefield Sword Energy. A sword energy directly knocked out 50% of the boss's health. And another dragon raised its head, directly harvesting less than 30% of the boss's health. The bandit leader. Boom! The bandit leader collapsed, and equipment exploded all over the place. Yi Feng waved to the little guy and said, come and pick up the equipment. These are all yours. The moment the boss fell, both mother and son reached level 10. Oh wow! The village chief brother is so powerful. He killed the boss in just 2 moves. It's so powerful. Taozi was also surprised. This guy is too powerful. Chapter 262 Fantasy World Customer Service. The moment Yi Feng landed, Yi Feng removed his disguise and returned to his NPC appearance. Yi Feng walked up to the little guy, squatted down and said, you are finally level 10. You are so awesome. The little guy said with an arrogant look, huh? I'm a genius. Only a genius can let NPC take me to upgrade. Don't you think so? Regarding the child's innocence, Yi Feng nodded with a smile and said, I will be your little brother from now on. Okay? You will be my big brother. The little guy crossed his arms and said happily, well, I will recognize you as my little brother. Remember to take me to see Chu Ti and I. Yi Feng said, of course. Come and sit on my neck. Let's go back to Novice Village. Taozi picked up the equipment on the ground and followed quickly. Along the way, the little guy talked to Yi Feng with a proud look on his face. Listening to her, as a mother, she couldn't help but want to hit his little pages. This little guy is so capable of bragging. The players at the entrance of the novice village looked at Yifeng in surprise, and at the sleepy little guy on Yifeng's neck. What kind of combination is this? A combination of players and NPCs? A player captured this heartwarming scene and uploaded it directly to the forum. Wow! This NPC is so loving. He even comes back to help the player take care of the baby. I'm so happy. Here. Isn't this the perverted village chief? Is he attracted to the young woman? Tell me. Can NPCs and players do anything? Dirty. Shameful. Stupid. Beast. Even so. I want to know. It's true that you men. Such a heartwarming photo. Are so dirty and dirty as you say. It's disgusting. Yifeng and Taozi mother and son returned to the novice village. Yifeng took the little guy down and said, Brother, go back to sleep quickly. The little guy rubbed his eyes and said, Well, Mom, let's go to bed. Taozi looked at her son tenderly and said, Well, Mom will take you there now. But you have to say good night to the village chief, brother. The little guy said, Good night, little brother. Taozi said angrily and funny, It's the village chief, brother. No, it's my little brother. Yifeng said, Okay. You go. Taozi said, Thank you, village chief. I don't know what will happen to this little guy if he can't see you tomorrow. Yifeng said, It's okay. When you go to the 8 major cities, you may run into me again. I'm just here to visit. The lives of your NPCs are really colorful. The little one is going to sleep. Good night. Good night. Yifeng came to the village chief and found that this guy was lying on the recliner and fell asleep. Although the player can hand over the task, it is wrong for you to hold a wine jar and sweat. As a godlike senior. Oh yes, he looked like this. Really embarrassing the village chief. Yifeng walked up to the old village chief, patted his face and said, Senior. Senior. The old village chief turned over and said, Old man, the food cooked by your wife is so delicious. Oh Yezi. Oh Yezi. People who don't know think you are some kind of aloof person. But I didn't expect you to be such a delicious, lustful person who also likes to eat and drink. Looking at Oh Yezi's appearance, he was afraid that he would not wake up today. Yifeng simply sat next to Oh Yezi and looked at the time. It was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. But none of the guys in the studio were offline. Yifeng asked, How are you today? It's just plain. Nothing happened. Except for you, the village chief's matter. It seems like nothing happened today. Xiao Hei said. Yifeng asked, Zhuifeng and the others are still hiding in the human-demon battlefield and haven't come out yet? I went out once. And after being chased, I never dared to go out again. Yifeng nodded and said, It's okay. It's getting late. Everyone should go offline and go to bed. Yifeng quit the game and was about to go to bed. But there was a knock on the door. Zisu and Yan Yu walked in. Yifeng was stunned for a moment. And then smiled, You are going to sleep with me. Right? Come on. Come on. The bed is a bit small. But you can still squeeze in. Yan Yu took out her phone, pointed at the photos on her phone and said, Who is this woman? And who is this child? It can't be your child. Right? Zisu said. Yifeng looked at Yan Yu's cell phone. Wasn't this the time when he took Tao Zi and his mother back to Novice Village? Why did he take photos and post them online? Yifeng raised his head, looked into the eyes of the two women, and said, We found Oh Yezi. This is the task he gave me, which is to take them to level 10. But it's too late at this time. The little guy is about to fall asleep. You guys believe it or not? Unexpectedly, the two of them nodded and said, I believe it. They all exited Yifeng's room in unison. Yifeng stretched out his hand and shouted, Why are they all gone and not one of them is left? Stay? Humph. You think so? After saying that, he closed Yifeng's door, leaving Yifeng with a depressed look. Yifeng fell on the bed, imagining the past day. Although he was a little tired, it was full of reality. The next day, after Yifeng logged into the game again, he was about to find Oh Yezi. But someone called customer service found him. Yifeng said, Are you the customer service of Wensher? Hello, Mr. Yifeng. I am indeed. My job number is 0001. I am your exclusive customer service. Dedicated customer service? Does everyone have one? Of course not. Currently, only a few players have it. You are the first. So my job number is 0001. Yifeng couldn't believe it, and said doubtfully, There are many such liars nowadays. Who knows whether you are real or fake? Mr. Yifeng, you have to call our fantasy world customer service number directly. Because no one answered our call just now. So we came to find you in the game. Yifeng nodded. It was not impossible. But look what the customer service wanted to do to him. What do you want from me? The customer service said, Hello, Mr. Yifeng. Our manager should have told you before that we will choose a few people to be our fantasy world spokespersons in the personal battle of glory. Is Mr. Yifeng willing? Yifeng remembered what the Taoist priest told him one day. It seemed to be true. He really wanted to be his spokesperson. But Yifeng doesn't want to be an endorser or make a public appearance. After all, reality is still different from the game. At the same time, several other people received endorsement requests. And these people were not necessarily members of the Honorable Union. Yifeng said privately in the smoke, If you ask me to be your spokesperson, should I refuse or agree? Yifeng said, You also came to me. I'm thinking about it. Well, if you say it's okay, it's okay. If you don't, it's okay. It's up to you. Chu Ti and I also asked Yifeng. After all, he was the second best and would definitely look for him. There is also Ying. As the only assassin among the top 100. Ying deserves to be endorsed by this assassin. So many people were waiting for Yifeng's reply. But Yifeng really didn't want to. Seeing that Yifeng didn't reply for a long time, the customer service said, Our manager said that you will need a lot of money to create a guild and a studio. So you will definitely agree. Right? Yifeng didn't know whether to talk about MP or not. This guy's guess was really accurate. If you want to develop a guild, you will definitely need considerable funds. This guy has grasped his own weakness. Chapter 263 Agree to a condition. Yifeng said helplessly, Okay. I promise you. But it can't take up too much of our time. Hello, Mr. Yifeng. We won't take up too much of your time. We only need 1 day. Yifeng nodded. That's okay. But it would be difficult if it took a few days. After all, gaming is their profession. Yifeng replied to the three of them, saying that he could agree to sign an endorsement deal. As for the endorsement fee, they would negotiate it themselves. And the time was set to start tomorrow. Putting aside those messy things, Yifeng came to the side of the old village chief Oyezi. When Oyezi saw Yifeng coming, he stretched and said, Young man, you came really early. Did you complete the task yesterday? Yifeng said, Senior, how could I not complete what you told me? It must have been completed. Now, Senior, can you help me punch holes in my weapons? Oyezi said, The blacksmith in our village can do something as low level as punching holes. So why bother using me to do it? Now you have a chance for me to do it. So don't waste it. Looking at Oyezi's expression of wanting to be beaten, Yifeng pondered. Since he said so, he would only attack once. If he missed it, he would be in trouble if he tried to find him in the future. Yifeng took out his weapon and said, I heard that the sword owned by the Lord of Xuanwu City was made by a senior. And its level is higher than the level of my weapon. It is the main artifact. I want to change my weapon to the main artifact. Oyezi laughed and said, Haha. Do you think that the main artifact is something from the street? The weapon of the old city lord was also obtained by me by chance. Besides, it was a material. And yours is already a finished product. I think it's difficult to upgrade. Yifeng said with some disappointment, Senior, is there anything you can do? Well, there is no way. I'm afraid you can't find the materials. So, as long as you find the materials I need, I will help you forge it into the main artifact. Yifeng was overjoyed. This was a good opportunity. Yifeng said excitedly, Senior, tell me, what kind of material is it? Oyezi looked at Yifeng's excited expression and said calmly, Young man, don't worry. Your main material is from the demon clan. So I need materials from the demon clan. Yifeng frowned. The demon material. This is indeed the dark material of the demon. If he needs the demon material, he can go to the holy city to find the old beggar and see if he has it. Senior, tell me, what kind of material is it? Oyezi looked at Yifeng's artifact, closed his eyes, and began to think. After a while, Oyezi said, A drop of the demon emperor's blood. A bottle of 10,000 years of black stalactite water. A bone of the demon god. I still need your dark fire. Yifeng's brow has become a chuan. Apart from the dark fire he possesses, the other things are probably the top materials in fantasy world. No wonder the main artifact is so terrifying. It turns out that his materials are also extremely terrifying. If you are lucky, you can get the blood of the demon emperor. If you are not lucky, you will be killed by the demon emperor directly. Senior Oyezi, This first thing is particularly difficult. Oh yes, he said, nonsense. Don't think that the main artifact is rubbish. Yes, drilling holes, gem inlays, etc. are all scum in front of the main artifact. Yi Feng asked curiously, don't you need those things for the main artifact? Those are to increase the weapon's attack. Haha. Naive. What is the main artifact? And what kind of garbage are those gems? Unless it is a god-level gem. There will only be one consequence if other gems are embedded in it. The gems will be broken and have no effect. Damn. This main artifact is too overbearing. Only god-level gems can be inlaid. Which shows that the main artifact itself is very powerful. Yi Feng said, Senior Oyezi travels around all year round. Do you have any good materials that you can lend to this junior? Oyezi looked at Yi Feng warily and said, You still want to take advantage of my baby. Let me tell you. This is impossible. I don't have dark materials here. You can go to the Demon Emperor's territory to look for it. Judging from Oyezi's appearance, this guy must have a lot of treasures. If you take some away, forget it. I'm afraid Yi Feng won't get anything. Yi Feng cupped his hands and said, Senior Oyezi, I will go look for materials now. Please don't forget our agreement. Oyezi, will never forget who I am. But when the time comes, Yi Feng's heart tightened. Wasn't there any additional conditions? Senior, please speak. Oyezi laughed and said, Look, I scared you. I told you to bring more wine when you come to see me next time. Yesterday, the blacksmith boy drank this for the first time and drank all my wine. Yi Feng smiled and took out a small jar of wine from his backpack, handed it directly to Oyezi and said, Senior, I only have this much left here. Take it. Oyezi took the wine from Yi Feng's hand with excitement and said, Seeing how sincere you are, I'll tell you where you can find these materials. And I'll give them to you. Yi Feng was ecstatic and said, Thank you. Senior Oyezi. Oyezi, who was holding the wine, said, The Demon Emperor owes me a favor. For my sake, the Demon Emperor will not be stingy with this drop of blood. As for the 10,000 years black stalactite water, you can go to the Demon Clan's Black Forest to find it. As for the Demon God's bone, it depends on your luck. Maybe this small village has it. Maybe. Yi Feng said gratefully, Thank you. Senior Oyezi, I will live up to your trust and will definitely find all the materials. Then I will trouble Senior. Ha. Just bring me wine then. Go ahead. Old man, I want to taste the wine slowly. No one will give it to me this time. Hee. Yi Feng said goodbye to Oyezi and returned to Xuanwu City. If he wanted to go to the land of the demons, he had to be prepared to die. He didn't know how Zhui Feng did it in the first place and was given a hidden profession by the Demon Emperor. Yi Feng opened the world map. On the world map, each of the 8 main cities defended one side. The 2 main cities of Phoenix and White Tiger were located on the coast. Xuanwu City was located in the inland area. Only the Imperial City and the Holy City had the best locations. And far away from the main human city, there is a city. This is neither a demon nor a human. This is the City of Sin. After the City of Sin, there is a dark land with a strange main city, which is the Demon Imperial City. If you want to go to the Demon Imperial City, the only way is to go to the Holy City. From the Holy City, you have to go through a long journey to reach the Demon Imperial City. When Yi Feng was preparing to go to the Holy City, a figure quickly appeared in front of him. This person was none other than Altian, who was ordered to kill Yi Feng in the end. Altian, who was carrying the ultimate pursuit order, quickly shuttled through the crowd, as if he wanted to do something. Yi Feng followed him casually, wanting to see what this guy was doing here despite the danger. Chapter 264 Situation. Of course, Altian's appearance attracted many human players, and many people followed him, because Altian was carrying 10,000 points of glory. Yi Feng followed the players and kept walking. Altian entered a restaurant. Many players had to wait outside because PK was not allowed in the restaurant. It was even more strange that other players were kicked out and not allowed in. Yi Feng had to go in to see what was going on. Yi Feng is an NPC. Yi Feng can go in. Players cannot hinder the NPC's actions. If they really want to blast Yi Feng out, Yi Feng can call the patrol guards of Xuanwu City and arrest them all. However, Yi Feng just wants to see Altian come here. What's the matter? Hey, can the NPC come in? You have shit in your head. We are dealing with players, not NPCs. After entering the hotel, Yi Feng discovered a big secret. All the leaders of the 10 major guilds were sitting here. After Altian arrived, Huangtu said, Altian, you are the last one to arrive. Altian pointed to the ultimate fatwa on his head and said, it's not like you don't know. My head is too valuable. Haha. Don't tell me. I feel itchy just looking at it. It's a pity that PK can't be done here. Altian said with an indifferent expression, haha. If you can PK here, I won't come. What's the matter? Our top 10 guilds haven't held a meeting for a long time. Why are you thinking of holding a meeting today? The madman said, I initiated this meeting. Currently, there are 4 major guilds going to the demon camp. But there are still 6 human guilds on our side. Are you afraid that we will destroy your demon camp? Altian smiled and said, if you have this ability, how can you still talk to me here? Even Yifeng doesn't have this ability. So you guys don't even have it. Humph. President Altian, don't be so confident when you speak. If Yifeng himself could explode the gang's territory token by killing the demon marshal, I'm afraid he wouldn't be so free. Altian was shocked and said immediately, can you tell me clearly? Is this true? Humph. Of course it's true. If it's true information, you should be the last one among us to know. After Altian was just surprised, he calmly sat back down and said, you would be so kind to tell me? The horror is not that simple. Right. The fanatic said, our purpose is very simple. Any one of us can get the territory token. But we can't let Yifeng take it. Otherwise things will be big. Altian said with a fearless expression on his face, is it a big deal? When my Myth Guild was fighting against the Glory Guild, why didn't we see your other guilds come to help us? Now you tell me it's a big deal? Are you kidding me? Lan Shi shouted, Altian, don't think it's great that your guild has Zhui Feng. You were beaten into a dog by Yifeng. You're so arrogant. Altian slapped the table and stood up, shouting angrily, Lan Shi, I'm asking you. All of us are attacking Yifeng. Why don't you take action? Do you have any connection with Yifeng? Lan Shi shouted coldly, Humph. Our guild MO has a good relationship with Yifeng. It was he who asked me not to join the war. It's that simple. Ha ha. Who doesn't know that Demo and Yifeng have a good relationship? We, Liang Chun, could have been on good terms with Yifeng back then. And it wasn't because of you Demo. Damn it. The people in your guild are so arrogant, and they have nothing to do with the people in our guild. Besides the feud between Yifeng and Zhui Feng, I don't believe they can still get together. The madman stood up and said, 2 presidents. We will discuss these matters later. Let's discuss business matters. Altian said, that's right. It's just that Yifeng got the territory token and beat all of us. Right. The other guild leaders nodded. After all, Yifeng's guild was just a small guild that had just been established. It would be really ugly on their faces if they were really overwhelmed by Yifeng. After all, they are among the top 10 guilds in the country. There are tens of thousands of guilds in the country. But it's in the top 10. Altian shouted, nod your ass. When I was beaten, you hid aside and watched the show. Now if you want me to contribute, you can play by yourself. President Altian, our Xingtian Guild, Dingtian Guild, and Zhantian Guild are all from the demon camp. And we are of the same mind. Man Yi, the president of the Holy Body Guild, said, Bah, look at the people in your guild. Our Shenhua people are among us. But even if the people from your guild are nearby, they will stay far away. Who is of the same mind as you? President Dingtian Mo Ling said, President Altian, I have already informed the brothers in the guild. As long as you see brothers from the demon camp being bullied, don't ask if you want to. Just go up and fight. Yes, President Altian. If you can't do it, you can ask the current members of the Human Devil Battlefield. Altian pondered for a while, obviously questioning the situation. The situation was as they said, and they were indeed starting to unite. Altian said, so, what will your human camp do? The fanatic said, after all, we and Yifeng are from the human camp. We cannot kill our own people on the battlefield. So as long as there is a battle, we will isolate the people of the Glory Guild. Altian's face finally showed a little smile, which was the best. However, Altian said, we only have 4 guilds here. Do you need one to come here to maintain balance? The fanatic said, this is what I want to say today. Which of our 6 major guilds will go to the demon camp? On a sunny day, Bihai's gang leader stood up and said, I can't do it. Our guild relies on the Lord of Suzaku City, and can't break away from the human camp. The madman nodded and said, if you don't go to Bihai or Lanchi Valley, then let's choose between the 4 of us. Domineering, perfect, disciple of heaven, prosperous dynasty. These are the 4 guilds to choose from. Yi Feng was not interested in seeing which of them went to the demon camp. He just knew that the demon marshal could explode the gang's territory token. Are they trying to unite the front to prevent themselves from gaining territory? Since you are so in front of them, then I am determined to take the demon marshal, even if the demon emperor says so. Regarding which of the 4 of them should go to the demon camp, Yi Feng was a little stunned because of his haste. It turned out to be a black and white match. I'll hack you. Let's play house. But it was under this kind of playing house that the next guild to go to the demon camp was decided. And that was the Perfect Guild. The guy who ranked 4th among the top 10 guilds. Perfect Guild leader Melody said with a helpless look, I'm really unlucky. Although I don't want to go to the demon clan. For the sake of profit. Forget it. I'll let all the guild members transfer to the demon clan camp today. There can be demon players and human players in a guild. But this kind of large guild is different. In order to agree to the deployment, they must be of the same race camp. According to the current situation, the 5 guilds on each side of the top 10 guilds are evenly divided. At present, it seems that the demon camp is extra powerful because of the existence of Yi Feng. Even the domineering guilds are not strong. Chapter 265 Killing Outyan. After they announced that the camp began to disband. Although Yi Feng didn't know what they would do next. But the Glory Guild will definitely be suppressed. Yi Feng walked out of the restaurant as if nothing had happened and stood outside the restaurant, waiting for Outyan to come out. As soon as Outyan comes out, the human players outside will focus on Outyan. And it is very likely that if she runs to the human-demon battlefield, a big war will occur. But soon, Yi Feng discovered that there were many demon players outside the restaurant. Many of them from the mythical guild. Not only Yi Feng discovered this problem, but other human players also discovered this problem. Outyan decided to run away and would never let these people catch him. Of course, Yi Feng would never let him escape. After finally getting here, how could he let him go? First there were several major guilds. After the president came out, Outyan didn't come out immediately in order to cover up others' eyes. But soon, the players did not find Aotion and knew that he was still in the hotel. A player walked to the hotel door and shouted, Outyan is running away from the back door. Many players rushed to the back door. But Yi Feng squinted at the player who shouted just now. Although this guy was wearing a Sanrin vest, he must be from the mythical guild. Because Outyan didn't go to the backyard at all. And there was no one in the backyard. Retreat. He is attracting the attention of other players so that Outyan can come out. Most of the players left, leaving some players at the main entrance. It was at this time that Outyan suddenly appeared. A player shouted, damn it. That son of a bitch just said that Outyan went to the back door. Isn't this the front door? Chase him. Yi Feng looked at Outyan's back coldly. This guy ran pretty fast. But Yi Feng was already ready, waiting for him to fall into a trap. Yi Feng, who was hiding in the dark, shouted, darkness entwines. Outyan looked shocked. Yi Feng is nearby. Because after being attacked, it will be shown who attacked Outyan. So Outyan knows who attacked him. Outyan shouted, Yi Feng is nearby. Catch him quickly. Some demon players, who were originally watching the show, immediately became excited. Their eyes filled with glory points, which was 10,000 points. But after Outyan was slowed down by Yi Feng, human players rushed forward and wanted to kill Outyan. The Shinhua members beside Outyan rushed forward to block him. They wanted Outyan to escape. But Yi Feng was able to do as they wished. At this time, Yi Feng finally showed his NPC abilities. Yi Feng shouted, where is the Xuanwu City Guards? In less than 5 seconds, a team of Xuanwu City Guards appeared. Players in the city who caused trouble must be detained. However, it was members of the demon camp who took action. In the realm of the human race, members of the demon camp suffered a great disadvantage. When the Xuanwu City Guards saw this, they shouted, how dare you gather people to fight in the city? Arrest them. When Outyan originally thought that he would capture it with other players, he realized that he was wrong. The NPC only captured players from the demon camp, not players from the human camp. But there is a question. That is why he doesn't catch himself. Because Outyan has the ultimate, the fatwa, on his head. When he fights with other players, NPCs do not participate. But the other members of the demon camp are different. Instead of attacking the ultimate chaser, they attack other human players. The members of the Shinhua Guild who were standing in front of Aotion were suddenly caught. And they were all empty in front of him. No one could resist the attack damage for him. All the attacks were coming towards Outyan. In just a moment, the day after tomorrow was submerged in the special effects of the skill. I don't know who killed Outyan in the end. Anyway, Altian had been killed and his body was lying on the ground. In the crowd, a player said excitedly, "I killed mine. I got 10,000 glory points." Ha ha ha. The other players looked at that player with envy. It would be great if the last blow was theirs. That would be 10,000 points of glory. After dozens of seconds, Altian said on the world server-wide chat channel, "Yifeng, wait for me. I will hack you to level 0. Yifeng had returned to his NPC appearance at this time. He spent 100 gold coins on the server-wide channel and said, "Then be prepared for whoever gets hacked to level 0 first." The guild channel suddenly became very popular. Xiao Hei said in surprise, "Boss, isn't it? You hacked Altian?" Yifeng replied, using a little trick. "This guy was hacked to death by random swords." The members of the Glory Guild smiled wildly. Yifeng said, "Everyone, be quiet and listen to me." For a while, the guild channel was quietly waiting for Yifeng to speak. Yifeng said, "Our Glory Guild has been isolated by other guilds. When we go out to do missions in the future, if we encounter demon players, we should try to stay as far away as possible, especially in the battlefield between humans and demons. Don't fight with them, because humans are like this. The players nearby will no longer help us." "What's going on? Boss? Why are we suddenly isolated? Aren't we all fighting against the demons?" Yifeng smiled bitterly and said, "They are afraid of our Glory Guild." "So the 10 major guilds have united to target our Glory Guild?" Chu Tianai said, "Humph. Even without the help of other guilds, we still have our own strength. We have never been afraid of dealing with the mythical guild. Yes, since they want to isolate us, then we have to slap him in the face. Hard. Boss, it's time for us to have a guild activity. Our guild currently has more than 10,000 people. Are we still afraid that their guild will fail?" Brother Arrogant said. Yifeng said, "There can be trade union activities, but not now." "Why? Isn't it the right time for activities? Today is also the weekend. So many people are online." Xiao Hei asked in confusion. Yifeng said, "It is precisely because there are so many people that we can't go. We only attack the guild's foundation. We can't afford to offend them. They have more people than us. Let's arrange your time. Next Monday, we will attack the human-demon battlefield. Kill the demon marshal." Xiao Hei said, "Boss, if you say that if our guild has 007, wouldn't other guilds know about it?" Yifeng said, "It doesn't matter. They will know sooner or later anyway. It's easy to understand. Let's make arrangements right away. Soon." What Yifeng said was spread to other guilds. There must be 007 in Yifeng's guild who has arrangements for other guilds. As long as Yifeng and the others have group activities, other guilds will definitely know about it. Of course, Yifeng is not afraid of them knowing. What he wants is to let you know that I will slap you in the face. Let you see. Even if you know, I can still kill the demon emperor. I'll go. This kid is really brave. Lan Shi said. The fanatic said with a sneer, "Do you really think you are invincible? Let's see who is the king of this game next Monday." As for the demon camp, Altian has returned, and his level is only level 33. He lost level 10 because he was killed just now. But the ultimate pursuit order above his head is still there. Only by killing the demon marshal or the human marshal can this ultimate pursuit be ended. Chapter 266 Meeting Chao Ci. After dealing with Altian, Yifeng went to the Holy City. If you want to go to the Demon King achievement, you must go to the Holy City. And you can reach the Demon King City through the road of the Holy City. Yifeng changed back to the village chief again and came to the Holy City. Before heading to the Demon Imperial City, Yifeng wanted to find the old beggar once. But when Yifeng came to the Holy City, he found that the old beggar was no longer there. The old beggar who had been lingering in front of the law enforcement hall every day was no longer seen. And he also disappeared in the ruined temple where the old beggar stayed. Yifeng asked. And the other beggars said, "Where did the old beggar who lost his feet go?" The other beggars shook their heads and said, "I don't know." Helpless, Yifeng had to leave. But when passing by the law enforcement hall, Yifeng saw a long-lost acquaintance. It's Chao Ci. I haven't seen him for a long time. But Chao Ci seems to have changed a little now. He originally looked like an archer, but turned into a warrior. Soon Yifeng thought of dual professions. Unexpectedly, Chao Ci also got dual professions. And it seemed that he was still a law enforcer. In other words, he had the same profession as himself. Didn't it mean that there was only one person in each hidden profession? It seems that this sentence is false. Under certain circumstances, it can be one person or multiple people. Just because Yifeng discovered Chao Ci, It doesn't mean that Chao Ci can see Yi Feng, because Yi Feng is now number 88, the head of Novice Village. Although others would find it strange when they see him. Why would a village chief of a novice village come here? But no one knows that he was transformed by Yi Feng. Chao Ci passed by Yi Feng, and Yi Feng seemed to hear him saying, "This task is really difficult. It has taken me a week. I don't know what reward I will give him then." It seems that everyone is making progress, and Yi Feng does not dare to stop. The location to go to Rubik's Cube City is at the north gate of the Holy City. Yi Feng goes directly to the north gate, but Yi Feng encounters a little trouble. The Holy City is nominally under the jurisdiction of the Emperor, but they hardly obey the Emperor's orders. They only obey the Pope, the supreme leader of the law enforcement hall. They couldn't control the players, but when the NPC wanted to go to the north gate, they were interrogated. "You? I mean, you take out your ID card and take a look," a junior law enforcer said to Yi Feng. Yi Feng pointed to the name above his head and said, "Can't you see such an obvious name? I am a village chief." I saw the junior law enforcement officer saying, "I asked you to take out your ID card. So take out your ID card. Don't be verbose. If you continue to verbose, I will lock you up." Yi Feng was stunned for a moment. He didn't have an ID card at all. The only thing that could distinguish him was the name above his head. But if others don't believe it, Yi Feng really has no choice. Because Yi Feng has no ID card, and is originally a fake NPC. Yi Feng couldn't get his ID card out at all and said, "The ID card is here in Chun. Why can't I go back and get it? Are you forcing things on others? Humph. Come on. Arrest this person with suspicious identity." Yi Feng quickly backed away, because several junior law enforcers were already walking towards Yi Feng. Yi Feng shouted, "What do you want to do? I am a law-abiding citizen." Humph. The demons have been raging recently. Who knows if you are a spy of the demons? Someone come and arrest you. Yi Feng never thought that he would be arrested by the law enforcers. As a last resort, Yi Feng began to escape. When he turned around, he bumped into a player. The two fell to the ground. Yi Feng got up and ran, because he wanted to change his identity. Glancing at the player he knocked down, he saw that it was Chao Ci. Chao Ci was also puzzled. He was walking well, but he was knocked down by an NPC, and a group of junior law enforcement officers were chasing him. As a newly promoted junior law enforcer, Chao Ci immediately joined the pursuit. Chao Ci's speed was much faster than that of ordinary junior law enforcers. It was almost impossible for Yi Feng to escape, and was stopped by Chao Ci on the spot. Yi Feng said, "Why are you, a player, stopping me? I am an NPC." Chao Ci was stunned by Yi Feng's roar. "That's right. Why would you rent an NPC for yourself? He is not a player, and he has no rewards. It seems that it really has nothing to do with him." Chao Ci thought for a while, and finally let go of the road, and let Yi Feng walk over. Yi Feng only heard the NPC behind him say, "This guy may be a spy of the demon clan. How could you leave him alone? Why don't you hurry up and catch him?" Chao Ci patted his head. If he was a spy, there would be a big reward if he was caught. Why was he so stupid? He was really let go after being bullied. Yi Feng smiled secretly. It's too late to chase him now. At a corner, Yi Feng transformed into Governor Yi. With such an identity, even a junior law enforcer would not dare to stop him. When those junior law enforcers, Chao Ci walked in front of Yi Feng. The law enforcement officer, who went out, looked around and said with a confused look, "Where are you? Didn't you come here? Why are you missing?" Chao Ci looked around. This place is a dead end. Why are you missing? Is it really possible to fly over the roof and walk over the wall? The junior law enforcer said respectfully to Yi Feng, "Master Yi just saw a village chief running over." Yi Feng put his hands behind his back and said with a blank look on his face, "I just need to pee here." "Why did you rush in? Do you want to peek at me and you perverts?" The junior law enforcer said, "Master Yi, you misunderstood. A demon spy just ran in, and now he is gone." Yi Feng made a thoughtful expression and said, "It seems that something did pass by just now, but it ran to the top. On this roof." The junior law enforcer said respectfully, "Thank you, sir. Let's chase him quickly." Seeing these law enforcers go away, Yi Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't expect that having more status would be beneficial. However, there was still Chao Ci standing in front of Yi Feng. Chao Ci said respectfully, "Sir, you need help." Yi Feng said awkwardly, "Why do I need you to help me when I pee? Just help me hold it. You pervert." Saying this, he walked out without pushing Chao Ci away. Chao Ci quickly explained behind him, "Sir, You misunderstood. I wanted to ask you if there is anything you need my help with. Yi Feng thought for a while and said, Can you help me get out of the city? Chao Ci said with a happy face, Of course. We are leaving now. Yi Feng nodded and walked out of the north gate with Chao Ci. This time, no guard stopped him. Once outside the north gate, it was Yi Feng who had the final say. Do you still need any help from us now that you're older? Yi Feng said, You can go back. Chao Ci looked at Yi Feng in shock. It was over. Was it over? Sir, do you really not need my help? Yi Feng thought for a while and said, Well, how about you go and kill the human traitor Zhui Feng? He resigned a little and looked at Yi Feng speechlessly. It seemed that this guy really had no mission. Moreover, looking at the missions he picked up and dropped off, he actually gave himself a little experience. He thought there was some hidden mission, but he didn't expect it to be so cheating. Chao Ci ran away without even thinking about it. Yi Feng shrugged and said, See, you only know how to do simple tasks. Chapter 267 The City of Good and Evil. Yi Feng told other members of the guild about Chao Ci's current situation so that they could pay attention and be careful when encountering Chao Ci in the future. After all, there is a big difference between dual professions and single professions. Yi Feng fully understands how abnormal CD-free skills are. As long as he practices diligently, one person can be used as two people, or even more. Don't be idle. Always brush up on Honor 10 and look around to see if there are any hidden professions. Xiao He said with a look of displeasure, Boss, you're talking lightly. You didn't even look at how many people didn't have hidden professions. Then look at how many people had hidden professions. And look at you. A pervert. You took it all by yourself. 2 hidden professions. How dare you say this? Yi Feng scratched his head. Well, you guys play slowly. I'm on a mission. After all, the hidden profession is something that is hard to come by. The Domineering Guild spent a lot of effort on this hidden profession for Chao Ci. Yi Feng left the north gate, opened the map, and walked towards the nearest road to Demon King City. But the distance seemed a bit far. It would be nice if there were teleportation or horses. Yi Feng looked at the pig's foot sleeping in the pet space. If he really wanted to use it as a mount, it was not impossible. But it would attract a lot of people, which would affect Yi Feng's plan. Let alone looking for materials. He might be besieged by others. So Yi Feng didn't plan to use pig's feet at all. If horses were used, Typhoon would have to go back to the Holy City. If horses were not needed, there would be no teleportation here. It would probably take a long time to get to the Magic Defense City. After Yi Feng thought twice, he still chose the carriage. The rental fee for a carriage was 1 gold coin per hour, and Yi Feng spent 10 gold coins to rent it for 10 hours. Sitting on the carriage, looking at the scenery outside the door and window, he quickly walked towards the Demon King City. After the carriage drove for about half an hour, a city appeared in front of Yi Feng. This is the legendary City of Good and Evil. There are no human NPCs or demonic NPCs here. Except for a few fixed NPCs, there are no other NPCs at all. But after Yi Feng entered the city, he found that there were many human players and many demon players here. Here you can PK freely, even in the city. So there are no restaurants here because there is no safe zone here. As soon as Yi Feng came in, he was stared at by a group of people. Even though Yi Feng was an NPC, they were still staring at Yi Feng because they would not be punished for killing an NPC here. Moreover, Yi Feng's title is governor, which attracts them even more. Some players laughed and said, An NPC has come to our City of Good and Evil. And he is also an official. Is he here to die? Who knows? Maybe he wants to take over the City of Good and Evil. A demon player said, A human NPC. And he's also an official. Is it worth it to come here to give me glory? And it looks like there's quite a lot. Yi Feng had already felt the murderous aura outside, and the carriage was pushed out quickly. Yi Feng didn't want to waste time here. A human NPC finally arrived. How could we let him escape? Players from the demon camp have stopped the carriage. A demon camp player said, People above, listen to me and get out, or I will dismantle your carriage. Yi Feng opened the carriage door, frowned, and looked at the demon players outside. Look at their posture. They are going to kill me. However, as a human official, Yi Feng also has his own dignity. Yi Feng shouted, You dare to stop my carriage. Why don't you get away? Unexpectedly, there was a group of bursts of laughter below. Ha ha ha. Did you hear that? This guy actually told us to get lost. Is this your first time in the City of Good and Evil? Don't you understand the rules here? It was indeed Yi Feng's first time to come to the city of good and evil, and he really didn't know much about the rules here. But Yi Feng knows that even NPCs here are not safe. There is no safe zone. Otherwise, how could it be called the city of good and evil? This is an area that neither humans nor demons can govern. Similarly, Yi Feng does not want to stay here for a long time. Yi Feng slapped the horse's butt fiercely. The horse was frightened and ran wildly, knocking down the demon players in front of it one by one. Damn it. Don't let him escape. Catch him quickly. You can get a lot of glory points. And maybe you can also reveal something good. Players in the city of good and evil almost don't take levels. They treat it as one thing. If they die, they will die. At worst, they will need to level up again. Ding! System prompt. Your carriage is under attack and will be destroyed within 1 minute. If I go, the carriage can still be damaged. Yi Feng doesn't want to expose himself. Fortunately, the carriage still had 1 minute to be damaged, and Yi Feng could drive the carriage and run in the upper city. After choosing a favorable position, Yi Feng jumped off the carriage and hid. The carriage continued to move forward under Yi Feng's blow. Yi Feng, who was hiding aside, looked at the demon camp players chasing the carriage with a sneer on his face. After waiting for the demon camp players to leave, Yi Feng walked out. Yi Feng had transformed into a dark magician, but there was also a sign of the ultimate killing order above his head, and soon Yi Feng would be seen by others. Fortunately, players from the human camp will not get 10,000 glory points by killing Yi Feng, and Yi Feng will not lose 10 levels. Soon, Yi Feng's carriage was found. It had been damaged, but there was no NPC on it. But what he didn't expect was that Yi Feng would appear in the city of good and evil. This made them even more excited. Killing a Yi Feng was much more valuable than killing those NPCs, because Yi Feng had 10,000 glory points. Soon, Yi Feng's place was heavily surrounded by demon players. Players who can come to the city of good and evil must be at least level 40. And Yi Feng is now level 44. Second only to Chao Ci on the level ranking list. As long as today is over, Yi Feng can steadily surpass Chao Ci and become the first place on the level list. However, Yi Feng's current situation is not optimistic. In front of him, there are dozens of players above level 40. Although their equipment is uneven. But these players are a group of desperate people, completely different from those guild players. Almost all the players here have stolen equipment and killed people, but their character is not good, so they can survive in the city of good and evil. Yi Feng looked at the demon camp players in front of him coldly and said, "Players, are you trying to take my head? Ha ha ha. How could we let go of such a good opportunity? Besides, your head is so valuable. Who can resist this kind of temptation? Do you think you have the ability to take me down?" A player, stroking the sword, said, "How will you know if it doesn't work if you don't give it a try? It's like being killed by Aotian." Yi Feng smiled, "Of course. It is your right to kill me. And it is my right to kill you. If you are so confident that you can kill me, then go ahead." As soon as Yi Feng finished speaking, a skill was already released. Chapter 268, Across the City of Good and Evil. Feng Xingyun. Yi Feng activated Feng Xingyun without hesitation. Under the attacks of so many players, only speed could evade their attacks. Yi Feng's speed was very fast. He was almost there, and he didn't know which direction he was going in the blink of an eye. Moreover, in Fantasy World, there are very few locked-in skills. Almost none. Anyway, so far, Yi Feng has not seen any lock-on skills. So as long as he has good skills, he can dodge all skills. The moment Yi Feng dodged the skill in his hand also began to be released. Ice Grip. In an instant, all demons and camp players within the range of the skill were frozen. I heard Yi Feng shout loudly. The earth flames burst. An ordinary player would hardly be able to withstand a single blow from Yi Feng's super advanced attack. Many players were even killed instantly, and most players were left with almost no health left. Damn. This attack is so perverted. What kind of attack? It's so terrifying. I was killed instantly. At this moment, Yi Feng has turned into an archer and uses skills to shoot towards the ground. The night wind landed directly on the roof, and the bow and arrow in his hand turned into a magic wand again. Yi Feng said, "You want to kill me? Can you really do that? Do you know whose artifact is number 1 in the equipment rankings? That belongs to me." Saying that, Yi Feng directly removed the artifact that ranked first in the weapon rankings, and the name of the owner. Anyway, it has reached this point, and Yi Feng no longer needs to hide it. If he wants to scare these desperados, Yifeng must show some real skills. It's true. The wind damage Mingye belongs to Yifeng. This artifact is indeed Yifeng's. No wonder the damage is so high. It turns out he owns the artifact. It's just a slap in the face. If you go up there, you'll die. You'll die in vain. Don't fight. Why don't you fight me? I thought that if someone took the magic weapon, I would be afraid that he would do anything. So he would just do it. You hacking think I'm a fool. You guys can play slowly. I'm leaving first. Yifeng's attack is too high for ordinary players. Ordinary players simply cannot withstand Yifeng's attack. Especially those with crispy skin, who will be instantly killed. No matter how much they don't care about experience. They will not use their level to contribute to others. Players from the demon camp began to retreat. And there were a large number of them. The few remaining demon players originally planned to attack Yifeng. But seeing that the number was too small, they had to give up the attack on Yifeng. After all the demon players left, Yifeng jumped off the roof. Without their interruption, Yifeng could finally continue to the demon defense city. However, without the carriage, Yifeng had to move forward on his own feet. However, in order to prevent other players from tracking him, Yifeng walked around in circles in the city of good and evil, and finally left the players behind him and walked out of the city. Just in case, even outside the city, Yifeng wanders around, making other players think that Yifeng is here for fun. But having said that, Yifeng did come here to play. So those players had no idea what Mr. Yi wanted to do. But they knew that Yifeng had arrived outside the city of good and evil. Soon, the Xinhua Guild and Zhui Feng learned the news. Yifeng actually ran to the city of good and evil. What did he want to do? Zhui Feng said, Yifeng actually ran to the city on the mountain despite the fatwa. What does he want to do? Could it be that he has some important mission? Altian frowned and said, there are no such things as NPCs in the city of Shanghai. It should not be for missions. I have been there once before. And they were all players with not very good character, as well as players expelled by our guild. So, that makes you a scumbag? Altian nodded and said, you can say that. But there are many masters there. But those masters rarely take action. Maybe you, me, or Yifeng find this song, and it will not cause them to take action. If you want, when they take action, they care about money. Zhui Feng asked. Same. Why haven't I heard of it? Could it have been formed during the time I left? Altian nodded and said yes. This was formed during that period. I suspect that those guys may be some killer organization in reality. But this is only a conjecture. We don't know what they are specifically. Zhui Feng's eyes lit up when he heard the word killer. Since Yifeng has gone to the city of good and evil, I will go and see it too. Casting held on. Zhui Feng's hand said, cousin, don't be impulsive. You are still carrying the human race's ultimate pursuit order. The president has already dropped 10 levels. If you want to rise to 10th level, you need a lot of the time has been very difficult. Zhui Feng sneered and said, even those shrimp soldiers and crab generals dare to kill me. I'm going to see what Yifeng wants to do in Sin City. And I'll go meet the so-called killer organization by the way. In Zhui Feng's heart, Yifeng is uneasy if he doesn't come out. If it is really a killer organization, Zhui Feng will not hesitate to spend money and let Yifeng die miserably on the street. Zhui Feng, don't be impulsive. Zhui Feng said, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. After Yifeng left the city of good and evil, he continued to move towards the Rubik's Cube city. This distance is similar to the distance from the holy city to the city of good and evil. But because Yifeng does not have a carriage now, his walking speed is much slower. And another reason is that this is already a level 50 area that is also strange. In order not to attract people. It is also because Yifeng does not know how to use pig's feet. According to the map, Yifeng walked forward cautiously, because there were level 70 monsters in the area around the magic yellow Imperial City. I really don't know how Zhui Feng came to Demon Imperial City in the first place. Even the mobs around Demon Imperial City can kill Yifeng with one strike, because the level difference is too big. Yifeng walked cautiously. In the middle, there were monsters of level 60 or 70. Yifeng even saw a level 65 platinum boss. If not, this guy was still sleeping soundly. Yifeng would probably be beaten by him. Kill! After about an hour, the shadow of Demon Imperial City finally appeared in front of Yifeng. As the biggest villain in the fantasy world, the Demon Defense City is heavily guarded. With such a long distance, Yifeng has already seen many demon soldiers. And their levels are all terrifying level 80. It's hard to imagine how Shui Feng got here in the first place. If he wanted to pass those demon soldiers, Yi Feng had to think of a way. In the human imperial city, the moment Shui Feng appeared, it caused a great commotion, and many human players directly launched attacks. I originally thought that Shui Feng would die under random swords like Aotian. But Shui Feng was completely different from Aotian. This guy seemed to be able to fly into the sky and escape from the earth. He cleverly avoided all the skills, came to the teleporter, and teleported away directly. Shui Feng appeared next to the teleporter in the holy city, which surprised some human players, because they had just heard that Shui Feng was in the imperial city and was attacked by a large number of players. Unexpectedly, he had come to the holy city now. When Cheng Cheng's players wanted to attack Shui Feng had already left the holy city. Half an hour later, in the city of good and evil, Shui Feng appeared. With the ultimate pursuit order, Shui Feng appeared in front of the players in the city of good and evil. Chapter 269, Buying the Murderer. Let me go! Yi Feng just left. Why did Shui Feng come again? These two guys are extremely scary. Let's forget it. There are only a few of us. Unexpectedly, the players in Sin City reached a consensus and did not attack Shui Feng at all. Shui Feng himself also felt strange. Could it be that the players here knew his strength and didn't attack him? Shui Feng grabbed a player from the demon camp and asked, "Did Yi Feng come here just now?" "Yes, that's right. I came here, but then I left. You had something to do with him. I heard that you two have a grudge. There must be a grudge. But since he is not here, then I will ask about another thing. I heard that you have a strange organization here." The player looked around and whispered, "Are you looking for them? They are not people to be trifled with." "Yes, just looking for them." "Do you know where they are?" This player said, "I am from the city of good and evil. How come I don't know where he is?" The tour guide charges 10 gold coins. You can make your own decision whether to go or not. Shui Feng didn't hesitate, just threw out 10 gold coins and said, "Lead the way." In a certain location in the city of good and evil, there is a group of players. Each of these players is well equipped. And most importantly, there are many hidden professions among them. They suddenly appeared a week ago and took the city of good and evil as their base. It is said that their leader had a one-on-one fight with their members and defeated them before recovering them. It can be said that they use strength. Talk. Whoever has the bigger fist will be the boss. However, there are currently not many players in the base area. Only a dozen or so. Maybe other players have gone out to level up. But these dozen players are not in the city of good and evil. And other players dare to mess with them. The player pointed to the base in front and said, "Here. Did you see it? It's right in front. You can go there by yourself." "I don't want to go there." After the player finished speaking, he ran away directly, fearing that Shui Feng would kill him, because there was no trust at all here. Shui Feng stepped forward and asked, "I heard that as long as I give you money, you can do anything, right?" A player who looked like an assassin said, "Brothers, get up. Business is coming." A player walked up to Shui Feng and asked, "Tell me, what mission do you want to do? Tell me the mission first, and we will give you the price." Shui Feng smiled and said, "I heard you can do it in real life too." "Oh, boy, you are pretty good. But in real life, our prices are very high." Shui Feng was extremely happy, since the underworld gangsters can't do anything to you. "What about the killer organization?" "Yi Feng, just wait," Shui Feng said calmly. "I want Yi Feng to die." One man actually took out a pen and paper and said, "Yi Feng is level 44. He just announced that he owns the magical weapon Wind Wound Ming Ye. He will kill it once, and the price will be 100,000. Shui Feng shook his head and said, "I'm not talking about the game, but the reality. In reality, her name is Yi Feng. Come on. I'll ask my brother to check the information. Please wait a moment." After the man in question contacted other people, he sat motionless, waiting for other people's replies. After about 10 minutes, the man moved and stood up and said, "Mr. Yi Feng, 24 years old, located in City S. That Yenyu is his girlfriend, right? The other girlfriend is called Index, which is the character in the game. Purple Rabbit. Is the news correct?" Shui Feng thought to himself, the intelligence of this killer organization is really powerful. In just 10 minutes, it was possible to find out everything about Yi Feng. Shui Feng nodded and said, "Yes, it's him." The man continued, "Yi Feng. He has powerful abilities, extremely high attack power, Difficulty Index. The highest level of 5 stars. And a kill amount of 10 million. Yifeng has already experienced Chai Feng's ability. Yifeng is really powerful. The fact that he was able to get out of the gangster safely shows that it is very powerful. But the amount of 10 million is still a bit big for Xuefeng. Xuefeng said, "Can the amount be reduced a little? 10 million is indeed a bit expensive." The man said, "The price remains unchanged. It is 10 million. If you are willing, pay the money. If not, get out." Although Xuefeng didn't like the tone of the other person's words, he endured it for the sake of Yifeng's life. 10 million is not impossible for Xuefeng. If Ao Tianhe and Zhu Jian are willing to sponsor a little bit, there will be absolutely no problem. Xuefeng contacted Ao Tian and Zhu Jian in time. Ao Tian's intention was obvious. He was unwilling to participate in this matter. But Zhu Jian was willing to lend Xuefeng 3 million. Xuefeng said, "It's better to be related by blood. Thank you very much, cousin." After that, Xuefeng borrowed millions from other places and raised a total of 10 million. Xuefeng said to the people in front of him, "When will the payment be made? When will you take action? Pay now, and we will do it within a week. Give me your account number, and I'll send you money immediately." The account number is XXXX. A minute later, Xuefeng said, "You can check. The full payment has been made." "Okay. We'll see the result of the mission in a week." Xuefeng said, "Very good. I hope you can succeed." The man said, "By the way, I forgot to tell you that we will not refund if the mission fails. This is a rule. It is the same wherever you go." "I understand this." Around the Demon Imperial City, Yifeng still didn't know that he was exposed in public, and what awaited him would be a fatal blow. However, Yifeng did not know at this time that Xuefeng had bribed a killer to kill him. Yifeng now just wanted to go to the Demon Emperor's city, find the Demon Emperor, and ask for a drop of his blood. But Yifeng found that no matter how hard he searched, he could not find a safe intersection. The only intersection that can be normal is the gate of Demon Imperial City. If Yifeng walks in normally, he will definitely be arrested, because the top of Yifeng's head is from the human camp. But where to go if not through the main entrance? Helplessly, Yifeng had no choice but to step out and be exposed to the eyes of the demon soldiers. The demon general saw Yifeng and shouted, "The bold human race dares to invade our demon territory. Someone comes and arrests you." Soon Yifeng was tied up and arrested, and was forced into the Demon Imperial City. The moment he walked into the Magic Defense City, Yifeng thought he had gone to the wrong place. There was peace and tranquility inside. Many demon NPCs were doing business inside, and Yifeng even saw a blacksmith, a pharmacist, an equipment shop, etc. This seems to tell Yifeng that the Demon Imperial City will definitely be open to players in the future, and the surrounding area of the Demon Imperial City will become an advanced leveling area for players. But currently, it seems that Yifeng is not welcome here. When Yifeng was escorted in, all the demons and NPCs stared at Yifeng. Soon, Yifeng was imprisoned. "Human boy, please be careful and wait quietly here for the Demon Emperor's interrogation." Originally, Yifeng was still thinking about how to escape, but he didn't expect that there was still such a step. It seemed that he didn't have to think of ways to get close to the Demon Emperor, because he could see the Demon Emperor directly. Chapter 270 Demon Emperor. In the Demon Emperor's palace, the Demon Emperor and his elders were discussing matters. At this time, a demon general walked up and said respectfully, "Dear Majesty the Demon Emperor, just now, we captured a human spy." The Demon King was busy discussing matters and waved his hand and said, "Go down and wait for my summons." "It's my respected Majesty the Demon Emperor." After the demon generals left, an elder in the main hall said, "Dear His Majesty the Demon Emperor, now that we have gained many new forces, do you want to start a new round of war?" The Demon Emperor, as the ruler of the Demon Clan, manages all the affairs of the Demon Clan. The Demon King said, "We have sufficient personnel and can indeed launch a war. But have you ever thought that we don't have many people hiding in the human race? We also lost 2 generals, Pask and Doug, some time ago, and the human race is still there are 7 city lords protecting us. If we want to defeat them, we must take down several city lords." An elder said, "Your Majesty the Demon Emperor, those city lords are not easy to chew on. It is difficult to defeat them. It is better to attack directly." The Demon King shook his head and said, "A frontal attack will hurt both sides. I want to defeat the Emperor of the human race, not all the people of the human race. You know, I need to rescue my master. His old man was also sealed in the law enforcement hall by the Pope. So many years have passed, and I don't know how he is doing now. Junior brother, I told you that there is a little brother among the human race who uses dark magic from our demon race, said an old man with disabled legs. The Demon King looked at the old man and said helplessly, unfortunately, that man has not appeared for a long time and has never come to our demon clan. However, I had a little brother from the human race come to me some time ago, and he has become a subordinate of my demon clan. It's a pity that it didn't achieve much. The old man said, Are you talking about Jue Feng? It was him. I took away his loyalty, and he took away my dark arts. It's a pity that this person has poor character. According to my demon spies, he was defeated. The old man said, Bring the human race people you just captured. Maybe there will be something we want. The Demon King said, Okay. Come on. Bring that person up. As soon as Yi Feng sat down in the dungeon, he learned that the Demon Emperor had summoned him. Then, Yi Feng was led by the demon soldiers to the Demon Emperor's palace. Yi Feng looked around and saw that the place was full of demon soldiers and many demon elders. Their strength was exactly the same as that of Dao Gu. However, Yi Feng found a familiar figure in a corner. That was the old beggar in the holy city. Yi Feng shouted to the old beggar, Senior, it's me. It's me. When the old beggar saw Yi Feng, he felt happy and said quickly, Junior brother, this is the one from the human race I told you. The Demon King looked at Yi Feng in surprise. Isn't he the human boy who defeated Jue Feng? This is really called. There is no way out in the mountains and rivers. But there is another village with dark flowers and bright flowers. The Demon King said, Come here. Let him loose his bonds. Yi Feng looked at the Demon Emperor sitting on the throne. It turned out that this guy was the Demon Emperor. He was dressed in black and looked majestic. The black crown showed his temperament. He was indeed the Emperor of the Demon Clan. Yi Feng saluted and said, Hello, Your Majesty the Demon Emperor. My name is Yi Feng, from the human camp, but I practice dark magic. And I also benefited from the help of the Demon Emperor's senior brother. The Demon King laughed and said, Senior brother has often mentioned it to you. And now it seems that it is really extraordinary. If Jue Feng were like you, I wouldn't be so disappointed. It seems that senior brother has a better vision than me. Thank you for the compliment from the Demon Emperor. Yi Feng is here this time, and wants to ask His Majesty the Demon Emperor something. The Demon King let out a hearty laugh and said, The fact that you are here means that you are still a member of our demon clan. As long as I can help you, I will try my best to satisfy you. Yi Feng was overjoyed. Fortunately, the old beggar was here. Otherwise, it would not be so easy for him to get rid of Oyezi's reputation. Yi Feng said, I need a drop of blood from His Majesty the Demon Emperor. Bold human race, do you know what you are talking about? Believe it or not, I will unscrew your head right now. An elder shouted angrily. The Demon King stretched out his hand to indicate not to talk too much. The Demon Emperor stood up and walked to Yi Feng. Yi Feng stood quietly without daring to move. Who knows what will happen to the Demon Emperor next? The Demon King looked at Yi Feng and said, You can give me a drop of my blood, but you have to satisfy one of my requirements. Request after request. Why do the NPCs in Fantasy World like to make requests so much? Yi Feng nodded and asked, Your Majesty, the Demon Emperor, tell me, you should know Jue Feng. Yi Feng nodded and said, We know each other, but we still have a little personal grudge. I don't care about this. Do you know what he exchanged for me when he came to my place? Yi Feng shook his head and said, I don't know. Please let His Majesty the Demon King speak clearly. I took away his loyalty. He will never betray my demon clan in this life. What do you need to give me in exchange for a drop of my blood? How could Yi Feng exchange his loyalty for a drop of blood from His Majesty the Demon Emperor? Since it has been said that you cannot betray the demons after taking away your loyalty, then there must be this game setting. Yi Feng will not be stupid enough to really give his loyalty to the demons, so that he will be bound to the demons in the future. But for the human emperor, Yi Feng did not explain anything. Similarly, the human emperor did not trust Yi Feng very much. But Yi Feng was free. Yi Feng said, Your Majesty the Demon Emperor, I will not exchange any of my things with you. Be brave. Don't think that because my senior brother is protecting you, I don't dare to do anything to you. Yi Feng said, I'm used to being free. If my loyalty is taken away by you, I can only follow you in my life. So I don't plan to trade my loyalty with you. According to Yi Feng, he wanted to exchange it with other things for himself. The Demon Emperor's anger gradually subsided, and he asked, "Tell me what you are looking at." "Your Majesty the Demon King. This junior is here under the entrustment of Senior Oyezi. To come here to collect a drop of blood from His Majesty, the Demon King can be regarded as a favor to Senior Oyezi." Oyezi? The Demon Emperor frowned. This person was on an equal footing with his master. The Rubik's Cube in his hand had been begged by him for several years before he agreed to build it. At that time, he owed Oyezi a favor. "What evidence do you have to prove that you were sent by Oyezi?" Yifeng said, "I can take you to the secluded place of Senior Oyezi. This is the evidence." "You actually know where Senior Oyezi lives in seclusion?" "Yes. This junior is entrusted by Senior Oyezi to come to Demon Imperial City." The Demon King fell into deep thought, thinking that if this little guy was from the Demon Clan, he would definitely play a major role in attacking the human race in the future, because he had the official position of general in the human race army. So this is the reason why the Demon King is looking forward to Yifeng's arrival. But now that Yifeng has refused to offer his loyalty, it is obvious that his thoughts are not with the Demon Clan. What should he do? Chapter 271 Trust? Yifeng saw the Demon King hesitate. It seemed that this guy really wanted to stay in the Demon Clan. But his position was that it was impossible to be in the Demon Clan. In the eyes of the Demon Emperor, you should be a member of the Demon Clan if you actually use our Demon Clan's dark spells. And your senior brother has helped you. If you use our Demon Clan's dark spells to deal with us like this. If I help you again, won't I be harming my Demon Clan? The old beggar who had been silent on the side said, "Young man, can you tell me why you don't want to join our Demon Clan? What's wrong with our Demon Clan? At least the people in our Demon Clan are not as cunning as your human clan. And we, the founder of the Demon Clan, is still sealed in the Law Enforcement Hall. They are unkind and we are unjust. Why don't you agree to join our Demon Clan?" Yifeng shook his head with a sigh. "I am inextricably linked to you demons. But among the human race, my relationship with the Lord of Xuanwu City is also not bad. I have obtained the dark arts of your demons. But in the human race was promoted and protected by the Xuanwu City Lord. I neither want to let down the Xuanwu City Lord, nor do I want to really hurt you." The Demon King frowned. "You mean, you still don't want to join my Demon Clan? Even so, I am a senior, so I don't have to accept the favor." Yifeng was shocked. Was the Demon King trying to kill him? If he really killed himself, the Demon Emperor's reputation would be inferior to that of Senior Oyezi. Yifeng said, "It's okay if you kill me. Anyway, I can be resurrected, and you will never be able to kill me. When the time comes, I will go to Senior Oyezi to read your book. It seems that your character is not that good?" The Demon King shouted angrily, "How dare you? Believe it or not, I will kill you now." Yifeng is fearless. At most, he will only lose some levels. No, at most, he will lose some experience. If he dies, he will not be resurrected in the main city of the human race. "Junior brother, please don't get excited. Little brother, when my Demon Clan attacks the human race, can you provide me with some information about the human race? That's all." Mr. Yi is still very grateful to the old beggar. Without him, I am afraid there would be no Yifeng today. Yifeng nodded and said, "Yes. But if you want me to assassinate those city lords or emperors, I'm afraid it's impossible with my ability. It's okay to provide some information." After hearing what Yifeng said, the Demon Emperor's expression finally recovered. If the Demon Emperor still said with a gloomy face, "Can you guarantee the accuracy of the information?" Yifeng said, "Your Majesty the Demon Emperor, your senior brother is half of my mentor. I don't dare to lie about my mentor. If you don't believe it, you can try to attack Qinglong City." The Demon King nodded. "Elders, what do you think?" Elder Yin stood up and said, "Your Majesty the Demon Emperor, I don't think this is a good method. It can only be used for testing. This kid told us that he is not lying, and it can also test the enemy's situation. This is a method that has the best of both worlds." The Demon King snapped the case and said, "Okay. Starting immediately, we will march to Qinglong City. Yifeng, I will give you a chance to explore the situation in Qinglong City. Come back and tell me." Yifeng nodded and said, "Of course. But I will imitate your Majesty. If I really bring you accurate news, are you willing to give me some of your blood? This is very important to me. Ha ha ha. As long as the information is correct. It doesn't matter if I give you a little effort. Okay. It's settled. I'll go now." The Demon King said, "Wait. Bring this with you and contact me." As he said that, a magic flute appeared in Yifeng's hand. a black address with the word Demon Emperor engraved on it. Yi Feng asked how to use it. As long as you blow the magic flute, it will appear next to you. Nodding and saying, understood, Yi Feng casually crushed the scroll to return to the city. And the next moment, Yi Feng returned to the holy city. After Yi Fengzhong, the Demon Emperor looked at the elders present and said, do you think it is credible? Believe it or not, you will know after you go up and try it. Your Majesty, I am willing to do it for you. Humph. Every time something good happens, it's you who grabs it. This time it's my turn. I'm willing to go out on your behalf and spy on the enemy. The Demon King waved his hand and said, okay. Stop arguing. Elder Dai will set off this time. I hope this kid won't play tricks on us. Elder Dai said, humph. As long as he dares to play tricks on me, I will pinch his head. On the other side, Yi Feng returned to the holy city. Yi Feng took his time and teleported to Qinglong City for his main artifact. Yi Feng wanted to let the Lord of Qinglong City know this time that I, Yi Feng, am also a person who will not give up until he achieves his goal. Qinglong City is not Yi Feng's first visit, nor will it be Yi Feng's last visit. But the environment here is not particularly familiar. Yi Feng contacted Xiao He. This guy had spent many more days in Qinglong City than he had. Xiao He, come to Qinglong City. I'll wait for you at the teleportation point. Xiao He said with a confused look on his face. Qinglong City? Boss, why are you going to Qinglong City? Are you going to teach the Dingtian Guild a lesson? Yi Feng shook his head and said, you will know to come quickly when you are here. Although he was reluctant, Xiao He quickly arrived at the transfer point of Qinglong City. When the child saw Yi Feng, he said at first glance, boss, where did you go to level up? Why are you leveling up so much faster than us? Now you are already ranked first in the level 44 rankings. I didn't see you practicing. Level. Is it because you are doing the mission? Yi Feng can't say that his experience will increase if he doesn't have to do tasks. This is too much. Yi Feng followed Xiao He's wishes and said, well, the rewards from the mission are pretty good. I'll go. Boss, why don't you take us to level up? Yi Feng explained, only I can do this task. You can't do it. Although Xiao He looked unwilling, he still asked, why did you ask me to come to Qinglong City? I haven't been here for a long time. Among the people we know, you should be more familiar with the environment of Qinglong City than I am. Xiao He patted his chest and said proudly, that's right. After all, I was also the top tyrant of Qinglong City back then. Yi Feng looked at Xiao He angrily and said, come on. I'm so blown away by you. Take me to Qinglong City for a walk. Xiao He, you have no idea what Yi Feng means? Just walking around Qinglong City? This task is too simple. Seeing Xiao He's confused expression, Yi Feng patted him on the shoulder and said, okay, I'll tell you later. We'll talk as we go. Xue took Yi Feng around Qinglong City. Members of Dingtian can be seen everywhere. Although Dingtian ranks low among the top 10 guilds, among ordinary guilds, he is still a super guild. So there are many people. It's not surprising at all. Xiao He brought Yi Feng to the Lord's Mansion of Qinglong City, pointed at the Lord's Mansion and said, this is where the Lord of Qinglong City lives. But the people here are very arrogant. We'd better stay away from them. Yi Feng looked around the City Lord's Mansion and recorded the structure of the City Lord's Mansion in his mind. A little evil smile made Xiao He next to him feel a chill in his back. Chapter 272, Driving the Tiger Away from the Mountain. Xiao He asked weakly, boss, what do you want to do? Has the Lord of Qinglong City offended you? Or do you want to steal the position of Qinglong Town? Yi Feng said with a confused smile. Guess. Xiao He was excited. Boss, are we going to officially start a war with the NPC? I get excited just thinking about it. I usually deal with these NPCs taking tasks. But suddenly I have to go to war with them. How can I not be excited? Looking at Xiao He's expression, Yi Feng said, let's go somewhere else and go shopping. Boss, when will it start? Yi Feng said, who knows? It depends on your mood. After more than half an hour, Yi Feng had a general understanding of the situation around Qinglong City and the entire city. Xiao He, you can go back and go level up. Xiao He said with a puzzled look on his face, shouldn't we recruit people next? Why do you want me to go back? Yi Feng asked in confusion, what are you recruiting people for? What do you want to do? Didn't you say you want to attack Qinglong City? Yi Feng slapped Xiao He's head and said, are you stupid? Are you stupid? Are you a pig head? How can we defeat the Lord of Qinglong City? Let alone the entire Qinglong City. I just came to see and play. It won't work at once. Xiao Hei touched his painful head and said, I said you can just play for fun. Why did you say it so mysteriously? I thought we were really going to start a war with the NPC. Rolling his eyes. Is this guy Xiao Hei a little too simple-minded? After tricking Xiao Hei away, Yi Feng stayed alone in Qinglong City. Just now, Xiao Hei, by himself, visited the entire Qinglong City and got a general understanding of Qinglong City. Now Yi Feng wants to start to understand in depth, such as the City Lord's Mansion. Yi Feng wants to know if the Lord of Qinglong City is in the City Lord's Mansion. But with the current relationship between Yi Feng and the Lord of Qinglong City, he would definitely not like Yi Feng. Not to mention that Yi Feng should be at the battlefield between humans and demons. So Yi Feng contacted the Lord of Xuanwu City. Only people of the level of the Lord of Xuanwu City could know whether the Lord of Qinglong City was in Qinglong City. Not long after, Yi Feng and the Lord of Xuanwu City appeared outside the princess's residence in Qinglong City. The Lord of Xuanwu City said, this guy Qinlong will definitely be in the city if nothing happens. What do you need me to do? It's very simple. I need you to take Lord Qinlong and other city owners to a gathering somewhere and try to delay as much time as possible. The Lord of Xuanwu City asked, what do you want to do in the City Lord's Mansion? There are many mechanisms in it, and it may very well cost you your life. Yi Feng shook his head and said, that's not true. I'm not that stupid. I'm going to the City Lord's Mansion. Soon, the demon army will attack Qinglong City. I hope the Lord of Qinglong City won't show up. The Lord of Xuanwu City frowned and said, the demon army is attacking Qinglong City. Although I don't like this Qinglong very much, but as a human race, I think this is a bit too much. Yi Feng said, I need to imitate a drop of blood, and he needs my proof. So I have no choice but to take action on the Lord of Qinglong City. The Lord of Xuanwu City was still worried and said, be careful. The people of the Demon Emperor are not good people. I understand. I will send you a message soon to ask you to come back. The Lord of Xuanwu City said with confidence, well, that's more or less the same. Otherwise, I would be a bit washed up and I wouldn't be able to avoid suspicion. Yi Feng said respectfully, Yi Feng will not forget your answer to me, so I will not embarrass you. And I, Yi Feng, will always be yours. Ha ha ha. Okay, I don't know who you are yet. I'm going to go first. You can prepare yourself. Thank you, bro. Not long after Xuanwu Pearl left, the Lord of Xuanwu City and the Lord of Qinglong City walked out of the City Lord's Mansion. And then they both left through teleportation. Yi Feng hid in a corner and blew the magic flute when he saw no one around. A somewhat harsh sound of the magic flute sounded, and a black mist floated out from the magic flute, slowly forming a figure. Yi Feng looked at the figure. This was the figure of the Demon Emperor. Yi Feng said, Dear His Majesty the Demon Emperor, the Lord of Qinglong City cannot come back for the time being. If you want to attack Qinglong City, now is the best time. The Demon King nodded and said, well, I believe you once. If there are any changes in the city, please blow the magic flute and tell me immediately. Your Majesty the Demon Emperor, please rest assured. I will definitely tell you if the Lord of Qinglong City comes back. The Demon King nodded, and a black mist disappeared, returning to the magic flute again. Yi Feng, on the other hand, looked at the City Lord's Mansion in front of him with a sneer and said in the guild channel, Everyone online, all gather in Qinglong City. Gather in Qinglong City, and quickly catch up with supplies and other supplies. All come to Qinglong City. Speed! Xiao Hei shouted on the guild channel, Damn it! Boss, I asked you if you were attacking Qinglong City, and you told me you were not. Why are you asking us to gather at Qinglong City now? Yi Feng smiled and said, Is the glory in the battlefield between humans and demons worth earning? Players in the guild channel said one after another, Boss, stop talking. This thing is a scam. One demon soldier is surrounded by more than a dozen people. It's hard to find a single demon soldier. It turns out to be a bait on the opposite side. There are more people than us. That's right. It's better to start at the beginning. It's annoying to death if any human devil camp appears now. Yi Feng said with a smile, Don't be in a hurry. Come to Qinglong City. Your glory value will increase quickly. Although Yi Feng did not say what he wanted to do specifically, almost all the players in the guild came to Qinglong City. As for why Yi Feng and the others came to Qinglong City, the players in Qinglong City are also unknown. Especially the people from Dingtian Guild, who are originally players from the Demon Camp. As the largest guild in Qinglong City, Players from Dingtian and Glory Guild suddenly appeared in Qinglong City. Even a fool knew what they wanted to do. If they are not here to fight the boss, they are here to cause trouble. Not to mention that the Dingtian Guild and the Glory Guild already have enmity. As the president of the top guild, Mo Ling, Yi Feng and the others will definitely pay more attention to the arrival of Mo Ling. What do you say about our 007? Mo Ling asked, reporting to the president. 007 responded that Yi Feng only asked them to gather in Qinglong City and didn't say anything else. Mo Ling said, well, if you have new information, please tell me as soon as possible. By the way, you asked the people below to start gathering. Just in case. Yes, President. On the outskirts of Qinglong City, far away, a group of demons suddenly appeared, and it was an army of demons. The leader was Elder Dai of the Demon Clan. Little ones, Qinglong City is right in front of you. Whether you can take it or not depends on you. Because Yi Feng knew that the demons were about to attack Qinglong City, Li Feng stood on the top of the city wall and looked around. And finally, he saw the shadow of the demon army. Yi Feng said on the guild channel, everyone, pay attention. Prepare to fight. Direction Qinglong City. South Gate. For a time, Yi Feng's Glory Guild occupied the most advantageous geographical location. In the forests on both sides, the Glory Guild laid an ambush and waited for the arrival of the demon army. Chapter 273 Attacking Qinglong City. Under Yi Feng's command, everyone set up an ambush. But no one knew why they wanted to ambush who they were ambushing. And what exactly they wanted to do. They don't know. Even Yi Feng, the most trusted people, did not say anything to Yi Feng. Xiao He, who originally liked to ask questions, was stopped by the arrogance. Arrogantly said in Xiao He's ear, are you a stupid boss? You obviously don't want the news to leak out. Why don't you ask me a question? Just wait. The members of the Glory Guild calmed down under the comfort of the gang leader, the Elder Hall leader, and waited quietly. About 10 minutes later, a player yelled, no. The demon army is attacking Qinglong City. The demon army is attacking Qinglong City. The news spread all of a sudden in Qinglong City. Soon, the players in Qinglong City had seen the demon army approaching Qinglong City step by step. However, at this time, the guards of Qinglong City also discovered the demon army, and they began to assemble their troops. The demon army walked step by step to the Qinglong City wall. Elder Dai pointed at the soldiers on the Qinglong City and said, those who surrender will not be killed. A Qinglong City guard commander. NPC said, damn demons. How dare you attack our Qinglong City? Defend Qinglong City to the death. Kill! The acting elder of the demon clan shouted, boys, go ahead and kill these Qinglong City guards. The demon army came with a bang and rushed into Qinglong City. The acting elder of the demon race took the lead and rushed straight to the Qinglong City guard commander. At this time, the human players have already assembled. How could they miss such a good opportunity to increase their glory points? For a time, human players and demon NPC soldiers were fighting together. The members of the Glory Guild next to the NPC soldier finally understood at this time. Yi Feng, what on earth did he want to do? Yi Feng said, the opportunity to increase your glory points has come. Why don't you take it up? Looking at the countless demon soldiers in front of him, arrogant brother rushed forward immediately and shouted, Warrior Hall, rush forward and kill. The rear of the demon army suddenly became turbulent because Yi Feng's Glory Guild intervened and disrupted their formation. Mo Ling, the president of Dingtian Guild, finally received the news. President, it turns out that Yi Feng and the others are waiting for the arrival of the demon army. They are harvesting demon soldiers outside the city to increase their glory. Shall we go out and intercept them? Mo Ling frowned. Although he didn't know how Yi Feng knew that the demon army was attacking Qinglong City. If Yi Feng's Glory Guild attacked at this time, they might be able to take advantage of the chaos. But there were also dangers. In the battlefield, Yi Feng was not trapped in the demon army like other players, killing demon soldiers to gain glory points. Yi Feng didn't need any glory points at all. The equipment he wore was already the top-notch Glory Destiny suit. Yi Feng was hiding alone in the woods, watching the battle scene outside. The walls of Qinglong City suddenly began to become shabby. The demons were prepared for this siege, bringing catapults and explosive bags with them. A large number of demon soldiers have entered Qinglong City and started fighting. As for the acting elder of Qinglong City, due to his rank, he is already a unique existence in Qinglong City. It is simply impossible for other players to attack this super company, because this guy can kill all the human players with one strike. The highest level for human players is only level 44. And Elder Dai is a big boss at level 80. Elder Dai had been fighting all the way, and had arrived at the central square of Qinglong City. Elder Dai was already laughing in his heart. Unexpectedly, what the human boy said was indeed right. He had already reached the center of Qinglong City. But not even a city lord level figure came. Which meant that he had already transferred some of the city lords. Another time. In order to control the overall situation, Yi Feng had reached the highest position in Qinglong City, and observed the entire scene. What Yi Feng wants is for Elder Dai to lead the demon soldiers to demolish the homes in Qinglong City. Only then will Yi Feng notify the Lord of Xuanwu City and the others. Elder Erdai also had the same idea. He led a group of demon soldiers towards the city lord's palace. Since the Qinglong City Lord is not here, there must be many treasures in the Qinglong City Lord's mansion. And he must turn it upside down. Similarly, human players have gained a lot of glory points on the battlefield. Because this is a safe zone. Except for human players, who can fight demon NPCs. Demon players cannot attack human players. More and more players know that there is an army of demons in Golden Dragon City. If you want to increase your glory points, you have to quickly go to Qinglong City. This will increase your glory points much more than in the human-demon battlefield. Soon, Yi Feng watched Elder Dai arrive at the city lord's mansion. He first killed the soldiers in the city lord's mansion, and then began to search around the city lord's mansion. Many houses in the city lord's palace were set on fire. It can be said that the entire Qinglong City is already in flames of war. Of course, the players will definitely benefit the most during this period. Yi Feng looked at the scene and felt that it was almost done. So he called the Lord of Xuanwu City. Also, after calling the Lord of Xuanwu City, Yi Feng called the Demon Emperor and blew the magic flute again. Then informed the Demon Emperor that other city lords are about to arrive. Come! The Queen of Qinglong City. The Demon Emperor disappeared quickly. Elder Dai, who had been burning, killing and robbing the city lord's palace, quickly exited the city lord's palace and left Qinglong City in a hurry with his soldiers. At this time, the Lord of Xuanwu City and other city lords came over one after another, seeing the scene in front of them, and the demon soldiers, who were already retreating. The Lord of Qinglong City was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Damn demons. I want you to die. The Lord of Qinglong City chased after him fiercely, and the other city lords followed suit. However, Elder Dai has already received the news, and it is impossible to leave them a chance to take action. He will just run away without looking back. Even if you hit me, I will not look back, because I know there are many of you. In this way, with no intention of turning back and fighting back, the demon army successfully retreated, leaving a mess for the Lord of Qinglong City. Other city lords comforted each other, and the Qinglong City Lord said, Qinglong City Lord, don't be angry. The demons are cunning by nature. It seems that one of us knew that you were not around during this period. When we came back, he hurriedly ran away, which shows that among us there is a spy. The Lord of Qinglong City looked at the Lord of Xuanwu angrily and said, You pulled me for no reason. Let's go out and talk about things. Now that our Qinglong City is being attacked by demons. Do you have anything to say? The Lord of Xuanwu City said helplessly, Don't forget. I have sworn hatred with the demon clan. Do you think I will form an alliance with the demon clan? Furthermore, what we discussed today has been discussed several times before. But I thought of a way today. So I came to talk to you. How did I know that the demons would attack you at this time? Zhuke City Lord said, Qinglong City Lord. What you said is wrong. Who among us doesn't know that the hatred between Xuanwu City Lord and the demons is greater than any of us? You actually suspect that he colluded with the demons just to attack your Qinglong City? I didn't expect you to be such a person. In the end, the Lord of Qinglong City had nothing to say, so he could only break his teeth and swallow it in his stomach. Chapter 274 The Whereabouts of the Demon God's Bones. Damn! It's so fun! It's increased all of a sudden. It's more than 100 points of farming glory. It's my 2-day mission. It's really fun. Our president is so awesome. He actually found out that the demons are going to attack the main city of the human race. If you come here a few more times, I think it's enough. I'll change it to a glory suit part. That's right. I'm almost there. You can change a part. Yi Feng said in the guild channel, Okay, everyone, please disperse. The demon army has left and will not come again. Xiao Hei said excitedly, Boss, you are so amazing. Yi Feng said, Okay, I still have to do tasks. You guys should also upgrade. Yi Feng had already seen that other city lords had left one after another, but only the city lord Qinglong stood in front of himself. The broken city lord's mansion, with an angry look on his face. Yi Feng secretly thought, "Don't you want to kill me? This is just a little punishment for you. If there is any more, it won't just be this little bit. I'm afraid I would also like to sit in your position. Soon." Yi Feng left the holy city and headed to the demon imperial city. If Yi Feng wanted to get a drop of the demon emperor's blood, he had to get it in front of him. Otherwise it would be difficult if the demon emperor turned his back and refused to acknowledge him. About half an hour later, Yi Feng arrived at Demon Imperial City, because it was his second time to get familiar with the road. It took a shorter time, when Yi Feng was brought to the Demon Emperor again by the demon soldiers. The Demon Emperor already looked at Yi Feng differently. "Brother Yi Feng, what you said is indeed true. And the information is also very accurate. Although we did not get anything good from the human race this time. This is the first time that our demon race has acted unscrupulously in the main city of the human race." Yi Feng responded, "Your Majesty the Demon Emperor, should you make your promise?" The Demon King smiled and said, "Don't be anxious, little brother. We can have a cooperation. What do you think?" Don't say it with a smile and said, "Of course. But I hope His Majesty the Demon Emperor will pay my previous promise first. I need a drop of your blood." The Demon Emperor stretched out one hand and made a stroke with the other hand out of thin air. A drop of blood dripped from the Demon Emperor's hand. He imitated taking out the jade bottle, put a drop of blood into the jade bottle, and threw it directly to Yi Feng. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations on obtaining the blood of the Demon Emperor *1. Blood of the Demon King, an extremely precious material that can be used to forge equipment and increase darkness damage. When the materials fell into Yi Feng's backpack, Yi Feng finally felt at ease. Now Yi Feng could listen with peace of mind. What did the Demon Emperor want to say? Yi Feng asked, "Your Majesty the Demon Emperor, please tell me." Looking at Yi Feng's appearance, the Demon Emperor shook his head helplessly and said, "If I cooperate with you, what do you want to get?" Yi Feng said without hesitation, "Demon God's bone." "What? Bones of the Demon God? You, a human boy, have too much appetite?" asked the Demon Elder. He didn't expect Yi Feng to ask for the Demon God's bone. This kind of thing is hard to come by. He said that in order to make the Demon Emperor's sword in his hand, he finally found the Demon God's bone. Does this guy also need the Demon God's bone? That's forging. The Demon Emperor was shocked and looked at Yi Feng in disbelief and said, "Do you want Oyezi to help you forge the Dark-type main artifact?" Yi Feng said with a smile, "Demon Emperor, you are a sensible person. Senior Oyezi did agree to refine the main artifact for me. However, at this time, the Demon King gave out a bewildered smile. Not as unhappy as before, but relaxed and happy. "Young man, do you know where the Demon God's bone is?" Yi Feng shook his head and said, "I don't know. Senior Oyezi said that there may be something anywhere, but there may not be anywhere." The Demon King nodded and said, "It seems that I am the only one who has it now. Do you want it?" Of course Yi Feng wanted it. He didn't expect that the Demon Emperor actually had the bones of the Demon God in his hands. But would the Demon Emperor hand over such an important material to him easily? Obviously it's impossible to see the Demon King's expression now. Yi Feng asked tentatively, "Your Majesty the King, what do you want to do before you are willing to hand over the Demon God's bone to me?" Now the initiative is in the hands of the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor leaned on the Demon Emperor's seat, closed his eyes, and thought for a while, and said, "You know the hatred between us and the human race. And you also know the hatred between us and the law enforcement palace. With your current situation, with such strength, it is impossible to kill a character on the first level of the city lord. Now the lord of Qinglong City hates our demon clan very much. She must want to kill my demon clan. If you can lure the lord of Qinglong City out alone, I kill the lord of Qinglong City, and this demon god's bone will be yours." Yi Feng frowned. This task was quite difficult, and he didn't know whether the lord of Qinglong City would believe him. He and the lord of Qinglong City already had a grudge. If an NPC died, he would die. However, after what happened just now, it was difficult for the lord of Qinglong City to trust others. Yi Feng said, "Your Majesty the Demon Emperor, after what happened today, it may be difficult for the lord of Qinglong City to trust others. It may be difficult for me to trick the lord of Qinglong City into leaving the city again. Ha ha ha! This is your business. If we kill the lord of Qinglong City, then the demon god's bone in my hand will definitely be yours." Yi Feng said, "How can I trust you?" Ding! System prompt. Do you want to accept the mission assigned by the Demon King? Yes. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations on successfully accepting the only mission issued by the Demon King. After the mission is completed, you will receive a living bone of the Demon God. Yifeng was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the Demon Emperor would be so happy this time and directly issue a task to himself. The Demon King said, "How about it? I will not deceive you about your actions." The Demon King. I still have this kind of courage. Yifeng replied, "It's impossible to kill the Lord of Qilong City in a short time. I need some time." The Demon King smiled and said, "Of course. I know this will take time. If you are ready, blow the magic flute and I will come to you." Yifeng said, "Okay. See you later." Yifeng did not stay with the demons for long, but returned directly to the holy city. This time, the tens of thousands of demons received a drop of the blood of the Demon King, and it is very likely that they will receive a piece of the bone of the Demon God. This is already very important to Yifeng. Good news. All we need is the black stalactite water that lasts 10,000 years. Yifeng returned to Novice Village and looked at Oyezi. The old village chief was lazily basking in the sun, lying on a deck chair with a comfortable look on his face. Yifeng walked to Oyezi and said, "Senior Oyezi, I'm back." Oyezi didn't even look at Yifeng. He closed his eyes and said, "Today, the demon army attacked Qilong City. But what did you do?" Yifeng was shocked and asked in surprise, "How did Senior Oyezi know that you actually knew about the outside world in this remote novice village? The world is so big. It's hard not to know. Have you got the blood of the Demon Emperor?" Yifeng nodded and said, "Yes. I got it. But the Demon Emperor still has a bone of the Demon God." Oyezi opened his eyes and said, "That boy actually has a piece of the Demon God's bone. Whatever conditions he has, he won't give it to you easily." Yifeng whispered, "Seduce the Lord of Qilong City and kill him." Chapter 275 Qilong City Assassin. Oyezi looked at Yifeng with wide eyes. He didn't know whether Yifeng was crazy or Oyezi heard wrongly. Oyezi said, "This matter is not a trivial matter. If the Lord of Qilong City is really killed, the consequences will definitely be serious." Yifeng replied, "I know this. But Senior Oyezi, I'm afraid you don't know how deep the feud between me and the Lord of Qilong City is." Oyezi said with an indifferent expression, "As for the little festival between you, if you put it on a big-hearted person, it won't be considered a festival at all. I can only say that the Lord of Qilong City is more vindictive. Senior, you also know that the Lord of Qilong City has tried to kill me over and over again. I can't bear this hatred." Oyezi sighed, "Forget it. I can't control you. As for the character of the Qilong City Lord, although he is not very good, he is still a city lord of the human race and a fighting force of the human race. If the human race goes to war with the demon race, he can play a big role." Yifeng nodded and said, "Senior, don't worry. If there is no Qilong City Lord, I will still be there." "Ha ha. You brat. You shouldn't be claiming that you want to be the city lord," Yifeng said with a smile on his face. "This is not a difficult task. Besides, people go to higher places and water flows to lower places. I can't just be a general. Okay, I won't care about what's going on between you. I wish you good luck, brat." Oyezi didn't say much to Yifeng. Yifeng also knew that Oyezi would not say anything to him. Before all the materials were collected, Oyezi would probably not help him again. Yifeng left the novice village, greeted Xiaoday and the others, and wanted to go leveling with them. In Qilong City, the Lord of Qilong City stood in front of a burnt house. How could the Lord of Qilong City forget today's revenge? But the appearance of the demon army today is quite strange. Especially the city lord of Xuanwu summoned all their city lords to discuss matters without any warning. It was not a big deal, and it may be related to emotions. It happened that at this time, Zhu Dajuan attacked his Qilong City and made Qilong City a mess. Of course, this is just the speculation of the Lord of Qilong City. But if you are frustrated here, you should find a place to vent. Blue Dragon Assassin, come out! With a whoosh sound, two figures knelt down on one knee behind the Lord of Qilong City. "Dear Qilong Chung, may you summon us for whatever reason. Go to the human demonic battlefield and kill Marshal Yi of the human race." "Yes." The two figures disappeared silently again. In the battlefield between humans and demons, Yifeng switched the perspective to the perspective of the clone marshal. It has been a few days, but he did not find the Qilong City Lord. The Qilong assassin came to kill him. Either the Qinglong City Lord forgot, or the assassin was killed. The Lord of Xuanwu City has solved it. Just when Yifeng was about to switch back to his four corners, two players slowly approached him. Yifeng looked at the two weird players. The names on their heads were even weirder. The words Blue Dragon Assassin are extremely eye-catching. And of course, the name of the player they are pretending to be. None of this is important. What is important is that he started walking towards Yifeng. Zhongshu Qinglong and the Qinglong Assassin are not here. They have already come out now. Yifeng looked at the two players strangely. His true self had arrived. Not far behind them. Yifeng contacted Chu Tianai and Hou. Fortunately, both of them were at the battlefield between humans and demons. And soon they came behind Yifeng. Yifeng said, "Did you see the two players in front?" Chu Tianai nodded and said, "I saw what happened. Is there anything special about them?" Yifeng responded, "Of course. Of course they are special. They are Qinglong City assassins, who want to assassinate our human marshal." Chu Tianai asked in surprise, "You said they are NPCs?" "Impossible. They look like players no matter what." Yifeng said, "Protecting the human marshal can gain a lot of glory points. Do you want to win or should I win?" Chu Tianai and descendants nodded and said, "Let's go!" Yifeng said, "Then stop them." Just when Chu Tianai and Hou were preparing to attack, the two Qinglong City assassins suddenly launched an attack and pounced on Yifeng's clone. Fortunately, Yifeng was on guard against them and avoided their attack by turning sideways. He yelled, "Kill the people who dare to attack this marshal." As the Xuanwu City guards beside Yifeng, they were the first to take action. Their mission was to protect Yifeng. The ones who were faster than them were Chu Tianai and Hou. Hou's fists were no joke. One punch directly knocked the two disguised Qinglong assassins back to their original forms. The sudden attack made the players nearby stunned. In addition, the NPC joined the battle, and other players did not dare to approach. Only Chu Tianai and Hou remained indifferent to the two Qinglong City assassins. Launched an attack. The assassins of Qinglong City are relatively advanced NPCs, but currently in their eyes, their names have turned red, indicating that players can attack him. However, under the attack of Xuanwu City guards, Chu Tianai and Hou, the two Qinglong City assassins had retreated steadily. Yifeng's clone, Marshal Yi, shouted, "Assassins of Qinglong City, you are so brave. You dare to attack me and leave me alive. I want to see what the Lord of Qinglong City has to say." It is not that easy to capture the Qinglong City assassin alive. After being attacked by more than a dozen NPC guards and two top players, the Qinglong City assassin was actually able to resist. The two Qinglong City assassins wanted to break through the siege and escape. Unfortunately, Hou's archery skills were extremely skillful, and he always beat back the Qinglong City assassins, who were about to escape. About 5 minutes later, seeing that there was nowhere to escape, the assassins of Qinglong City rushed towards Yifeng's clone desperately. Battlefield sword energy. Even if it only has 10% of its combat power, if it is stabbed on the battlefield, it will only be able to fly to Qinglong City, and the assassin can still repel it. A dozen swords were placed on the assassin's neck in Qinglong City lying on the ground. Seeing that the Qinglong City assassin had nowhere to escape, he actually stretched his neck to the sword. Puff. They both committed suicide. Yifeng frowned. How could the dead body question the Lord of Qinglong City? As soon as the Qinglong City assassin died, Chu Tianai and Hou had smiles on their faces, because just now, shortly after their death, they received a system prompt and received 1,000 glory points. "President, you are good. With 1,000 glory points, I can finally exchange it for a component of the gloried destiny suit." Hou nodded and said, "Yes, me too." Yifeng said, "Okay. It's okay. You can continue to level up. I'll see what happens here." "Well, let's go then. With such a good thing, remember to call us glory value next time. There is never too much." "Sure." Chapter 276, Hedong in 30 years. Heshi in 40 years. Yifeng switched to the clone's perspective and said to the Xuanwu City guards on the side, "Carry these two Qinglong City assassins away for me. It's the marshal." However, Yifeng thought about it. Although he had no evidence and could not threaten the Lord of Qinglong City, Yifeng thought of a way. Since there is no proof, then send the body to him. Wait a moment. The Xuanwu City guards, who were carrying away the body, asked, "Marshal, do you have any other orders?" "Carry this Qinglong City assassin to the palace of the Lord of Qinglong City." The Xuanwu City guard asked with some confusion, "Marshal, they are all dead." It doesn't seem to mean much for us to carry them over. They are already dead, and there is no evidence. Yi Feng said with a smile on his face. It's okay. You can just talk about it. By the way, I have a message for the Lord of Qilong City. Marshal, please speak. 30 years to Hedong. 40 years to Heshi. I think this Qilong City is pretty good. The face of the Xuanwu City guard suddenly became stiff. Marshal, what are you doing? Okay. Get down quickly. It's the Marshal. Not long after, in Qilong City, in front of the inner city lord's palace, 4 Xuanwu City guards came here carrying the bodies of 2 Qilong assassins. Puff. In 2 sentences, the body of the Qilong City assassin was thrown in front of the door. As a guard of the city lord's mansion, he immediately informed the Qilong City lord. The lord of Qilong City said in disbelief, What did you say? The assassin of Qilong City is dead? That's right. This is our Qilong City assassin, brought here by the Xuanwu City guards. Qilong Chenchu walked out of the city lord's mansion with a gloomy look on his face. His own city lord's mansion was still under construction. He originally thought he would vent his anger by killing the marshal, but he didn't expect to find 2 corpses when he came back. A Xuanwu City guard saw the lord of Qilong City and said respectfully, Our marshal asked me to give you a message. The lord of Qilong City replied with a gloomy face, I'll listen to what you say. 30 years to Hedong. 40 years to Heshi. I think this Qilong City is pretty good. After hearing this, the lord of Qilong City became furious and shouted, A mere village chief actually dares to care about the position of the lord of the city. He is too ambitious to be brave. If you want to do it, then I want to see if you have such a fate. I'm here to tell you that these 2 corpses came from nowhere. Throw them away. Don't be dirty. I am Qilong City. It's the lord of the city. As he said that, the lord of Qilong City waved his hand and returned to the city lord's mansion. Several Xuanwu City guards breathed a sigh of relief, with sweating profusely. Fortunately, the lord of Qilong City did not do anything to them. Of course, on the other side, the lord of Xuanwu City also received the news, and said to himself with a smile on his face, This guy is getting more and more courageous, and he actually dares to threaten the lord of Qilong City. Yi Feng finally managed to anger the lord of Qilong City, so he would then find a way to lure the lord of Qilong City out of the city. Of course not today. If it were today, the lord of Qilong City would definitely not go out. After all, his city lord's mansion had just been destroyed by fire, in the battlefield between humans and demons. Yi Feng, Chu Tianai and others gathered together. For the first time, Yi Feng saw that his landlord, Xiao Ya, was a priest in the game, and the name of the game was Yunwan Chiyo. Hey little Yi, as the boss of our studio and president of Glory, this is how you treat our new members. He just looked at Yi Feng and said. Yi Feng smiled and said, Welcome to officially join our team. I hope you won't dislike being hunted down in the days to come. Yunwan Chiyo said with a smile, Don't be afraid. I am very happy to join your Glory Guild. Yi Feng asked, What is your profession? Priest. Yi Feng nodded and said, Then when we do tasks in the future, Xiaosheng can finally rest. He is alone every time. I am afraid that he will exhaust himself to death. Yin Yu said, Celia is not an ordinary priest. Could it be a hidden profession? Our guild is about to become a hidden profession guild. Yunwan Chiyu said shyly, Well, I am a dark priest. Yi Feng looked at Yunwan Chiyu in surprise. He turned out to be a priest of the dark system. This was really rare. For example, his own dark magician. These should all belong to the demon clan. Why does Celia have it? Yi Feng asked curiously, Have you been to the demon clan? Yunwan Chiyu said, No. I haven't been there. Then your level needs to be level 80. I can't go. I just accepted it from an old lady. A hidden professional mission. I see. He should be in a similar situation to me. Like me. When I upgrade, I have to find a dark mage from the demon clan. The old lady who is not afraid of interfering must have been in the human race, since she changed jobs. Xiao He on the side, holding his tongue, said, Every one of you has a hidden profession. It seems to be easy to obtain. Why haven't I seen it so far? Yi Feng glared at Xiao He and said, Is your master a hidden profession? Xiao He shook his head. Yi Feng said, Your master is not a hidden profession. But your master is great. Xiao He nodded. Then you are so impatient. When you are half as good as Shadow. What kind of hidden career do you want? Xiao He cried with a sad face. Hidden profession Doryman. You can't give me one. Even the most rubbish one. I want to get rid of the crime with you. Okay. Okay. If there is a hidden profession of assassin in the future, I will notify you as soon as possible. Okay? Xiao He didn't believe Yi Feng at all, and muttered, if there is an assassin with a hidden profession, you will probably be my master. Yi Feng glared at Xiao He. This guy was the best at playing devil's advocate for him. Fortunately, Xiao He didn't really want to go against Yi Feng. During the next glory mission, Yi Feng discovered that Yuan Wanqia's dark spells, in addition to healing spells, also had offensive spells. It can be said that it is a pretty good profession that combines offense and defense. For the rest of the day, Yi Feng stayed with him, practicing leveling and doing tasks together, because tomorrow they were going to the headquarters of Huaxia District Wanshi. One day passed like this, and the Lord of Qinglong City did not go out again. The assassins of Qinglong City, the destroyed houses and walls of Golden Dragon City were already being repaired. But this time the city gate was breached, and the Lord of Qinglong City was scolded by the Emperor. As an emperor, he only scolded him, and did not dare to say anything more to the Lord of Qinglong City. He has reached the level of Qinglong City Lord, and can almost escape the Emperor's jurisdiction. But the Lord of Xuanwu City, the damn village chief, one day I will kill you all to satisfy the hatred in my heart. However, the top priority is that the Lord of Qinglong City must manage Qinglong City well, so that he can finally be free to deal with the Lord of Xuanwu City and Yi Feng. Chapter 277 Heading to the Fantasy World Headquarters. Early next morning, Yi Feng and the four of them got up early. Today is where they go to the Huaxia, Wanshi, headquarters. Yi Feng, Ing, Yanyu, and Chu Tianai left the studio under the escort of a group of studio members. At the door of the studio, Xiao He shouted, Boss, you are the ugliest among them. Don't embarrass us. Yi Feng stumbled and almost fell down. This guy actually said that he was the ugliest among the four people. Yi Feng pointed at Xiao He and made a gesture on his neck. You boy, wait for me. The plane tickets to China headquarters have already been booked. These were all booked by Wanshi for them, and Yi Feng did not need to pay a penny. After about 2 hours of flying, Yi Feng and the four of them walked out of the airport. As soon as they walked to the pickup area, Yi Feng saw a big sign. A beautiful woman was holding the sign and looking around. The sign read, Welcome to the Glory Guild. Ha! This can be regarded as a good company. They actually called such a beautiful receptionist to come over. Yi Feng said, That's because you are worth a lot. Let's go. Let's see what they have planned for today. Yi Feng walked to the receptionist and said, Hello. I am Yi Feng, the president of Longyao Guild. Are you here to pick us up? The woman showed a professional smile. Yes. I am here to receive you. The car has been waiting outside the airport for a long time. Please come with me. This is a large business car with business seats in the car. The receptionist who just received them is sitting opposite Yi Feng. He took out a stack of documents from a folder and distributed them to Yi Feng and the four of them. This is our signing process this time. Take a look. There are also some signing activities. They are all in it. The specific signing place is in our company. This is just a draft. Take a look. Yi Feng looked at the document in his hand. It said on it what time and place the contract was to be signed. After the contract was signed, there were some makeup photos or video photos. And of course some cosplay photos. Of course, the most important ones were from Fantasy World. Promotional photo. However, the above signing amount and time are initially priced at 5 million per year for an individual, and 10 million per year for the Glory Guild. The contract lasts for 3 years. The signing fee is paid in one lump sum. Yi Feng said, Is this signing fee fixed? The woman smiled and said, This is just a preliminary amount. The specific amount will be discussed with our general manager when you arrive at the company. Yi Feng nodded and looked at the others. The others also looked at Yi Feng, indicating that Yi Feng had the final say in everything. Yi Feng approached Chu Tianya's ear and said, What about you? What do you think? After all, you are a member of our union. I should be able to decide for them. But you can't. Chu Tianai said with some excitement, I can get millions a year for doing nothing. I have never received such a good thing. President, please help me decide how much you can get. Yi Feng nodded and said, Okay. As long as you don't blame me, I'll make the decision for you. The car drove slowly for about an hour and a half, and finally stopped in front of a majestic building. The two huge words Wanshi on the top of the building are extremely eye-catching. This is Wanshi, the top gaming company in China. After the woman got off the car, she said politely, Welcome distinguished guests to the fantasy world. Please come with me. Yi Feng and the three of them followed the receptionist and walked step by step into the Huancher company. This was a company that they had never dared to imagine before. But now they were the honored guests at their table. The entire building is at least 100 meters wide and 99 stories high. It is much larger than the Dingtian Guild led by Yi Feng before. The receptionist got on the elevator and took Yi Feng and the four of them directly to the 99th floor elevator. Generally speaking, the highest level is the CEO of the company, wherever they are located. This signing is extremely important. Of course, the CEO of the company signs the contract directly with them. When Yi Feng and the others appeared in front of the general manager's office, they felt nervous for the first time. This was the first time Yi Feng had seen such a big person. He didn't know who it could be. When the office door opened, Yi Feng saw a man in a suit sitting at the desk, lowering his head and modifying documents. He looked meticulous and extremely rigorous. "Hello, General Manager. The 4 guild presidents are already here." The man raised his head and said, "Well, sit aside for a while I finish modifying this file." Of course, when he raised his head, Yi Feng finally saw the man's face clearly. Isn't this guy the strange Taoist? On the contrary, the look of him wearing a suit and leather shoes made Yi Feng feel very strange. He still felt that it was more natural when he was not serious. After the receptionist left, Yi Feng and the four of them sat together. In front of Yi Feng was a tea set. High-end corporate white-collar workers all like to drink tea, especially this kind of tea tasting. About 10 minutes later, the man stood up, looked at Yi Feng and the four of them with a smile, and said, "Sorry, I was a little busy just now. Let's sit down and have a cup of tea." The man sat in front of Yi Feng, tinkering with the tea set, boiling water to wash the tea set, washing the tea, brewing the tea, and filtering the tea. The series of actions seemed so smooth. He probably drank too much. Not long after, Yi Feng and the others were presented with a small teacup containing light green tea. The man said, "The best pour. Please try it." Yi Feng picked up the teacup. The tea was very fragrant. He took a sip. It was slightly bitter, but then it became sweet and a little sweet. Yi Feng doesn't understand tea. Not to mention that this is the first time Yi Feng drinks tea. He doesn't know whether the tea tastes good or not. Anyway, Yi Feng doesn't like it very much. But from the look on Yenyu's face, this should be a good cup of tea. On the other hand, Chu Tianai and Ying should have the same attitude as Yi Feng. Yenyu replied, "Great tea. Thank you, General Manager." Haha. Let me introduce myself. I am Wu Tian, the General Manager of Huaxia District. Huancher, Yi Feng said. I am Yi Feng, the President of Glory. Hello, General Manager. This is the first time I know your name. Wu Tian smiled and said, "You didn't ask me what my name was before. I thought you weren't interested in my name, so I didn't say it either." The other three people watched the conversation between Yi Feng and Wu Tian and realized that they knew each other. "President, you and General Manager Wu Tian actually know each other." Yi Feng nodded and said, "That's right. I met him on the first day of the server in Huancher, and the ring in my hand was given by him." Wu Tian smiled and said, "You must be grateful to me. If I hadn't taken pity on him and gave him a new ring, he would have guessed that I was picking up garbage." "Ha ha," Yi Feng said awkwardly. "General Manager Wu Tian, what you said is too much. I am a top student after all. I can't possibly pick up trash. A metaphor. A metaphor. I'm just a metaphor." But at this moment, there was a sudden snap. Ying stood up and glared at Wu Tian. Chapter 278 Ability. Ying's sudden reaction made the other three people somewhat unable to react. Why did Ying suddenly lose his temper? Yi Feng said quickly, "Ying, what are you doing? Don't mess around if you have nothing to do." Yi Feng has already guessed Ying's consciousness, so Yi Feng wants to calm Ying down. But it is impossible to calm down because he has already lost his temper. However, Wu Tian said politely, "Miss, what are you doing?" Ying said coldly, "Don't you know what I want to do?" Wu Tian said with a confused look, "How can I know what you want to do? I don't know you or me. But I just met you today. But it seems like this isn't the first time you and Yi Feng have met." Wu Tian nodded and said, "Yes, we have met many times. Is there any problem with this?" Ying angrily shouted, "Then the problem is big. You gave Yi Feng his ability." What Wu Tian thought was happening turned out to be just this. Wu Tian shook his head with a smile, not taking this kind of thing seriously at all, and said, "Sit down quietly and listen to me. Since you asked this question, I will make it clear today." Ying said coldly, "Okay. I'm just waiting for your explanation. Mian Yu on the side held Ying's hand and sat quietly. Don't be angry. Mian Yu knew that Ying was thinking about Yifeng's safety. Wu Tian looked at the 4 people in front of him, then shook his head helplessly and sighed. Do you ever know how the fantasy world appears? The 4 of them shook their heads. Wasn't the illusion created by you yourself? Wu Tian looked at the expressions of the 4 people and said, the reason why the fantasy world exists is not because we want it to exist, but because it has a reason to exist. Ying said coldly, we are just using people like Yifeng as experimental subjects. Right? No. 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 You have completely misunderstood our intentions. Do you think the society we live in now is safe? Yifeng said before Ying could speak, it's relatively safe. But there are just some scumbags. No. That's not what I'm talking about. What is that? Wu Tian's face became serious, and he said with a righteous look, the earth is no longer safe. Because there are invaders on the periphery of the earth. They come from other planets. They want to rule the earth. But our people we are struggling on the outside. But we are looking for someone. Someone who can help us defeat the invaders. And that person is Yifeng. Humph. You have watched too many Marvel cartoons. Right? Alien invaders. These are novels and science fiction. Don't use them to fool people. Wu Tian said helplessly, I know. No one will believe what I say. But you must believe me. It won't be long before you find that the effects of the fantasy world will be transferred. Where to transfer? Is it in reality? Just like Yifeng has the ability of the fantasy world. Or am I going to be your guinea pig? Ying didn't believe what Wu Tian said at all. He only thought that Yifeng was just their test subject. A white mouse. If the experiment failed, Yifeng would die without a burial place. Hey! How can you trust us? Ying Wubi said seriously, it's very simple. I need the same ability as Yifeng. I am an assassin in the fantasy world. So I am an assassin now. Okay. I promise. Yifeng suddenly shouted, no. I can do it alone. Why do I need to catch up with others? Wu Tian shook his head and said, he doesn't believe me. I can only do this. And I just moved the time forward. Ahead of time? What do you mean? Wu Tian said, to tell you the truth. All bad things will be transformed from the game into reality in 1 year at the latest. Everyone who has the virtual transformation ring of the fantasy world can have the ability of the fantasy world. What? Chu Tianai and Yen Yu were already shocked. This Wancher group had a grand plan. What did they want to do? Is there really an alien invasion? Yes. It is precisely because of the alien invasion that we have to do this to improve your strength in a short period of time. Can this effect be achieved only by using the fantasy world? Chu Tianai was shocked. How do you know what I am thinking? Wu Tian pointed to the ring in Chu Tianai's hand and said, as long as you have our ring in your hand, I will definitely know what you are thinking. So magical? He asked curiously. Of course I won't lie to you. If you still don't believe it, I can show you my abilities. Ying said coldly, come on. Let me see if you are also that little guinea pig. Wu Tian did nothing. Just looked at the teacup in front of him. The teacup moved on its own and slowly floated in the air. Wu Tian said, this is my aura. But no one in my aura can escape my control. Such as you. As he said that, Yifeng suddenly floated up. Of course, it was not just a simple vote. It seemed as if he had been caught. Yifeng secretly said, virtual reality conversion. He violently tried to break away from Wu Tian's control, but found that no matter how he broke free, he was still under control. Wu Tian said, your level is still too low, and you can't break free from my control. Unless you can reach my level, you won't be able to beat me. Yifeng said, put away your abilities and let us come down. What level are you at now? Wu Tian said, converting the levels of the fantasy world. I am now level 90. 90. No wonder I can't break free from your control. I'm only level 45 now. That's right. Missing. What else do you need me to prove? Ying said calmly, I need ability. Wu Tian said, you can use your abilities now. How to use? Remember silently? Virtual reality conversion. Ying looked at Wu Tian with a serious face. And the next moment, he had disappeared in front of everyone, with a knife directly placed on Wu Tian's neck. Wu Tian said calmly, your ability is indeed good. But I still want to tell you that Yifeng is no match for me. Let alone you. Ying slowly revealed his true form. Yifeng saw Ying holding a dagger on Wu Tian's neck. Yifeng shouted, Ying, what are you doing? Ying put away the dagger and returned it to his position, becoming silent again. Chu Tianai and Yen Yu were both a little stupid now. For some reason, The people in front of them seemed to suddenly have superpowers, which were completely beyond their ability to recognize. Wu Tian asked curiously, "Why are you protecting Yifeng like this?" Ying said calmly, "He saved my brother." "Is that why?" "Yes. I promised him that I would help him." But Yifeng's mood is completely different now. He is a little worried about Ying. After all, he has not yet figured out the ability of his own. Will there be any sequelae? Ying's sudden possession really worries her. Yifeng asked, "Does this ability have any side effects?" Wu Tian shook his head and said, "We have passed your data and found that there are no side effects at all. And you can use it with confidence." He said somewhat speechlessly, "You are really using me as an experiment." Wu Tian said with a strange smile, "Because you won't die." This smile directly made Yifeng and the four of them feel a little frightened. Chapter 279. The plan begins. What does it mean to not die? Is it true that I will not die? At this time, Wu Tian suddenly laughed again. "Don't worry. Now the four of you have the ability of the fantasy world. Of course, it's the four of you now, and there will be hundreds of millions, or more, in the future." Yifeng asked, "Can you tell me the reason why you chose me?" Wu Tianmao glanced at Yifeng meaningfully and said, "If I remember correctly, someone has already looked for you, and he has told you." "Why?" Yifeng also remembered that he accidentally came to a strange place. "Isn't that the place Wu Tian said?" Wu Tian nodded and said, "So far, we don't need your abilities. We only need you to develop yourself better in the game and have stronger abilities. So let's sign the contract." Chu Tianai said, "Wait until I try my ability." With that said, Chu Tianai also stood up. Yifeng could clearly feel a strong wind blowing from Chu Tianai's body. It seemed that Chu Tianai's transformation was successful. The misty rain next to him also turned into an archer, with a cold and icy bow and arrow in his hand. Yifeng felt very uncomfortable. Wu Tian said with a smile, "Have you realized your ability? If so, let's sign the contract. We still have a lot to do today." Yifeng nodded and said, "In that case, let's sign a contract. If you want to use me, then the signing fee, as you know, requires a lot of funds to develop a guild. How much are you going to give us?" Wu Tian pressed the phone. "Bring over the signing folder. I prepared it before." "Wait a moment. We'll get it right away. This is my latest plan." Soon the receptionist lady from before came up, holding 4 folders in her hands, and handed them out to Yifeng. Yifeng looked at the amount above. The signing fee was 10 million per person per year. But this signing fee also included labor fees. In other words, no matter what the fantasy group asked them to do during the period, they had to do it. Yifeng said, "Isn't it a bit small? What about the labor fee? Isn't it a bit excessive for you to include the labor fee in the signing fee?" Wu Tian laughed and said, "The labor fee is very simple. After I finish shooting everything today, I won't have to come back again. And there will be no labor service. And during the development of your guild, if you are short of funds, you can report to me at any time and I will support you. You don't have to worry about money." Since Wu Tiandu said this, you can rest assured in the future and sign your name on the contract very happily. The other 3 people saw Yifeng signing, and they all signed too. After the signing, Wu Tian took the 4 of them to the restaurant for dinner. After the meal, it was time for Yifeng and the 4 of them to get busy. Taking pictures to show off was a torture for people with stiff limbs like Yifeng and Chu Tianai. Of course, in addition to photos and videos, everything was ready and waiting for the 4 of them to arrive. It seemed that they had expected that the 4 of them would definitely come. Although Yifeng was a little speechless. Since he had signed the contract, he should follow it. Until late at night, everything was done. Even a strong person like Chu Tianai was exhausted, let alone 2 girls. When going to the room to sleep, Wu Tian said to them, "Go to the game to buy stamina potions. Drink them in real life, and your spirits will be restored soon." Yifeng and the others returned to the room, quickly played the game, and then came out with the stamina potion. After just drinking the stamina potion, I could clearly feel that my body was recovering. Just 10 seconds passed, and I didn't feel tired at all. It was very magical. Just like the red blood restoring potion that Yifeng gave Brother Ying to take. Same. After a night's rest, the 4 of them prepared to go back to their studio early the next morning. Of course, even though Wu Tian tried to persuade him to stay, Yifeng didn't. When the night breeze was in the studio, the person replied, "Photos of the 4 of them have appeared on Huancher's official website and forums. Especially the short video shot by the 4 of them, after some special effects processing, is even more shocking." Yi Feng and Chu Ti and I are handsome. While Yen Yu and Ing are beautiful. Wow. Boss. Look. You are so handsome. Xiao He pointed at a photo of Yi Feng and said, "Didn't you say I'm ugly?" Xiao He rolled his eyes and said, "Wow. The photo has been processed. Of course it looks good. Then do you think your master is good looking?" Xiao He looked at King Ying's photo and said, "It goes without saying that my master is the most beautiful." At this time, he left arrogantly and came over and said, "Hey, you guys are really good at talking. Where did you leave sister-in-law Yenyu? She is the goddess in the online game industry." Xiao He was immediately frightened and said, "Needless to say, of course both of them are the most beautiful. In the photo, she is wearing a jet black tights and looks extremely capable and sharp. And Misty Rain, with its ethereal white clothes, looks even more lively and ethereal. Each has its own beauty, and each has its own differences." Soon, a competition started on the Fantasy World Forum. Which one is better in English or in movies? As the index of the people who eat melons, I held my computer and looked at the competition index on the forum, and said with excitement, "Wow! Sister Yenyu's index is so high. No. Sister Ying's index is even higher. Oops. Overtaken again. The indexes between the two are basically the same. Both of us are very good looking in the eyes of the players in Fantasy World. For these gossips, Ing is not interested at all. And Yenyu is also not interested. Of course, Yi Feng is not interested either." Soon, everyone got into the game. Today's goal is to collectively reach level 43. Of course, the pervert Yi Feng is already level 45 and can be excluded. The current number 1 on the level list is Yi Feng, level 45. But the second place is still Chao Si's level 44. Everyone is wondering why Yi Feng's level rises so fast. Even no one in the studio knows. Of course, after going online today, Yi Feng came to one place, and that was Qinglong City. One day and one night later, Qinglong City was restored to its original state. Of course, Yi Feng was also ready to find the right opportunity to seduce the Lord of Qinglong City. But first Yi Feng came to Xuanwu City and found the Lord of Xuanwu City. Yi Feng said, "Brother, if the Lord of Qinglong City dies, who will be most likely to be the new Lord of Qinglong City?" Although I don't know why Yi Feng said this. The Xuanwu City Lord said, "The Qinglong City Lord is not so easy to kill. But if the Qinglong City Lord really dies, the most likely person to be the new City Lord is you. Because I will be there for your majesty to recommend you." Yi Feng said, "I understand. I still have something to do. I'll leave first." With that said, Yi Feng left Xuanwu City, leaving the leader of Xuanwu City confused. What is this kid trying to do? Doesn't he want to challenge the Lord of Qinglong City? That's not something he can do. Chapter 280 Provoking the Lord of Qinglong City. Yi Feng has returned to Qinglong City again. If he wants to lure Qinglong City out, then the best way is for Yi Feng to come forward in person. At this moment, the Lord of Qinglong City is practicing in the Lord's mansion. Advanced NPCs do not upgrade by fighting monsters, but by practicing. I think it is very difficult to upgrade to a level. Yi Feng walked step by step towards the palace of the Lord of Qinglong City. When Yi Feng came to the door of the city lord's mansion, Yi Feng was no longer a player, but Marshal Yi. The appearance of Yi Feng caught the guards at the lord's mansion of Qinglong City a little off guard. He knelt on his knees and said respectfully, "I have met the marshal." Yi Feng said, "Take me to see the Lord of Qinglong City." "It's the marshal." From the corner of his eye, Yi Feng saw a guard hurriedly running inside, probably to report to the Lord of Qinglong City in advance. In front of Yi Feng, the NPC guard bent down and lowered his head, guiding Yi Feng forward. "Report to the Lord of Qinglong City that Marshal Yi is here." Still angry, the Lord of Qinglong City immediately became energetic when he heard the words Marshal Yi. "What did you say?" "Say it again." "Marshal Yi, who is on the battlefield between humans and demons, has arrived at the city lord's mansion." The Lord of Qinglong City let out a wanton laugh. "Ha ha ha. There is a road to heaven. But if you don't take it, there is no door to H.L., and you just go through it. Not to mention that you left the battlefield of humans and demons privately, and came to my city lord's mansion. You are seeking death. Bring Marshal Yi to the back garden. It's the Lord of Qinglong City." Yi Feng followed the guard halfway, and another NPC guard ran over and said, "Dear Marshal Yi, the Lord of the city is waiting for you in the back garden." Yi Feng hummed, "Lead the way." Soon after passing through the winding paths and the long bamboo forest, Yi Feng finally came to the back garden. Of course, he saw the Lord of Qinglong City facing him for the first time. Yi Feng said, "You all go down. The city lord and I have something to talk about." "It's the marshal." After the NPC guard left, Yi Feng came boldly behind the Lord of Qinglong City. At this time, the Lord of Qinglong City turned to look at Yi Feng and said, "Marshal Yi, you are really brave." Yi Feng looked around and said with a contented face, "How can I want to sit in your seat if I am not brave enough?" "Do you think so, Lord of Qinglong City?" The Lord of Qinglong City laughed and said, "Ha ha ha. You are the most arrogant person I, Qinglong, have ever seen. No one has ever said in front of me that they want to be in my position. Are you worthy?" Yi Feng said, "You don't know whether he is worthy or not. And I don't know either. But you will know after the fight." The Lord of Qinglong City waved his sleeves and said contemptuously, "You, a small 4th level marshal, dare to compete with me for the position of city lord. What a big joke." Yi Feng also laughed. "I am a small 4th level marshal, but I have no virtue or ability. The Lord of Qinglong City is worried about me and wants to kill me all day long. I think based on this, I can be on an equal footing with you." "Humph. If the Lord of Xuanwu City hadn't protected you secretly, do you really think you would have survived until now?" Yi Feng said, "This is not important. What is important is that the Lord of Xuanwu City is not here today." The Lord of Qinglong City immediately sensed his surroundings and found that indeed, the Lord of Xuanwu City was not here today. This time, the Lord of Qinglong City laughed even louder. "Ha ha. You are really looking for death." Yi Feng felt that his provocation had been completed, and the next step was to see how he could lure the Lord of Qinglong City out of the city. Yi Feng said, "But the Lord of Qinglong City, before I came, I went to the Lord of Xuanwu City. He should know that I am here." The Lord of Qinglong City immediately frowned. No wonder Yi Feng dared to appear in front of him so arrogantly. If Yi Feng lived or died in Qinglong City, he would definitely be involved. "Humph. If you are here to challenge me, I can tell you it's useless." Yi Feng heard the hesitation in the Qinglong City lord's mouth. Yi Feng said, "I'll give you half an hour. I'll wait for you in an uninhabited village like this on the outskirts of the holy city. We'll fight there to decide life and death. What do you think?" The Lord of Qinglong City laughed and said, "You think I am a fool? If the Lord of Xuanwu City or other city lords were there, wouldn't I be throwing myself into a trap?" Yi Feng said, "You can take pictures of your guards to see if they have left their main city. I said I will challenge you in a one-on-one battle, and I will never call other city lords." But at the end of the sentence, Yi Feng added in his heart, "But I will call the Demon Emperor and their elders." The Lord of Qinglong City actually hesitated. Yi Feng continued, "I will only stay there for half an hour. After half an hour, if you are not here, I will return to the battlefield between humans and demons." With that said, Yi Feng left the back garden directly, left the city lord's mansion, left Qinglong City, and headed for the holy city. "Come here. Go. Follow this guy. See if he has gone to the holy city, and see if other city lords have left the city lord's mansion. Come back and tell me. It's the lord of the city." Except for the Lord of Xuanwu City who knew Yi Feng and came to Qinglong City. The other city lords didn't know at all. But the Lord of Xuanwu City didn't know what Yi Feng wanted to do with the Lord of Qinglong City. But because the Lord of Xuanwu City knew that Yi Feng was immortal, he didn't worry at all. Yi Feng came to a small, dilapidated village outside the holy city, and sat silently in the middle of the village, waiting for the arrival of the Lord of Qinglong City. The Qinglong City Lord's spies have already seen Yi Feng, and Mingqing spies have also found out that the other city lords have not left the city lord's mansion at all. The Lord of Qinglong City has understood that Yi Feng wants to end things with him once and for all. If he wins, he will take the position of Lord of the city. But if he loses, he will die. The Lord of Qinglong City quickly headed to the holy city and said to himself, "Since you want to die so much, then I will help you." Yi Feng, who was sitting in the middle of the village, suddenly stood up and walked to a stone house. Not long after, Yi Feng came out again and sat silently in the middle of the village. When the Lord of Qinglong City arrived, the fat man had already told the Lord of Qinglong City that he had stayed in that stone house. The Lord of Qinglong City, who arrived, smashed the stone house into pieces with his first blow. There was no one or anything hidden inside. When Yi Feng heard the noise, he turned back to look at Qinglong City Lord and said, "I just went to relieve myself. But Qinglong City Lord is really suspicious." The Lord of Qinglong City laughed and said, "So, it seems you can die?" The Lord of Qinglong City directly attacked Yi Feng. But how could Yi Feng be caught by him so easily? It is said that the level difference between the two sides is half. But if Yi Feng wants to hide, the opponent has no chance to catch it. Feng Xingyun. Yi Feng's speed increased to the limit, and he cleverly avoided the attack of the Lord of Qinglong City. Humph. From today on, Fengxing boots still belong to me. The Lord of Qinglong City. Yi Feng shouted, wait until you kill me. Battlefield Sword Energy. Total Annihilation. Thunder's Fury. The 3 sets of skills of the Glory Destiny suit were thrown out directly, and flew towards the face of the Lord of Qinglong City. Ha ha ha. How can you rob me with such low-level skills? Go to H.L. What Yi Feng didn't expect was that the gap between himself and the Lord of Qinglong City was really huge. I hit out with a set of skills, but unexpectedly, there was no damage at all. However, I was caught by the Dragon Claw transformed by the Lord of Qinglong City. Chapter 281. The Demon King arrives. Seeing that Yi Feng was about to be killed, the Lord of Qinglong City laughed and said, young village chief, you dare to be my enemy. Today is the day when you will know the pain. Yi Feng fought back, and used the Law Enforcer skill on the golden sword in his hand. When making the final resistance, they are not at the same level at all, and they have no chance of winning. Yi Feng secretly thought, damn it, why hasn't the Demon King arrived yet? Ha ha ha. It's time to end. My village chief. Go to H.L. The Lord of Qinglong City swung his sword, and Yi Feng was about to be cut in two. At this time, a ball of black gas rose from between the two people, directly blocking the Qinglong City Lord's sword energy. A black figure appeared between the two of them, and the shadow let out a trembling laugh. Ha 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 ha. A human marshal. A Qinglong City Lord. I've made a fortune. Sure enough, the Demon Emperor appeared, and the moment he appeared, the Lord of Qinglong City wanted to leave. The Demon Emperor waved his hand, and stopped the Lord of Qinglong City. We have all come here. How can I come back empty-handed? Of course, Yi Feng can't escape, because Yi Feng is now in NPC mode, and the Demon King doesn't know him at all. The Lord of Qinglong City cursed angrily. You bitch. You actually colluded with the demons. Yi Feng fell to the ground and laughed. I am the marshal of the human race. How can I collude with the demon race, and go to slander people? The Demon King laughed and said, whether you are colluding with me or not, I know that none of you can escape this time. Kill the younger ones first, then the older ones. Saying that, he showed no mercy, and struck directly at Yi Feng. Yi Feng didn't even have the ability to react, and was killed directly. Ding! System prompt. The character has died. Do you want to use the Phoenix inner armor to passively resurrect? No! Of course. Yi Feng would not be resurrected unless he was also stupid. However, Yi Feng directly turned into data, and returned to the city, and was driven out again. But halfway through, Yi Feng turned into a player, so that the Demon Emperor would no longer admit his mistakes. Although he lost 10% of his experience, Yi Feng's experience was gained in vain. Anyway, he doesn't need to upgrade himself, so it doesn't matter. Losing 10% of experience in exchange for a demonic bone is a good deal. When Yi Feng came to this deserted village again, the Demon Emperor and the Lord of Qinglong City were already fighting like heaven and earth were falling apart. The Lord of Qinglong City has always wanted to run away, because he can't defeat the Demon King at all. There is still a long way between him and the Demon King. I have to deal with the Demon Emperor unless the Pope of the Law Enforcement Hall or the Supreme Elder of the Royal Family. Damn Demon King. How did you know we were here? You don't have to worry about this. Anyway, you have to know that you are going to die today. At this moment, the Lord of Qinglong City was covered in wounds. Although Yi Feng died before him, he didn't want to die at all. The Lord of Qinglong City said with a ferocious face, even if I die, one of your teeth will break. Ha ha ha. If I can kill a city lord, even a tooth is worth it to me. The two stopped talking and launched a fierce attack. Yi Feng, who was standing far away, had already felt their powerful aura and did not dare to get close, because this is the territory of the human race. The Demon King uses very powerful attacks in order to avoid long nights and dreams. At this time, the Lord of Qinglong City spurted out a lot of hard work, and his body began to stagger. Boom! The Lord of Qinglong City was directly slapped into the ground by the Demon Emperor's palm, causing smoke and dust to fill the sky. Mimicry did not give up because of this, and penetrated directly like a sharp sword. Only a scream always heard. The Demon King insect came out of the smoke. When the smoke dissipated, Yi Feng saw a corpse lying in the pit. It belonged to Mr. Qinglong Chen. A sharp sword was pierced into his back. The soil underground has been stained red with blood, and is too dead to be dead anymore. Looking at the corpses on the ground, the demon emperor laughed loudly. Finally one died. Finally one died. Who will be next? At this time, Yi Feng came out. Lord Demon Emperor, our agreement has been completed. Ha ha ha. You are indeed the person that my senior brother has chosen. Today I not only killed the Lord of Qinglong City, but also killed the human marshal. It can be said that I killed 2 birds with 1 stone. You are indispensable. Yi Feng said, the bones of the devil belong to me. Ha ha ha. If I keep my word, then we will have a chance to cooperate next time. It's the demon god's bone you need. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations on completing the Demon King's mission and obtaining the material. Demon God's Bone *1. It's worth 10% of the experience in exchange for a Demon God's Bone. Rubik's Cube looked at the body of Lord Qinglong on the ground, and then disappeared between heaven and earth in a blink of an eye. Yi Feng also walked to the body of the Qinglong City Lord, but found that nothing exploded after the Qinglong City Lord died. What's going on? Yi Feng kicked Qinglong City Lord's body, but there was really nothing. Is Qinglong City Lord so poor? How can I say that he is also a super boss? Seeing no profit, Yi Feng had to return to the holy city. After Yi Feng left, a green light flew away under the body of the Lord of Qinglong City, located in the Qinglong Mansion in Qinglong City. Somewhere in the Qinglong Mansion is the secret base of the Lord of Qinglong City, and the cyan light flew in. 3 days later, the sallow-looking Lord of Qinglong City walked out of it. Not only was the Lord of Qinglong City in extremely poor condition, but his level also seemed to have dropped a lot. He was originally at level 8, but now he was only at level 6. Damn Demon King. One day, I, Qinglong, will make your life worse than death. Fortunately, I have life-saving skills. Otherwise I would really be killed. Of course, the Lord of Qinglong City is resurrected. But Yi Feng doesn't know that the Demon Emperor doesn't know either. Of course, the Lord of Qinglong City also didn't know that Yi Feng was not dead. But today, Night Breeze arrived. In the magical forest surrounding the Demon Imperial City, Yi Feng came here just to find the legendary 10,000-year-old black stalactite water. Yi Feng had already collected 2 types of things that Senior Oyezi needed, except for the other 10,000-year-old black stalactite. The average level of the mobs here is above level 70, and Yi Feng is only at level 45. So Yi Feng walks carefully here. If he accidentally attracts a mob, Yi Feng may not be able to resist it. The level difference is too big. Yi Feng can't deal any damage, but those level 70 mobs can kill with deadly attacks. Yi Feng is walking in the magical forest. Yi Feng doesn't know whether there is 10,000 years of black stalactite here. He can only try his luck here. After all, Yi Feng doesn't need to level up anymore, nor does he need glory points. So he needs a better weapon. In front of Yi Feng, a huge bird-shaped monster stared at Yi Feng intently. Yi Feng also looked at the bird-shaped monster. Yi Feng said, his brother, I didn't touch you. I don't want to touch you. And I don't plan to touch you. Can we each go our own way? The bird-shaped wild monster screamed and flew towards Yi Feng fiercely. Yi Feng was not prepared to fight him at all. He ran away. You can't beat him at all. I am in a forest terrain here, and the flight of the big bird is affected by the trees. Obstacle. Not long after, Yi Feng escaped from the big bird's attack. Chapter 282 Old Man. The wild monster I came here is too perverted. I didn't touch him at all, but he chased me and chopped down 3 streets. In this magical forest, there are either monsters above your head or monsters on the ground. If you are not careful, when Yi Feng is walking by the river, there are also monsters in the water. Anyway, Yi Feng is in a very embarrassed state, because this is not a place where normal players should come. There is no other possibility besides seeking death. Fortunately, Yi Feng was agile and managed to avoid one attack after another, and finally reached the depths of the forest. Ahem. Young man, come here. Suddenly, an annoying voice came to Yi Feng's ears. Yi Feng looked back and saw an old man sitting on the ground under a big tree, leaning on a cane. Yi Feng suddenly felt strange. It seemed that when he looked over there just now, there was no such old man. Why did this old man appear suddenly? Yi Feng said cautiously, Old man, when did you show up here? The old man NPC said, Whenever. I will always be there. Yi Feng thought about the scene he had just seen. There was absolutely no one in that place just now. This guy was lying. Yi Feng said, If nothing happens, I'll leave first. I have something else to do. Young man, since you've come to the magic forest, you can't just come here to play. Aren't you here for the treasures? Treasure? What treasure? The old man smiled and said, stop pretending. The magic forest is full of dangers, especially deep in the forest. If it weren't for the legendary treasure, how could you come here? Yifeng asked tentatively, is it possible that Senior is here just for the so-called treasure? Ha ha ha. How can people withstand the temptation of treasures? Especially warriors like us. Yifeng said, it's a pity. Senior, I'm not here for the so-called protection. I'm here to find the 10,000 years black stalactite water. Oh, forging materials? It turns out that Senior also knows the art of forging? The old man shook his head and said, of course I don't understand. I just heard about it. But this kind of black water free for 10,000 years is the best. Forging materials are rarely needed. Why do you need this kind of thing? This junior is not talented. But he met Senior Oyezi. And he promised to forge a weapon for this junior. The old man looked at Yifeng in surprise. I asked you why you look so different. It turns out you have a lot of background. Yifeng said, if nothing happens, Senior, I will leave first. The old man leaned against the tree with a comfortable look on his face and said, don't waste your time. I have lived in this magical forest for decades, and I have never seen any black stalactites that are thousands of years old. Yifeng asked with some disappointment, is it really not there? What do I, an old man, need to do to deceive you? Is there anything worth deceiving for me? Yifeng nodded. What the old man said seemed to make sense. If it really wasn't there, it would be in vain to search for it. It seemed that the only choice was to search elsewhere. In addition to the magic forest, there was another forest that might have existed for thousands of years. Black stalactite water. That is the Devil's Forest. Yifeng said, thank you, Senior, for informing me. Since there is nothing I need here, I have no choice but to leave. I don't know if your Devil Victory has what I need. The old man NPC said, Devil's Forest. I really don't know about this. But there is a place that may have the materials you need. Yifeng asked in surprise, Senior, please let me know. I would be very grateful. Ha ha. Young man, you are really impatient. The place I mentioned is not easy to find. I have been looking for something that I have been looking for decades. How can you possibly find it? His brows furrowed. Isn't the thing he has been looking for decades the treasure he mentioned? How can I find this? This is even harder than getting the demon god's bones. After a lot of trying, I got the most rare demon king's blood and the demon god's bones. However, it was the last one that stumped Yifeng. Yifeng asked, Senior, do you know where that place is? Of course I know. Somewhere in this magical forest. Yifeng smiled bitterly and said, what's the difference between this and my aimless search for 10,000 years of black stalactite? The old man said, of course there is a difference. After so many years of observation, I already know which direction it is. It's just that I'm older, and my movement speed has slowed down. I'm already powerless to look for it again. Senior, do you want me to help you find it? The old man said, it's smart. But I don't let you search for it for free. After you find the treasure, how about we split it 50-50? Yifeng thought for a while. Instead of searching aimlessly here, it is better to take a gamble. Maybe there are other valuable things in the treasure, such as the skills Yifeng needs. Of course, if there is an artifact, it's even better. Something that can make him search for decades and can't find it must be a good thing. Yifeng replied, of course. But I have a condition. The old man nodded and said, you asked me to weigh it up. If possible, let's set off now. If there is 10,000-year-old black stalactite in it, this thing must belong to me. I have to pick out other things first. The old man thought for a while, nodded and said, okay. Then let's ask Senior to lead the way. The old man stood up slowly, supported his walking stick, and walked step by step in the direction where he thought the treasure was. What makes Yifeng strange is that those level 70 wild monsters all avoided this old man after seeing him again. It was obvious that this old man had a high status here, and those wild monsters were afraid of him. Yifeng asked, Senior, who are you? The old man walked forward step by step and answered Yifeng without looking back. He's just an old man. He doesn't have a big background. Just don't worry. Judging from the current situation, the old man's status is definitely not small. Since the old man refuses to tell, Yifeng is too embarrassed to ask any more. If he really angers the old man and doesn't take Yifeng to find the location of the treasure, it will be a disaster. Along the way, Yifeng followed the old man's footsteps. Yi Feng strangely found that the old man's walking route was very strange. As if he was trying to crack some formation. Senior, is there a formation here? Oh, did you see it? There are several blindfolds here. If you don't crack them, you won't be able to see the real scene. Yi Feng was very glad that he had read a lot of books about formations when he was studying. It seemed that reading was still beneficial. I just saw it. I didn't do any research. And I asked my senior to lead the way. Haha. You are so humble now. You didn't believe me just now. Yi Feng said humbly. Senior, don't blame me. Chapter 283 The Old Man's Purpose. Be careful and watch your step. Ding. System prompt. You have broken into 5 elements to Injia. Please proceed with caution. 5 elements to Injia. Isn't this a legendary formation? The 5 elements are metal, wood, water, fire and earth. But which path does Yi Feng need to take to truly get out? And there are so many changes here. When Yi Feng looked up, he discovered that the old man was missing. A voice came into Yi Feng's ears. Be careful. This is the 5 elements escape technique. If you want to get out alive, you must find the wood attribute. Yi Feng nodded and said, but I don't know where the wood attribute is. Calm down and don't move. Don't move. If you make the wrong step, you will be trapped to death. Senior, have you walked out yet? Well, I'm already outside the formation. Senior, can you give me some advice? The old man standing outside the formation shook his head and sighed. No. I can't see you in it. And I can't give you instructions at all. Yi Feng responded, I understand. I will understand it myself. Yi Feng kept the old man's request in mind, and did not dare to move even a little bit. Yi Feng sat on the ground. At this time, you must not be careless or impatient. If you want to see through these 5 elements formations, you must calm down and understand them. First, Yi Feng needs to understand where he stands. According to the game prompts, the position currently occupied by Yi Feng belongs to fire. The 5 elements of art are mutually reinforcing and incompatible. My nemesis is water. So Yi Feng must not take the path of water attributes. Who and fire are in harmony with each other. Soon, Yi Feng found out on the forum that fire produces earth. So Yi Feng's next step should be to take the path of earth attributes. Yi Feng observed the surroundings. Under the reminder of the game, the wood was in the first 2 of Yi Feng. The water and wood were mixed in between. If Yi Feng did it, he would be finished. When Yi Feng jumped to the earth attribute position, the next moment, the scene in front of Yi Feng changed. The original appearance of the forest turned into an appearance full of lust. Native gold is born. And night breeze jumps onto the metal wire again. The scene in front of him changed again. This time Yi Feng appeared in a mine. Just as Yi Feng was about to move to the next position of life, the scene in front of Yi Feng suddenly changed and formed a sea of fire. This completely disrupted Yi Feng's rhythm, and Yi Feng had to ask the old man for help. Senior, I'm stepping on a metal wire now, but a sea of fire appears in front of me. How should I walk? A voice came into Yi Feng's ears. Don't worry about him. It's an illusion. Follow your own pace. Don't make a mistake. Looking at the raging fire in front of him and the temperature of the heat wave, how could it be an illusion? Yi Feng felt that if he stepped into it, he might be scorched. But the old man actually said that. And there must be a reason for it. In this life, the wood attribute that Yi Feng needs happens to be in the fire. I can't worry about that anymore. At worst, I'll lose some experience and start over again. Yi Feng jumped fiercely and came to the wood attribute. There was no premonition, the feeling of burning skin, nor the feeling of being swallowed up by fire. Instead, the flames around him disappeared, and the old man's figure appeared in front of Yi Feng. Yi Feng breathed a sigh of relief and said, Senior, why is this place so scary? Is there really the treasure you said? Uh-huh. Of course there is. If you want to get the treasure, there is no difficulty at all. How can it be called a treasure? Yi Feng breathed a sigh of relief and said, Senior, when did you find out? It's a long story. When we get to our destination, I'll tell you one by one. Now we continue to move forward. There are still many tests waiting for us. Yi Feng followed the old man, except for the psychedelic formations and traps just now. Along the way, the 2 of them encountered no less than 10 traps. Fortunately, the old man informed Yi Feng in advance. Otherwise Yi Feng would have died long ago. Yi Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, Why haven't we arrived yet? We have been walking for a long time. Just when Yi Feng thought that the old man would say that there would still be some time, the old man said, This is it. Yi Feng felt a little incredible. Right here. There was nothing here. except a mountain in front of him. There was nothing. However, the mountain in front of me is not really an illusion. Yifeng asked again to confirm. Senior, are you sure this is really here? It doesn't feel like it. The old man said helplessly. I have no choice. I have spent decades here, and can only find this place. This is my limit. What? It took this old man several decades to reach this position. Where is your real treasure? I'm afraid the old man himself doesn't know. Yifeng stretched out his hand, touched the wall of the mountain in front of him, and said in surprise, This is really not real. It is soft and will sink. This is not a real mountain. The old man smiled bitterly and said, Of course I know this is not true. But so far, I haven't found any way to crack it. The treasure we want should be inside. Even the old man couldn't find any way to solve it. And it was even more impossible for Yifeng. Yifeng frowned. What should I do? At this time the old man said, Do you know why I asked you to come here? Yifeng said, You said you were old and couldn't find it anymore. You also said that the 10,000-year-old black stalactite water I needed might be in it. So I decided to follow you. The old man nodded, but then shook his head and said, It can be said that it is so. But it can also be said that it is not the case. The real purpose of me asking you to come here is to use your place of darkness to open it. At the end of the sentence, the old man's blank and empty eyes became extremely sharp, staring at Yifeng. Yifeng subconsciously made a defensive posture, and a golden sword appeared in front of Yifeng. The old man laughed and said, Don't be nervous. Don't be nervous. I just want your dark power, and I won't kill you. However, Yifeng still did not relax and said vigilantly, Senior, what do you need me to do? It's very simple. Use your dark power to attack this barrier, which is the mountain in front of you. Yifeng couldn't help but said strangely, It's that simple. You can catch anyone you want. A dark monster or a demon soldier. Why do you have to wait for me to come? The old man smiled helplessly. If it were really that simple, I would have succeeded long ago. Their power of darkness will not work at all, because their power of darkness is low level. Seniorly, your strength can capture a higher level demon. Why not? You, a higher level demon clan member. I don't want the treasure I have worked so hard to find to be taken away by their demon clan members. This is the territory of the demon clan. As long as I dare to touch their senior demon clan generals, the demon clan the emperor will definitely know. Then this place will become the demon emperor. It turns out that this is the case. And this makes Yifeng know one more thing. That is, in the domain of the demon clan, do not touch their senior generals. Otherwise the demon emperor will find out that there are only a handful of people who can fight with the demon emperor at present. Countable. No wonder the old man felt unwilling to stay in the magic forest for so long. Yifeng could understand the old man's mood at that time. Chapter 284 Demon God Pavilion. Yifeng said, Senior, I can help you open the so-called barrier. But you have to promise me that you can't sneak attack me when you go inside. Boy, don't worry. I said I would give you 50%, and I will give you 50%. Okay, I'll open it for you now, and let me do what you want. The old man said, Attack with your dark magic. Yifeng nodded, and the golden sword in his hand was replaced by an exquisite staff. A black fireball technique flew out. Miraculously, if it were in the past, black sparks would definitely be emitted. But this time, when the black fireball hit the mountain, it disappeared without a sound. Yifeng said in shock, Senior, what's going on? The old man shook his hands and said, It's okay. It's normal. Attack him quickly. Yifeng started to attack the barrier with his own questions. 1 attack. 2 attacks. 3 attacks. Until Yifeng kept attacking. The originally motionless barrier began to shake. The old man said excitedly, Yes. That's it. That's it. Attack quickly. Yifeng also understood that the barrier was already shaking, indicating that it could no longer withstand the pressure of Night Breeze's attack. Yifeng increased his attack. But at this time Yifeng's magic value had dropped to 0. There was no other way. So Yifeng had to stop and sit on the ground to restore his magic value. Seeing this, the old man hurriedly threw a medicine bottle to Yifeng and said, Use this to recover. I'm going to be faster. Yifeng was immediately shocked when he saw the medicine. This thing turned out to be an instant potion. Top Magic Restoration Potion, rare, instantly restores all magic values. With a 5-minute cooldown, Yifeng's magic value has increased from more than 2,000 to more than 8,000 now, since he was equipped with the Glory Destiny suit. If you use the intermediate magic restoration potion that Yifeng brought, you may have to wait for several minutes. But with this thing, Yi Feng would immediately recover all his magic points after drinking it. Although he was a little reluctant to part with the dish, Yi Feng still drank it under the anxious eyes of the old man. In an instant, Yi Feng's magic value returned to its peak, and Yi Feng launched another attack on the barrier. This time, because Yi Feng knew the situation, he attacked very fiercely and quickly. The barrier that was originally shaking began to crack, and cracks like spider webs spread out on the barrier. The old man on the side said excitedly, "It's going to open. It's going to open. It's finally going to open," with a sound like breaking glass. Wow! The mountain in front of Yi Feng actually broke apart, revealing the original appearance inside, which turned out to be a palace. In front of the main entrance of the palace, there were a few big characters with flying dragons and phoenixes, which made Yi Feng feel very uneasy. Demon God Pavilion. Yi Feng swallowed, took a few steps back unconsciously, and said, "Senior, this is..." Yi Feng looked at the old man's expression. The old man was not afraid, but excited. "I found it. I found it. I finally found it. The human emperor and the demon emperor are all fake in front of God." Yi Feng thought he heard God wrong. Could it be that there is a god imprisoned here? Or is this a place where the devil has been? Is this a place built for the devil? All the mysteries can only be known after entering. The old man said, "Young man, follow me in. This is a great place." "Great? If it is God, then of course it is great." The old man stepped forward and gently pushed open the door of the Demon God Pavilion. The door of the Demon God Pavilion made a heavy sound. No one had come for too long. The door felt rusty and very dull. Ding! System prompt. Welcome to Demon God Pavilion. There is a system prompt indicating that Yi Feng is the first person to come here, and the old man is also the first NPC to come here. The moment the door opened, a prehistoric atmosphere rushed in from inside. This atmosphere was completely different from the modern atmosphere. The old man took a deep breath with great enjoyment and said, "Is this the taste of ancient times?" Yi Feng asked, "Senior, can you tell me where exactly this place is?" The old man said, "As you can see, this is the Demon God Pavilion, and it is also the place where the demon god stayed. But later, all the gods on the continent disappeared, and the demon god was no exception." "Then how did Senior learn about this place?" "I also saw it on a broken scroll. But it's not important anymore, because we are already here, and we have seen it with our own eyes. So this is not a legend." Yi Feng asked, "Senior, do you want the demon god's treasure?" The old man shook his head and said, "No. Of course, it's not his guarantee. What I want is his inheritance." "However," the old man said disappointedly, "it's been too long. I'm too old. I'm old. This inheritance no longer belongs to me. If possible, I hope you will take it away and let her find her own." "Belong? Inheritance? What is the inheritance of the demon god?" The old man continued to explain to Yi Feng. "Before he became a god, he was an ordinary assassin. And I was also an assassin." "Assassin? Does that mean this is a hidden profession?" The old man said, "No. It is not a hidden profession. It is a godhead. An inheritance that leads to becoming a god. We call it godhead. Having a godhead has a high chance of becoming a god." Yi Feng was shocked. This is probably the most explosive thing Yi Feng has ever said. Does becoming a god happen in the illusion world or in reality? Let's go in and see what the devil left for us. Yi Feng followed the old man's footsteps and walked into the Demon God Pavilion step by step. Just as the old man and Yi Feng stepped into the Demon God Pavilion, the door of the Demon God Pavilion slowly closed with a rumble. The old man said, "Don't worry. This is normal operation." Yi Feng nodded and said, "Understood. In everything, follow the arrangements of seniors." Originally, Yi Song thought that after joining Brother Monster, he would encounter various tests. But what puzzled Yi Feng was that after entering, there was nothing inside, let alone the ethereal inheritance of God. The reflective old man did not show too much anxiety. Suddenly, the old man knelt down on one knee. "Dear demon god, let us accept your inheritance and find a better successor for you." Uh-huh. The entire demonic sound pavilion suddenly lit up, and tables, chairs, and halls slowly appeared in the originally empty demonic sound pavilion. A sacred throne even appeared in front of the old man. A terrifying figure slowly appeared, forcing Yi Feng to kneel down. The appearance of that figure put a terrifying pressure on the entire demon realm. In the Demon Emperor city, the Demon Emperor and other elders of the Demon clan knelt down one after another. The Demon King said respectfully, "Welcome the Demon God to his critical lower position." Other demon soldiers and elders agreed. All the demon monsters and bosses outside Demon Emperor City were lying on the ground, daring not to move. Chapter 285: The Terrifying Power. The devil suddenly came, leaving Yifeng a little at a loss. This must be the biggest boss in the fantasy world. And he actually saw the biggest boss. The appearance of the demon made the old man in front of Yifeng very excited. I, the 1040th generation guild president of the Assassin's Guild, have met the demon god. Then the old man signaled Yifeng to salute. The dark magician of the demon clan has met the demon god. On the throne in front of Yifeng, the demon god sat motionless, not even wanting to stand up. Yifeng wondered if it was the demon god. After a long time, a voice finally came from the throne. This is just an afterimage of me. You don't need to be afraid. Whoever among you wants to inherit my inheritance, come and accept the test. The old man said with a sincere look. Lord Demon God, if I can, I will accept your test. But I don't want your inheritance to be destroyed in my hands. I will test other young people. The demon god muttered, well, of course. According to your age, you should not accept my inheritance. If you want to carry forward my inheritance, I can give you this right. The old man said excitedly, thank you, Lord Demon God, for your trust. I will definitely live up to your trust, and will hand over your inheritance to the best person. At this time, Yifeng received, I have a person who is very suitable for your inheritance. The devil said, who are you? You are not a pure dark magician. There are several kinds of energy in my body. Yifeng said respectfully, Lord Demon God, I am indeed not a pure dark magician. I am still the law enforcer of the Law Enforcement Hall. The Law Enforcement Hall? What is the Law Enforcement Hall? The demon god is a figure from ancient times. And there is no such thing as a Law Enforcement Hall. What I can explain, this is a new profession. The same type as the Temple of War at your time. The demon god nodded and said, who do you think that person is? Where is he? Yifeng said, she is the youngest assassin on the continent today, and the best among all assassins. Now in the battle of glory held by the royal family, she ranks first among all assassins. What is her name? Yifeng said, Shadow. Then the demon didn't say anything, and the entire hall fell into silence. I was in the human law enforcement hall. An old man suddenly opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the demons in horror, because there was a very terrifying force coming from there. What can be so powerful? Has the demon king of the demon clan made a breakthrough? Also surprised were the supreme elders of the human royal family. They also looked at the direction of the demons in horror. There was a force of fear coming from there. Could it be that the demons have risen? In the battlefield between humans and demons, Ing was doing a mission when he suddenly felt that something was surrounding him and observing him. Ing Jiao shouted, Who? Who is spying on me? Yin Yu and others on the side immediately went into attack mode and said, What's going on? You feel something? Ing nodded and said, Someone is spying on me. And he is a strong man. Xiao Hei shouted around, Who? Who wants to touch my master? Has to pass through my Xiao Hei. Just after Xiao Hei said these words, he also felt that he was being watched by a force. After being spied on by this powerful force, Xiao Hei immediately became frightened. Damn it. What should I do if someone is spying on me? Chu Tianai spread his hands and looked like he was about to attack. Be careful. It seems they want to deal with the assassins among us. Just when everyone was carefully preparing and defending, Xiao Hei and Ing, who were in the center of everyone's protection, suddenly disappeared. Ah! Ah! Help! Two voices came out, and the two of them had disappeared. What's going on? What's going on when you two are talking on the team channel? What happened? Where are you now? However, there was no response waiting for them. At this moment, beside Yifeng, a wave of energy suddenly appeared. Only two plops were heard, and two figures fell down. Ouch! Let me go! My ass? What the H.L. is this place? A familiar voice came to Yifeng's ears. Isn't this Xiao Hei's voice? Yifeng saw that the man was indeed Xiao Hei, and the person beside her was Ing. He climbed up carefully. When he saw Yifeng, he immediately came to Yifeng and looked around carefully. What place is this? Shadow asked. Let me go. Boss, why are you here? Hey, aren't I in the battlefield between humans and demons? Yifeng said, Come here. This is the Demon God Pavilion. The one in front of you is the Demon God. Salute quickly. Xiao Hei was okay and saluted as Yifeng did. But Ing was different, and just nodded without kneeling down. The old man on the side said in surprise, This is the Demon God. He can actually teleport instantly. And the distance is so far. At this time, the devil spoke. Why don't you kneel down? You are pretending to be a god. Why should I kneel down to you? Yi Feng hurriedly pulled Ying's clothes. This is the inheritance of God. If you are like this, what if you lose this inheritance? This profession is much better than mine. What Yi Feng didn't expect was that the demon god was not unhappy, but laughed. Little girl, you are so brave. Are you an assassin? Ying said, of course. I am an assassin. Not only am I an assassin, the guy who just came with me is also an assassin. The demon god shook his head and said, he is not good. I have just seen it. He has an ordinary physique. But you are different from him. You have a chance to obtain my inheritance. Ying said coldly, it's just a hidden profession. It doesn't have much impact on me. If you want to give it to me, give it to me. If you don't want to give it to me, just give it to someone else. Yi Feng said anxiously, Ying, what do you want to do? This is the inheritance of God. Not something ordinary people can get. On the other hand, when watching the movie, there was not much emotion. But he said coldly, it's just pretending to be a god. Who knows if he is a real devil? Ha ha. Okay. Let me show you if I am really a stranger. Do you have the guts to enter my divine heritage? Ying said coldly, why don't you dare? Ha ha. Let's go in then. As soon as your demon god finished speaking, Ying's figure suddenly disappeared and entered the so-called god's inheritance test of the demon beast. Xiao Hei on the side asked silently, Boss, is this person really the devil? His profession must be very awesome. Yi Feng nodded and said, of course you are very powerful. Otherwise how could I recommend Ying to him? I don't know why he brought you here. At this time, the old man standing next to Yi Feng said, my lord demon god, Jiang, brought him here, because my inheritance also needs people. In a twist of the plot, it turns out that Xiao Hei appears to pass on the old man's assassin profession. He was really lucky to get 2 hidden assassin professions at once. Chapter 286 Fighting with Shadow. Xiao Hei didn't believe what he heard. So he excitedly took Yi Feng's hand and jumped with joy. I finally have a hidden career. I finally have a hidden career. Ha ha ha. But at this time, the old man poured cold water on Xiao Hei. Boy, it's not as easy as you think to give my inheritance. Come here while the devil gives it to the girl to accept the inheritance. Let's go out. Whether we can succeed or not depends on you. Xiao Hei pulled Yi Feng's arm nervously. Yi Feng comforted Xiao Hei and said, don't be afraid. You can do it. Believe in yourself. And this old man is a very nice person. Believe in him. And you believe in yourself. With Yi Feng's encouragement, Xiao Hei gathered up his courage and followed the old man out of the demon god pavilion. In the entire hall, only Yi Feng and the demon god whose form could not be seen were left. Yi Feng came here to find the 10,000 years black stalactite. Now there is nothing in it except the demon god. Although he got 2 hidden ones, he was still a little disappointed compared to the materials he needed. Yi Feng asked cautiously, Lord Demon God. You say? Lord Demon God. I need a material called 10,000 years of black stalactite. The demon god said, this kind of thing is available in the demon god pavilion. But I won't give it to you easily. Yi Feng said, what request does Lord Demon God need? The demon god pondered for a while, and said, go to my god's inheritance and stop her. Should I go to your god's inheritance to prevent her from obtaining your god's inheritance? The demon god said, yes. You are her last hurdle. If she successfully breaks through this hurdle, then she will accept my inheritance. But if you deliberately let it go, she will not be qualified to obtain my inheritance. And you won't get the materials you need. Yi Feng originally planned to go in and release water for him. Everything was over, and there was no need to mobilize troops. But now it seems that the devil is not a fool. Yi Feng said, she is not my opponent, so it is impossible for her to pass my level. The demon god doesn't want to give us anything. The demon god laughed and said, I have the final say whether to give you something or not. As long as you go in, you may get the materials you need, and she may also pass my test. Yi Feng had a dark face. With forging materials so close at hand, and a hidden profession within reach, how could Yi Feng give up? Yi Feng said, okay, I can go in. But Lord Demon God must promise me one thing. What do you think? Yi Feng said, can you look at her efforts in the last step and give her the inheritance of God? The demon god did not speak, but directly teleported Yi Feng into his god's inheritance. Yi Feng appears in his god's inheritance, and it is the last level. Here, Yi Feng is currently at the top of the highest tower. Yi Feng lowered his head, and could clearly see Ying fighting below. What you need to face are countless demons. What you have to do is kill them from the ground all the way up to you. It is not easy to obtain the inheritance of God. In Yifeng's view, even if he was killed, he would not be able to kill him because there are too many demons below. They are not standing stakes. They are still standing. Have minds of their own. They will fight you. They will drag you down and drain your energy. However, in Ying's vision, the figure who appeared on the top of the tower was not Yifeng, but a strange man. The devil, in order to let Ying reach his higher potential, actually changed Ying's vision. Are you the last stop of God's inheritance? Just wait for me. I'll be there soon. In Yifeng's eyes, the speed of Ying is getting faster and faster. More and more demons are falling under her hands. And Ying's speed is advancing, pushing towards the tower step by step. Less than half an hour later, the shadow fell in front of Yifeng. Seeing Ying panting and his chest rising and falling, Yifeng couldn't bear to do anything. Yifeng said, "You should rest for a while first." Ying said coldly, "Let's get started." "I'm in a hurry." Yifeng wonders what time Ying is rushing for. Wouldn't it be nice to fight slowly? Wouldn't it be better to wait until you were more confident before taking action? Why do you want to take action in a hurry? Just as Yifeng wanted to speak again, Ying had already disappeared in front of him. It seemed that Ying did not intend to rest anymore. Ying's sudden disappearance made Yifeng increase his fighting power. Facing a super assassin like Ying, Yifeng had to act carefully. But Yifeng has not forgotten that all assassins are tangible in front of him. As long as Yifeng switches to NPC mode, he can see through all the invisible assassins. But this time Yifeng didn't do that. He stood still and quietly waited for Shadow's attack. This is the first time that Yifeng feels the fierce attack of Dao Ying. Ying is worthy of being the leader of all assassins in Fantasy World. The attack is not only ferocious, but also extremely sensitive. Yifeng only moved a little, and the shadow didn't even have a chance to appear. But as long as Yifeng didn't move, he could clearly feel the shadow approaching him. The chilling feeling was really scary. Dang! Yifeng's long sword was placed on his neck. However, a dagger also appeared on his sword, and the two weapons intersected with a clang. It's really scary. Facing a top assassin like Ying, he might fall into an abyss if he is not careful. After a failed attack, he should quickly disappear and disappear from Yifeng's sight again. At this time, a voice came from Yifeng's ear. Take the initiative and attack him. This is the voice of the demon, and it is obvious that the demon is watching their battle. However, a voice also sounded in Ying's ears. Kill him, and you will have my inheritance. Yifeng moved. But if he didn't move, he might really make the devil dissatisfied. All of Yifeng's skills can be distinguished in Ying's eyes. But here, the wear and tear has changed the effect of Yifeng's skills. Yifeng doesn't know who the person in front of him is at all. Yifeng's battlefield sword energy turned into an ordinary lightsaber. Ying is very smart and does not fight Yifeng head-on. As long as Yifeng fights him head-on, he will get rid of Yifeng and find the right opportunity to attack Yifeng from behind. Dark Entanglement. This is Yifeng's signature skill. But at this time, Yifeng's skill turned into two branches grabbing Ying's feet. Ying was caught and unable to move. At this time, Yifeng was not polite and jumped towards Ying to attack. The dragon raises its head. The trapped shadow was directly lifted away by Yifeng's sword. Looking at Yi flying in midair, Yifeng couldn't bear it. But Yifeng still went up and took action. The archer skill ejected, and Yifeng flew directly into the sky. With one sword, he cut the shadow in midair into two and killed him directly. Chapter 287 God's Inheritance. Looking at the corpse on the ground, Yifeng sighed. The weapons and equipment of the two were too different, and this was an unfair battle. However, just when Yifeng thought he had won, puff! A dagger passed through his chest from his back, and a drop of blood dripped from Yifeng's chest. Ding! System prompt: if your vitals are attacked, the opponent will deal a fatal blow to you, and all status will be reduced by 50%. Yifeng was immediately in a weak state, looking at the dagger exposed on his chest, and then at the body of the shadow in front of him. No, that's no longer the body of the shadow, but a straw. This is a substitute technique. Yifeng smiled bitterly. It seems that I still underestimated Ying. Ying is not as fragile as I thought. He looked back at Xiangying and said, "You win." However, Ying said coldly, "As long as you are alive, I have not won." Speaking hard, he pulled out the dagger inserted into Yifeng's chest and stabbed Yifeng's head hard. Yifeng closed his eyes with a smile and did not make any resistance. Although Yifeng knew that as long as he resisted, it would not be easy for Ying to kill him. But he did lose in this competition, with a huge difference in level of equipment. He was actually beaten to a weak state by the shadow. He was convinced that he had lost. However, after Ian closed his eyes, he didn't feel the shadow attacking him for a long time. So he couldn't help but open his eyes and look at the shadow. Why don't you attack me? Didn't you say that as long as I don't die, you won't win? Why did you stop? The dagger in Yin's hand fell with a clang. With tears in his eyes, Ying said, how could it be you? Why would my opponent be you? I really don't know it's you. I clearly saw that person. Not you. Why did it turn out to be you in the end? From the tone of Ying's words, Yifeng knew that just now, Ying had no idea who he was. It seemed that the devil had manipulated him. Yifeng smiled and said, it's okay. It's just a game. I'm injured. Just take some blood recovery potion. It's not really a big deal. But you are really great. You actually called me when the level and equipment are so different. Break into a weak state, and you really win. But I didn't realize it was you. I still heard you. I said I would protect you. Yifeng wiped away the tears from the corners of Ying's eyes with his fingers and said, this is not your fault. This is a good thing done by the demon god. Lord Demon God, please come out and explain. Yifeng's eyes were dim and dark. When he appeared again, he and Ying had returned to the demon god pavilion. I only heard the demon god laughing loudly and saying, you boy. You are so careless. How could our great assassins die so easily? I like this little girl. You can take away my inheritance. However, Ying was a little angry now and said angrily, but I don't want your inheritance now. Yifeng immediately said, Master Demon God, don't listen to her nonsense. Just give the inheritance to her. She will never let you down. Ha ha. Of course I know that she will not let down my heritage. It's time to let people on this continent know that my assassin family has not withered. In the end, Ying accepted the inheritance of God. But the process seemed a bit long. He was placed in a huge energy by the demon god. I heard from the demon god that it would take a lot of time to practice before he could truly obtain the inheritance of the demon god. Not long after, Xiao He also came back. But the Xiao He who appeared in front of Yifeng had a bruised nose and face. But even so, Xiao He had a smile on his face. Boss, I succeeded. I finally became a hidden profession. And it's still very awesome. A demon slayer. My skills are super powerful and super cool. Yifeng said with a smile. Very good. Very good. Now Ying is also accepting the inheritance. Now only your brother and Zissou are left. It seems that the burden on me is finally relieved. Xiao He hugged Yifeng. Boss, you have worked hard. Come and give me a hug and a kiss. Get out. Kicked Xiao He away. This guy became more and more out of tune. Senior, do you have anything else to do? The old man said, when I came here, my biggest wish was to see the demon god. The best treasure is the demon god's inheritance. Now that the demon god's inheritance has been taken away by your partner, I have no regrets. Yifeng said, then you got nothing? The old man shook his head with a smile and said, of course not. Didn't I get a disciple? Although this guy has a bad foundation. Fortunately, I can teach him more as an old man. But he must follow him during this period. Yifeng nodded and said, of course. You can do whatever you want with him. Don't be polite to me. Xiao He on the side said with an unhappy look on his face. Boss, no matter what, I am your first little brother. How can you do this? Senior is doing it for your own good. You have just obtained this hidden profession and are not familiar with it yet. If Senior takes you with him, you will be more proficient. Don't you think so? Senior? The old man nodded and said, yes, that's true. Look at that girl. I'm afraid he will stay here for several days. After staying for several days, Yifeng originally planned to wait for her here. But now it seems that this is a bit unrealistic. The old man said, we will leave first and leave the rest to you. With that said, the old man took Xiao He away. But he didn't know where they went. But after listening to Xiao He's painful account, he knew that the place they went to was not simple. Yifeng held in his hand the 10,000-year black stalactite water given to him by the devil. And it was not just a little bit, but a lot. In the eyes of the devil, water is indispensable if you want to forge a good weapon. Yifeng respectfully saluted the demon god and said, dear demon god, I am about to leave now. So I will leave my friend to you. The devil said in a low voice, go. Maybe we can meet again in the future. The next moment, Yifeng was teleported out of the demon god pavilion by the demon god. The door of the demon god pavilion was tightly closed. It seemed that the demon god did not welcome Yi Feng at this time. With the 10,000-year black stalactite given to Yi Feng by the devil, Yi Feng came to novice village number 1 again. But this time, Yi Feng saw an old man standing next to Yezi. Yi Feng had never seen this old man before. Of course, Yi Feng had never seen many NPC old men. But the old man in front of him was very special. Yi Feng walked up to Yezi and said, "Senior, I'm back, and I've gathered all the materials you want." Yezi looked at Yi Feng and said with some surprise, "You collected the materials I needed so quickly. How did you do it? It took me at least a month to find a material. You have collected 3 rare materials in just a few days. You can't lie to me." Yi Feng put the 3 materials in the palm of his hand and showed them to Ouyang. The old man on the side said in surprise, "The bones of the demon god. The 10,000-year black stalactite. And this drop of blood contain very powerful demonic energy. If I guess correctly, it should be the blood of the demon emperor." Yi Feng was shocked. This old man was not simple. He actually knew the materials in his hands, especially the blood of the demon emperor. Most people could not detect it at all. Chapter 288 Pope. Who is this magical old man in front of him? He actually knows everything in Yi Feng's hands? Yi Feng asked in a low voice, "Senior Yezi, who is this old man? Why does he know these precious materials in my hand?" Yezi laughed and said, "Ha ha ha. My lord, you are the Pope. It's really frustrating. Look, there are still people who don't know you. Call you pathetic. Just look at it if you don't believe me." Yi Feng's pupils changed drastically. The man in front of him turned out to be the Pope, who was as famous as the Demon Emperor. This was completely invisible. When he went to the Demon King, he could obviously feel the pressure. But in front of this old man, Yi Feng didn't feel any pressure at all. So Yi Feng didn't know who he was. Yi Feng said, "It turns out to be the Pope. I have met the Pope." But the Pope said very kindly, "It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I am a low-key person, and few people know me. Don't listen to the nonsense of this old man Yezi." Yezi didn't seem to regard the Pope in front of him as the Pope, but as an ordinary old friend. Yezi laughed and said, "Ha ha ha. You just want to save face and suffer. People don't know you at all. Why are you putting on such a stinky air? Look at me. I am a former village chief. I am not living a very cool life." "Yes," Yi Feng said, "Senior. You are indeed living a cool life. But I have all the materials. When are you going to help me forge weapons?" Yezi said, "Why are you in a hurry? Go and get some wine from Xuanwu City. Do you know what we are doing here?" From scratching my head, "How could I possibly know what you are doing here? Hey, you kid. Why don't you go and get some wine? I've already finished the wine you gave me." Yi Feng fainted. "Now you want me to get you some wine? If I don't come, why don't you just wait and wait?" Yi Feng rolled his eyes and said, "As promised. Don't be so mean. I'll get you some wine right now. Go quickly. Go quickly." Yi Feng returned to Xuanwu City and quickly went to the city lord's mansion. Because there was no wine in his mansion, and he got all his wine from the city lord of Xuanwu. Fortunately, Yi Feng had an unusual relationship with the lord of Xuanwu City. So he walked inside and carried a few jars of wine before running away. "Hey, brother. What are you doing? Why are you taking my wine? Wait for me. Don't call me when you drink." Yi Feng turned around and said, "Come on. You should stay in Xuanwu City. I'm going to Xinshou village to visit my fellow villagers. If they see you, they won't dare to drink." The lord of Xuanwu City had to stop. "One day," he said helplessly. "Okay. Okay. Then you can get more. If you don't have enough, come back again." "Thank you, bro. Bye." With that said, Yi Feng hurried back to the teleportation point and arrived at novice village number 1. He took out 2 jars of wine from the ring and placed them directly next to Yezi and the Pope. Yi Feng said, "The wine is here. It's time to work." Yezi looked at Yi Feng with disgust. "Go away. Go away. Don't disturb me drinking." Yi Feng directly picked up the wine jar and ran away. "Forge the equipment first, and then drink. Can't we celebrate the victory with wine? Little one, don't you want to forge your weapons anymore? I won't work without wine." Yi Feng never expected that he would be stumped by an NPC. After a fierce ideological struggle, Yi Feng finally placed the wine in front of Yezi. Yezi looked at Yi Feng with a look of dismay on his face and said, "Boy, you are still young." Yi Feng rolled his eyes, glared at Yezi and said, "I am the general marshal of the human race no matter what. Why am I worse than a villager when I am here with you? This time it was the Pope's turn to be surprised. He did not expect that the young man in front of him turned out to be the newly promoted human race Grand Marshal. Marshal Yi. Are you the new Marshal Yi who is going to the battlefield between humans and demons? Yi Feng said, yes. It's me. I see. How could this weird Oyezi receive an unknown person? It turns out your identity is not simple. Oyezi said seriously, am I the kind of person who despises poverty and loves wealth? Yi Feng nodded desperately and said, not only does he hate the poor and love the rich, he is also lustful. Oyezi became anxious and glared at Yi Feng and said, you are the one who is lecherous. Your whole family is lecherous. I am a very serious old man. Yi Feng had already scolded Oyezi 1,000 times in his heart. Who is going to Lao Tai's house to see his wife? Who dragged him to go and chat in the widow's house? And who wants to see the wife of the village head Wang? You are an old man. And you dare to scold me? Just wait for me. As Yi Feng left angrily, the demon emperor said, Oyezi, you think people will be angry if you act like this? Look, you've made them angry. Oyezi said seriously, what do you care about him? Let's drink. It's been a long time. Yi Feng walked far away and looked back. He was sitting on the floor, and the two of them started drinking. Yi Feng walked directly to the blacksmith's house. When the blacksmith saw Yi Feng coming, he said enthusiastically, wow, it's village chief number 88. Here again. Hey, he misses the food cooked by my wife. Yi Feng said, no. I'll miss the food your wife cooked when I go back. Why don't you come here to enjoy the meal today? Ha ha ha. My wife is the best cook in the village. If you like it, don't leave. Let's go eat now. Yi Feng said, okay. Not long after, Yi Feng brought a plate of peanuts and a plate of snacks. He swaggered up to Oyezi, placed peanuts and snacks on his feet, then picked up the wine jar and took a sip. Wow! Good wine. Good food. Great. I saw Oyezi. His nose moved, and he could smell the aroma of vegetables. One hand was about to take the peanuts in Yi Feng's hand. Yi Feng slapped Oyezi's hand away and said, why do you want to eat it? Just ask. This is made by the blacksmith's wife. When I heard that Oyezi was made by the blacksmith's wife, I was very excited. Brother, I treat you as a brother. You can't do this. If you want to treat yourself like a village chief, just give me the peanuts in your hand. Yi Feng protected the peanuts in his hands and said, didn't you say that you were serious? Didn't you say that you were not perverted? Didn't you say that I am perverted? Go and ask yourself. Lord Pope, this is made by the wife of the blacksmith in our village. The peanuts are so delicious. I'm so greedy for them. Oyezi's mouth was smacking. Do you want to eat the peanuts in Yi Feng's hand? The Pope also saw it. What he didn't expect was that Yi Feng had such a good relationship with Oyezi. If ordinary people dared to make such a joke, they would probably be on Oyezi's blacklist. The Pope held the peanuts in front of Oyezi and said, old guy, take it. Yi Feng said from the side, after eating my peanuts, it's time for you to work. Oyezi said with a look of enjoyment, good wine. Good food. Great fun. Chapter 289, An Unexpected Incident. Yi Feng thought to himself, I'm so glad you, an NPC, can steal my lines. Although the NPCs in the fantasy world are relatively intelligent, Yi Feng is already seriously pregnant. This Oyezi is definitely a human being. Although Yi Feng was unhappy with Oyezi's procrastinating character, if he wanted to create a super artifact, only Oyezi could do it. After having enough wine and food, Oyezi lay on the lounge chair and said with a red face, it feels good. I haven't felt so good in a long time. Let's take a rest. Yi Feng said angrily, if you do this again before midnight, I will publicize your deeds to the entire continent. I am not afraid of embarrassing you. So just keep sleeping. You little bastard. I tried to help you for nothing, but you dare to threaten me. At this time, the Pope on the side came out to smooth things over. Old guy, didn't you ask me to come here just to help? After drinking other people's wine and eating other people's food, since we have found all the materials, let's get started. Only then did Yi Feng realize that Oyezi came to the Pope for help. Yi Feng lowered his head slightly and said, please, Your Majesty the Pope. The Pope stretched himself and said, I haven't done anything for a long time, and I don't know if this old bone is rusty or not. Yi Feng quickly took out all his belongings, especially the large amount of black stalactite. Although Oyezi said no, his body was honest and took out all his belongings. The entire novice village became a place for forging weapons. Many players gathered around, wondering what these three NPCs were doing. When Oyezi took out the forging furnace, all the players realized that they were forging weapons. Oyezi said, "Come on, give me your weapon. If you fail, don't blame me." Yifeng nodded and said, "Of course I don't blame you. If I do, blame me for my bad luck. Okay, I'm going to start forging. Please be quiet." Next, Oyezi's expression became extremely serious, and Yifeng also drove all the players aside to prevent any players from getting close to Oyezi. Otherwise, he would be doomed if his weapon forging failed. Yifeng looked at Oyezi's actions. His own Fengji Shang Mingya was thrown directly into the stove by Oyezi like garbage. Although Yifeng was very heartbroken, in order to make the weapon more powerful, Yifeng had to reluctantly give up his love. The forging steps were extremely complicated, and there were many things that Yifeng couldn't understand at all. But Yifeng didn't dare to disturb Oyezi to ask what the steps were. He could only watch Oyezi pour all his ingredients into it step by step. What makes Yifeng strange is that the Pope just stood aside and did nothing. Is this just helping? About an hour later, there was a sudden loud noise in the sky, and the originally clear sky turned into dark clouds. At this time, Yifeng finally remembered that the Lord of Xuanwu City told him how his sword was formed. Yifeng shouted, "Senior Oyezi, be careful of the thunder disaster coming." However, Oyezi didn't care about him at all. The sledgehammer in his hand kept hitting the weapon in front of him. At this time, the Pope standing next to Oyezi took action. He stretched out his hands, and a layer of golden light enveloped himself and Oyezi. Lightning as big as a bowl began to appear in the sky that was originally covered with dark clouds, directly bombarding the energy shield arranged by the Pope. It turns out that the Pope is here to help Oyezi resist the thunder. The sledgehammer in Oyezi's hand was swinging more and more often, and the frequency of swings was getting faster and faster. At this time, the thunder in the sky became louder and the lightning became more numerous, and it seemed as if the entire novice village was about to be attacked by a doomsday. At this time, the players all panicked and said, "What's going on? Our novice village seems to be in trouble. It's over. I haven't even left the novice village, and I'm about to be struck to death by this thunder. Let me go. This person is so scary. Our village chief is in the lightning. Will he be killed? Can we do missions in the future?" Yifeng is also worried about Oyezi's condition. If something happens to Oyezi, then Yifeng's weapon will most likely be scrapped, and the original artifact will no longer exist, let alone the main artifact. However, at this time, an accident occurred. "Jie, Senior Oyezi, are you helping me build the main artifact?" Yifeng was shocked and immediately rushed forward, shouting, "Who dares to ask you which elder of the demon clan you are?" "Jie, just an ant. How dare you stand in front of me?" Yifeng directly pulled the pig's foot out of the storage space and shouted. The pig's foot turns into a dragon. Roar! The shape of the pig's foot changed dramatically, turning directly into the shape of a dragon, and rushed towards the demon elder with a roar. At this time, the Pope said, "Young man, put the demon elder against our side, and it will be done soon." Yifeng said, "Understand that I will do my best. After all, it is your own weapon. If you don't go all out, you will lose more." Yifeng jumped onto the pig's feet. The pig's feet were able to fly with Yifeng on its back, balancing with the demon elder. The golden sword in Yifeng's hand pointed at the demon elder and said, "Demon elder, please leave quickly. This is not the place you should be." "Jie, just you. How dare you stop me?" Yifeng shouted, "I am enough. Wow, the NPCs are fighting. Damn it. Video. I didn't expect this NPC to have a giant dragon like Yifeng. But I think that Demon Elder seems to be more powerful than that NPC." Yifeng had no way to retreat, so he tried his best to resist the attack of the Demon Elders. Since both Oyezi and the Pope were trapped by the thunder, they could not help Yifeng at all. Yifeng could only face the Demon Elder alone. Jie. It turns out to be a Dragon Knight. I haven't seen him for a long time. Be my dark dragon. The dark energy emanating from the Demon Elder's body fiercely attacked Yifeng. Yifeng did not retreat. He withstood the attack of the Demon Clan Elder and used his own skills. But the gap between Yifeng and the Demon Elder was too big. The Demon Elders were all at least level 80. Yifeng was no match at all. It was just a face-to-face encounter, and Yifeng and the dragon were knocked to the ground. The pig's feet were knocked over and fell to the ground, squealing. Yifeng even fell off the dragon's back. But Yifeng was not a pig's feet or clothes. but a person who wanted to protect his weapons. He just ran up in an instant and teleported directly to the side of the Demon Elder. Dark Entanglement. The Demon Clan Elder was shocked. He didn't expect that the boy opposite him could actually know the dark arts of his demon clan. Although he was controlled by Yi Feng's Dark Entanglement, he only controlled him for 2 seconds before the Demon Elder broke free. Boy, it's useless. You can't stop me. Yi Feng couldn't care about that much and shouted again, Ice Ground Network. The ice network that could originally freeze people into ice blocks only reached the waist of the Demon Elder. All the ice blocks shattered and could not stop him at all. Jia, you can't hold me back. The main artifact belongs to me. Chapter 290, Obtaining the Demonic Soul. Boom! When the Demon Elder touched the barrier issued by the Pope, he was actually bounced away. Jia. Dear Lord Pope, under the attack of Thunder Tribulation, your barrier is no longer mediocre. The Pope shouted coldly, after the Thunder Tribulation is over, I will take your life. Ha ha ha. I'm afraid you can't resist the Thunder Tribulation. The Dark Black Thunder Technique. The Pope, who was originally attacked by thunder and lightning, was suddenly attacked by the thunder and lightning technique of the Demon Elder. The thunder and lightning attack was indiscriminate, but the thunder and lightning attack by the Demon Elder was targeted. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out from the Pope's mouth, and a 10,000 point damage hit appeared directly on his head, directly reducing his blood by 10,000 points. It can be seen how terrifying the attack just now was. Even a person like the Pope could lose 10,000 blood points. At this time, the quiet Oyezi said, Yi Feng, stop him. Don't let him disturb us again. Yi Feng stood in front of the Demon Elder and said coldly, if you take another step forward, I'm really not polite. Jia. I will kill you first, and then take my main artifact. A black air ball directly enveloped Yi Feng, trapping Yi Feng tightly. Yi Feng tried his best to break free, but he couldn't break free at all. Ding! System prompt, you have been trapped by the Demon Elder Seth, and the control state will be released automatically after 10 seconds. 10 seconds? Wouldn't I be dead in 10 seconds? Yi Feng saw a black sword flying in front of him. As long as Yi Feng is hit, he will definitely die. But at this time, the figure stood in front of Yi Feng. Roar! With a scream, the pig's foot was instantly killed. The pig's foot now had a blood volume of 70,000 to 80,000. And all the blood of the pig's foot was emptied with one sword. Ding! System prompt, your pet has died. Even if the pig's foot blocks the attack on him, he still has 5 seconds of control time. And he can't move at all. Jia. You are just a young dragon. And you dare to block my attack. Next is your master. The darkness explodes. The black gas around Yi Feng suddenly expanded. And with a violent explosion, gorgeous black sparks were produced. Ding! System prompt, you have died. Do you want to use the passive skills of Phoenix Inner Armor to resurrect? Yi Feng ignored him, and didn't want to be resurrected for the time being, because he wanted to see what the Demon Elder wanted to do next. Just as Yi Feng thought. After seeing Yi Feng being killed by him, he ran directly to the Pope. When the Pope saw Yi Feng being killed, he hesitated and said, what if that kid dies? Oh yes, he said calmly. He can't die. What do you mean? Can't die? Does it mean he's not dead? I can't feel a trace of his anger. Oh yes, he said, take your time and watch. Just when the Demon Elders were preparing to attack the Pope, Yi Feng directly clicked to revive. Yi Feng, who was full of health, rushed directly behind the Demon Elder. The profession of law enforcer is the most lethal against demons. A set of combo skills hit the Demon Elder directly behind him. Even if level 40 is fighting against level 80. At most 1 point of blood will be forced to be deducted. But even this little bit of blood was able to knock back the Demon Elders, buying Oyezi and the Pope a lot of time. Your kid is not dead yet. Yi Feng said coldly, how can you take away my things? If you want to take away my things, step over my body. Jia. I can kill you the first time, but I can kill you the second time. Of course, Yi Feng could not transform at this time, because his weapon was in Oyezi's hand. If you want to stop the Demon Elders, you must rely on Yi Feng himself. At this moment, the weapon in Yi Feng's hand is just an ordinary blue weapon. However, Yi Feng also has popular boots. Feng Xingyan. Yi Feng's speed instantly increased to 200%. Even the Demon Elders could not keep up with this speed. The Demon Elders, who couldn't keep up, could only let Yi Feng harass them. As long as he dared to advance 1 point, Yi Feng would catch up and harass him. This time buying 15 seconds for Oyezi and the Demon King. However, In these 15 seconds, the dark clouds in the sky began to slowly disperse. The artifact was about to be completed. Seeing this, the demon elder felt that the situation was over and wanted to leave. But at this time, how could Yifeng let him go? Total annihilation directly knocked back the demon elder and cut off his retreat. At this time, a terrifying voice sounded from behind Yifeng and the demon elders. I've been putting up with you for a long time. Young man, step back and let me come. How could Yifeng not know that this was the Pope's voice? Yifeng quickly retreated to Oyezi's side, wanting to see if his weapon was complete. Oyezi handed the weapon to Yifeng and said, "It's not bad. With the Pope here, it's relatively complete." Yifeng looked at his weapon and was shocked. "Is this still your own weapon? It has changed drastically." At this time, there was a blast in the sky, mixed with a scream. The Pope clapped his palms and said, "The bastard demon clan dared to sneak attack on me. You deserve it." Yifeng did not expect that just when he said a few words to Oyezi, the Pope had already killed the demon elder. The gap between them was so big. But Yifeng thought of the demon emperor and the way he killed the lord of Qinglong City. And the gap between them was also very big. At this time, a system prompt suddenly came from Yifeng's ear. Ding! System prompt, your mysterious ring has absorbed the soul of Seth, a demon elder. Yifeng was a little surprised that the demon elder was not killed by him, but was actually absorbed by his ring. He quickly looked at his ring. And sure enough, there was an extra soul in it. And it was none other than Seth, the demon elder just now. Now there are the souls of 3 demon elders in Yifeng's ring. But Yifeng remembers that an old man once said to himself that the more souls of the demon elders collected, the better. And it will be helpful to him in the future. But he didn't know how it would help him. But Yifeng had no way out. The Pope said, "Show me your main artifact." Yifeng handed the main artifact to the Pope. The Pope actually couldn't put it down and said, "It's not bad. It's Oyezi who forged it. It's indeed a good thing. Unfortunately, the dark energy in it is too strong. I'm afraid it will attract many demon elders in the future. You should be careful in the future." Yifeng nodded and said, "Thank you, Pope, for reminding me. I will keep this in mind." Junior, the Pope was very interested in Yifeng's identity and said, "I just saw you being killed. Why did you come back to life again?" Oyezi on the side said, "He is different from us." "It's different. Isn't he the same as us? Is he one of those so-called warriors?" Oyezi said with rare naughtiness, "You answered correctly. I will reward you with a peanut. Let me tell you, why was Oyezi not surprised at all when you died? It turned out that he already knew your identity." Yifeng smiled and said, "That's because I exposed his identity. But Senior Oyezi and Senior Pope are indeed amazing. And I admire them." Oyezi waved his hand and said, Okay. Stop flattering and study your main artifact." Yifeng was also unambiguous, sitting cross-legged on the floor and studying his main artifact. Chapter 291 Main Artifact. Wind Wound, the main artifact of destruction, 10-star colorful growth type attack 450 to 750. Intelligence plus 100. Constitution plus 100. Agility plus 100. Strength plus 100. Required character level. Level 45. Equipment occupation, none. The only passive skill, when the blood volume is lower than 10%. The passive skill Mingmia can be triggered to forcibly destroy 50% of the opponent's health volume. The cooling time is 1 hour. The only active skill, Demonization. You can turn on the active skill Demonization at any time and transform into a full-blooded demon. All damage will be increased by 300%. The duration is 30 minutes, and the cooling time is 1 hour. Passive skill, Vampire. 25% of the damage caused by each attack will restore your own blood volume. Wind Wound Mingmia is a growth-type main artifact that increases with the level of its owner. It is said to be the weapon of the demon god and possesses the power of the demon god to destroy the world. Yifeng looked at the main artifact in his hand, and his jaw almost dropped in shock. Is this still his own weapon? It's too scary. The original active skills have now become passive skills. And the original passive skill Demonization has now become an active skill Demonization. And there is no limit to Demonization. The most important thing is that the original Demonization time was 10 minutes. But now it was half an hour, which greatly increased Yifeng's combat effectiveness. There is also a brand new skill called Blood Sucking. This passive skill simply allows Yifeng to bring an unlimited blood recovering potion, with a 25% blood recovery effect. This is probably the most domineering weapon in Fantasy World. After equipping this main artifact, Yi Feng's normal attacks can cause at least thousands of damage. And Yi Feng will recover more than 200 or even more than 300 health points. Just use normal attacks to restore health. I'm afraid Yi Feng will never die. Not to mention that if Yi Feng uses a skill, it will cause thousands of damage. And the amount of blood restored will be terrifying. It is stronger than the blood restoring potion. No wonder even NPCs attach great importance to the main artifact. Yi Feng said in surprise, Senior Oyezi, my combat power has risen to a whole level. It's too scary. Oyezi said with a look of disdain, because of your level. Your main artifact was forced to downgrade. If it were a full-level main artifact, I'm afraid you wouldn't be what you are now. Yi Feng said, I also know that the current main artifact is only calculated according to my level. Although it is not perfect, compared to my level, it is already a top-notch weapon. There is nothing wrong with being the best. But I still advise you not to inflate yourself because of a main artifact. There is still a big gap between you and those demon elders. Yi Feng replied, I know this. Thank you to Senior Oyezi for reminding me. And thank you to Senior Pope for your help this time. Otherwise I don't know if the main artifact is still in my hands this time. The Pope said, It's okay. The main artifact has been recognized by you. Even if it is snatched away by the demons, they will not be able to use it. They will still come to you in the end to cause trouble. It will not be easy to get your main artifact back then. Impossible. We can set a trap. And they will return the main artifact with both hands. But it will be more troublesome. However, Yi Feng is still grateful for the Pope's intervention. If it weren't for him, it would really be more troublesome. At this time, the Pope asked, if I remember correctly, you seem to be from the Lord of Xuanwu City. Yi Feng said, yes. This junior belongs to the Lord of Xuanwu City. Without the Lord of Xuanwu City, I wouldn't be where I am today. So, then you were the one who destroyed the demon clan's attack on the holy city before? Yi Feng nodded and said, yes, it was me. I also asked you for a bottle of divine blessing water. I asked you why I can feel the aura of my law enforcement hall on this weapon. It turns out that person is you. Yi Feng said gratefully, if the Pope had been powerful at that time, and you had gritted your teeth and refused to give it to me, maybe I wouldn't have obtained my main artifact so quickly. It's fate. It's pure fate. Since you and our law enforcement hall are so destined, why not join our law enforcement hall? Our law enforcement hall is in great need of talents like you. Yi Feng replied, you also know that the human royal family seems to be at odds with your law enforcement hall. Yi Feng is now the general marshal of the human race. If he joins your law enforcement hall, wouldn't it be against the emperor? The Pope nodded and said, you are indeed right. We do have a little misunderstanding with the human emperor. I will not embarrass you. If one day you feel that the emperor is not good, come to our law enforcement hall. Thank you, Lord Pope, for your support. If I have the opportunity, I will definitely go to the law enforcement hall. After spending time with Oyezi and Pope, Yi Feng finally left the novice village and returned to Xuanwu City. As soon as Yi Feng appeared in Xuanwu City, he heard noisy sounds from ahead. A female voice came. What's wrong with you, man? My son didn't bother you. Why did you kill my son? A man's voice came. How can you, a woman, be such a mother-in-law? Don't you know if your son is annoying or not? I am fighting monsters. He is doing something next to me. Can you not beat him? Let's talk about this game. Just die once. Don't worry about it. It's very annoying. Mom, this person is a bad person, a child said with a cry. Yi Feng now looked like a player. Hearing the child's voice, Yi Feng knew who he had met. Isn't this the mother and son that I met in Novice Village before? Why are you having conflicts with others here? Yi Feng walked up and said, give me a step and let me go in and take a look. I'm talking about you. What's wrong with you where I'm standing? It turns out to be Master Yi Feng. Please, please. Yi Feng nodded and said, sorry. Knowing that Yi Feng was coming, many players got out of the way. Yi Feng walked into the crowd and saw that mother and son were looking at each other with a rough man. The little guy was crying and threw himself into his mother's arms. Yi Feng stepped forward and said, what's wrong? Little guy, you didn't want to protect your mother. Why are you hiding in your mother's arms now? How can you protect your mother? The little guy looked up at Yi Feng and saw an unfamiliar face. The little guy said, Humph, if my village elder brother were here, he would teach you a lesson for me. Yi Feng smiled and said, I am the one sent by your village eldest brother to protect you. The little guy said excitedly, where is he? Is he here? Yi Feng touched the little guy's head and said, He left for something. And he asked me to protect you. The little guy looked disappointed and hid in his mother's arms, looking unhappy. On the other hand, the little guy's mother Tauzi felt uncomfortable after seeing Yifeng. Tauzi said in disbelief, "You can't be Yifeng." Yifeng nodded with a smile. "Yes. It's me. What happened?" Chapter 292 Another Continent. Yifeng's sudden appearance made Tauzi and the big man seem a little at a loss. How could such a great god appear in front of little players like them? Tauzi shook her head quickly and said, "It's okay. It's all small things. I can solve them myself. For this little thing." Tauzi didn't want to trouble her idol to take action. Tauzi was already very happy to see her idol. On the other hand, the sturdy man on the opposite side said with a depressed look on his face, "Brother Yifeng, you really can't blame me for this. This little guy was so annoying. I couldn't help but kill him." Yifeng looked at the big man and said expressionlessly, "He is still a child. You should be considerate of him and apologize to the mother and son quickly." Although the eldest brother was not happy, looking at Yifeng's appearance, he lowered his head and said, "It's all my fault. I have such a bad temper." Tauzi also said quickly, "My child is also quite naughty. I'm sorry for causing trouble to you." Yifeng said, "Isn't this okay? Why do we need to make a fuss? Let's get over it. Let's get over it." Yifeng said, "Forget it." So he must forget it. After all, Xuanwu City is Yifeng's territory. Currently in Xuanwu City, Yifeng's Glory Guild is already the largest guild in Xuanwu City. Tauzi took her son's hand and said, "Hurry up and say thank you to Uncle Yifeng." As a result, the little guy said with a look of disgust, "I don't want it. He is your idol. Not mine. Didn't the village chief brother say that he wanted to take me to see Chu Tianai? He doesn't keep his words. I hate him." Yifeng was speechless for a while. Children are children. Even if you are angry, they are still so cute. Yifeng said, "So I am your mother's idol?" The little guy said with a look of disgust, "Yes. I don't know why my mother likes you. You are not masculine or passionate at all." Yifeng was completely convinced now. "Okay. Whatever you say is what you say. I will ignore you." But Tauzi said with a blushing face, Thank you just now." Yifeng said, "It's okay. It's okay. I told you that the village chief asked me to help you." "Really? He really likes this little guy. But why doesn't he show up himself?" I said, "As an NPC, you should always maintain a sense of mystery. By the way, he also asked me to take you to see Chu Tianai." Speaking of Chu Tianai, the little guy immediately became excited and said very happily, "Okay. Okay. Where is it? Where is it?" Yifeng looked at the levels of their mother and son. But they were only level 12. Yifeng directly called Chu Tianai out on the guild channel. "What's going on?" Yifeng said, "Come to Xuanwu City to receive your little fanbo." Not long after, Chu Tianai appeared in Yifeng's sight. Yifeng waved to Chu Tianai, and Chu Tianai ran towards Yifeng. Chu Tianai said, "What's going on, President?" Yifeng pointed at the little guy and said, "Where's the little guy? This is your idol, Chu Tianai." As a result, the little guy was not ambiguous at all and jumped directly from his mother to Chu Tianai. Chu Tianai looked confused and said stupidly, "What's wrong with the president? I don't have a wife. And I don't have any children." Yifeng said, "You are this little guy's idol. Who told you that he is your son?" Chu Tianai patted his chest, breathed a sigh of relief, and said, "Oh my god. You scared me to death. Mama. Look. Chu Tianai. I finally saw him." Tauzi stretched out her hand to take the little guy down. But the little guy hugged Chu Tianai's neck tightly and said, "No. No. I finally saw him. I can't let him run away." Tauzi said with some embarrassment, "Mr. Chu Tianai, I'm sorry. My son likes you too much." Chu Tian also said with a smile, "It's okay. It's okay. Just a kid." Yifeng said, "Pull their mother and son into the gang. I have to leave beforehand. You can handle it yourself." Chu Tianai wanted to hold Yifeng, but Yifeng slipped away like a loach. "President, is it appropriate for you to leave like this? But you called me here?" Yifeng said, "It's very suitable. I just use you as my successor. Anyway, that boy likes you so much. I can't wait here. I have something else to do. Bye." Saying that, Yifeng ran away quickly, leaving Chu Tianai standing there stupidly. Chu Tianai said awkwardly, "This is our president. He runs around alone every day and doesn't do anything serious." "Don't mind." Tauzi shook her head and said, It's okay. It's good to be able to see him once. Can we really join your guild? He has already said it. Who dares not to join? Come on. Join our big family of Glory Guild. The little guy said excitedly, oh yeah. I'm finally in the same guild as my idol. Chu Tianai touched the little guy's head and realized that having fans may not necessarily be beneficial. Such as this little guy hanging on his body. After Yifeng left, he came to the city lord's mansion. Hey, why are you back again? The housekeeper asked curiously. Yifeng said, say something to the city lord. The old housekeeper said, what a coincidence. The lord of the city has just gone out. It seems to be about some letter from the demon clan. The lord of the city has already gone to the palace. How about you wait here? Yifeng cannot go to the palace now. After all, he cannot let his majesty know that he has returned to the human race and is no longer on the battlefield between humans and demons. Yifeng nodded. That was all he could do. He didn't know what happened in the palace? The demon clan actually sent a letter to the royal family. Could it be a letter of challenge? The wait is always long. But fortunately, Yifeng has an unusual relationship with the Lord of Xuanwu City. So Yifeng waits in the Lord of Xuanwu City's study. In the study room, Yifeng looked at the books on the wall. Most of the books here were famous ancient books that Yifeng knew. But there were also many books that Yifeng had never seen before. But soon, Yifeng discovered a book that he was very interested in. The title of the book is Continental History. The book introduces the origin of this continent and its development history. The first 1 or 2 nights did not attract Yifeng's attention at all. But on the 3rd page, Yifeng was finally attracted. It turns out that outside of this kind of continent, there is another continent, where there lives another group of people who moved away from here, commonly known as Ascension. If Yifeng guessed correctly, this Ascension should be the reincarnation of the player in the game. When the player reaches a certain level, the reincarnation system is turned on, and the level is 0 after turning around. But even the 0 level of turning is stronger than the previous highest level. This is the power of turning. I didn't expect that this function would be available in the later stages of the game. It was discovered by Yifeng in advance. Chapter 293 Qinglong City Lords Backstage. This special continent is called God's Continent. It is prepared for higher level players in the future. I just don't know what's going on. But at present, it seems that it is too early to go to that kind of continent. Yifeng is currently at the highest level, which is only level 45. Bored, Yifeng sat on the city lord's recliner and fell asleep unknowingly. I don't know how long it took, but Yifeng was woken up by a shout. Yifeng woke up from his sleepy state, rubbed his eyes, and looked at the Lord of Xuanwu City standing in front of him. I accidentally fell asleep. I'm sorry for sitting in your seat. The Lord of Xuanwu City did not say anything to me, but said with a worried look on his face, today, the demon clan sent a message saying that they have killed the Lord of Qinglong City and the human marshal. Yifeng stood up suddenly and said, what's going on? Am I not standing here properly? City Lord Xuanwu said, I don't know for sure. But we went to the mansion of Lord Qinglong. Lord Qinglong was not in the mansion. He just said that Lord Qinglong was ill and would not accept any guests. Yifeng said, it's impossible. The Lord of Qinglong City should be dead. The Lord of Xuanwu City looked at Yifeng fiercely and said, do you know something? Yifeng said, I was dueling with the Lord of Qinglong City outside the Holy City. I don't know why the Demon Emperor showed up and killed both me and the Lord of Qinglong City. The Lord of Xuanwu City said, no wonder the Demon King said that he has killed both the Lord of Qinglong City and you. It turns out that this is true. But what he doesn't know is that you are not dead. The most important thing now is that the Lord of Qinglong City is not dead either. Yifeng said, impossible. I saw him killed by the Demon King with my own eyes. The Lord of Xuanwu City shook his head and said, no. He is not dead. I have felt his breath in Qinglong City. But the breath is relatively weak. He should be seriously injured. Yifeng frowned. It seemed that he had underestimated him. The Lord of Qinglong City escaped from him. The Lord of Xuanwu City said, as long as you are not dead, then the Lord of Qinglong City will know your secret. So this is what I am worried about. Yifeng said, how about we completely deal with the Lord of Qinglong City tonight? So we don't have to worry about the future. The Lord of Xuanwu City sighed, no. Now that Qinglong City is guarded by troops, we can't contact the Lord of Qinglong City at all. After he recovers from his injuries, I'm afraid it will be difficult for you and me. Yifeng didn't understand why the Lord of Xuanwu City would say this. Could it be that the Lord of Qinglong City had some powerful backing? Seeing the confusion on Yifeng's face, the Xuanwu City Lord explained, Don't underestimate the Qinglong City Lord. His backstage is the royal family. Yi Feng suddenly realized that this was the case. No wonder the emperor would not support Qinglong City, no matter how he was treated by the lord of Qinglong City. The most he could do was to smooth things over. It turned out that they were in the same group. Did he find out that you were the one who lured the demon emperor here? Yi Feng shook his head and said, you probably don't know that I was the first to be killed by the demon king at that time. And he didn't know that I could be resurrected. Well, be careful these days. I'm afraid that he will test you again. When he comes to find you again, be sure to notify me, and I will cut off all avenues of escape for him. Yi Feng said, understood. After the two discussed other issues in the study, Yi Feng left in a hurry. And just after Yi Fu left, a figure disappeared from a tree. Qinglong City. In the secret room of the Qinglong City Lord's mansion, the Qinglong City Lord is practicing. His face is pale, and he is much better now. But not long after, a figure fell next to the Lord of Tianlong City. Kneeling on one knee, he said, reporting to the Lord of Qinglong City, I just discovered that the Lord of Xuanwu City and a warrior were plotting something in Xuanwu City. It's just a 4th level warrior. It's not a big deal. Have you been to the battlefield between humans and demons? Reporting to the Lord of Qinglong City, I have been there. And Marshal Yi is still there. He is not dead at all. The Lord of Qinglong City smashed the water glass in front of him and shouted angrily, you damn lowly servant. You are not dead. I saw you die with my own eyes. But you are not dead. This city lord almost died. But you are still alive and well. It seems that I underestimated you. Lord City Lord, do you need us to kill Marshal Na Yi and test whether he can really be resurrected again? The Lord of Qinglong City showed a ferocious expression and gritted his teeth and said, that's right. As long as he can be resurrected. Don't worry about anything else. Just capture him. We need his resurrection ability. Do you understand? The man said, General, I understand. I will do it now. On the other side, Yi Feng returned to the battlefield between humans and demons. He cancelled his clone and took the position of human marshal, because there would be a fierce battle next. Moreover, Yi Feng said directly to the gang, all online players will gather at the marshal's location. President, do you have any new tasks? Yi Feng responded, it is a task that increases a lot of glory points. I'll go. Our glory guild is great. We often have missions like this with a lot of glory. If you don't even look at who our president is, if you ask for glory value tasks, that's not just a joke. Soon, the players of glory gathered in front of the human marshal. Of course, other players also discovered this problem, and they rushed over to watch the fun. Yin Yu said, why didn't you see Ying and Xiaohe today? Where have they gone? Yi Feng said, they went to practice because they have successfully transferred to hidden professions. Holy crap. Let's just say that our guild has 2 more players with hidden professions. How can other guilds compete with us? Being strong is not bad. Being strong is better. This is not because the gang territory is about to be opened, and the siege battle is about to begin. If you are not strong, how can you resist the attacks of players and monsters? At this time, Yi Feng said in the gang, start taking the mission. Ding. System prompt, do you want to issue a mission to protect the human marshal? Yi Feng said, yes. For a time, a large number of players received this mission. Protecting the marshal. What kind of mission is this? Is there someone coming to attack the marshal? Yi Feng said, anyway. Everyone be careful. Someone will come to kill the marshal. As long as we protect the marshal, we can get 1,000 glory points. This is very cost effective. Chu Ti and I said in the guild, set up a formation just in case someone comes to sneak attack. Temporarily hold the front row. Surround the human marshal in a circle. And all the other long-range mages and magicians stay behind. Priests and priests pay attention. Pay attention to adding blood to that warrior. At the moment, when Chu Ti and I had just arranged the formation, a black figure landed directly next to Yi Feng, ignoring all the players around him, and attacked Yi Feng fiercely. Yi Feng was well prepared, and he thrust his big sword forward to block its attack. But Yi Feng was pushed out several meters away. Chu Ti and I shouted, attack! Attack! Chu Ti and I rushed forward and punched the man in black. It was missed directly. Chapter 294 Chain Reaction. This time the Lord of Qinglong City is not sending ordinary Qinglong assassins, but the best among the Qinglong assassins. The leader of the Qinglong assassins. There was almost no sign of his appearance. Even if Yi Feng blocked the opponent's damage, he still lost nearly 5,000 HP. Yi Feng looked at the leader of the Azure Dragon assassins. who turned out to be a terrifying level 70 leader. Yi Feng shouted in the guild channel, "Everyone, be careful. The leader of the Azure Dragon Assassin is very high level. Don't fight head-on. The priest must keep up with his health." After Yi Feng was knocked away, the Xuanwu City guards immediately rushed forward. But they are also no match for the leader of the Azure Dragon Assassins. Chu Tianai commanded in the guild, "Concentrate the fire attack. Concentrate the fire attack. Everyone only attacks. Only attacks. Don't do anything else. Just hit him." A level 70 super boss like this is definitely not something that all players can face now. When Yi Feng saw this, it seemed that there were not enough people in the guild. As the marshal himself, Yi Feng shouted loudly, "Assist in killing the sneak attacker, and you will be rewarded with 1,000 glory points. Come to me to take over the mission." Yi Feng yelled like this, and players from the human camp rushed over. More than 1,000. You must know that this is not a small number. And there are so many human players that it should not be difficult to kill this level 70 boss. The number of human players is increasing, because the 1,000 points of glory is very attractive. A large number of attacks hit the leader of the Azure Dragon Assassins, with -1 appearing on his head. And he was constantly losing blood, although he lost only a little blood. Fortunately, there were so many players, and it was obvious that his blood was gradually decreasing. However, the situation that occurred in the human camp was quickly discovered by the players in the demon camp. How could the Xinhua Guild give up such a good opportunity? Xue Feng immediately asked the demon marshal for instructions, hoping that the demon marshal could launch a war between humans and demons. "Master Marshal, the human race's marshal is being attacked. This is the best time for us to send troops." The demon marshal said, "The news is accurate. Absolutely accurate. If there is any mistake, I will give you the head on my neck." The demon marshal slapped his thigh and said, "Let's send out troops immediately to attack the human camp." The demons suddenly launched a war. But the human race was already in a civil war. At this time, the demons suddenly rushed forward, which made Yi Feng and the others even worse. Soon, players from the demon camp rushed out one after another, arriving at the middle of the battlefield between humans and demons. The human soldiers had not yet appeared. Soon, the demon soldiers had rushed to the front of the human camp. But as a result, 5 of the top 10 guilds are family camp guilds. Huangtu, the president of the domineering guild, stood under the arrow tower in front of the gate of the human camp. The fanatic shouted, "Altian, what do you want to do?" Altian laughed and said, "What are you doing? Don't you know that your human marshal is about to die? We are just here to get his body." The fanatics watched the number of players behind Altian keep increasing. They obviously wanted to attack their human camp. As soon as the gate of the human camp was broken, everything inside would be destroyed. Then the first person to get the territory token is probably Altian. The fanatic definitely doesn't want Altian to get it. After all, Chai Feng and Altian is too terrifying. The fanatic said, "Didn't we discuss it? No one is moving. Why do you have to act at this time? It will be too late if we don't act." Xue Feng shouted. The demon soldiers have prepared their siege machinery, and the demon generals have also arrived. Yi Feng, who is currently attacking the Qinglong assassination leader, had already learned through the system that the demons were attacking him. But there is already an obstacle that he cannot overcome. And that is the leader of the Azure Dragon Assassins. Because someone killed him. The NPCs here took the initiative to protect Yi Feng. Yi Feng said on the guild channel, "The war launched by the demons has reached our camp." Chu Tianai said, "What should we do? Should we save the marshal or fight back?" "Save the marshal," Yin Yu said eagerly. Yi Feng said, "Let's look at the situation first. The 5 major guilds of the human race have gathered at the door. I'm afraid it will take a while to attack. In this time, we will try our best to kill the leader of the Azure Dragon Assassin. Good brothers, use some force and kill the leader of the Azure Dragon Assassins. Maybe something good will come out." And Yi Feng stopped being lazy and used his main artifact for the first time. As soon as the main artifact came out, even the assassin leader of Qinglong City looked sideways. Battlefield Sword Energy. The long sword in Yi Feng's hand drew a golden sword energy and struck at the leader of the Qinglong City assassins. Boom! Seeing the damage, Yi Feng couldn't help but frown. His level was still far different from that of the opponent. He only defeated the opponent with less than 1,000 health points. Yi Feng's attack angered the leader of the Qinglong City assassins. To put it bluntly, it was Yi Feng who brought up the hatred value. The leader of the Qinglong City assassins jumped suddenly towards Yi Feng's location. Yi Feng's golden sword lay on the ground, and he raised his head sharply. The sword in his hand drew a wonderful arc in the air. The dragon raises its head. The leader of the Qinglong City assassins, who had not yet fallen, was directly picked off by Yi Feng. Catapult. Yi Feng rushed forward and appeared on the side of the assassin leader of Qinglong City. Thunder's fury. Golden lightning appeared on the sword in Yi Feng's hand, and directly entered the body of the assassin leader of Qinglong City, following Zhong's movements. ZZ. Minus 1,500. Such a powerful skill only dealt 1,500 points of damage. Both of them were falling. And Yi Feng waved the big sword in his hand again, while the opponent was paralyzed by lightning. Yi Feng shouted, "Sweep the entire army." Boom! The leader of the Qinglong City assassins was directly knocked to the ground by the night wind, and fell into the ground, exploding a deep pit. Of course, the damage is still more than 1,000. This is the gap between Yi Feng and the assassin leader of Qinglong City. After all, the level difference between the two is nearly 30 levels. In front of the gate of the human camp on the other side, the demon siege machinery was already in place. Following the demon general's order, the arrow tower at the entrance of the human camp began to be attacked. The madman and other guild leaders finally couldn't bear it anymore and rushed out. Otherwise, the mythical guild would get the first gang territory token. The war was about to break out and spread instantly to the entrance of the entire human camp. However, at this moment, the arrow tower at the entrance of the human camp was completely damaged and could not launch an attack at all. Some demon players have already rushed in. Ding! System prompt. Warning. Warning. The gate of the human camp has been breached. The gate of the human camp has been breached. Please go to support. Please go to support. The system prompt sounded throughout the human camp. And Chu Tianai and others cursed, "Crazy guys. What is going on with these guys? Are they no longer as good as the 5 major guilds in the demon camp?" Yi Feng said, "Everyone, be careful. The demon players have sneaked in. If you can't give up the marshal and attack the demon players, you must not lose the territory." Clear. Chapter 295. Take your dog's head and kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Players from the demon camp rushed in and caused great damage to players from the human camp. Players from the human camp here don't want to give up these 1,000 glory points, while players from the demon camp on the other side don't care if you have these 1,000 glory points. I only care that you have the 10 glory points I want. A battle between members of both sides finally broke out. But the worst thing is the players of the Glory Guild, who are treated primarily by players from the demon camp. Yi Feng shouted, "Damn it. Give up the marshal and attack all the demon players. Let them see that our Glory Guild is not so easy to bully." The players of the Glory Guild have been waiting for Yi Feng's words for a long time. As soon as Yi Feng's words came out, all the players of the Glory Guild attacked outwards. Instantly clean up all the players in the demon camp. Yi Feng said, "Chu Tianai organizes his troops to attack and break out of the human camp. Okay, brothers, follow me." When everyone left, the most trusted people around Yi Feng did not leave. But under Yi Feng's signal, only Zissou and Yanyu were left. After all, the battlefield between humans and demons is a big deal, and I can only lose some experience. The worst is that the Lord of Qinglong City discovers his secret. Without the attacks of those players, the leader of the Qinglong City assassins finally became much more relaxed. But the Xuanwu City guards around him were not vegetarians, clinging to the leader of Qinglong City assassins. It's not a problem at all if this continues. The guards around him will definitely be hit hard. Can he kill the assassin leader of Qinglong City? Or is it another matter? But if Yi Feng's demonization skills were exposed now, it would really be over. Even the Lord of Xuanwu City would be involved, because demonization skills can only be possessed by demons. Yi Feng pulled his Xuanwu City guard and said, "Go to Xuanwu City and inform the Lord of Xuanwu City. It's the marshal. I'll go right away." Seeing this Xuanwu City guard walking into the teleportation array, Yi Feng felt a little relieved. Although Yi Feng can deal damage with the main artifact in his hand, the damage is too low. After a round of attacks by so many players, the assassin leader of Qinglong City only lost less than 30% of his health. There is still 70% of the blood volume. Under the current situation, it is impossible to destroy it. At this time, the leader of the Qinglong City assassins attacked Yi Feng again. Icy to the bone. Shoot! The leader of the Qinglong City assassins was hit by an ice arrow in the footsteps. Yi Feng originally thought that Yinyu's skills could not cause much damage. But on the contrary, the feet of the assassin guards of Qinglong City were actually frozen. This is a good thing for Yi Feng. He hurriedly transformed into the dark magician form. and used the dark magic skills in his hands to violently bombard him. The assassin in Qinglong City had no idea which demon was attacking him, since they were all using long-range skills. They had no idea where the attack was going. When the ice above the Qinglong City assassin's head shattered, he glanced at Yin Yu. Then, without looking back, attacked Yifeng again. The magic wand in Yifeng's hand was once again replaced by a golden sword, the sword of the Enforcer. This set of combo skills slightly alleviated the attack of the assassin leader of Qinglong City. But this was not a long-term solution. Dragon Rune Order forcibly stuns the opponent for 5 seconds. During these 5 seconds, the assassin leader of Qinglong City cannot attack or move. Yifeng no longer attacked the opponent, but directly distanced himself from him and escaped. If he continued like this, he would definitely die. Yifeng said to Zisu and Yin Yu, "Don't follow me. I'll lure him away. We can't defeat him. You go to the front to help Chu Ti and I and the others." "Well, be careful." Yifeng rushed out immediately, and the leader of the Qinglong City assassins behind him immediately followed after being relieved of his stun. "Where to go?" Yifeng shouted. "You want to kill me so openly. Aren't you afraid that the Lord of Qinglong City will be implicated? As long as I kill you, there's no need to implicate me. I'll take my life." Yifeng rushed away in front, and the leader of the assassins in Qinglong City followed closely behind. The two of them chased each other on the battlefield between humans and demons. At this time, the Xuanwu City guards finally arrived at the Xuanwu City Lord's mansion. "It's bad to report to you, sir. Marshal Yi is being hunted by the assassin leader of Qinglong City. We are no match for him." "Marshal? He asked us to come for help." Standing on the guard of Xuanwu City, in front of him was the old housekeeper of the city lord's mansion. When the old housekeeper heard this, he was furious and said, "The Lord of Qinglong City has taken the courage of a leopard and dared to touch the Lord's people." The old housekeeper stomped on the ground and flew away. In the battlefield between humans and demons, Yifeng and the assassin leader of Qinglong City started fighting. Yifeng's speed was not comparable to that of the assassin leader of Qinglong City, but he was quickly equalized by him in just 5 seconds. Standing in the dense woods, Yifeng said, "Your city lord wants to kill me so much. You are so determined." "Uh-huh. Aren't you the same? It's not because of you that we, the lord of the city, are what we are now." Yifeng laughed and said, "It's his own misfortune that makes him unlucky. He's lucky to be able to escape alive." "So you are colluding with the Demon King?" Yifeng said, "Don't spit blood. I was already slapped into the ground by the Demon Emperor." "Humph. With your ability, can you escape the Demon King's attack?" Yifeng shouted. "Wasn't the Lord of Qinglong City also killed at that time? Isn't he still alive and well now? He can have life-saving skills. Shouldn't I have it too?" "Humph. You, a little marshal, dare to question our Qinglong City Lord. I want to see how many secrets you have." Yifeng cannot be the opponent of the assassin leader of Qinglong City. In just one round, Yifeng has already lost half of his snow. Fortunately, Yifeng's main artifact has a blood-sucking passive, so Yifeng can be invincible. But if it takes a long time, Yifeng's blood-sucking effect can't keep up with the effect of his own blood loss. So it's over. So Yifeng is very nervous now, and wants to make a plan. If the demon does not keep the other party, it will really be over. Yifeng can only go to the demon clan in the end. Going to the demon clan means that Yifeng's plan to become the city lord will fail. And it will take a long time to make up for this failure. Because the demon clan is no match for the human race. The most important thing is that Yifeng will drag the Lord of Xuanwu City into trouble. So Yifeng has been hesitant to activate the demonization skill. The bold thief dares to touch the people of my Xuanwu City. "I will take your dog's head today, and kill the chicken to scare the monkeys." Just when Yifeng hesitated, a vigorous and powerful voice came into Yifeng's ears. When he heard this voice, Yifeng finally showed a smile on his face. But the leader of the Qinglong City assassins looked embarrassed. Chapter 296, The Terrifying Old Housekeeper. A figure fell in front of Yifeng, and Yifeng finally felt that he was safe. The leader of the Qinglong assassins opposite him looked at the old man in front of Yifeng with an ugly expression. "Old guy, why aren't you dead yet?" "Humph. You're surprised. Are you surprised?" The leader of the Qinglong assassins said, "Of course it's surprising. The old city lord is dead. But you are still alive. Don't you find it boring? Besides, it is a matter for our younger generation. What does it have to do with you? An old immortal?" The old housekeeper shouted angrily, "I will die. No one in your Qinglong City can survive. Of course, don't even think about leaving today. I will settle the accounts with you now. Humph. I just let you escape back then. If you are seriously injured, you will still have the same ability as before. The old housekeeper laughed and said, ha ha. You will know how much I am capable of if you try it. In front of Yi Feng, the old housekeeper moved. And he moved without noticing. The assassin leader of Qinglong City across from him opened his eyes wide and looked at the old housekeeper in disbelief. In just a moment, the leader of the Qinglong City assassins was knocked to the ground. The housekeeper stepped on the head of the assassin leader of Qinglong City. The shoes squirmed on the face of the assassin leader of Qinglong City. I saw the assassin leader of Qinglong City making a low voice. Old immortal. I didn't expect that your ability is stronger than before. So what if you kill me? You can't avenge your city lord. Ha ha. The old housekeeper said with anger and hatred. It won't be long before they meet you in H.L. Boom. The steward exerted force under his feet. And the entire ground collapsed. Following Qinglong City, the assassin leader screamed. An almost torn corpse appeared at the feet of the old housekeeper. The death was so tragic that it was unbearable to look at. Yi Feng listened for so long and finally understood why there was a gap between the lord of Qinglong City and the lord of Xuanwu City. It turns out that the old leader of Xuanwu City was probably killed by people from Qinglong City. Which means that the old leader of Xuanwu Group should have been killed by people from the royal family. The current Xuanwu City lord has to be patient if he wants to avenge his father. This is why the Xuanwu City lord takes a fancy to Yi Feng and then wins over other city owners. It seems that the lord of Xuanwu City has not forgotten his father's hatred. He wants to fight against the royal family. His own strength is definitely not enough. Does the royal family know that the lord of Xuanwu City already knows who killed his father? Based on the current attitude of Xuanwu City lord, they don't know whether Xuanwu City lord knows what happened back then. Of course, as the father of the Xuanwu City lord and a contributor to the previous royal family, the Xuanwu City lord naturally accepted his father's position. Yi Feng looked at the old butler. He didn't expect that the old butler was so powerful. He only used 2 moves to kill the leader of the Qinglong City assassins. Yi Feng said, Old housekeeper. Why are you here? The old housekeeper gathered himself together, looked back at Yi Feng, and said calmly, I heard that you were being hunted by people from Qinglong City. So I came over to take a look and sort out the debt they owed before. Yi Feng said, so, the hatred between you and the lord of Qinglong City may be greater than mine. The old butler nodded and said, yes. Now the young master has limited abilities and weak strength. It is impossible to fight against the entire royal family. Therefore, we have been actively developing our own power. One day, we will definitely be able to overthrow this royal family and work for me. Brother, old city lord, take revenge. Yi Feng walked up to the old housekeeper and saw the miserable corpse of the assassin leader of Qinglong City on the ground. This guy even exploded his equipment. Yi Feng picked the thing up, and it turned out to be a dagger. Yi Feng was not in a hurry to see the properties of the dagger, but said to the old housekeeper, I am currently guarding the battlefield between humans and demons. But now the battlefield between humans and demons has been attacked by demons and has come to our camp. I need your help. The old housekeeper smiled and said, it's a small matter. As long as you have made great contributions in the battlefield between humans and demons, the emperor will definitely reward you with a fiefdom. Our lineage in Xuanwu City will be even more powerful. So I must help you. Yi Feng smiled and said, thank you for your help, old housekeeper. Yi Feng will definitely live up to the trust of the old housekeeper and the lord of Xuanwu City, and will definitely help you seek justice and avenge bloodshed. Ha ha ha. So good. So good. Let's go! When Yi Feng and Lao Wanjia returned to the camp, the human camp was still in a weak position and had retreated to 1/3 of the human camp. At this time, Yi Feng is back, and the human marshal is back. Yi Feng gave the order. All soldiers listen to the order and fight out to defend the human race. As a guard of Xuanwu City, this high-end NPC is several levels higher than the ordinary level 60 NPC. Under Yi Feng's order, he has already gone to the battlefield. At this time, the old housekeeper nodded to Yi Feng, rushed forward, and stood in the air, directly launched an attack on the demons, and instantly the demon soldiers fell in pieces. The players on the human side said in surprise, wow, let me go! I finally came to help. It's a high-level NPC. I really thought the human camp was going to fall. As the human marshal, Yi Feng also charged into battle and killed the demon soldiers mercilessly. But for the players on the demon side, their situation is particularly bad now. because there are no high-level NPCs to help them. And the sudden appearance of the old housekeeper has dealt a fatal blow to them. The demon soldiers began to rout, and the demon players also retreated. When the demon generals saw the appearance of the old housekeeper, they began to retreat. They knew that they were no match for the other party. But just as the demons were retreating, a burst of soaring war drums suddenly sounded from behind the demons. Master of the human race, do you dare to fight with me? The person who came was none other than the demon marshal, who had been standing behind the demon army. As the demon clan marshal, he is of a higher level than Yifeng and more powerful than Yifeng. That is what he should be. After all, Yifeng is only level 45, while the demon clan marshal is level 80. If the human marshal and the demon marshal were to confront each other alone, Yifeng would be defeated quickly, and would not be his opponent at all. But now the demon marshal's opponent is not Yifeng, but the old steward, and the old steward's level in front of Yifeng. He couldn't show it, which shows that his level is very high. Ridiculously high. Even the lord of Xuanwu City is not as powerful as this old butler. The old housekeeper said disdainfully, the little demon marshal dares to scream in front of me. I will help you. The old housekeeper rushed forward fiercely, and the demon players and demon soldiers on the roadside fell down one after another. The terror was endless. As the demon clan marshal, seeing his soldier He Ziming being killed, the demon clan marshal could no longer bear it. The two sides collided violently, sending out horrific battle aftermath. This is a battle of top NPCs, and even Yifeng does not dare to get too close. Although he cannot participate in such a battle of top NPCs, Yifeng can cause terrifying blows to other demon soldiers and demon players. Players who possess the main artifact are simply like a kid with a sword. Completely unreasonable. Chapter 297 Gang Territory Token. Yifeng, the human marshal, was a terrifying existence in the eyes of the demon soldiers. It is the nightmare of many demon players. But the appearance of Yifeng made the people of the mythical guild brighten up. Their target this time was the marshal Yifeng. And now Yifeng suddenly rushed out of the territory. Wouldn't that give them a very good opportunity to attack? At this time, as the president of Xinhua, Aotian said in surprise, if all the demon players attack the human marshal, he will explode the Glory Destiny suit. Of course, killing the marshal can indeed explode something. But what they want is not the parts of the Glory Destiny suit, but the gang territory token. But other individual players can't hire so many pesticides. How much a Destiny suit is worth is an astronomical figure. For a time, many demons and camp players began to attack Yifeng. Of course, other players in the human camp cannot see this happening. For example, the madmen of the domineering guild are frantically organizing people to protect the marshal. In fact, they are protecting Yifeng. Protect the human marshal, and don't let the opponent kill him. Otherwise our human camp will suffer heavy losses. However, Yifeng can't control that much. If you want to kill me, of course I want to kill you too. Night Breeze rushed directly into the demon soldiers and demon players, and started a crazy fight. As the elder of the Glory Guild, Chu Tianai received a message from Yifeng at this time. Keep an eye on the position of the demon marshal. He will explode the gang territory token. Be sure to grab it. Chu Tianai said excitedly, I understand. In the battle between the old housekeeper and the demon marshal, although there was a gap in strength between the two sides, the demon marshal was worthy of being a demon marshal, and had too many means. If the demon king allows him to serve as the marshal of the demon camp, he will definitely give him many life-saving skills. For a while, the old housekeeper failed to capture him. But this did not hinder the old housekeeper's strength. It was still a crushing posture. Attacking the demon marshal. The demon marshal was unable to attack except for defense. Who are you, and why do you appear in the battlefield between humans and demons? You shouldn't be here. You have destroyed the balance. The old butler said disdainfully, what is balance? The rules set by the strong are balance. Here I am the balance. So what if the demon emperor comes? The old butler was so overbearing. The attacks in his hands did not weaken at all, but became stronger and stronger. The resistance of the demon marshal was getting weaker and weaker. And it was obvious that he could not hold on for much longer. Because Yifeng and others could see that the demon marshal's blood volume was declining at a very fast speed. Not only Yifeng saw it, but everyone else saw it. Everyone was waiting for the moment when the demon marshal died. The main thing was to snatch the gang token. 5 minutes later, the players in the human camp and the demon camp were already distracted. They just wanted to stare at the death of the demon marshal, because the demon marshal's health was only a trace of blood short. The demon marshal showed a ferocious expression and said, "It's not that easy to kill me. The demon king will punish you." Ha ha ha. The demon king back then couldn't do anything to me. Let alone now. You can die with peace of mind? As the old housekeeper pressed his hands, the demon marshal made a terrifying explosion. The entire demon marshal was blown into ashes, and a lot of items fell from the sky. At this time, both human players and demon players rushed forward almost at the same time. What they want is equipment and gang territory tokens, which are the most valuable things at the moment. A human player was killed before he could touch anything. At this time, a demon player grabbed a token and laughed, My, I finally got it. Ah! Just in the next second, he was killed and the gang territory token dropped again. Players from the human camp and players from the demon camp were already looking at each other. In the middle of them was the equipment exploded by the demon marshal. No one dared to step forward to snatch it. When all the guild leaders saw the gang territory token on the ground, their eyes lit up. But if they rushed up at this time, they would definitely be reduced to rubbish in seconds. As the marshal of the human race, Yifeng, of course, also saw the gang territory token. He originally planned to ask the old butler to bring it to him. But the old butler had already landed in front of him and said softly, "Okay, I have solved it for you. It's time for me to go back and recover. Otherwise the young city lord will be very anxious." Yifeng nodded and said, "Well, you go back and tell him that I am fine. Thank you to the old housekeeper for helping me this time. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We are all our own people. Maybe we will ask for something from you in the future. Farewell." After the old housekeeper left, the scene fell into chaos. Demon soldiers and human soldiers were still fighting. But demon players and human players stopped fighting one after another. Some bold players, who wanted to get close to the place where the demon marshal exploded his equipment, were killed before they even got close. Alkian said coldly, "This is something that our demon race is also very handsome. You humans, don't snatch it away." The fanatic laughed and said, "Ha ha ha. The gang territory token is an ownerless thing. It belongs to whomever it falls into. It depends on your ability. Humph. If it weren't for the emergence of a master from your human race, how could I, the marshal of the demon race, die suddenly? Even if I die, I will die. You're marshal of the human race." At this time, Yifeng said angrily, "I am alive and well. I want this token. If I hand it over to the royal family, I will definitely get a lot of things." Yifeng rushed forward to snatch it. But at this time, no matter how powerful the human marshal is, the demon camp players will never let Yifeng snatch it away. Before Yifeng could rush to the place where the demon marshal died suddenly, he was already repelled by an attack. Even Yifeng didn't dare to withstand the attacks of so many people. At this time, Yifeng shouted, "Human soldiers, kill this demon player." For a moment, the sudden addition of human soldiers caused chaos on the scene. Both sides began to launch fierce attacks, especially at the place where the demon marshal died suddenly. Players appeared in that place almost every second. But that place is also the place where attacks are most frequent. As long as a player appears, he will be killed immediately. Yifeng secretly wanted to sneak in. But the Glory Destiny suit he was wearing was very conspicuous, and there was no way he could walk in. Yifeng said on the guild channel, "Assassin. Where is the assassin from our guild? Go grab it." Chu Tianai said, "Ing is not here. And Xiao He is not here. Who among the other assassins dares to go up?" "Me. I'm going up." "Okay. Just go ahead." I just went up, and was killed the moment he picked up the territory token. Chu Tianai and Yifeng's faces suddenly became ugly again. They couldn't get the gang territory tokens that were far away in front of them. Just when they were hesitating, there was a roar. A group of players were pushed back, and a shadow stood in the center of the field, holding the guild token in its hand. Chapter 298. Xinhua obtains the gang territory token. That person was none other than Zhui Feng. Zhui Feng was holding the gang territory token, laughing, and started running towards the demon camp as hard as he could. The madman and other guild leaders said angrily, "Catch up and seize the gang territory token." Yifeng frowned. If he wasn't afraid of being exposed, he might have already owned this gang territory token. Now that it has become the mythical guilds, it might be difficult to snatch it away. Even so, members of Yifeng's Glory Guild also pounced on it. This was the first gang territory token in the area, and people from the mythical guild must not get it, especially the fanatic. As a domineering president, he missed the first gang token for the first time. Now that the first gang territory token is right in front of him, The fanatic definitely doesn't want to miss it again. Therefore, the members of the domineering guild rushed forward the fastest. And other guilds like those in Lanchi Valley also rushed forward not to be outdone. At this time, Aotion, the president of the mythical guild, said to the group of guild presidents in the demon camp, "As long as you stop Hockey and the others, our mythical guild will give you endless benefits. From now on, if your guild gets the gang territory token, we will definitely help you defend the city." President of the Xingtian Guild, "Okay. As long as you Aoting keeps your word, we will help you block them. Of course, we need you to pay for this blocking." "No problem. As long as I block them, and the gang territory token is in my hand, then I'll pay for all the expenses. Anyway, players from the demon camp cannot take action against people from the demon camp. They will definitely not be able to get this gang territory token. Since Aoting can give them a shot fee, why not do it?" The madmen who had been chasing smoothly were suddenly surrounded and suppressed by other guild players from the demon camp guild. The fanatic shouted angrily, "What do you guys want to do? Don't you want to get the gang territory token? Think about it. But it's a pity that we can't take action here. And Aotian has already given us a strike fee. So there is no other way to use people's money to eliminate disasters for others. Since you have decided to be Shinoa's thugs, don't blame me for being rude. Our previous agreement is void." Humph. It was already invalid. It was already invalid when Aotian got the gang territory token. Xue Feng was very fast and returned directly to the demon camp, where they would be safe. After all, not everyone could afford the arrow tower there. Yi Feng had turned into a player at this time, and had tried his best to get the gang territory token. Unfortunately, Xue Feng had no intention of turning back, and stopped and entered the demon camp directly. Yi Feng stood outside the demon camp. Their arrow tower had an instant kill function. Without siege equipment, Yi Feng could not enter at all. Xue Feng looked at Yi Feng behind him, turned around and laughed. "So what if you kill our demon marshal? What if you win on the battlefield? But in the end the gang territory token does not belong to our mythical guild." Yi Feng shouted, "You can walk as a monk, but you can't walk out of the temple. As long as your Xinhua guild wants to build a city, then just wait until my glory guild attacks." "Ha ha ha. I'm afraid you don't know the background of the myth guild. If you want to attack our city, it depends on whether you have the ability." Yi Feng knew that everything was over. It was impossible to snatch the gang territory token back. As long as he gave it to a confidant, he would not be able to tell who it was, and they could apply for the territory in time. Yi Feng said on the gang channel, "Go back. Everyone, go back. Xuefeng has returned to the demon camp. We don't have siege equipment, and we can't get in at all." Chu Tianai said a little disappointed, "This is the boss that our human race killed, and it was snatched away by their demon race." Yi Feng said, "It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. As long as their Xinhua guild dares to apply for territory, we will attack them." Brother Arrogant said, "Yes. As long as they dare to apply for gang territory, we will smash them to pieces. Yes. This guild territory token should originally belong to our glory guild. This continuous mission was discovered by the president, and our mission has been completed. Hey, it's really done. I got 1,000 glory points." To their surprise, they actually completed the task of protecting the human marshal and gained 1,000 glory points. Yi Feng asked, "How many people in our guild have exchanged for glory suits?" Chu Tianai replied, "Because the glory value of our guild is doubled. So after such a long mission, our guild has more than 10,000 people, and nearly 1,000 people have received 1 to 2 glory suit parts." Yi Feng said, "Hurry up and collect more things. It won't be long before the mythical guild will establish a territory. We will have a lot to fight by then." Players were excited when they heard that there was going to be a gang fight. Playing games is just for excitement. For example, today, many players are already getting high. It didn't take long for Kwang Tu, the domineering guild leader, to know that the guild territory token could not be snatched back. They had no choice but to retreat. They knew that they had lost the guild that had obtained the gang token for the first time. In this case, the domineering guild would really have to withdraw from the top 10 online game guilds. Nowadays, the Myth Guild is a 3rd level guild, and its level is higher than that of the Hockey Guild. Even though the Hockey Guild is now a 2-level union, the Myth Guild is about to become a 4th level union. It lagged behind at the beginning, and it has been falling behind now. The game is like this. If you stay still, others are making progress, and you will never catch up with them. Even if you are making progress, others are still making progress. Damn it. This Aotian, their mythical guild is finished. Don't even think about establishing the first gang territory in front of me, the fanatic said angrily. The fanatic almost grabbed the guild territory token just now, but the sudden appearance of Chai Feng knocked him back. So the fanatic didn't get the guild territory token. President, don't be anxious. Chao Xi's mission is about to be completed. When the time comes, neither Yi Feng nor Jue Feng will be Chao Xi's opponent. The fanatic sighed. I hope so. Yi Feng has a magical weapon, and the weapons Jue Feng has are not simple. Not to mention their transformation skills are even more terrifying. No one in the domineering guild knew what to say. All their hopes were on Chao Xi. If Chao Xi failed, they would also fail. At this moment, the people of the mythical guild are already smiling. The territory tokens of the first gang in Fantasy World are already in their hands. As long as Outyan, the president of the mythical guild, is willing, they can apply for the gang territory now. But how could the entire gang territory be built so easily? Therefore, Outyan will not build it in such a hurry, but will think carefully before drawing a conclusion. However, as long as they dare to build a city and gang territory, I am afraid that other guilds will come to attack. No one hopes that Xinhua will become the first to possess guild and gang territory. Chapter 299 Chasing Feng's Request. Now that Jue Feng was in the demon camp, Ao Tian, the president of the mythical guild, also came to Jue Feng. Outyan said excitedly, Great. Show me the gang token quickly. But Outyan did not see Jue Feng hand over the gang territory token, but looked at Outyan with a smile on his face. Outyan couldn't help but said with a stern face, Jue Feng. What do you mean? Jue Feng said, It doesn't mean anything. I just want to tell you that the gang territory token is in my hand now. I know it's in your hands. Now, as the president, I order you to hand over the gang territory token. Jue Feng smiled sinisterly and said, Hey, it's not impossible to ask me to hand over the gang territory token. But you have to agree to one condition. Alfeng said with a gloomy face, Our mythical guild spent a lot of money to snatch this token. Now you are alone. You are a member of my mythical guild. I have the right to ask you to hand it over to the guild. Token. This is an order. Jue Feng laughed and said, Ha ha ha. When did I, Jue Feng, become a member of your mythical guild? Did I sign a contract with you? No. Did I use your things? No. What rights do I have to hand it over to me? Do you know the value of the gang territory token? Outyan shouted angrily, Jue Feng, are you trying to betray our Xinhua guild? I asked you to sign a contract, but you didn't sign it. You said I was the sword-making cousin, and I believe you won't betray me. But what do you look like now? Jue Feng said, I didn't say I wanted to betray the mythical guild. I just said I had a request. You should try your best to calm down. Take a deep breath, and ask, what do you need? Or what do you want? Jue Feng thought for a while and said, I said that I will not leave the Myth Guild. Now, because of my existence, the Myth Guild has become extremely powerful. If I leave suddenly, do you think the Myth Guild can be worthy of other people? Suppression from the guild? Outyan listened to Jue Feng's words and realized that the current situation in the mythology was indeed shaped by Jue Feng. Jue Feng was indeed the anchor of their mythology. Say it! Jue Feng said, It's very simple. You are still the president of Xinhua's guild, but I want to be the commander of Xinhua. All activities of Xinhua will be arranged by me. You can make suggestions, but you can't veto. Outyan said angrily, Then I have become a puppet. I must not do this. As the president of an association, he only holds the title but does not have any actual power. What is the point of staying as president, now that the gang territory token is in Jue Feng's hand? Jue Feng looked at Outyan with a smile on his face and said, If President Outyan insists on doing this, then I will not give this gang token to you. I can't believe that no other guild is willing to share this guild territory token with me. After obtaining the guild territory token, if the city construction is successful, then the mythical guild will make endless money. Owning the guild territory will have endless benefits. This is why all guilds want to obtain their own territory. And the sooner they obtain the territory, the better. Outyan had a troubled look on his face. This was depriving him of the rights of the president. Outyan had a hard time making a decision. At this time, Zhu Jian said, President, how about this? We all have the highest power, but we also have a veto power. How about this? When Jue Feng heard the words forging a sword, his face showed no expression at all, as if he didn't hear it, but Ao Tianka understood it clearly. Outyan didn't want to lose the power in his hands, and he wanted to get the gang territory and leave. so he had to share his power with Zhui Feng. Although it is very unpleasant, this is the best way. If you can get a gang token, your status in the company will also increase, even if you have the right to be shared. So what? The one who gets the benefit is himself. Let Zhui Feng and Yi Feng fight tooth and nail. Altian said, yes, I can agree, but everything you do must be approved by me, as long as it does not damage the image of the union. I will agree to it. Zhui Feng said, no problem. I agree. But we have to sign a contract privately, so that I can rest assured. Although Altian felt very unhappy, he still endured it for the sake of the gang's territory token. The two of them went offline directly to sign the contract, leading you to the sword-making commander. Soon, the two of them came online one after another. Although Altian didn't look so happy, Zhui Feng had a smile on his face. He finally had a guild that could stand up to Yi Feng and had the right to command Xinhua. Zhui Feng didn't have to go there and asked for Yi Altian's consent to make the sword. Now that we have the gang token, when do you plan to build a territory? Altian said, building a territory cannot be built casually. We need to consider a lot of things in the long run, such as site selection and where we need to be. Today you will take people with you to find a location on the map. Find out which address is the best. Clear. As for the location selection of Altian, other guilds are already inquiring about where the Myth Guild will be located, so they can be prepared and will never let the Myth Guild get the first gang territory. The first gang territory is the most difficult to obtain. If the defense is successful, it will become the most profitable guild. The current official information is that only in the human demonic battlefield, the human marshal and the demon marshal will reveal gang territory tokens. If you want to obtain the gang territory token again, you must kill the human marshal. Players in the human camp cannot attack the human marshal. But at this time, the demon marshal has been killed, and it will take 7 days to refresh again. For a while, the official customer service has been overwhelmed. They want to know, where else can the gang territory token be revealed? But the result is that there are still two bosses in the battlefield between humans and demons. In other words, currently only these two bosses will reveal gang territory tokens. The official meaning is that if you want to fight, go to the battlefield. First, you can get glory points, and second, you can also get gang territory tokens. At the glory summit, Xiaohei pointed at the top of Yi Feng's head and said, Boss, why is the ultimate fatwa above your head gone? It turned out that he had disappeared. Is it because of the death of the demon marshal? Dongfang looked at the system prompt records, and sure enough, there was one of them. Ding! System prompt, due to the death of the demon marshal, the ultimate pursuit order has been cancelled. When looking at a line of words, Yi Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. The punishment of losing 10 levels was too serious. However, Yi Feng thought that he could not die. If he died, the ultimate killing order for the three of them would also disappear. However, just when Yi Feng was rejoicing, the Lord of Qinglong City was angry. Chapter 300 Yu Mingming's Thoughts. Although the Lord of Qinglong City has temporarily lost his fighting ability, the forces around him are still very strong. But just today, the assassin leader of Qinglong City whom he had worked so hard to train was killed. What he thought was a surefire mission actually failed. There was a clang and the sound of a teacup being smashed. The Lord of Qinglong City had a ferocious look on his face and said angrily, I'm sorry to you, City Lord of Xuanwu. And I'm sorry to you, you old immortal. When I recover from my injuries, I will pay you back double the amount. At this time, a eunuch walked in. Lord City Lord, the Supreme Elder invites you to come over. The Lord of Qinglong City said, understood. I will go there in a moment. After gathering his emotions, the Lord of Qinglong City followed the eunuch towards the Imperial City. When Yi Feng and others were offline to eat, Xiaohei walked up to Yi Feng with a frustrated look on his face and cried, Boss, that old man is not a human being. I am almost exhausted. Yi Feng patted Xiaohei on the shoulder and said, I'm doing this for your own good. Think about it. You got a hidden profession, and they help you train. Do you think I can do such a good thing? I don't have anyone to teach me. You're trying to figure it out on your own, and you still feel disgusted when someone teaches you. No, boss. He is too cruel. Although we are playing games, I feel like I can't even lift my hands now. And I can't even eat. Yo. Isn't this Xiaohei who just got a hidden profession? What's wrong? I think the profession is not good, and it's hard to give it to me. I have a younger brother who happens to be an assassin too. Brother Arrogance came over and said, The arrogant brother of Xiao Hiding said, "Go away. I finally got the hidden profession. Why should I give it to you?" Arrogant brother said, "Isn't this why you are here crying to the boss about being tired? If you are tired, then give it to me. I don't feel tired. If my little brother dares to say he is tired, I will punch him to death. And the boss will not hit him." "You?" Xiao Hei said with a look of embarrassment. "What? You still want to hit me? When I finish practicing, I will go back and beat you to death. So you can see how powerful my hidden profession is." Brother Arrogant said with a scared look on his face. "Oh, I'm so scared." "Xiao Hei, don't hit me." Oh, you're so weak and you're still fighting me. I'll hide your profession for you. You're not me either." Opponent. Being so stimulated by the arrogant brother, Xiao Hei got excited, and the two immediately started fighting. When Yifeng saw this, he left these two guys alone. They could make trouble as much as they wanted. "But I'd better eat." Just as he was going downstairs, he bumped into Ying, and Yifeng asked, "How is the career succession going?" Ying nodded and said, "It's not bad. But judging from the current situation, this inheritance of God seems to be a bit powerful." Yifeng said in surprise, "You think he is powerful? So he must be very powerful. It turns out that our glory guild will have another very powerful fighter." Ying said, "But it will still be some time before I come out. The inheritance progress is only halfway through, so I won't be able to help you during this period." Yifeng said, "No problem. I'm fine myself. I heard that you guys had a fight today. Did Yifeng really get the gang's territory token?" Yifeng said, "Yes. We did get it after being chased. But it doesn't matter. As long as they dare to create a gang territory, we dare to attack it. Well, I will definitely be back by then." At the dinner table, Yu Mingming, who was relatively familiar to everyone, was already relatively active during the meal. But today she suddenly became relatively silent. Zissou asked, "Yu Mingming, what's wrong with you today? Why don't I see you talking?" Zissou asked. But Yumeng didn't seem to hear it. "You just poked at the rice with chopsticks." Looking absent-minded, seeing that Yu Mingming didn't seem to hear, Zissou moved Yu Mingming's arm and said, "Mingming, what's wrong with you today?" At this time, Yu Mingming came to his senses and said, "It's nothing. I'm just thinking about something." Then she ate quietly again. But everyone present knew that he seemed to have something on his mind. But he just didn't want to tell everyone. After the meal, when everyone was sitting together chatting, Yu Mingming actually suggested that she wanted to go back to the room and take a rest. When Yu Mingming walked into the room, Yifeng, as the president and the boss of the studio, came to the door of Yu Mingming's room. "Button, button, button." A rainy voice came from inside. "Here we come." As soon as he opened the door and saw it was Yifeng, Yu Mingming said, "Brother Yifeng, why is it you?" Yifeng said, "As your president and as your brother Yifeng, I want to ask what happened." Yu Mingming wanted to speak, but didn't want to, and kept hesitating. Yifeng asked, "Have your parents asked you to go back? If so, go back. You are so young. Your parents will definitely be worried if you come out like this." Yu Mingming nodded and said, "Well, my parents asked me to go back, but I don't want to go back. After I go back, they will control me again. There is so much freedom here. Can I play Fantasy World when I go back?" "Okay, but I don't want to go back. What should I do?" Yifeng asked. "Why don't they want you to stay here? They said it's dangerous to stay with you, and that the quality of life of you guys working in a studio must be very poor." Yifeng shrugged his shoulders and said, "That's true. We, the old men, really don't have a quality life. But if that's all we have, it's hard to justify." Yu Mingming nodded and said, "I said the same thing. But they don't believe it. They said that if you can win the first gang territory in Huanshe, he will let me stay here." Yifeng said, "But now the only gang token is in Shenhua. It is unrealistic to snatch it away. We could only stop them and establish a gang territory." "Yes. So they said that if they can successfully prevent the mythical guild from establishing a gang territory, they can let me stay here." Yifeng touched Yu Mingming's head and said, "Don't worry. They won't succeed. You can stay here with peace of mind." "Really?" Yifeng said, "Have you ever seen me lie to you?" Yu Mingming shook his head and said, "Not really. I'm in a much better mood now." "That's good. Take a rest when you're tired." In the next few days, the entire fantasy world is staring at the mythical guild, because he is the only one who has the first gang token in the entire fantasy world. As long as he establishes the first gang territory, He will attract the attention of many players. Soon, players in the fantasy world already knew that the mythical guild had chosen the location of the gang's territory in the level 60 wild monster area. This is a very wise choice. If it were Yifeng would also designate this place as the territory of his gang. Surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, there is only one intersection into the city. This is simply a natural fortress. When Yifeng learned the news for the first time, he frowned. Their choice was too good. It might not be easy to attack them. So we must consider the long term. Chapter 301: The Fanatic's Request. In the conference room of the Domineering Guild, the madman was holding a map of the location of the mythical guild. This location is surrounded by mountains, which can be said to be a natural barrier. There is only one main entrance where they can start. If they could climb this mountain, it would be a good breakthrough point. But these mountains have been checked and cannot be climbed. If they want to attack the mythical guild's gang territory, they must attack it head-on. With such a geographical location, it is impossible for the Hockey Guild alone to conquer it. So as the president of the Hockey Guild, Guangzhou has already begun to contact the presidents of other guilds. Of course, when they contacted the guilds in the demon camp, their response was that they would not attack the mythical guild's territory, but would help them defend the city. It was already difficult. But now, with the help of other guilds, it is even more difficult to attack them. At this time, Guangzhou, the president of the Domineering Guild, thought of a person. This person was Yifeng. If Yifeng had the glory and joined the guild, it would definitely be easier to fight than it is now. Therefore, the fanatic contacted Yifeng. Yifeng saw the temporary call message from the madman and couldn't figure out why the madman came to find him. If he was looking for him, it would be Lan Shi who came to him, or Demo. He hadn't contacted Demo for a long time. Yifeng answered the call and said, "Guild leader of the Guangzhou. What do you want from me?" The fanatic didn't beat around the bush, but went straight to the point and said, "You should know the location of Shinoa's gang territory." "Right," Yifeng said, "of course I know this. But is this why the madman guild leader is looking for me?" The fanatic said, "Of course that's the thing. I don't think you want the Myth Guild to be the first to establish a gang territory." Yifeng responded, "I don't want to. But I am surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, and the location is perfect. It is very difficult to break through." Fanatic, you already understand what Yifeng means. It seems that Yifeng also wants to attack the territory of the mythical guild. However, judging from the current situation, it is particularly difficult to attack. The fanatic said, "As long as you agree to attack the mythical territory guild with us, you can make a price." Yifeng pondered for a while, and instead of replying to the fanatic in a hurry, he contacted the members of the studio. "What do you think I need to offer if the madmen ask us to attack the territory of the mythical guild?" "Boss, why do you need to ask us? The lion has opened his mouth. They come to beg us. It is not us who beg them." "Yes. Why are you asking me? You can drive as much as you like. If he can't drive, just pull him down. Anyway, if you want to attack the mythical territory, this is not an easy task." Yifeng nodded and said, "I understand this. It is indeed very difficult to attack the guild territory of Xinhua. But you have to think about it. Will they attack us when we establish the guild territory in the future?" Xiao He and others were speechless. After saying this, if they establish a gang territory, maybe the whole server will attack them. If they build a better relationship at this time, they might be able to reduce a lot of enemies. Ing, who rarely participates in such topics, said, according to past experience, if you want to attack a city, you must have siege equipment. Yifeng, you should have something to make siege equipment. Yifeng asked with a puzzled look on his face. What does this have to do with agreeing to the madman's siege? And when did I have the tools to make siege machinery? You said, of course it does matter. You open your artifact first and take a look. Sacred weapon. The weapon in my hand doesn't seem to have that function. Right? Ing shook his head and said, you have more than one weapon that is a divine weapon. You also have another thing. Yifeng slapped his thigh. Why did he forget about the extra core? I haven't used it for a long time, and I almost forgot about it. I have been very busy recently. Yifeng opened the Dwijia core. In the Dwijia core, in addition to weapons and equipment, it can also create some props. In the props column, Yifeng found siege equipment. Yifeng said with some surprise, sure enough, I have it here. Not only are there siege equipment, but there are also city defense equipment. It seems that we have to help secure the territory in the future. Ing said, so this has a lot to do with you agreeing to the fanatic's request. If you can make siege equipment, then you can add more requirements to it. They need to prepare the materials for the siege equipment. And prepare more if we can use it ourselves in the future. We won't have to collect the materials ourselves. Isn't this killing two birds with one stone? Yifeng said in surprise. I didn't realize it. You usually stay silent. But you are so smart now. Ying said a little proudly. I've always been very smart. I just don't like to talk. Okay. Ask the nanny to add a chicken drumstick to you tonight. And that will be your reward. Xiaohei said at this time, Boss, I want chicken legs too. Get out of here and finish your training. Yifeng replied to the fanatic, Do you have any siege equipment? The fanatic sighed and said, It would be better if there were. Unfortunately, there is no news about siege machinery now. Yifeng said with a treacherous look, We have producers. But you need to provide materials. The madman was surprised and worried at the same time. He didn't expect that Yifeng, the siege equipment master, would be there. This would be difficult to handle. Although it is easy to attack Shenhua, it will be troublesome if they attack Yifeng's Glory Guild in the future. The fanatic said, I can provide you with materials, but I hope you will help us wholeheartedly this time. Yifeng said, Of course. But what we want to talk about is the materials. But you haven't said our cost yet. The fanatic said, It depends on how many people you arrange. Of course. The wages of those who are too scumbag are different. Cannon fodder only has 50 yuan per person per day. And those with better equipment can earn 100 yuan. A master like Yifeng usually earns 50,000 yuan per appearance. Fee. Yifeng said, Okay. I will send you the number of people later. You can count the things. And I will send you the materials for the siege equipment. Be sure to complete it. Remember, it must be complete. Otherwise it will not be made. Although the fanatics really don't want Yifeng to participate. Everyone knows Yifeng's ability. At present, only he and Zhui Feng can tie. And Chao Ci's collapse is still unknown. The madman said, No problem. Send me all your things. And all the money will be delivered tonight. No problem. That's settled. I'll prepare it for you. Yifeng told Chu Tianai and others these details. And they arranged everything. Yifeng began to study his extra core. And Yifeng clicked on the siege equipment materials. Among them, there are first-level siege engines, first-level catapults, and first-level arrow towers. And if you want something more advanced, it is level 2 and level 3. And the most is level 5. Of course, as long as there are enough materials, you can directly make level 5 siege equipment. Chapter 302 Killing Alfian again. But when Yifeng saw the siege equipment materials, he couldn't help but frown. Yifeng had never heard of many of them. For example, 10,000-year-old iron, stone and wood, or volcanic lava rocks. These two things are things that Yifeng has never seen before. Both of these things are materials needed for level 5 siege machinery. So Yifeng does not intend to hand over level 5 siege machinery to Bachi. For example, Yifeng plans to give the Baki Guild some second level to third level siege equipment. For example, the first level siege equipment is relatively simple. But Yifeng does not plan to give it to him. After all, it is too simple. If the materials are good, it may arouse the fanatics' suspicion. Yifeng sent a copy of the second level and third level materials to the fanatics. Of course, Chu Tianai had already completed the statistics. There were as many as 5,000 members willing to participate in the siege this time. After all, not everyone has time at a certain point. So having 5,000 people is already pretty good. The fanatic said, 5,000 people is about the same. But you need to give me time for the siege equipment and materials you need. And they will be delivered to you tomorrow. Yifeng said, No problem. As long as your materials arrive. We will start production here and guarantee your satisfaction. Okay. I'll ask Hui to calculate the money now, and I'll call you later. Sure enough. In less than half an hour, Yifeng received an account. The cost of this project, excluding Yifeng and several experts, and other ordinary members, was as high as 200,000. Yifeng said in the gang, Have all the members who participated in the siege joined Chu Tianai's group? Chu Tianai said, I have already added it. President, do you have anything else to give me? Yifeng said, Start distributing wages. All people working on this project will be paid. Asking about it made those ordinary members extremely happy. They joined the Glory Guild. Firstly, because of Yifeng, these people were particularly powerful. And therefore, because they were good people. But they knew that joining Yifeng's Glory Guild would definitely not offer money like other guilds. But I didn't expect that there would be wages for this siege. Chu Tianai said, Okay. Everyone, join the group. I will call out names one by one and distribute them one by one. Do you understand? Clear. Many players who don't have time to participate are complaining. Fighting is exciting enough. But they actually get paid. And they are still in the Glory Guild. What a great thing. After a local player received the money, he smiled happily and said, "Ha ha ha. This is the first time I have received money in a guild. In the past, in a small guild, I had to hand in the equipment and still had no money. So I went to the big guild. Well, I don't want it. So it seems that it's better to have glory." Chu Ti and I was paying wages, and Yi Feng continued, "The specific project time will be announced later. But I hope you can do it. This time we are helping others attack the city. We must accumulate experience and don't go there desperately. Charge forward. After all, the level is yours. Do you understand?" Clear. After that, Yi Feng paid the salaries of Chu Ti and I, Ho Yi and others. Although the money was not much, it was enough to prove that Yi Feng was not a person seeking petty gains. "Oh, why do I only have 1,000 yuan?" Zissou said with some disappointment. Yi Feng said, "The price offered by the fanatics is already very fair, because you are an ordinary profession, and the equipment is not bad, and your combat power is definitely different from those of other members. You should be satisfied." He just pouted and said, Okay, just treat it as extra food for yourself." The next day, Yi Feng received an email from the fanatic, which contained all the siege equipment materials Yi Feng needed. Today is also the day for the mythical guild to build a territory. If you want to build a territory, it does not mean that you can build it immediately after applying. It will take about 3 to 5 days to complete. Of course, the 3 to 5 days depends on how much money you give. The more money you give, the NPC will have greater functions and more people. If you give less money, the NPC functions will be smaller, and the number of people working will be smaller. But at the latest, the construction of the territory can be completed in 5 days. Of course, judging from the weather conditions of the mythical guild, they must have chosen 3 days. So Yi Feng and the others have 3 days to prepare, just like other guilds. Altian, the president of the Xinhua Guild, said, "How are you preparing?" Xu Jian replied, "We have contacted all the guilds in the demon camp, and they have all agreed to help us. However, there are a few unions that ask for more compensation. Guild master, please see if you agree. It's okay, as long as the gang territory is defended. What money do we still need?" Xu Jian hurriedly contacted the guild presidents, and Altian looked at the NPCs who were working in full swing. Now that the construction of the mythical guild territory was already halfway done, Altian showed a smile on his face. Of course, far away, Yi Feng was standing on a hilltop, looking at the mythical territory in full swing. So far, their progress is pretty good, but I don't know if they will add some defensive equipment. Today, Yi Feng went to Xuanwu City to inquire if he wanted to build a territory. He could pay a high price to buy some city defense equipment. However, it was expensive and most people would not buy it. Only when they complete the construction will we know whether they have purchased any defense equipment. If so, Yi Feng and his team's engineering difficulty will be greatly enhanced. But before that, the 3 of you dared to come back instead of hiding in the human-demon battlefield. Our Glory Guild has been keeping an eye on your 10,000 points of glory for a long time. At the bottom of the mountain, all the staff of Yi Feng's studio were there, waiting for Yi Feng to give orders. Yi Feng looked around, but did not find Jue Feng's voice. Only Altian was supervising the work. And of course, there were many other ordinary players. For Yi Feng and the others, they could simply ignore this. As long as Yi Feng doesn't die, the ultimate killing order above their heads will never disappear. After so many days, Altian was only at level 33 when he died. But now he is at level 36. Let your level 36 become level 26 today. Yi Feng waved his hand, and a group of people crouched and passed through the woods, preparing to attack Altian. Yi Feng jumped out immediately and landed in front of Altian. "Altian, you are fine." Beside Altian, members of the Xinhua Guild immediately surrounded him. Altian said coldly, "What are you doing here? You are not welcome here." Yi Feng pointed at the ultimate pursuit order above Altian's head and said, "Isn't there 10,000 glory points here? I want to collect it." When Altian heard what Yi Feng said, he stepped back repeatedly. This guy actually wanted to take his own life at this time. He must notify Jue Feng as soon as possible and ask him to come over quickly. Altian originally wanted to say, "Yi Feng, you also have the ultimate pursuit order. Aren't you afraid of being killed by us?" But when Aodian saw the top of Yifeng's head, the ultimate killing order that was the same as his was missing. What happened? Why did your ultimate fatwa disappear? Chapter 303 The Siege begins. Did you realize it now? I thought you were already arrogant after getting the gang territory token. Aodian shouted coldly. I have the gang territory token in my hand. And I have already started building our mythical territory. You? The Glory Guild? Don't even think about it. Of course. We still have to thank you, the human race, for handing over this gang territory token to us. Yifeng was unmoved and pointed at Aodian's head and said, I'm not here today to tell you these things. I only want your glory points. And 10,000 points is a lot. Then see if you can get it and stop them. As he spoke, Chao Yifeng, a member of the Xinhua Guild, rushed up and opened the scroll to return to the city. The moment he opened the scroll to return to the city, an arrow flew over and directly interrupted it. He walked out slowly with his bow and arrows in hand, his eyes fixed on Aodian. If you want to leave, have you asked me about the bow in my hand? Only then did Aodian realize that the person on the other side was not one person, but two people. Just when Aodian was still thinking about how to deal with the two people, behind him came out again a group of people, and all of them were top experts. Aodian suddenly panicked. Yifeng had made up his mind that Zhui Feng and Zhu Jian were not there. The day after tomorrow, he knew that he would not be able to leave today, and his level would probably drop by 10 levels again. Yifeng, after my Myth Guild's territory is established, I will let you know what will happen to those who offend my Myth Guild. I will take note of this grudge today. Chu Tianai shouted, it's just a broken territory. If you really think you can hold it, go to H.L. Chu Tianai took the lead and rushed forward, while Yifeng retreated directly because Yifeng did not need such things as glory points at all. Yifeng stood aside and looked around cautiously, fearing that Zhui Feng would appear. Zhui Feng was still quite a threat to Chu Tianai and the others. Fortunately, even after Aodian was killed, Zhui Feng did not appear. If these NPCs in front of him could be killed, Yifeng would definitely kill them without mercy. But these NPCs could not be killed. The last person to kill this time was Chu Tianai. This guy's attack was too violent, and he directly snatched Aodian's head. I'll go. Chu Tianai. I think your attack is too high. As a bloodthirsty berserker, I can't win heads with you. I'm also drunk. Chu Tianai looked at his fist with a smile. If there is no way to go, use your fists to open it. If you can't grab the head, use your fists to solve it. If one punch doesn't work, then use 2 punches. Brother Arrogant said angrily. You can change the parts of the first set of glory and destiny. Let's see what you do. Chu Tianai looked at his glory value, because he had already replaced one piece, the component of the glory destiny set. Chu Tianai's glory value had been cleared. Now plus the 10,000 glory points he had just gained from killing Aodian. The value is just over 10,000. And it can indeed be exchanged for the second component of the glory destiny suit. After replacing the second component of the glory destiny suit, Chu Tian will also activate the first skill of the glory destiny suit. If Chu Tianai hadn't obtained 10,000 points of glory from Aodian's head, it would have taken a long time just to get the components of the second glory destiny suit. Chu Tianai said, I will go to the battlefield between humans and demons to exchange for the second part of the glory and destiny suit. Yifeng also said, everyone, please go back. I'm afraid they won't come here again. Just after Yifeng and others left, Zhui Feng appeared where Yifeng and the others were standing just now. In fact, Zhui Feng had already arrived here just now. But seeing that Aodian was dead, Zhui Feng felt that there was no need to show up again. He couldn't beat him anyway, and he might lose level 10. But Zhui Feng and the others already knew that as long as the human marshal killed the ultimate killing order above their heads, they would disappear. It is very likely that they will assassinate the human marshal. But the premise is that they must first complete the territory of the mythical guild. Therefore, Yifeng is not in a hurry and quietly waits for their establishment to be completed. 3 days later, the first gang territory in the fantasy world is finally completed. The gang territory built by the mythical guild is biased towards the city, but the price is relatively expensive. And Yifeng has discovered that there are 2 arrow towers directly above the main entrance and on the city wall. This kind of arrow tower is invincible, no matter it is Yifeng or anyone else. As long as one arrow hits it, he will be killed. Except of course bosses like the Xuanwu City Lord. When the mythical guild's guild territory is established, it will directly enter the defensive state. But this defensive state has a time limit. During the defense period, If it resists the attacks of players and monsters, this territory will completely become the mythical guilds. The Myth Guild and some guilds from the demon camp have already been prepared. When the guild is successfully established, they have all been teleported to the territory. During the siege, myth, the NPCs in the guild camp are for their use, and they can add assistants. Members of the guild's list and auxiliary guilds can use the NPCs there. They can teleport directly from major cities to the mythical guild territory. For a time, the city on the territory of the mythical guild was crowded with people, and a large number of demon players had gathered. However, the human players at this moment, that is, the people on Yifeng's side, did not make any movement, because the first ones to attack the city will be the boss wild monsters. There are 10 waves in total when wild monsters attack the city. The first wave is the weakest, but the 10th wave is the strongest, and a top boss may appear. The total defense time is 3 hours, and the first wave of wild monsters will arrive in the first half hour of the total 3 hours. The first half hour was used to prepare the players, and now we have seen that a large number of members of the mythical guild territory have gathered, whether they are Shenhua people or people from other guilds. As long as Shenhua will not include them in the assisting guild, they can enter the territory of Shenhua guild. Now, the people standing next to Yifeng were not members of his own glory guild, but the domineering guild leader Madman. The fanatic said, "Don't worry, everyone. Wait until after the 10 waves of wild monsters, when we take action again. Otherwise going up now will be a waste of experience points. Guild leaders, please arrange your own members." Yifeng responded, "No problem. Since we are here to help, we will definitely obey your command." Seeing that Yifeng had agreed to the other guild presidents, they all nodded. They never expected that Yifeng would agree to the madman's request. Soon, half an hour later, the first wave of monsters had arrived. The current basic level of players should be level 41 to 42. So the level of the first wave of wild monsters is level 40. But there are quite a lot of wild monsters in the first wave. Although the level of the monsters is not high enough, and they should be relatively easy to fight, there are an unusually large number of them. Yifeng saw a boss behind the wild monsters. Every wave of wild monsters attacking the city would be led by a boss. Each wave of wild monsters has 10 minutes to deal with. If the first wave of wild monsters is not cleared after 10 minutes, the second wave of wild monsters will appear directly. The system won't wait for you. If it doesn't work, it won't work. There are only 3 hours in total. If you don't hold it within 3 hours, you won't hold it. Chapter 304 Wild Monsters Attack the City. Led by the boss, the wild monsters began to attack the territory of the mythical guild. At a glance, there are dense eyes. It needs to be solved within 10 minutes. How many people are guarding the city? If the number of people guarding the city is relatively small, then the first wave will be cleaned up, and the second wave will come again without any rest time. Then there will be a lot of trouble. Fortunately, the Shenhua Guild has more people. Not only the Shenhua Guild, but also the other 4 major guilds from the demon camp. Driving outside, under the city wall of the mythical territory, a rain of arrows and magic floated down from the city wall. In just a moment, the wild people rushing ahead were killed one after another. The first wave of monsters is quite easy, but in theory this is also the easiest wave of wild monsters, because the first wave is the easiest, and the later ones get more difficult, and I don't know how many times they can survive. After the wild monsters in front were cleared, the wild monsters outside rushed in without thinking. They had only one purpose, and that was to break the city. The first wild group boss also joined the battle, but was shot to death by random arrows before he reached the city wall. Yifeng could clearly hear the cheers coming from the top of the city wall. After all, he had cleared the first wave of wild monsters before they took 5 minutes. On the city wall, Altian, the president of Shenhua, said, "Come here and clean the battlefield. The others will sit down and rest where they are, recovering their status and magic points. The priest will give the archer and mage their status again." Yifeng and others saw from a distance that the gate of the mythical territory opened, and more than a dozen players rushed out and picked up all the equipment on the ground. But at this time, some individual players also rushed forward. After all, the equipment was right in front of them. If you don't pick it up, you won't get it. But there is only one fate for such a bold player, and that is to be shot to death by random arrows. After all, the people on the city wall are no joke. All of a sudden, the individual players who were about to move didn't dare to move anymore. Now it's hard to gain leveling experience. Every time you die, you lose 10% of your experience. It's much harder than before. In the past, if you wanted to increase experience by 10%, it might only take a morning or an afternoon. But now, if you want to increase experience by 10%, it would take a day. Such a seriously disproportionate situation is not worth it for players taking risks. Those individual players are waiting for those domineering guilds to prepare to attack the city. And then they will really appear. When the time comes, there will definitely be individual players equipped with equipment everywhere. Not for defeating them, but for the equipment. After waiting for 5 minutes, the second wave of monsters finally appeared. The level of the second wave of monsters was level 41, which was one level higher than the previous wave of monsters. Moreover, this wave of monsters were obviously focused on defense. A monster with quite a lot of health. Also under the leadership of the mythical guild. It took only 5 minutes to eliminate all the monsters. Plus the boss. This time, no individual players rushed out of the cleaning station. They were all waiting. Time passed by 1 minute and 1 second. And now we have reached the 7th wave. The monsters in this wave not only walk on the ground, but also fly in the sky. And at the end, they are not one boss, but appear at the same time. 3 bosses. Because this is the first time something bad happened. And siege in a gang's territory. Many players are recording it. They are wondering, if wild monsters attack the city when their gang establishes a territory, can they withstand it? All the previous 6 waves were resolved within 10 minutes. And there was still a few minutes to rest. But in this 7th wave, the pressure from under the city wall was clearly felt. Yifeng and others remained motionless, looking at them. If they could not hold on, and wild monsters attacked the city, and the city wall was broken, then there would be no need for them to do it themselves. The mythical guild would lose their territory. This step was more difficult than expected. The mythical guild killed all the wild monsters and bosses almost at the last second. They didn't even have time to clean up the battlefield. They had already seen the 8th wave of wild monsters appear. During this gap, Altian ordered people to go to the battlefield desperately, collected the equipment exploded by the boss, and then returned to the city wall. Yifeng and the others could clearly feel their uneasiness on the city wall. And they did not expect that it would be so difficult for wild monsters to attack the city. Damn it. I knew I spent more money to buy some city defense equipment. But now it's too late, Altian said with some regret. But now the 8th wave of wild monsters has arrived. Fortunately, when they saw the wild monsters behind them, just like the 7th wave, there were only 3 bosses, and they breathed a sigh of relief. Altian encouraged morale and said, "Come on, brothers. As long as we capture them, we will have a city. Once we have a city, we can enjoy delicious food and drink spicy food." Shui Feng on the side said, "It seems that if we only lose ground here, it won't work. We must lead a team out to intercept them. In this way, we can attack up and down. Otherwise, if it is just a long-range professional attack, I'm afraid there won't be enough time." Altian nodded and said, "Okay, go and organize people." Before the 8th wave of wild monsters reached the city wall, the gate to the mythical territory had already opened. Under the leadership of Shui Feng, a large number of professional warrior players rushed out. Shui Feng took the lead and rushed directly into the group of wild monsters. He didn't pay attention to the wild monsters around him. He had already rushed towards the boss. On the city wall, those players with long-range professions had already launched all their firepower. Except for the addition of warrior professions, they were much more relaxed. The 8th wave miraculously was killed in only 8 minutes. They were finally allowed to rest for 2 minutes, and the battlefield was cleaned. Soon, the 9th wave of wild monsters appeared. This time, the number of bosses behind them increased to 5. Of course, the mythical guild, they were still the same as before, with Shui Feng leading the warriors to rush out. But this time, it was extremely difficult. One of the 5 bosses was particularly powerful. With all the wild monsters and other settings, the boss was strangled. Finally, only the boss was still entangled with Shui Feng. Altian shouted, "Hurry up and kill this boss. The 10th wave of monsters is about to appear." But this boss is extremely cunning. And the 10th wave of monsters arrived as expected. The scary thing is that the 10th wave of monsters actually has 10 big bosses. The scene began to become chaotic. And the soldiers who went out began to suffer casualties. The day after tomorrow, they desperately sent soldiers outside the city. If they can hold onto this wave and wait quietly for 3 hours to pass, they will win the first gang territory in the market change. But how could the fantasy world allow them to capture the first gang territory so easily? 10 big bosses rushed towards the city wall. The city wall actually vibrated, and the city wall began to break. The previously orderly remote professional players on the city wall began to appear in chaos. The 10 bosses were attacking the city wall crazily, and Altian and the others were already fighting back crazily. But everyone on Yifeng's side showed sneers. Sure enough, it was not that easy to win the first gang territory. Proud? A dragon roar rang through the entire audience, and everyone looked towards the place where the monster appeared, where a giant dragon appeared. Chapter 305 Target Energy Tower. This dragon roar made the defenders, who were already a little exhausted physically and mentally, feel fear. The giant dragon. That is the giant dragon boss. One of the top existences in the entire fantasy world. They have all seen Yifeng's dragon pet. Although it is not as scary as the boss, it is still extremely powerful, now that they have been replaced by a real dragon boss. I am afraid they are already in danger. After finally killing the 10 big bosses, the ultimate boss dragon appeared. Altian's expression was already extremely angry. Didn't he say there were only 10 waves of wild monsters? Why is there a giant dragon? The giant dragon is simply not something they can kill. Of course, the giant dragon would not say anything to them, but directly fluttered out its big wings and flew over the head of the mythical territory. A huge flame spurted out, and the entire mythical territory was on fire, along with the dragon's roar. Some city walls and houses began to shatter. Not to mention these players. A super boss like the dragon will die if it touches it. No, we won't lose. We have to hold on, Altian roared. Just when their eyes were filled with despair, the dragon turned around and flew away. This scene shocked the players present. What is this giant dragon doing here? He just breathed out a mouthful of fire, flapped his wings twice, and left just like that. But it was the dragon's fire and his wind that completely shattered the city wall. 10 big bosses rushed in and wreaked havoc in the mythical territory. There is a core area within the territory, which is called the Territory Energy Tower. As long as this Territory Energy Tower is shattered, the mythical guild territory will cease to exist. The mythical territory has been shattered into pieces, with only one intact energy tower left, because the players who defended the city the most were focused there. Wantion paid off, and all 10 big bosses were killed before they completely reached the energy tower. But the entire mythical territory has been shattered. Even if it can be defended, it will still cost a lot of money to build. When the last boss fell, the entire territory erupted with shouts and laughter. The fanatic looked at the timetable. There are still 20 minutes left before the end of the siege. These 20 minutes are reserved for the players. The fanatic said, "Brothers, it's our turn." The fanatic took the lead and walked up. Tens of thousands of players, now behind the fanatic, walked towards the territory of the mythical guild. The mythical guild had long known that the royal family would come to attack the city, and had already set up a formation in front of the broken territory. Guild leader of the Quantu, you must keep a line in everything so that we can meet again in the future, Altian said. Humph. If you want to be the first guild to own a territory in the fantasy world, don't even think about it. Letting you become the first guild is already worthy of you. I won't let you do it this time. Ha ha ha. Then let's see if you can take us down. Let's see the real tricks under your hands. There was nothing left to talk about between the two parties. With a wave of the fanatic's hand, the members of the domineering guild were the first to rush forward. Of course, when other members saw this, they also rushed forward, and tens of thousands of players began to fight. This scene was definitely the most popular scene in the fantasy world so far. The entire scene has been screenshotted and recorded by the staff of Fantasy World. They need this siege to promote their game and make their game reach the top of the world. The battle can be said to be extremely fierce. One side is fighting for their own city, and the other side is trying to prevent them from gaining the city. With only 20 minutes, Yifeng would certainly not let them gain this territory. Yifeng didn't care about anything. He only had one goal, which was the gang's territory energy tower. The ordinary players passing by Yifeng could hardly resist Yifeng's blow, and were all killed instantly by Yifeng. Also by Zhui Feng's side, no player could resist him. He had seen Yifeng's figure a long time ago, because he was the only one who could deal with Yifeng. Boom! Zhui Feng jumped and landed in front of Yifeng, blocking Yifeng's way. If you want to go to the energy tower, have you asked me? Yifeng said, no need to ask. You can just call me, and you will know. Yifeng had no intention of stopping and rushed directly to the energy tower. Of course, chasing the wind in front of him would not let Yifeng rush to the energy tower. The two started fighting about 100 meters away from the energy tower. Their battle was extremely fierce. and one letter directly turned on the phantom mode. And Yifeng also knew that time was running out now, and it was not the time to show off. Demonization! Yifeng shouted loudly. And the whole person of demonization began to change. This was the first time Yifeng used magic skills after possessing the main artifact. Because this demonization skill was already an active skill, and could be released anytime and anywhere. This time, Yifeng became a fallen angel. But unlike before, it was just a pair of wings. This time, 6 pairs of wings appeared behind Yifeng. 12 wings. These are the wings that only the top fallen angels can possess. Yifeng's sudden change of appearance made Zhui Feng feel a little dizzy. Looking at Yifeng's appearance, Zhui Feng already knew that Yifeng's skills had changed again and become stronger. Yifeng said, "This is the first time I use the upgraded skills. So I will show you how powerful they are." Zhui Feng shouted coldly, "Whether it's strong or not, you won't know until you try it." A 12-winged fallen angel and a demon god descended into the phantom, and they fought in front of the energy tower in the gang's territory. At the beginning, the two sides were evenly matched. They didn't dare to have any players around them, because their attacks were extremely powerful. Chao Ci, who was standing next to the madman, said, "President, what do you think of them?" The fanatic swallowed his saliva and said, "It's very, very strong. It's not on the same level as ordinary players like us." Chao Ci said, "Don't worry, President, because I have similar skills to them. I just don't know which one is stronger and which one is weaker." The fanatic said in surprise, "Really? Of course it's true. All my tasks have been completed. I'm just preserving our strength." "Great. When we have the gang territory token, that's when you can show off your talents. Now let's let Yifeng and Zhui Feng bite each other. Anyway, Yifeng doesn't want to let Aotian have the gang territory. We just need to hold him just stay with other players." Clear. The battle between Yifeng and Zhui Feng has reached a fever pitch. In the eyes of outsiders, they are fighting extremely gorgeously. You attack and I dodge. And I attack you and dodge and parry. It can be said that they are equally matched. But in the battle, the two people in the heart have already decided the winner. Yifeng looked calm, but Zhui Feng was out of breath. The two sides were no longer on the same level. Zhui Feng shouted, "Yifeng, even if you break this energy tower today, you won't survive for a few days. I will let you know the consequences of offending me." Although I didn't know what Zhui Feng was talking about, the power in my hand didn't stop, and I split Zhui Feng open with one sword. The sword in his hand immediately turned into a bow and fiercely attacked the gang's territorial energy tower. Ding! System prompt, warning! Warn! The energy tower in the gang territory is being attacked. Please go to support. Chapter 306, The Magic Crystal Bomb appears. When Yifeng attacked the energy tower finally showed its blood volume. But this blood volume shocked Yifeng. Yifeng quickly contacted the Quangtu, guild leader of the Quangtu. "This energy tower has a lot of HP. I can't handle it by myself in a short time. A large number of people are needed." I saw Yifeng attacking the energy tower, and thought that Yifeng could knock it down. But I didn't expect that the energy tower had so much blood. The madman said, "Just wait. Someone will be here soon." Yifeng looked at the health of the energy tower in front of him, which was a full 500,000. Yifeng could take away nearly 3,000 blood points with each attack. But it was a bit difficult to destroy the 500,000 in less than 10 minutes. Yes, after all, there is Zhui Feng next to him. When Zhui Feng saw Yifeng attacking the energy tower, he showed a ferocious expression. After all, this energy tower was the manifestation of Zhui Feng's sudden rise. As long as this energy tower is defended, the entire mythical territory has been defended. They will be the first guild to own a territory in the entire mythology. Zhui Feng once again knocked down Yifeng, preventing Yifeng from moving forward to attack the energy tower. But at this juncture, Zhui Feng could no longer block Yifeng's attack. Zhui Feng's transformation skills are almost exhausted, and Yifeng's transformation skills now have 30 minutes. Even if the siege is over, Yifeng still maintains his transformation skills. Zhui Feng is now looking embarrassed, and the time for his transformation ability is coming soon. Zhui Feng looked at Yifeng with a ferocious expression and said, "Yifeng, we are all brothers after all. Why do you want to go against me? And not just once or twice. Even if I hurt you at the beginning, you shouldn't be like this. You have to how important it is to know the first gang territory." Yifeng knew that Zhui Feng was stalling for time, and wanted to drag Yifeng to the energy tower to have a high chance of protecting it. At this time, Zhui Feng suddenly took out something from his backpack. causing Yifeng to retreat. Yifeng stared at the thing in Zhui Feng's hand and said, "Why do you have such a thing?" Seeing that Yifeng was scared, Zhui Feng knew that this thing might not be as simple as he thought. Zhui Feng said, "This is something from the demon clan. Of course I have it. Why are you afraid of this thing?" Yifeng said, "This kind of thing is very scary. If you use it, it will probably break the energy tower together. If you want to protect your energy bombs, you'd better not use them." Zhui Feng weighed the thing in his hand and said, "It seems that this is indeed a good thing. I didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable. Can you tell me what this thing is? I can consider it so that I don't die with you." Of course, Yifeng would not tell the other party that this was a magic crystal bomb. Remember, Elder Pastor of the Demon Clan came to the Holy City with this magic crystal bomb. If Yifeng hadn't ruined their plan, I'm afraid the entire Holy City would have been destroyed. It will explode, which means that the power caused by this magic crystal bomb is very terrifying. But the magic crystal bomb Zhui Feng held in his hand was slightly smaller than the one in his backpack. So it probably wasn't that powerful. But how powerful was it really? Yifeng didn't know that in terms of size. I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to bear it. Zhui Feng obtained this mysterious item somewhere in the Demon Clan. The Demon Clan elder who gave it to him said that he must not use this item as a last resort. Otherwise he and the other party will perish together. Yifeng didn't speak. It was obvious that Zhui Feng knew about Yifeng and didn't want to tell him what it was. Yifeng, as long as you tell me what this is, I will give you some benefits. Or I can let you crush this energy tower. Yifeng looked at Zhui Feng with contempt. Do you think Yifeng, would believe this? Yifeng is not stupid enough to let you deceive like this. Do you think I am still the same Yifeng? Looking at Yifeng's expression, Zhui Feng knew that it was impossible for the other party to tell him the answer. So, he could not hold on to the energy tower, and could only die with the other party. So what if the energy tower was broken? At least he killed Yifeng once. Yifeng said, "You'd better surrender. You can't hold this territory." Because behind Yifeng, a large number of players have arrived. And their goal is the energy tower in front of Yifeng. Of course, after Yifeng's prompting, not a single player from the Glory Guild came. After all, who knows if this craziest person will go crazy? If he throws the magic crystal bomb in his hand directly as if he is dead, then all these people will die. Already rushing up, the players began to attack the energy tower under the command of Aotian. Another attack fell on the energy tower, and the energy tower began to desperately drop its health. Zhui Feng watched the energy tower's blood volume drop step by step, and couldn't bear it any longer. Zhui Feng shouted, "If you don't want to die, stop it immediately." The energy tower was attacked, and Zhui Feng could not defend it alone. Aotian rushed over with his people. But looking at the energy, it was already surrounded by people, and it could be said that there was no way to save it. Zhui Feng gritted his teeth and lit the magic crystal bomb in his hand. Seeing this, Yifeng flew out directly. I'm afraid he can't stay here any longer. Zhui Feng saw Yifeng was about to leave, and threw the magic crystal bomb in Yifeng's direction. Boom! The magic crystal bomb made a terrifying explosion. Those players who were attacking the energy tower just heard an explosion, and were already dead. They had no idea how they died. At least 1,000 people died at one time. But Yifeng did not escape either, because Yifeng had never seen how powerful the magic crystal bomb was. But the small magic crystal bomb in Zhui Feng's hand also killed Yifeng directly. Ding! System prompt. Can the dead be resurrected using the passive skills of the Phoenix Inner Armor? Yes. Yifeng stood up from the ground, looking at the corpses on the ground around him. I realized how terrifying the magic crystal bomb in my hand was. It seemed that I would make good use of it in the future. This was a magic crystal bomb. After throwing the magic crystal bomb, Zhui Feng himself died, and the energy tower fell with him. After all, not everyone can dodge an indiscriminate system item like the magic crystal bomb. Otherwise the demon elders would not have been allowed to carry it themselves. Because only elder level people can safely use this magic crystal bomb. Ding! System prompt. The time for the Myth Guild to defend the city is up. Since the energy tower in the Myth Guild's territory was shattered, the city defense activity failed, and the territory was taken back. Suddenly, joyful laughter erupted on the battlefield. And at this moment, a large group of players rushed up. Their target is not these players, but the equipment on the ground of these players. Damn it. These sand people don't want their lives anymore. Kill these sand people. The fanatics shouted. Chapter 307 Chasing the Wind and Ascension. The original siege war has now turned into a robbery war. Many individual players, due to poor equipment, looked at the exquisite equipment and excellent equipment on the ground, and their eyes lit up. They desperately wanted to pick up a piece of top-quality equipment. Of course, Hockey and Shinhwa would not allow their equipment to be picked up by Sanrin. Several forces began to fight. Yifeng shouted on the guild channel, "Who are we going to fight and kill? Pick up equipment. Your equipment is very good. Right? Pick it up quickly. With equipment, we can equip ourselves and give full play to ourselves. Strength. Do you understand?" For a moment, as the elder of the Glory Guild, Chu Ti and I not only did not attack the Sanrin, but kicked the Sanrin away and picked up the equipment from the Sanrin's feet. "I'll go, the second best expert in the region. You and I will grab a piece of junk equipment. Are you interested?" Chu Ti and I said coldly, "It's none of your business. I picked it up for our members. Do you have any objections?" The Sanrin shook his head quickly and said, "No objection. No objection. You take it. This is yours. I won't snatch it from you." Then Chu Ti and I ran to other places again. And as long as he liked the equipment, Chu Ti and I took it into his bag. At about the same time, Yifeng said to the Kwangtu, guild leader of the Kwangtu, "Now that the city has been attacked and their territory is gone, we can leave." The fanatic looked at Yifeng helplessly. "You guys from the Glory Guild are really interesting. Even if you don't help, you are still picking up equipment there." Yifeng said shamelessly, "What? They dare to pick up your equipment? Wait for me to teach them a lesson." With that said, Yifeng walked away as if nothing had happened. Of course, there were also people from the Glory Guild who left with Yifeng. In this battle, the people of the Glory Guild suffered the least losses, because under Yifeng's arrangement, they minimized their losses and collected rewards with the greatest benefit. As long as during this city battle, players who lost experience can get equipment. Other guilds lost their equipment, but their guild got the equipment. There seems to be something wrong. No matter what's wrong with him, let's get the equipment first. At the moment when his territory was lost, Altian was so angry that he went offline. After being in the gaming industry for so many years, this was the first time that his territory was breached. Moreover, almost everyone in the server knew that he had obtained the gang territory token. Even the chairman of the group was very optimistic about the territory this time. However, at this juncture, they failed to defend the city and spent so much money. Money actually failed to defend the city. There must be one person who should take on this responsibility. And that person must be Altian. After Altian went offline, within a minute, a call came in. Altian answered the phone and said, "What's the matter, President? The board of directors called and asked you to come over now." Ho Tian sighed and said, "Understood. I'll go there in a moment." It can be said that today's responsibility is not the responsibility of Altian alone, but because the players in this game are too strong. Especially the Baki Guild has gathered too many players. And the wild monsters attacking the city this time are also particularly powerful. Everyone knows that a gun can kill the leading bird. But if the leading bird cannot be killed, it is definitely a very awesome existence. Now the mythical guild is the leading bird, but it is the one that is killed. The board of directors has already arranged a lot of things. As long as the territorial battle is defended, they will earn a lot of money in the fantasy world. After all, the position they chose can be said to be a position that every union wants. And they don't know who will be in this position next time. After Altian left, Zhu Feng and Zhu Jian were left. Zhu Feng was only a member of the Shinhwa Guild, but Zhu Jian was the vice president of the Shinhwa Guild. When Ao Tian left, the entire gang was commanded by Zhu Jian. Without the gang territory, they had no choice but to return to the city. And Zhu Jian already knew that Altian had been called away. And I'm afraid it's a bad thing. Altian's position as president may have to be replaced. And his position as vice president may also be replaced. Because he was promoted by Altian. Zhu Jian waited in fear. And sure enough, an hour later, Zhu Jian received the news that Altian was removed from the position of president. As an ordinary manager, he himself was also arranged to become the same manager as Altian. Ao Tianzhan lowered his head in front of the board of directors. In this gang territory war, they had suffered too many losses. And Ao Tianzhan could not refute. A board member in a suit said, "Altian, it's not that we don't trust you. It's just that if such a big thing happens, one person has to take the lead. If you are an ordinary player, you will definitely not be able to convince everyone. You are the only one. I can wrong you for a while." Altian said, "I understand this. But who will manage the guild after I leave? I don't want the guild I have worked so hard to cultivate to end up in a mess. Don't worry about this. Isn't there a person named Jue Feng in our guild? I think he is very capable. And after our investigation, he should be Huang Xiaotian, the former president of Dingtian Guild. I think he should temporarily serve as the president. It should be a good job for a long time. Altian nodded. If Jue Feng was allowed to serve as the president of Xinhua Guild, it would indeed be possible. After all, he had such management experience. But the hatred between him and Yi Feng might not be conducive to the development of Xinhua Guild. The current mythical guild is in this situation precisely because it has too many entanglements with Yi Feng. Altian said, if possible, I don't want Jue Feng to be the president of this association. A member of the board of directors asked, why? Please tell me the reason. We all agree that, apart from you, Jue Feng is the most suitable person for the position of president. Altian said, of course you can say that. After all, Jue Feng is a person who has been the president. He has the ability to be the president. But the hatred between him and Yi Feng is too deep. I am afraid that the mythical guild will be destroyed in his hands. It's just a little Yi Feng. It's just that I haven't attacked him with my full strength attack yet. I really thought he could change the world. With no backing and no consortium, how could they be our opponent? Needless to say, Jue Feng is the next president of the mythical guild. Altian shook his head helplessly, not knowing what to say. If the current mythical guild was led by Jue Feng, it would probably get worse. Aotian silently left the board of directors, returned to the Xinhua Guild building, and began to slowly pack his things. At this moment, he saw Jue Feng standing in front of his office door. Aotian didn't even look back, and said calmly, congratulations. You have become the president of Xinhua. Jue Feng said with a smile on his face, I just heard about it. But now I am planning to go to the board of directors. I just want to see what my future office will be like. Oh, by the way, I will be a myth from now on. President, please take your fish tank back. I don't like it very much. Altian looked at his fish tank silently. It was when he had nothing to do. In his free time, he raised a few golden arowanas, which were valuable. Altian nodded and said, no problem. I'll take it away after a while. Okay. There's nothing to do. I'll just go to the president's place. You can take your time to clean up. Chapter 308 The Killer Appears. Once the Xinhua Guild's territory is broken, there will definitely be huge public opinion. The most important point is the moment when the Xinhua Guild's territory is broken. The president of the Xinhua Guild is destined to be replaced. If such a big accident occurs, a scapegoat will definitely be found. And Altian is destined to be the scapegoat. But he doesn't know who will be lucky enough to become the new president of the Xinhua Guild. Just an hour later, the mythical guild immediately updated the official list of its new president. What people didn't expect was that it was not sword forging, nor an old member of the mythical guild, but this new member Jue Feng. Soon the entire fantasy world knew that the president of the mythical guild had been replaced by Jue Feng. That man whose attack power was not at all inferior to Yi Feng's? To be honest, Jue Feng has become the new guild president of Xinhua. In fact, many presidents of large guilds have already thought of this. After all, Jue Feng is too powerful in Xinhua Guild. In the eyes of outsiders, the Xinhua Guild is what it is today entirely because of Jue Feng and his abilities. If the president of the mythical guild is not Jue Feng this time, I believe many presidents will recruit Jue Feng into their own guilds. After all, every guild doesn't want to lose this kind of talent. Seeing that Altian, the former guild leader, had lost his position, Yi Feng actually felt very unhappy. He faced off against the Xinhua Guild entirely because of Jue Feng. If it weren't for Jue Feng arriving at the Xinhua Guild, maybe they wouldn't have had the chance to do so. It would not have ended like this. Yi Feng shook his head with a sigh and said to himself, Jue Feng, if you are still like this and stubborn, maybe you are really not suitable for playing games. As a result of winning this territorial battle, Yi Feng and others prepared to celebrate after going offline. After all, territory is too important. They can rest for a while. After all, the demon marshal in the human demonic battlefield needs to be refreshed every 7 days. And there are still 4 days left. Offline, Zissa held a small notebook and gathered everyone together and said, what are we going to eat tonight? Yi Feng and I went shopping and asked the nanny to cook it for us. I found that I fell in love with the food cooked by the nanny. It's even more delicious than the food cooked by those restaurants. Sioya said with a proud face, that's right. Don't even look at who found the nanny. What's for dinner tonight? Yi Feng asked. Xiao Hei said with a look of resentment. I'm still training for such a stressful and exciting thing. No. In order to make up for my mistake, I want to have a big meal. I want to have hot pot tonight. Zissou said. What dishes do you need to eat? Come and register with me. Xiao Hei was not polite and said immediately, Is there mutton? Is there beef? Is there hairy crab? Is there lobster? Yifeng smiled and said, I have them all. The reason why they chose to eat at home was because the previous incident had left Zissou a bit shadowed. So they did not plan to eat out. What if something happened again? Do you want Yifeng to use that superhuman ability again? After quickly counting up a large number of items, Zissou pulled Yifeng out of the studio in a hurry. Everyone was very excited to eat hot pot tonight. The supermarket is quite far from their place. But fortunately, there are many taxis here, and it is very convenient. In the supermarket, Zissou started a large group purchase. No one can bear the pain of his own stomach. First, Zissou pulled the cart, then went to the snack shop and pulled a cart of snacks. When you have enough snacks, you take the list in your hand and start looking for the hot pot ingredients you want to eat tonight. Finally, when they walked out of the supermarket, Yifeng was holding 2 huge bags in his hands. Even Zissou herself carried a big bag of things, which shows how much they bought this time. The two of them walked side by side. Although Zissou walked very slowly carrying such a big thing, it was something he ate, and he didn't feel it was heavy at all. Shaking his head with a smile. This guy is really a foodie when it comes to food. The two hailed a taxi, got in the taxi, and prepared to return to the studio. When the taxi slowly left, Yifeng didn't notice the taxi driver's gaze. The car drove away slowly. It was originally only about half an hour away, but this time it had been more than 10 minutes. And it was not the same road as before. Yifeng said, Master, you are going the wrong way. The driver said, No. There was a traffic jam ahead, so I took a detour. Yifeng nodded, because he didn't know much about this place, and it was after get-off work time. There was a possibility of road blockage, and Yifeng didn't care. But just in the past 10 minutes, Yifeng realized that something was wrong. They actually drove towards the suburbs. Yifeng said coldly, Master driver, what are you doing? The driver said, Someone gave me 1,000 yuan to take you to the suburbs. Someone wants to see you. Yifeng said, Stop the car quickly. However, the driver didn't seem to hear what Yifeng said and drove faster and faster. Zissou said nervously, What should we do? Could it be that they came to retaliate against us for what happened last time? Yifeng hugged Zissou tightly and comforted, It's okay. I'm here. You know what I'm capable of. The car stopped in front of a dilapidated iron house. After the driver got out of the car, he ran away quickly, not even leaving the car, because he was afraid that Yifeng would catch him. Yifeng and Zissou got out of the car and saw the dilapidated iron house in front of them. Yifeng shouted, Who wants to see me? A voice came from the dilapidated iron room. Ha 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 ha. Are you the Yifeng that someone offered me 10 million to kill? Yifeng said, I am Yifeng. Which is fine. But have you mistaken the person? I don't seem to know you. A man with a hooked nose walked out of the dilapidated iron house. He looked Yifeng up and down and said, Yes, it's you. Judging from Yongju's information, you are quite capable. Yifeng said, Is your mediocre master Huang Xiaotian? Or the so-called brother Long? Or young master Lang? Yifeng has only offended a few people recently, and I can't think of anyone else who would be thinking about him. The hook-nosed man said, It doesn't matter who the Lord is anymore. What matters is that I have to take your life today in order to complete my mission. Yifeng crossed his arms and said with disdain, There are many people who want to take my life. But so far, no one has been able to do it. Yifeng has activated the virtual reality conversion system since he got off the car. So now Yifeng is not afraid of the other party at all. Ha ha ha. I am the first to hear that a dead man is so arrogant. Go to H.L. Yifeng originally thought that the other party would attack him from the front. But what Yifeng did not expect was that the other party came not with one person, but with multiple people. An arrow appeared behind Yifeng as if it had eyes, trying to penetrate Yifeng's back. As a woman, Zissou had a very strong sixth sense. She vaguely felt that something was wrong behind her. When she looked back, she saw an arrow flying towards her. Use all your strength to push Yifeng away. The sound of the bow and arrow entering the body is clearly audible. Seeing this scene, Yifeng's mind went blank, and he shouted, Zissou. Chapter 309 I'll protect you this time. Zissou. Yifeng's voice was loud. A heartbreaking voice. He hugged Zissou, who was about to fall to the ground, and said with trembling hands, "It's okay. It's okay. I'll take you to the hospital right now." And he quickly took out a bottle of red blood-restoring potion from his game backpack and fed it to Zissou. But this time the blood-restoring potion didn't seem to have much effect, except that the chest was still bleeding, with blood streaming from the corner of Zissou's mouth. She looked at the arrow on her chest, and then at Yifeng. He said with a smile, "You were the one who protected me before. Let me protect you this time." Yifeng said tremblingly, "I don't need your protection. It's enough for me to protect you. Don't talk. I will take you to the hospital." Zissou stroked Yifeng's face and said, "You are Yifeng. I believe you can do it. Without me as a burden, it will be easier for you to deal with them." The further he talked, the weaker Zissou's voice became, and Yifeng started to panic. A man holding a bow and arrow came out. But Yifeng looked collapsed now, and he couldn't care less. He said with a look of disdain, "I'll go. Do I still need to take action? If I had known it was so easy, I would have killed this woman from the beginning." The hook-nosed man said, "Hurry up and do it. Even if this mission is completed, let them be a pair of dead mandarin ducks." "Boss, I listen to you." As he spoke, the man with the bow and arrow took out an arrow again, fully drew the bow, and aimed it at Yifeng's head. Zissou looked at the man holding a bow and arrow, who was about to attack Yifeng, and shouted in a weak voice, "Be careful." At this moment, Yifeng was already in pain. The two of them went out to buy things. Now Zissou was hit by an arrow in the chest. It was unknown whether he could survive. When Zissou's weak voice shouted, Yifeng turned his head and stared at the man with his eyes like sharp blades. He made a sound like a beast. "You heard Zissou. I'm going to kill you." "Ah!" Yifeng roared, and his whole body was surrounded by a cloud of black energy. For the first time, the demonization skills in the game were used by Yifeng in reality. The black energy dissipated, and a 12-winged fallen angel appeared in front of the two killers. Yifeng held Zissou in his arms. Now Zissou's breath was very low, and he even closed his eyes. Feeling the lowness of Zissou's breath in his arms, Yifeng could no longer bear it. With just a flick of his eye, Yifeng appeared next to the man holding a bow and arrow. The man holding a bow and arrow looked at Yifeng in fear. "Superpower. You are a superpower. You can't kill me. There are rules for superpowers, not to kill ordinary people." Yifeng showed a bloodthirsty expression. "You deserve to die." Yifeng grabbed the man's neck with one hand and lifted him up from the ground. "Die!" Separate heads without mercy. At the moment when the body fell, Yifeng swung out a sword energy from the sword in his hand, directly turning his matter into a bloody mist. Looking back, the hook-nosed man had disappeared. Yifeng had already escaped when he turned into a 12-winged fallen angel. Yifeng looked around and couldn't find the man at all. Feeling that Zissou's breath in his arms was getting weaker and weaker, Yifeng once again took out a bottle of red blood-restoring potion. But this time, Yifeng couldn't even pry open Zissou's mouth, and he probably wouldn't be able to pour it in at all. At this moment, Yifeng was really panicked. How could this happen? How could this happen? Isn't this thing capable of curing all diseases? In the game, serious injuries will not die as long as there is blood. Why is it useless to Zissou? Why? Zissou lay quietly in Yifeng's arms, as if asleep. It was the arrow in his chest, and the blood on his body. The beautiful scene had turned into a miserable one. "Ah! Wu Tian! Wu Tian! Come out!" This time, Wu Tian didn't seem to be around him. In the past, every time something happened to Yifeng, Wu Tian was around Yifeng. But this time he didn't appear today. But soon a person appeared in Yifeng's sight. She was holding a human head in her hand, and was slowly approaching Yifeng. He didn't tell who his master was, so I killed him. A human head was thrown at Yifeng's feet. It was the hook-nosed man who escaped. Yifeng looked at the person in front of him. This person was Ying. Unexpectedly, Ying was following them, looking at Zissou in Yifeng's arms. Ying cried a little and said, "I'm sorry. I'm late." Yifeng said with some regret, "It's not your fault. It's because I am too useless and unable to protect her." Ying touched Zissou's neck and said, "The pulse is still very weak. If an expert is here, he should be able to save his life. You can go find Wu Tian." Yifeng said, "Wu Tian is only a few hours away by plane from here." Ying pointed to the wings behind Yifeng and said, "Are the wings behind you a decoration?" Yifeng responded, "I can't. I can fly over. You go back and watch them first. I'll go find Wu Tian now." Saying that, Yifeng couldn't care less. So he jumped into the air with Zissou in his arms and flew towards Wu Tian's position. Feng Xingyun. Yi Feng's speed was too fast, and he disappeared directly from Ying's sight in a flash. After Yi Feng left, Ying secretly vowed to find out the real culprit behind the scenes. If Zissou really had his faults, that person would die without a burial place. Ying took back to the studio all the things Yi Feng and Zissou had purchased before. Outside the studio, the film could already hear the laughter and slapstick inside. Ying collected himself and walked into the studio. Wow! I bought so many things. I can eat enough tonight. Can I help you? I'm here to help you, Xiao He said happily. Yin Yu looked at Ying and asked strangely, Hey, I remember you seemed to be out on something. Why did you go to the supermarket to buy something while Yi Feng and the others were there? Ying looked at everyone a little unnaturally. Her eyes began to dodge, because she didn't want everyone to know that something happened to Zissou. Seeing the look in Ying's eyes, Yin Yu knew something was wrong. Did something happen? Yin Yu's serious tone made the entire studio fall silent. Ying sighed and said, Zissou was seriously injured and his life is in danger. Yi Feng is taking Zissou to Wu Tian. After a while, everyone present stood up and looked at Ying nervously. Chu Tianai said coldly, What's going on? With the president's ability, how could someone hurt Zissou? Someone attacked them sneakily. Zissou blocked an arrow for Yi Feng. Chu Tianai said angrily, Who are you? Take me there. As the only man with superpowers in the studio, he had to step forward. Ying shook his head and said, It's useless. Those two killers are already dead, and they refuse to tell who Yongju is. Damn it! Who wants to kill the president? Yin Yu sat there coldly. There were undoubtedly only a few people who wanted to deal with Yi Feng, and the most likely one was Huang Xiaotian. Yin Yu suddenly stood up and walked outside. Ying took Yin Yu's hand and said, Let's wait until Yi Feng comes back to make any decisions. Okay? Yin Yu didn't say anything, and the whole studio fell into unusual silence. Chapter 310 Black Angel. Yi Feng looks like a fallen angel, flying in the sky at extremely fast speeds. He needs to find Wu Tian in the shortest possible time. Only he could possibly save Zissou, and Yi Feng had to find him. Yi Feng came to the headquarters of Fantasy World, but Yi Feng's appearance as a fallen angel, flying in the sky with a woman in his hands, has been discovered by many citizens. Look! What is that? It seems to be a dark angel. Damn it. No way. This is filming a movie or something. How could someone fly? Look! There seems to be a woman in his arms. But Yi Feng flashed past him very quickly, and they didn't even see clearly who Yi Feng was? The appearance of the woman in his arms. For a time, major media reported one after another that the Black Angel was discovered in the sky above someone. There is also a video playing, which has been posted in many people's circles of friends, attracting a lot of attention. Hello, viewers. This is a certain radio station. A UFO was found in the sky above our city. According to the video footage provided by citizens, it should be the legendary Black Angel. Why does the Black Angel appear in our human vision? We must not, and the most important thing is that experts have checked the video, and it is not a synthetically edited video at all. It is a natural video, which shows that this Black Angel really exists. Hello everyone. This is a certain radio station. A Black Angel has also appeared over our city. He is very fast. We have not intercepted him so far. We just don't know what his purpose is. But in his arms, there seems to be a human woman. There are so many reports like this, and they instantly hit the headlines. Originally the #1 headline was Fantasy World, but now the #1 title is Black Angel. Isn't this the boss's transformation skill in the fantasy world? I didn't expect that he can also transform in real life, Xiao He said in surprise when he saw the news. Ying nodded and said, because in this state, Yi Feng is very fast. Faster than a plane. Zissou was seriously injured, so this must be done. Should we go find Wu Tian? Yin Yu asked. No. Yi Feng told me to come here to keep an eye on you. He is afraid that other killers will come here. Chu Tianya's body aroused a wave of energy, which was his state as a boxer in the fantasy world. Who dares to come? Holy crap. Why do you have this ability? Xiao He and others look sideways. Our abilities are the same as the president's. We can use the abilities in the fantasy world. This is what Wu Tian gave us. Yin Yu and Ying also have such abilities. So, how come we already have 4 people here with superpowers? Brother Arrogant said. Ying nodded and said, yes. The 4 of us have this ability. I followed Yi Feng out secretly before. I always had a bad feeling, so I followed him. I didn't expect something really happened. Humph! A cold shout came from Mianyu, and a cold air suddenly rose around her. Celia and Yu Mingming, who were sitting next to him, suddenly felt a chill, and suddenly found that the sofa they were sitting on had begun to freeze. Misty rain! Ying shouted, and Yin Yu put away her abilities. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. But I think this must be Huang Xiaotian's fault. Without him, Zissou wouldn't have suffered like this. I'm going to kill Huang Xiaotian now. Ying stopped in front of Yin Yu and said, No. Let's wait until Yifeng comes back. That's right. Sister-in-law. We will take action when the boss comes back. If anything happens to you again, the boss will kill us. Yin Yu once again sat in her position like a deflated balloon. The minute and second they sat here felt like needles pricking her, without knowing Zissou's current condition. Seconds seemed like years. The top of the building at Fantasy World headquarters was exactly where Wu Tian was staying. Instead of taking the elevator like before, Yifeng flew directly in and knocked open the glass on the top of the building. Wow! Yifeng landed on the ground and happened to see Wu Tian. Yifeng hurriedly said, Wu Tian, please save her quickly. Originally, Wu Tian was discussing matters with the elders of their alliance, so he did not monitor Yifeng for the time being. He did not expect that such a big thing would happen to Yifeng due to such an oversight. Wu Tian looked at Zissou's appearance, and then said, Elder Chen, please, this little girl is Yifeng's girlfriend. Elder Chen squinted his eyes, and looked at Yifeng. Now Yifeng still looks like the 12-winged fallen angel. Young man, you are that Yifeng. It looks like you have used a lot of your abilities. Yifeng said hurriedly, Senior, you don't have to worry about me. You can help me take a look at her first. Okay. Put her on the table, and I'll show you. Yifeng gently placed the paper book on the desk. Zissou, who was lying on the desk, had no sign of rising or falling in his chest. Elder Chen was not in a hurry, but felt Zissou's pulse. But his brows also frowned. Seeing this, Yifeng secretly thought, It's not good. He said anxiously, How is the situation? Senior? The situation is not optimistic. She injured her heart, not other parts. So the blood-restoring potion you gave her won't have any effect. Senior, what should we do? Yifeng grabbed Elder Chen's arm anxiously. Elder Chen said, Don't worry. I didn't say there is no way to cure it. Great. As long as you can keep Zissou alive. You can do anything you ask me to do. Elder Chen said, This is what you said. Can you do whatever you want? Yes. As long as you revive Zissou. You can do anything you ask me to do. Okay. Since you said so, Wu Tian will tell you what to do in the future. Yifeng said, I hope Senior will help me. Everything about him will be easy to talk about. Elder Chen nodded, sealed a few acupuncture points on Zissou, and then said, This female doll's injury is a bit difficult. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible for her to survive if her heart is injured. So I need a lot of time. You may not see her for a while. Yifeng nodded and said, She became like this because of me. Even if she wants my blood to be exchanged with her, I am willing to do so. Even if I want to exchange my heart with her, I am also willing. Ha! Young man, don't worry. It's not as serious as you think. You can go back with peace of mind and develop well in the fantasy world. Of course, I will also try my best to save her. Thank you, Elder Chen. Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief. Knowing that Zissou would not die, Yifeng was finally relieved. With this relief, the transformed form disappeared directly, revealing a tired Yifeng, who just passed out. Elder Chen. Wu Tian shouted. Elder Chen touched Yifeng's forehead and said, It's okay. I'm just exhausted. Just take a rest and you'll be fine. Chapter 311 The First Mission. Where is this? Yifeng slowly opened his eyes and looked at the unfamiliar environment. A voice came, My family. Are you feeling better? Searching for the sound, I saw a man sitting on the sofa tasting wine. This person was Wu Tian. But Wu Tian changed back into his Taoist-looking clothes at this time. Just as Yifeng was about to stand up, a feeling of pain all over his body suddenly hit him, causing Yifeng to fall on the bed again. Ah! Why am I so weak and sore? Wu Tian said, It took you more than half an hour to fly from S-City to me. Do you know how fast you are? With your current ability, using such a fast speed is harmful to the body. It's a huge load. So it's no surprise that my whole body doesn't feel sore. Yifeng thought about it, and realized that his demonization time was only half an hour. Within the demonization time, he sent Zissou to Wu Tian. It seemed that his speed was indeed beyond his imagination. But the result was that Yifeng collapsed from exhaustion. Yifeng asked, "Is there any potion to restore physical strength?" "Of course. You can just go to the store in the game and buy a potion to restore your physical strength." Yifeng opened his backpack, which contained a potion to restore physical strength. Yifeng took out a bottle and drank it directly. Soon a refreshing feeling spread out of his body, and his limbs suddenly felt very refreshed. Finally feeling less tired, Yifeng sat up. "How is this doing?" "Don't worry. With Elder Chen bringing her back to the Alliance, it's hard to figure out her injuries, but you may not be able to see her for a while." Yifeng smiled bitterly and said, "It's all my fault. It's because I'm not strong enough to protect them." "Okay. Since everyone is fine, and you can't be blamed for this matter, I just want to ask you, who is the person who wants to kill you?" Yifeng said, "I don't know. They seem to be professional killers. Even after they died, they didn't tell who the master was." Wu Tian said with some embarrassment, "If this is the case, then I can't find their mediocrity for you. After all, everyone is dead." Yifeng nodded and said, "It's okay. If there is a next time, I will definitely find their mediocre master and let him know that I, Yifeng, am not someone to be trifled with." Wu Tian said, "That's right. Men should have this kind of momentum. Don't be like mother-in-law and mother-in-law before, with no grace at all. Now I have a mission for you." Yifeng replied, "You said? Since I have promised you, I will definitely do what I say. Now that the myth of the first guild to own a territory in the fantasy world has been destroyed, I hope you will become the first guild to own a territory in the fantasy world." Yifeng said, "The gang territory token only appears on the two marshals in the human and demon battlefield. It does not appear in other places. How do you ask me to get it? Moreover, if I want to kill the demon marshal the second time, it will probably be much more difficult." "Bar," Wu Tian said, "Of course there must be great difficulties. So I want you to commit suicide." "Suicide? You mean I committed suicide as a human marshal?" Wu Tian nodded and said, "Yes. That's right. This is the only way to get the second gang token. After all, the fantasy world is not run by us. We can't interfere with the things in the fantasy world at all. But you are a special case. But it took a lot of effort to get the ring in your hand, and finally gave it to you." It turns out that Wu Tian does not have the power to change some rules in fantasy world. It seems that fantasy world is not as simple as he thought. It was made by some game guild. It seems that the hidden secrets are very complicated. Yifeng asked, "Why should I be the first player to own a gang territory?" "You will naturally know this in the future. Of course it is beneficial. Otherwise, why would I give you such a task? You will not be wrong if you listen to me." Yifeng stood up and moved his hands and feet. His body was no longer so tired. The physical strength medicine was indeed very effective. Yifeng said, "Okay. I promise you, I will go back and make arrangements right away. Go. Go. Don't let your little friends worry." Of course, when Yifeng goes back this time, he will not transform into the Dark Angel again, but will go back by plane. After all, that thing consumes too much energy. But on the way, I finally heard the legend about the Black Angel. Yifeng was also watching it. Wasn't that him? Why did the news become more and more mysterious? I was just impatient at the time. So why did they say that I was going to attack the Earth? Invading the Earth and attacking humans. Yifeng was speechless for a while, too lazy to care about those things, and finally returned to the studio 2 hours later. Yifeng returned to the studio alone, and Xiao He asked hurriedly, "How is the boss and sister-in-law doing?" Yifeng replied, "It's okay, but we may not be able to see her during this time." "Where did she go?" Yin Yu asked. Wu Tian asked their elders to take him away, as a condition for saving Zisu. "I will promise them anything," Ying said angrily. "Did they go too far? Did they threaten you with Zisu's life?" Yifeng shook his head and said, "No. I agreed to it myself." Yifeng looked at the studio members present. Many of these people had accompanied him from the first level to the current level. It can be said that they are the people Yifeng trusts the most. Otherwise Yifeng would not tell them about his abilities. Yifeng said, "No matter which one of you is in danger, I will do whatever it takes to save you. If it is Xiao He who is injured today, I will still promise them to do anything, as long as I can save him. I am a very affectionate person. As long as he is a friend I recognize, he will be my friend in this life. However, I seem to have met a killer at the moment. If you feel unsafe, You can leave now. After all, you don't owe me anything. Xiao Hei stood up immediately and said, Boss, what are you talking about? If it weren't for you, would I be here today? I, Xiao Hei, might still be eating instant noodles at home. I am the first one who would never agree to leave you. Unless you drive me away. Even if you drive me away, I will let him not leave. Yes, we won't leave. We won't leave because we encounter some difficulties. And you are all people with superpowers. And what happened to Zissou this time was an accident. Just be careful in the future. Brother Arrogant said. Xiao Hei said again, if possible. I also want to become a superpower and be able to use the abilities in the fantasy world. Because I am already a hidden profession, and I will never hold you back. Boss. Hou-yi, who never said a word, stood up and said, Tell me how to become a superpower owner. Yifeng said, Actually, all of us here will become like me with the ability in the fantasy world. Because in the near future, the fantasy world will be completely integrated into the real world. At this time, as long as you have the abilities in the fantasy world can definitely be used in reality. And we just used them earlier than you. I want to have it now. Hou-yi said firmly. Everyone else also looked at Yifeng expectantly. Because only Yifeng had the final say in this matter. Chapter 312 Yifeng is the marshal of the human race. Originally, Yifeng, even Yinyu and the three of them, were a little dissatisfied when they had such abilities. After all, it is not known whether this ability will have any side effects. Although Wu Tian promised that there will be no side effects. Who knows? But looking at everyone's eyes, Yifeng could only say helplessly, I will apply for you. If they don't agree, there is nothing I can do. Can. Yes. Your words are enough. It was now past 10 o'clock in the evening, and no one had eaten yet. Even though the Nani had cooked food before, no one was in the mood to eat. Yifeng saw the cold food on the table and said, Everyone, let's eat some food. Zissou will be fine. Xiaoya said, and Shui, heat up the food. We are going to eat. And Shui, this is the name of their Nani. As the only elder here, she said, people are iron. Rice is steel. Even if there are any sad things, you can't bring yourself down. You can't bring yourself down. Then how can we do things? Although I don't understand the world of you young people, the principle should be the same. Yifeng said, Thank you, Aunt Shui. After eating, Yifeng led everyone to the conference room. Yifeng said, Everyone here is my most trusted person. Yifeng. So I want to announce here that the first task Wu Tian has given me is to establish the first gang territory in the fantasy world. Xiao Hei frowned and said, Boss, this is unlikely. The demon marshal will be refreshed in 2 days. Even if it is refreshed, we may not be able to attack inside. The last time it was because someone helped. This time, for once, the demon marshal shouldn't be so stupid. Yifeng nodded and said, That's true. It's much more difficult to get the gang territory token from the demon marshal the second time than before. What do you mean? Boss? They asked us to establish the first gang territory. Does that mean they want to give us gang territory tokens? Asked arrogantly. Yifeng said, They don't have the ability to control things in the game yet. But he gave us a plan. What plan? This plan is very simple. It is to let you kill the human marshal. Except for a few people who knew that Yifeng was the marshal of the human race. Everyone else looked at Yifeng in confusion. Chu Ti and I said, Marshal of the human race. We are in the human camp. In the human camp. It seems that we can't attack NPCs now. Well, that's right. Hou-yi nodded and said. Others felt that this plan was a bit awkward and simply an impossible task. But does anyone know who it is? For example, Xiao Hei. Xiao Hei was a little surprised and said, Boss, do you mean they want us to kill you? Yifeng nodded and said, Yes. They want you to kill me and explode the gang token. As soon as Yifeng said this, everyone else looked at Yifeng in shock. What does this mean? Yifeng looked at the strange looks in other people's eyes and couldn't help but explain, Actually, the marshal of the human race is me. And I am the marshal of the human race. Yu Mingming said, It's impossible. Brother Yifeng and the marshal have appeared in the same place many times. Others nodded. Indeed, many times. Yifeng stood in front of the human marshal. How could Yifeng be the human marshal? Yifeng said with a smile, It's very simple. You see? Saying that, another Yifeng came out of Yifeng's body. Yifeng stood together, looking exactly the same, under the surprised eyes of everyone. Yifeng explained, This is one of my skill clones in the game. but my clone only has 10% of the attack power of the main body. The attack power is very poor. It can only be used for these comparisons. Simple things, like standing there as a human marshal. Damn it. How can I say that the honor value of people in our guild is doubled? It turns out you did it. I just said. You must have a problem. Now it seems that the biggest problem is you. The president. How do you do it? Isn't it an NPC to become a human marshal? At this time, Xiaohei stood up with excitement and said, I know. The boss and I are from a novice village. And he was the head of the novice village at that time. But it is every novice's nightmare. No way. Are you the head of novice village number 88? Yifeng nodded and said, yes. It's me. I am a player on one side and an NPC on the other. This mission is actually very simple. As long as you kill me, you can get the gang territory token. Others nodded. Then this task is quite simple. If the human marshal is Yifeng, it is very simple to kill him. Just walk out of the human demon battlefield and kill him. This is not a simple matter. Of course, this is if Yifeng does not resist. If Yifeng resists, they might be killed. Yifeng said, we will have the gang territory token soon. But what we want to talk about is how to successfully defend our territory. And where will our territory be located? Chu Tianai said, I think the location of the previous myth is very good, surrounded by level 60 monsters. And our highest level now is you, which is already level 47, and will soon be level 50. And other players have been upgraded to level 50. It only takes a few months to reach level 60. It takes a long time for real players to reach level 60. So that position is currently the best position. Yifeng asked, what do you think? Yenyu? Yenyu nodded and said yes. That position is actually the most reasonable position at present. If we don't occupy it, other guilds will also occupy it. What do the rest of you think? Others nodded and said, that's a good position. That's good. Then I'm going to find someone. After all, it's not that easy to defend the first gang territory in Fantasy World. I don't know how many people are willing to help us. Does the president need our help? Yifeng said, no. You should upgrade carefully in the past few days and raise your level to level 45 as soon as possible. Judging from the previous levels of monster sieges, the highest level is only level 48. If you main force reach level 45, right? It's very beneficial for us. After everyone else agreed, Yifeng dismissed the meeting. Yenyu took Yifeng's hand and walked up to the roof. Don't you think the person who wants to kill you this time must be Huan Xiaotian? Yifeng said, we don't have any evidence right now to prove that it was Huan Xiaotian who attacked me. If it was him, I would kill him now. But if it wasn't him, wouldn't it be wrong to blame him? Yenyu became a little anxious and said, it must be him. If I find evidence, I will kill him first. Yifeng rubbed Yenyu into his arms and said softly, don't worry. If it's really him, I won't be soft anymore. Chapter 313 Virginity. The next morning, when everyone returns to the game, looking at the people around him, Yifeng suddenly felt that something was missing? That's right. It's the Zissou who sticks to him all day long. Every time he goes online, Zissou will scream, where are you going today? However, today it is unusually quiet. Xiaohei, who has a lively atmosphere, is not here at the moment. He is still training. Not to mention the others, Yu Mingming and Xiaoya. They are introverted and don't talk much. Yenyu is a cold goddess type, so the others usually don't talk much. Yifeng said, find a relatively safe place and kill me. Well, boss, I called my little brother a long time ago and have already found a good place. He said arrogantly, somewhere. Take us there. There is a thatched house outside Xuanwu City. The inside of that thatched house is not a safe zone and can be attacked. Let's go together. When the arrogant brother led everyone to the thatched house, there were still several arrogant younger brothers surrounding the thatched house. Seeing arrogance approaching, several of the younger brothers said, hello. Boss. Hello, President. Arrogant brother said, are you looking around? Is there anyone else? Boss. If you don't trust us when we do things, we have already driven them away. Now we are the only ones left here. Yifeng said, let's go in. You guys are watching here. Yes, President. Yifeng and others walked into the thatched house. Hou-yi, who was the last to enter, closed the door and stood directly at the door, blocking the door motionlessly. Without saying much, Yifeng directly removed his identity and transformed into a human marshal. Yi Feng really turned into a human marshal. Others were quite shocked. They didn't expect that players could be NPCs. This game is really magical. Yi Feng said, I'll take off all my equipment, and you attack me. Brother Arrogant said with an embarrassed look on his face, I have never done anything like attacking my boss. I'll forget it. You guys go ahead and fight. Brother Arrogant stood next to Ho Yi. But what Brother Arrogant didn't expect was that there were several people standing with him. Only Chu Tianai was left standing in front of Yi Feng. Chu Tianai shrugged his shoulders and said, You guys, do you have any morals at all? Yi Feng said, It doesn't matter if you come on. Chu Tianai didn't want to delay it. So he nodded and activated his skills. Without any defensive equipment. Although Yi Feng had a lot of health, his defense was extremely low. After Chu Tianai used a set of skills, Yi Feng fell to the ground. Ding! System prompt, you have died and triggered the Phoenix Inner Armor's passive skill to resurrect. Do you want to use it? Do not use. Ding! System prompt, you were killed by Chu Tianai. If you die, your level will drop by 1 level. After refusing to use the resurrection skill, Yi Feng finally died. This was his first time in the game. I didn't expect it to be suicidal, but as soon as Yi Feng fell to the ground, something exploded on the ground. One thing among them is the gang territory token. Ding! System prompt, in the battlefield between humans and demons. The human marshal of the human camp has died. There are still 6 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds before the human marshal is refreshed. With the death of Yi Feng's body, his clones were disbanded at the same time. So the human marshal in the human demonic battlefield also died. Under a ray of green light, Yi Feng's body was rejuvenated. This was the resurrection skill given to Yi Feng by Xiaoya. Ding! System prompt. The player Yun Wanqi uses the resurrection skill on you. Do you want to accept the resurrection? Yes. Yi Feng, who was about to reach level 48, is now level 46. He didn't expect that he would lose a level every time he died. It seems that the system is not perfect for Yi Feng. Damn it. Boss, you actually dropped a level. Arrogant brother said. Yi Feng nodded and said, Well, I'm different from you. When I die, I lose a level. And when you die, you lose 10% of your experience. This can be regarded as my punishment. That's too cruel. Yi Feng picked up the thing he had just exploded. But he felt so uncomfortable. He was like a wild monster, able to explode the gang territory token, and also exploded an orange piece of equipment. Yi Feng said, Who wants level 40 orange mage type equipment? There seems to be no mage present, but there are a few priests and auxiliary types, all of whom are mage types and can be used. Finally, under the arrangement of Chu Tianai, this piece of equipment was given to Yu Mingming, who made this guy the youngest. Arrogant brother licked his tongue and said, Boss, killing you can really explode the orange equipment. Isn't that true? Yi Feng rolled his eyes and said, Arrogant brother, I will lose a level every time I die. And the equipment I drop should be based on my level. I'm afraid you won't want equipment lower than level 40. Others nodded. If this was the case, then there would be no point in killing Yi Feng. Yi Feng took out the gang territory token, put it in the palm of his hand, and showed it to everyone. This is the gang territory token. Now that I have it in my hand, when do we start taking action? Chu Tianai said, There are not many people standing here who have experience in a large guild. I wonder if we should apply for someone with experience in a large guild. Otherwise we may mess up based on our ability. Yi Feng nodded and said, Yes, none of us have experience in managing a large guild. Do you have anyone to recommend? Boss, don't be ridiculous. How can a group of us casual people know anyone from the big guild? Others nodded. And it was true. Before they met Yi Feng, they were just a group of people who played by themselves, or played with a few good friends. You can try and bring Demo over, Yin Yu said from the side. The desert is indeed a good choice. But if people have stayed well in Lanchi Valley, will they be willing to come to us? Yes, boss. This Demo also contacted me before, but I heard that he has a very good relationship with you. You should give it a try. Yi Feng nodded and said, Okay, I'll give it a try. Then let's go back now. Brother Arrogant shouted to the outside, Okay. Don't look anymore. We are going back. Let's all disperse. Understood. Boss. Yi Feng has just finished solving it. But the world has exploded. Damn it. Whoever killed the human marshal is so hacking awesome. Damn it. I was standing in front of the human marshal. And suddenly he died and fell to the ground. Go and find out for me who killed the human marshal and who got the gang territory token. All the presidents of the big guilds were nervous. They didn't know who had the ability to kill the human marshal. And he was still in the human camp. This was a surefire way to explode the gang territory token. And all the presidents became nervous for a while. Chapter 314 Invitation to the Desert. Yi Feng opened a friend list and found the MO, whom he had not contacted for a long time. Without hesitation, Yi Feng dialed the MO directly. Isn't this President Yi Feng? What do you want from me? Listening to the sound of the desert, I seem to be in a good mood. Yi Feng said, didn't I hear you say that it would be very comfortable to stay in Lanchi Valley while you were here? The MO said with a smile. They are all old people from Lanchi Valley. I have almost finished playing this game and have already planned to retire. Retirement? Are you going to quit the online gaming world? Of course. If you are not happy here, why are you still here? For a person like me who has a low position and a high position, it is difficult for others to offer prices wherever I go. Instead of not if you embarrass yourself, you might as well retire like this. Yi Feng said, no. It's a loss for the online game industry if an old man like you quits so easily. Even you said that I am an old man, and there is not much point in staying any longer. It is just a waste of time. Yi Feng knew that Demo would be wrong about what he meant, and said quickly, what I mean is that my Glory Guild needs you to help me take care of it. As long as you ask for your salary. It can be any amount. Demo said with some surprise, President Yi Feng, you can't lie to me. With your current ability, it seems very simple to recruit someone more capable than me. Yi Feng said, what I value is friendship. Among all the big guilds, I am only familiar with you. So I found you as soon as possible. Demo said, you are not lying to me. Are you? Your guild is the public enemy of all guilds now. You are such experts. I'm afraid I can't manage you. Yi Feng said, although they are all experts, they are actually very obedient. Moreover, they are all in the same studio as me now, so it will be easier to manage. If possible, you can also come to our studio. Of course, if you have family reasons, you can just sit at home and play in the game instead of coming to our studio, which is actually very convenient. President Yi Feng, I can't digest your sudden news. Can you give me some time to think about it? Yi Feng said, of course. Our Glory Guild welcomes you at any time. Who told us to get to know each other earlier? Okay. Then I'll think about it and get back to you. Yi Feng suddenly thought of something and said, oh, by the way, we just obtained the gang territory token. So you must reply to me as soon as possible. Preferably within an hour. What? Did you kill the human marshal in the battlefield between humans and demons? Yi Feng said, of course. This is a secret. But I can tell you that it was indeed us who killed him. So we can get this gang territory token. It's really awesome. I don't have to think about it anymore. I promise you now to join your Glory Guild. I will resign from Lanchi right now. Yi Feng laughed and said, great. Finally someone who knows how to manage the guild is here. We are a group of people who are in chaos all day long. If we don't have a capable management, I'm afraid our Glory Guild will really be doomed. No problem. As long as you are the president, I will come right away if you ask me. Let me say this first. I will resign to Lanchi. Okay. I'm waiting for you to join our Glory Guild. On the other side of Lanchi Valley, Lanchi is arranging some things, such as testing and testing. Who took this gang territory token? And how to arrange the next wave to attack the demon camp. Kill the demon marshal, and get the piece of gang territory token. At this time, Demo dialed Lanchi's private chat. What's going on in the desert? I'm busy right now. Demo said, President. I want to tell you something. Lanchi was a little impatient. After all, the board of directors was pressing hard. But she had done nothing. It would be more annoying to anyone else. Speak quickly. Speak quickly. I still have a lot of things to do. Hearing Lanchi's tone, Demo became more determined to leave. Demo said, President. I want to tell you that I want to resign. Resign? You suddenly told me that you were resigning. What do you mean? Lanchi never expected that Demo would tell him to resign. Demo said, in the contract I signed with the guild, one of the clauses allows the contract to be terminated at any time. Because the contract I signed with the guild is a veteran agreement. Lanchi put down what he was doing and said, yes, it's because you are a veteran of our Lanchi Valley that we can rest assured to give you such a contract. Is there something wrong? If you need our help, please let us know. There is no need. Leave the guild like this. Demo responded, President. It's like this. President Yifeng wants me to work in their guild. Yifeng. Are you talking about the Glory Guild? I know that you have a good relationship with him. We have helped him many times before. But is it a bit too much for him to poach my people like this? That's not the case. In fact, I plan to retire. If the president had cared about me, I'm afraid he would have known that I had planned to retire. But just today, Yifeng was found. I hope I can go. Their guild management. And they offered me a high salary. Demo frowned. He really hasn't cared about Demo much recently. After all, there are many things going on now. And Demo is just an elite member. As the president, it is impossible to say that he cares about him all the time. Moreover, he knew Demo's salary in the union, which was only 300,000 yuan per year. If what Demo said is true, then it is impossible for Lanchi Valley to increase the price offered by the other party, because Demo is worth this price. Lanchi said, I want to know why Yifeng wants you to join their gang. Demo said, because just now, they obtained the second gang territory token in the fantasy world. In fact, if I don't tell you, you will know it soon. What? He actually got the gang territory token. How did he do it? Demo replied, I don't know much about this. This is what they just told me. What they value in me is my experience, not my combat effectiveness. The combat effectiveness of their guild. I think you also know. They don't need me at all. Lanchi nodded. If there is any guild with the strongest combat power, it must be the Glory Guild. The people in this guild are simply perverted. Lanchi sighed and said, since you insist on leaving, I won't force you to stay. Soon, as the saying goes, people go to higher places and water flows to lower places. Who doesn't want to make more money? Since the other party, if I'm willing to give you a high price, then go ahead. Thank you, President. Then I will quit the guild now. Okay. When saying this, Lanchi felt helpless. Chapter 315 Isolated and Helpless. Hey! Why did Demo quit the guild? As soon as Demo quit the guild, the people in Lanchi Valley discovered it. Especially those who usually have a good relationship with Demo are even more surprised. This Demo is so good. How could he quit the guild? Even if I complain to them a few times about Lanchi Valley, and it's not very good, I won't quit the membership. What happened to the president? Why did Demo withdraw from the membership? As the president of Lanchi Pavilion, Lanchi would of course have to come forward to explain the withdrawal of such an elite member. Demo has already gone to the Glory Guild. From now on, Demo is likely to be our enemy. No, Demo went to the Glory Guild. It couldn't be because of Yifeng. He has been in our Blue Valley for a long time. How could he quit the guild just because of an outsider? Lanchi said, okay. Everyone doesn't need to guess. His matter has been approved by me. At least the people who come out of Lanchi Valley will not embarrass me. It's okay. Demo has moved back home in the past month. So he would be so decisive to withdraw from the membership now. If he was still working in the Union building, he might not have withdrawn from the membership so quickly. Precisely because he had no worries. Demo immediately withdrew from the membership. Soon Demo received many private messages from his friends, all asking him why he quit the membership. The unified answer given by Demo is, only in the Glory Guild can you discover your own value. Soon Demo sent Yifeng a private text message, asking Yifeng to pull him into the gang. Ding! System prompt. Welcome to Desert to join the Glory Guild. I'll go. Boss. You are so fast. You can get it done so quickly. Arrogant brother said. No. The deserts in Lanchi Valley are here. A few years ago, the deserts were very famous. Many players became famous in the past few years. But every time they change games, their popularity drops. The gameplay is different. And their achievements may be different. Demo is such a player. Now in the fantasy world, he is indeed still a master. But there will be more masters who can adapt to the environment. This is why Lanchi did not force him to keep him. If you are not suitable for this version of the game, then it is not too difficult to keep you. Big meaning. Yifeng said on the guild channel, from now on, all matters of our Glory Guild, big and small, will be controlled by Demo. We will have to work hard for Demo in the future. And Demo will also become the second elder of our Glory Guild. Trivial matters between gangs, and some matters between members can be brought to Demo. If it is a matter between battles, please go to your respective hall leaders or Chu T and I. Understood? Finally, someone is here to take charge. In the past time, if you told the hall leaders about the war, or Chu Tian said it was okay, he would help you fight it immediately. If it was about other things, you would be really embarrassed, and they would not understand it themselves. Demo said in the guild channel, I came here at the invitation of President Yi Feng, because my combat ability may be a little worse than everyone else's, and I am also very self-aware. As an elder, I am only responsible for managing many matters attending the meeting. But don't ask me for things like fighting. After all, my fighting ability is limited, and this game is not suitable for my playing style. Chu Ti and I finally breathed a sigh of relief and said, you don't know. When you didn't come, all the things were handled by me. The president is just a hands-off shopkeeper. I handle everything. He doesn't even know. No one. Yi Feng said with some embarrassment, well, you guys talk slowly. I have something else to do. Saying that, Yi Feng ran away directly. He also knew his abilities. Apart from being able to fight, he really didn't have many other abilities. Next, Yi Feng is going to contact some unions and establish some more. If he wants to establish the first gang territory, their guild alone will definitely not be able to defend it. First, Yi Feng contacted Lanxi Valley because the mainland had already told him that he had told Lanxi that Yi Feng had obtained the gang territory token. President Lanxi, I believe you already know how I've been doing. And about the gang's territory token. Lanxi nodded and said, yes, I did hear them say. Why are you looking for me? Are you asking me to help you defend the city together? Yi Feng nodded and said, President Lanxi is still happy. I do have this plan. Lanxi shook his head and said, I'm sorry, Yi Feng. I can't agree to your request. If I help you, I'm afraid I will be the public enemy of the other 9 guilds. You and I alone cannot resist them. Yi Feng had long expected that he would reject her like this. And Yi Feng was not angry and said, it doesn't matter. I had long expected that you would reject me. But I am still a little disappointed. The only thing to blame is that you were born at the wrong time. If you want to reach the top, you have to step on our bones, and step on the white bones to become the king. If you do it, we will be convinced. Yi Feng nodded and said, thank you, President Lanxi, for the reminder. Next, Yi Feng found the domineering President Quangtu. The fanatics were very surprised when they learned that Yi Feng had obtained the gang territory token. I never expected that it was Yi Feng who got it. Yi Feng was from the human camp like him. It was not an ordinary difficulty to kill the human marshal of the human camp. But just as Yi Feng expected, he also rejected Yi Feng. Next, Yi Feng found other human camp guilds. And sure enough, they all rejected Yi Feng one by one. Even Chi Tian, the gang leader of Bihai Chaosheng Pavilion, also rejected Yi Feng. Yi Feng said with a somewhat self-deprecating smile, it seems that I was born at the wrong time. I offended all the top 10 guilds at once. Since you are not willing to help me, let's see how our Glory Guild will step on your bones. Sit on that throne. Yi Feng shared his experience with other people in the gang. Although they all understood that Yi Feng's request might be rejected, they did not expect that they would reject it so simply. Damn. The boss of this domineering guild promised them to kill the Xinhua guild before. But I didn't expect that he would turn his back on me so quickly. Arrogant brother said. Yi Feng said, it's okay. Since they refuse to help, we will find a time to unite all the gang members, and then decide during which time period to defend the city. Demo said, I will do this. I will count the number of people and combat effectiveness. And see their time. Okay. Now go ahead and ask everyone to purchase the following materials I released. The gang will purchase these materials at double the price. Demo said, understood. Yi Feng set out all the materials, which are all for city defense equipment. Since you don't want to help, I want to see how many city defense equipment I can make, and the attack power ratio of the city defense equipment. The player's attack power is too strong. As long as there are enough materials, Yi Feng can make unlimited defense equipment. Chapter 316 Alliance. Hey, why did someone start collecting those wooden materials? No. Why are the people from the Glory Guild collecting wood materials? At one time, all the stalls and wood materials in the market were collected by the Glory Guild. However, the Glory Guild seemed to have no intention of stopping and kept shouting in the world. Quangtu, the president of the domineering guild, suddenly realized that Yi Feng seemed to be able to make siege equipment. Could it be that they wanted to make city defense equipment? The fanatic immediately told other guilds about this. Yi Feng must have collected these materials to make city defense equipment. City defense equipment. Guild leader of the Mad Outlaws. Are you crazy? There are no players who know how to make engineering equipment to defend the city at this stage. At that time, the Myth Guild was in the territory. Why didn't you use siege equipment? The fanatic said. At that time, the city wall of the mythical territory had been broken, and there was no need to use those siege equipment at all. So I still have 10 siege equipment in my hand. All the siege equipment were provided by Yi Feng. Xue Feng, the newly promoted president of Shenhua, laughed and said, this Yi Feng can be said to have trapped himself in a cocoon and shot himself in the foot. I really don't know what it is like to have his own city gate attacked with the siege equipment he made. Feel, the fanatic said, President Xue Feng. What we are talking about now is the issue of materials. You said this issue is a personal issue between you and Yi Feng. We are discussing serious matters now. The serious things I discuss are the same serious things. Nowadays, all the materials on the market have been purchased by the Glory Guild. Are we going to cut back on the materials in the hands of players? Purchase them at a high price so that the Glory Guild will not purchase them at a high price. For a gang territory, I have to charge no matter how high the price is. And when building a gang territory, there are also equipment for attacking and defending the city. Of course, the cost is very expensive. Xue Feng said. The fanatic said, I want to tell everyone that this city is difficult to attack. And we can't let him make more defense equipment. We can only intercept it. Lan Shi said, interception is a must. Today they dug away the desert of our union. President Lan Shi. It's so easy for your people to be poached. Xue Feng said sarcastically. Lan Shi's face showed anger. President Xue Feng. You are also an old president. Please be careful when you speak. Don't think that because you are the new president of the Shenhua Guild, I don't dare to do anything to you. You have to know. Your Shenhua Guild and I, Lanchi Valley, are already hostile. So it's good that I can sit here and talk to you properly today. Ha ha ha! Someone has been poached and still has the nerve to criticize me here. I despise incompetent people like you the most. Xue Feng, tell me clearly who is the incompetent person. I'm talking about you, Lan Shi. In an instant, the two sides felt at war with each other. The fanatic immediately stood up and said, Okay, let's discuss the issue carefully. Why did it turn into a fight? Calm down. After all, we are dealing with Yi Feng's Glory Guild. If we didn't have to deal with Yi Feng's Glory Guild, I would start a war with your mythical guild right now. Who is afraid of whom? How could our Shenhua Guild be afraid of you? Lanchi Valley. Lanchi became more and more angry as he spoke, believe it or not. I will join Yi Feng now. And the relationship between our 10 major guilds will be dissolved. TCH. It's just a wallflower. Do you think that without your Blue Valley, our other guilds wouldn't be able to stop Yi Feng's Glory Guild? Seeing that Lan Shigu was about to fall out, the fanatic shouted, You too. Stop arguing. After all, we are all members of the top 10 guilds. If you continue to argue like this, Yi Feng will really win the first place in the fantasy world. A territorial guild. Lan Shi said angrily, I feel that if there is Shenhua among the top 10 guilds, I will not participate in this guild again in the future. He will be there without me. And there will be me without him. Everyone else knows that the reason why the mythical guild is so powerful is that Xue Feng alone is now supporting it. Xue Feng has completely destroyed all other guilds. This siege battle is mainly due to the main force of Xue Feng. They cannot possibly defeat them at this time. Xue Feng kicked out the group of the top 10 guilds. At this time, everyone in the 10 major guilds was silent, and no one spoke for Lan Shi. Lan Shi felt extremely aggrieved. Wasn't it just because Xue Feng was so powerful? You are so afraid that if I turn against the Glory Guild, I will not be angry with you. Thinking of this, Lan Shi directly quit the group of the top 10 guilds and terminated all relationships. Lan Shi immediately made a statement in the game, saying, We in Lanchi Valley will have nothing to do with the top 10 guilds from now on. How about we being partners in the Glory Guild? Yi Feng never expected that Lan Shi, who had rejected him before, would publicly declare to the world that he no longer had anything to do with the top 10 guilds and wanted to stand with him. What happened in this? The MO had the same look on his face and said in confusion, What's going on? There seems to be an inseparable relationship between them. It seems a bit impossible to suddenly terminate the relationship. Yi Feng said, I also know that there seems to be some ulterior secret among the 10 major guilds. But this sudden announcement of this issue to the entire server seems to be a bit serious. How about you go and ask, or should I ask him directly? Demo said, You are the president. You go ask him. Yi Feng was also there, saying in the world, President Lan Shi, you suddenly fell to my side, which makes me a little unacceptable. Lan Shi said, "It's nothing. I just hate those people who look down on others. Just tell me if you are willing to let me join you and fight against the entire top 10 guilds." Yifeng said, "Of course you are welcome." This sudden and dramatic change shocked everyone in the server. What happened in the meantime? Lan Shi suddenly withdrew like this, causing the other guild leaders of the 10 major guilds to react somewhat. Especially for the Guangzhou. The power in Lan Shi Valley is no better than those of the lower-ranked guilds. His strength, even if they are domineering, is not completely capable of winning. Don't push your own people to the enemy's side. The madman said, President Jue Feng. Hurry up and apologize to President Lan Shi. They are all members of your family. TCH. He's just a coward. What's there to apologize for? Love will come or not. I really think that without him, we can't beat the Glory Guild. You? The fanatics were already speechless towards Jue Feng. And Jue Feng had a great hatred for Yifeng. Jue Feng would definitely take the lead in this siege, which would allow the mythical guild to serve as cannon fodder. So they did not dare let's talk about chasing the wind. If this cannon fodder gets away, it will be really difficult. Can we only watch Yifeng establish his first gang territory? Yifeng directly threw a window to Lan Shi. This window was what the small gang wanted. This was the alliance information between the Glory Guild and Lan Shi Valley. In less than a second, the alliance between the Glory Guild and Lan Shi Valley was successful, and the two guilds officially became the Alliance Guild. This alliance can be dissolved at any time, depending on whether they are willing. Chapter 317 for Glory. The two unions of the alliance are officially an alliance, and the other 10 major guilds, at least on the surface, are not an alliance. But secretly they all have various connections. But now, an alliance like theirs, which is on the surface, is either real, or it is here to deliberately disrupt Yifeng. As someone from Yifeng's studio, Chu Tianai said with some worry, will they fake an alliance? What if they wait for an opportunity to turn against each other? Yifeng said, so we can't completely trust them now. Although they can't dissolve the alliance during the project, and they can't attack us, it doesn't mean they will take action. So everything still depends on us first. If the defense of the city is successful, they Lan Shi Valley they have put in a lot of effort, which proves that they really came to seek refuge with us. Others nodded. This was the only way at present. It seemed that they had to increase the purchase of materials for city defense equipment. At this time, someone finally spoke on the Glory Guild's Alliance channel. Demo. Come out here for me. Why are you so nice? You actually left the guild. Demo said, aren't we still in the same alliance now? Aren't we still brothers? We are the same everywhere. Yes. You left our guild this morning, and now we are in an alliance again. This is really fate. Hello, beauties of Lan Shi Valley. I am your little black brother. Arrogant brother said in the alliance channel, damn it. Xiao Hei, you have no shame. I just came to this alliance, and you started to show off. I'm going to ask you if you can bear the beating. Xiao Hei said, you come and hit me. I'm not with you now, so you hit me. Brother Zhang said with a dark face, believe it or not, I will log off now. Not to mention that Xiao Hei immediately became intimidated and said, you are awesome. Okay, I will continue to practice. After a while, various chats finally started on the Alliance channel. You asked the members of Lan Shi Valley how are they doing in Lan Shi Valley. I have a question about how members of the Glory Guild are doing in the Glory Guild. Anyway, we were talking about something, and we didn't care about the look in the eyes of the two bosses at all. Yifeng was private, and Lan Shi asked, are you really coming to help me, or are you here to inquire about the situation? Lan Shi said, I'm here to help you. But we helped you defend the city. Shouldn't you help us defend the city too? Yifeng said, of course this matter comes and goes. If you are really here to help us, as long as we defend the city, and as long as you get the next gang territory token, we will definitely help you defend it. That's it. I heard that you have a lot of defense equipment. Yifeng knew that Lan Shi was plotting against him. Yifeng will not hand over these things to him easily. If you want these city defense equipment, you should show some sincerity. It takes a lot of effort to defend the city. If you want it, we can give you some. But look at the price. Ha ha ha. Let's see how powerful your city defense equipment will be by then. If it's powerful, price won't be an issue. Yifeng smiled and said, the power is absolutely no problem. It just depends on how much you need at that time. Okay, it's settled. Where are you going to build the territory? Let me know then, and I can arrange the people. Yifeng said, no problem. Let's discuss it now. And I'll tell you the time. Okay. Here, Yi Feng gathered people from the studio together, because one of their members brought materials for city defense equipment. Yi Feng and the others were in Yi Mansion in Xuanwu City. Yi Feng started his own manufacturing process. Anyway, in his own house. No players can see it, so Yi Feng can make it with peace of mind. However, this manufacturing process is quite boring. Yi Feng's backpack is full of materials for city defense equipment. However, these materials do not mean that they can always succeed, and sometimes they fail. Therefore, Yi Feng can produce about 3 city defense equipment in an hour, which is already very good. Think about it. The Mythical Guild only bought 2 city defense equipment before. However, they bought 2 city defense equipment, and the level was relatively high. Level 4. The 3 units Yi Feng made were only 1 level 3 and 2 level 2. If the quality is not good, then the quantity is better. Yi Feng and the others spent a whole day on this production. During this day, we did nothing, but we actually reached level 47. Auntie, boss, what are you doing today? Why did you upgrade just now? Yi Feng hesitated and said, well, haven't I been making the city defense equipment today? This thing can increase experience. It was almost upgraded, but it dropped a level in the morning. It's really like this. It feels so incredible. Brother Arrogant said, seeing that Arrogant Brother seemed to believe him. Yi Feng breathed a sigh of relief. It would be fine if others knew that he didn't do anything and could still level up. It is said that the human marshal is dead. That is because the player who previously took the task from Yi Feng completed the task and handed it in to the deputy general. Yi Feng can still gain experience. For a whole day, Yi Feng stayed in Yi Mansion, making city defense equipment, now placed in Yi Feng's backpack. There are 10 level 2 city defense equipment, 12 level 3 city defense equipment, and 3 level 4 defense equipment. Defense equipment. There are a total of 25 city defense equipment, which can fill a whole city wall. From this point of view, Yi Feng and the others seem to be very confident in guarding this gang territory. During dinner, Yi Feng summoned everyone to the conference room again. We now have a gang territory token in our hands. Have you calculated the time? Chu Ti and I said, it should be almost time. After 3 days, most players will have time. Because it is Sunday. This is the situation reported to me by the MO. Yi Feng nodded and said, then we will prepare to build the gang territory on Sunday 3 days later. I hope everyone can train the members of their respective gangs well in the past few days, so that they will not be in a hurry then. Because almost everyone here is the leader of the Glory Guild. By the way, Yu Mengmeng, how many people are there in your pastoral church now? Although Yu Mengmeng is young, he is still very serious in his work. The number of people in our pastoral church is the smallest among all professions. The gang currently has a total of 15,000 people. But my pastoral church only has 3,000 people. Only 2,000 people can participate in this gang territory war. I will try my best to let them play their best. Show your greatest power. Yi Feng nodded and said, well done. Ing and Xiuhei, how long do you have until you can come back? Ing said calmly, come on. I will definitely come back before the battle in the gang territory. It's necessary. Even if I can't come back, I will definitely come back. How can the old man control me? Xiaohei said with a stern look on his face. Well, I hope all of us will go all out. For the sake of glory and for Zissou. Okay. Everyone shouted in unison. Chapter 318 Choosing a City. During these 3 days, the members of the Glory Guild have been training hard. And other guilds also know that Yi Feng and the others will build a territory in 3 days. So they also have enough time to arrange members. Of course, Yi Feng also has a lot of preparations. Yi Feng and the others have contacted many small guilds. Although their guild does not have many members, it is large in number. The total number of members in this guild is very large. Not everyone is afraid of the top 10 guilds, but many people want to replace them and become the new top 10 guilds. But this group of people is like a pile of loose sand. It is impossible to gather them. It will still be useful to let them be cannon fodder. On Sunday, Yi Feng came to the Imperial City and came to the palace with his gang territory token. If you want to build your own territory, you must obtain the Emperor's permission. This is the nth time Yi Feng has seen the Emperor. Hello, Your Majesty. I want to create my own territory. Warrior, please give me your gang territory token. Yi Feng handed his territory token to the eunuch beside the Emperor. And the eunuch came to the Emperor with the gang token. The Emperor checked the gang territory token and said, yes. This is my gang territory token. You can choose a territory and regard it as your own territory. You have the authority to manage your own territory. But please don't act recklessly. Otherwise, I will take it back. Your territory. Clear. Afterwards, the eunuch beside the emperor walked up to Yifeng and said, "Please check the location of the territory you need on the map." Yifeng found the location checked by the mythical guild before and clicked on it. Ding. System prompts. Do you want to confirm the territory location? Confirm. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations on successfully acquiring a territory. Please select the territory construction time and territory construction model. Afterwards, Yifeng laid out in front of him more than a dozen views of the camp after it was built. There are primitive villages, quaint towns, and of course, magnificent towns. There are only these three types. But there are many styles. At that time, the mythical guild should have chosen the city. Yifeng took a look and chose the model of the city. The cost was 10,000 gold coins. Choose the most ordinary village and only need 100 gold coins. But at different prices, you get different things. The village Yifeng really wants. But it is not realistic. The village's defense capability is too poor. And its range is also very small. The main reason is that the location is not big enough. If your village develops big, wouldn't it mean that there is no place for players to stand in the way? The best choice is a small town or city. Yifeng directly checked the city, because the city is relatively large. And the main reason is that the walls of the city are relatively tall and have certain defensive capabilities. And Yifeng can place his defensive equipment on the city wall. In this way, they will have great confidence in their glory guild and guard the territory of this gang. Please choose the construction time. Yifeng chose directly. Now and immediately. The eunuch put away the dialogue box in front of him and returned to the emperor. What did he say? Finally, the emperor said, "Very good. The city has begun to be built. As long as you defend against the attacks of wild monsters within 3 hours after the city is built, then the city will belong to you. If you cannot take it, I will not refund it to you. A gold coin." Yifeng smiled and said, "Understood. I won't disturb your majesty. Please leave." Not long after Yifeng left, a eunuch hurried out, walked to Yifeng and said, "It is very difficult for a newly built city to defend itself against wild monster attacks. Do you need to buy a few sets of city defense equipment from me? It will be of great help to you." Yifeng said, "I don't need this. Thank you very much." Yifeng dismissed the eunuch. It turned out that these city defense equipment were actually a takeaway service. He asked why there was no city defense equipment to buy in the options just now. It turned out that these city defense equipment were in the hands of other NPCs. And they were secretly. Yifeng is not stupid. If he wants to buy city defense equipment, Yifeng will of course go to the Lord of Xuanwu City. Yifeng rushed to the Xuanwu City Lord's mansion without stopping, and found the Xuanwu City Lord. "Brother, why are you here at this time? You have something to do, and you want to get some wine?" Yifeng said angrily, "I'm really not asking for wine this time. I just want to ask, do you have any defense equipment here?" The Lord of Xuanwu City said, "Of course, there are city defense equipment. How can a city as big as mine not have city defense equipment? But why do you want such things? Do you want to build a territory?" Yifeng nodded and said, "Yes. I do want to build a territory. And I have already applied. I heard that the city defense artifact is relatively expensive. So I wanted to ask my brother if I can save some money because of my connections." The Lord of Xuanwu City nodded and said with a look of understanding on his face, "You are so good. You have already started to build your own territory. You can tell me how many city defense equipment you want." Yifeng asked weakly, "Brother, do you want money?" The Lord of Xuanwu City rolled his eyes at Yifeng. "We are brothers. Talking about money would hurt our feelings." Yifeng was overjoyed. "It's better to be my brother." "What level of city defense equipment do you want?" asked the Lord of Xuanwu City. Yifeng said without hesitation, "Level 5. I really don't need money. So I definitely want the best. I know that I won't get those city defense tools. So I might as well come here to get them. Which is a waste of time. Level 5 city defense equipment. 100,000 gold coins each." Yifeng, who had just picked up the teacup, made a sound and sprayed the Lord of Xuanwu City in the face. "Brother, didn't you say you don't want money? I'm talking about level 1 and level 2 city defense equipment. You give me a level 5 city defense equipment. I don't have to pay for it." Yifeng rolled his eyes and said, "Can it be cheaper?" The Lord of Xuanwu City directly put the price of the city defense equipment on Yifeng's face. The first level city defense equipment costs 100 gold coins per piece. The second level city defense equipment costs 10,000 gold coins per piece. The third level city defense equipment costs 100,000 gold coins per piece. The fourth level city defense equipment costs 500,000 gold coins per piece. And the fifth level city defense equipment costs 500,000 gold coins per piece. City equipment. 1 million gold coins. Yifeng shouted, "You are stealing money. 1 million gold coins per unit." So I said that talking about money hurts feelings. So I want you to get 100,000 gold coins for 1 unit. Isn't that interesting? Yifeng said in a low voice, "It's ridiculous. 100,000 gold coins per unit is a lot of money." The Lord of Xuanwu City said, "This is my normal price. You have to go to someone else. Their price for level 5 city defense equipment is probably not 1 million. I went. No wonder the mythical guild didn't buy so many city defense equipment at that time, and only bought 2 level 4 ones. It turns out that the price is different in each place. I'm afraid they spent a lot of money on both of the city defense equipment, and they were confident of defending the lower city. So they didn't spend too much money on the city defense equipment." Yifeng directly exchanged the 1 million in his hand for 1 million gold coins. He said proudly, "Boss, give me 10 level 5 city defense equipment. The promised 100,000 gold coins for each one. Don't cheat." The Lord of Xuanwu City took the 1 million gold coins, nodded and said, "Okay. Sir, I will send you 10 level 5 city defense equipment right away." The old housekeeper standing at the door said speechlessly, "Young people really know how to play." Chapter 319 is back. With a happy expression on his face, Yifeng walked out of the city lord's mansion and passed by the old housekeeper while humming a tune. "Brother Yi is very happy today." Yifeng turned around and said, "That's not true. I'll serve you personally. He's the city lord. How can I be unhappy?" "Uh-huh. You guys are really good at playing. Old senior. I'm leaving first. I have something else to do." The old housekeeper waved his hand and said, "Go ahead. Go ahead. I'll just ask you casually." Yifeng played a little tune and staggered to the front of his territory. Although it is still under construction at present, it already has a rough shape. The workers are rushing to build it. It will be completed in a few hours. After all, this is a game. Construction is just a process, and it will be repaired soon. Just a few more hours of patience and you'll be done. Yifeng went to Demo and asked, "How are you prepared?" "It's okay. Today is Sunday. We are almost ready. Once the city is completed, we can all teleport into the city." "Okay. I believe in your ability. I'll go see how the others are doing." Yifeng found Lan Shi again. "President Lan Shi, how are your people preparing?" "With one order. I guarantee you will receive 20,000 people. A big guild is a big guild. And these 20,000 people are probably relatively elite. For example, Yifeng and his gang participated in the city defense battle this time, with 10,000 people. And most of the equipment was not very good." "Okay. Then just wait for my reply." After hanging up Lan Shi's call, Yifeng contacted the presidents of some other small guilds. Without exception, they were all ready and waiting for the next battle to defend the city. Ouch. Isn't this President Yifeng, who is personally here to supervise the construction of the city? A voice came from behind Yifeng. Yifeng turned around and looked at the person behind him. This person was none other than Jue Feng. Yifeng crossed his arms and said, "Your mythical guild helped me choose this position. It's good. It's really good." Jue Feng said with disdain, "So what if we build a city? You really think you are invincible? You really think you can hold your territory? Ha ha ha. Whether you can hold it or not, you can attack the city when the time comes." Shui Feng said, "Since I was the marshal of the human race, I no longer have the ultimate pursuit order above my head. Now I can fight freely. It is not certain who will win or lose." Yifeng looked at the top of Jue Feng's head. Sure enough, the ultimate fatwa had disappeared. Yifeng also thought that after his death, the ultimate fatwa on other people would disappear. Then wait for 7 days. After your clone becomes the human marshal again, I want to see how many times you can withstand my ultimate pursuit order. Why? You have become the president of Xinhua. Are you showing off to me? It seems like you, Huang Xiaoyan, can do anything like occupying a magpie's nest. Jue Feng said angrily, "They begged me to be the president. They really thought I couldn't become the president." Yifeng said with a sneer, "Okay. Then you resign, and you don't become the president. How great." Jue Feng said with a cold face, "It's useless to provoke me. Anyway, I am already the president of Xinhua. and the entire Shinhua belongs to me. Now if Shinhua wants to deal with your glory guild, it will be a piece of cake. Ha ha ha. But a mythical guild that is about to expire. Do you really think that you are still the same mythical person as before? Without Alkin, this guild has no totem. You, an outsider who came halfway, really think that those people obey you? I have the final say whether you accept it or not. If I let you be arrogant for a few more hours, I'll see how you cry by then. After saying that, Xue Feng dropped the harsh words and disappeared directly in front of Yi Feng. Yi Feng thought that Juefeng was here to compete with him, but he didn't expect that he was just here to make harsh words. He was really full. There was nothing to do anyway. So Yi Feng sat on the spot and watched the NPCs slowly building up the entire city. Slowly, the entire city became more and more perfect, becoming more and more like a city. At this time, a figure appeared next to Yi Feng, standing quietly beside Yi Feng. Yi Feng glanced at it. The appearance of this guy almost scared Yi Feng to death. Because Yi Feng didn't even know when he appeared, Yi Feng pretended to be calm and said, "When did you come?" "Just arrived," came a female voice. "That's right. The person coming is Ying, whom I haven't seen for a long time. How about God's inheritance?" Ying nodded and said, "Not bad. Quite powerful. I don't know if I have a chance of winning against you again." Yi Feng smiled helplessly. "I already lost to you before you accepted the inheritance of God. Now, after you accept the inheritance of God, how can I still be your opponent?" "Don't be kidding me," Ying said. "This hidden profession has a special name." "What name?" "Killing God." Yi Feng was startled. This name is too domineering. It can be directly called the profession of the god of killing. This profession should be a very terrifying existence. It seems that the inheritance of gods is not as simple as he imagined. Yi Feng is already thinking about whether his career should also evolve. Everyone has the god's heritage. So it seems that I have to find a god's heritage to play with. Ying Jiao shouted, "Who? Come out." A figure appeared reluctantly and said with a face of reluctance, "Oh, it's not fun. It's not fun. It's not easy to get such a powerful hidden profession. But the master sees it all at once." Xiao He, who exited the invisible state, walked up to Yi Feng with a look of reluctance. Yi Feng said calmly, "That's not true. He is your master. You can still hide from the master's eyes." "Oh, the master is the master. I'm in a black suit." Yi Feng looked at Xiao He and Ying and said, "Your tasks are completed." The two said in unison, "It's done." Yi Feng slapped his thigh and stood up. "That's good. It seems I'm a little more sure." "Wow, boss. Is this our territory? It's so spectacular. Although it's a little smaller than Xuanwu City." Yi Feng said angrily, "Stop flattering. Our territory is less than 1/10 of Xuanwu City. It's a huge difference." Xiao He rubbed the back of his head and said, "I'm just using an analogy to prove that our city is very big. Boss, look how long it will take to complete it." Yi Feng looked at the progress bar and said, "The last 10 minutes will end soon. Let's get started. We're busy." Xiao He geared up and said, "As a demon addict, I need to put my best foot forward and let them know that our glory guild is not that easy to break into. I really want to see how strong your two professions are. One is the inheritance of God, and the other is the president of the Assassin's Guild. I look forward to your performance." Xiao He said arrogantly, "Boss, don't worry. I guarantee to amaze everyone." However, Ying was more low-key and just nodded. Chapter 320 Defending the City 1. At the moment when the city was built, Yi Feng finally arrived. The system prompted. Ding! System prompt. Your city has been built. Ding! System prompt. Your spiritual power has entered a defensive state. You have 3 hours to defend against wild monster attacks. The time limit is 3 hours. After 3 hours, the territory energy tower is destroyed and the city is successfully established. The moment the city was established, the siege state started immediately. Yi Feng immediately said on the gang channel, "Everyone, open the gang interface and teleport directly into the gang territory." Chu Ti and I said immediately, "Speed, speed, speed. We only have half an hour to gather. Everyone online should return to the city as soon as possible. Go to our gang territory." Yi Feng said to Ying and Xiao He beside him, "Let's go in and take a look at our territory. I don't know what the situation is inside." When Yi Feng walked into the territory, it turned out to be a completely empty territory. There was not even an NPC. But it was right. After all, the last city did not completely belong to Yi Feng. Only after Yi Feng successfully defended the siege belongs to Yi Feng. Without saying a word, Yi Feng walked directly to the top of the city wall. From his backpack, Yi Feng took out the city defense equipment. He gave some city defense equipment to Ying and Shui. You two place these things on the top of the city wall. I'll go to Xuanwu City, and I'll be right back. Remember to place them more densely. I still have 10 city defense machines. A total of 25 units. The defensive equipment made by Yi Feng were placed on the top of the city wall by Back Figure and Xiao Hei. They are arrow towers, repeating crossbows, artillery, and slings. Holy shit. Boss, this thing of yours is so powerful. This kind of city defense equipment ignores defense and directly deals real damage. This arrow tower can kill me instantly. Yi Feng said, okay. They are relatively small in number, so they can only use more of these city defense equipment. I will go to the Xuanwu City Lord. You guys will watch. When Yi Feng just left, a large number of players appeared in the territory. Almost all of them were from the Glory Guild. But there were also some members from other guilds. All from the Glory Alliance Guild. Yi Feng returned to Xuanwu City without stopping, and found the Lord of Xuanwu City. Brother, are my 10 city defense equipment ready? I'm going to use them soon. The Lord of Xuanwu City laughed and said, don't worry. I have already prepared what you want. Take it. Ding. System prompt. Obtain level 5 city defense equipment *10. Looking at the 10 level 5 city defense equipment in his backpack, Yi Feng hugged Xuanwu City like a brother and said, thank you very much. If you can defend my territory, I will treat you to a drink. The Lord of Xuanwu City said, okay. Don't say goodbye to mother-in-law. Go and defend the city. I know it is difficult to defend the city, but as the city lord, I cannot interfere in this aspect. You can only work hard on your own. I understand. Thank you for your concern. Brother, I'm leaving. When I come again, we won't come back until we're drunk. Haha. Make sure you don't get drunk. It's been a long time since I drank. Yi Feng waved his hand and returned to his territory without stopping. When Yi Feng returned to the territory again, there were already many players inside. Under the arrangements of Chu Tianai and Emo, they stood in an orderly manner. Yi Feng took out 10 level 5 city defense equipment given to him by the Lord of Xuanwu City and placed them in the most conspicuous position on the city wall. As soon as the 5th level city defense equipment came out, everyone's eyes lit up. This level 5 city defense equipment was completely different from other levels of city defense equipment. Among these 10 level 5 city defense equipment, 2 were defensive, directly wrapping the entire territory and forming a barrier. There is one that increases attack, and the attack of all players within the boundary is increased by 10%. There is one that adds defense. Within the barrier, the defense of all players on the team is increased by 20%. The rest are all level 5 city defense equipment that can attack independently. They are all level 5 arrow towers. As level 5 arrow towers, their attack frequency, attack speed, attack, and power are all unprecedentedly powerful. The city walls of Yi Feng's Glory Guild's territory were covered with a large row of offensive and defensive equipment. In the distance, a large group of players who were preparing to attack the city immediately felt their scalp numb when they saw the Glory Guild and the defensive equipment on the territory's city walls. Am I sick when I go to the Glory Guild? How can we fight with so many defense equipment? Look at those level 5 city defense equipment. Oh my god. One arrow can do a lot. There are several of us. Stop talking. There are more than 30 city defense equipment in total. This is much more than the 2 city defense equipment of Xinhua. How can we attack the city? The most angry person was Zhui Feng, the president of the Xinhua Guild. When she saw that Yi Feng actually had 10 level 5 siege and defense equipment, she felt bad. It's impossible with Yi Feng's ability to afford 10 level 5 city defense equipment. Each one costs millions. The domineering guild leader Guangzhu said in a low voice, don't forget. Their guild has mechanics who produce city defense equipment. Even so, it's impossible for them to produce 10 units. It seems like they're going to burn the boat, Zhui Feng said unwillingly. With so many defensive equipment, it might be difficult to capture the territory of the Glory Guild. But their number is more than double that of the Glory Union. However, there is only one attack direction for the city gate. How can they defeat so many city defense equipment? Almost all the members on the siege side were silent. Yi Feng and the others were simply crazy. Yi Feng said to Demo beside him, going to meet those wild monsters outside the city will save me a lot of time. After all, the first wave of wild monsters is easier. A little bit in the desert. And then started to arrange the work. President Yi Feng, What work are we doing in Lanchi Valley? Yifeng said. Listen to Demo's arrangement. We have already discussed everything. Demo's arrangement will be fine. Okay. I'll give the order right now. A few minutes later, all the warriors arrived, ready to form, waiting for the wild monsters to attack. However, under Yifeng's reminder, they had begun to pay attention to their surroundings. After all, the players attacking the city were likely to take advantage of the chaos to attack them. Finally, half an hour later between the construction of the city and the start of the siege, a group of wild monsters appeared on the horizon. Ding! System prompts. The siege of wild monsters has officially begun. The first wave of wild monsters has been sent out. Please be careful. Before all the wild monsters could reach the boundary of the 5th level city defense equipment, they were already stopped by all the soldiers. As Yifeng's general, Chu Tianai took the lead. Hou pulled up his long bow, and his shadow fell into the crowd. An arrogant brother inspired his blood. Just at the moment of contact, all the wild monsters fell to the ground like harvesting rice. Thousands of wild monsters fell to the ground like wind blowing. In just 2 minutes, they were all killed, leaving only the naked boss.